Chapter 1173, Crazed Demon Cave. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven. Tens of thousands of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu figures floated in the air, looking down towards Chudu. The expression and attitude of the Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu figures were completely different from before, all of their faces were grim and heavy. Chudu, hand over the murderers in Heifan Grotto Heaven, I can spare your life. Tens of thousands of mouths spoke at once, the loud volume reverberated in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Chudu stood on the ground, raising his head and looking. Compared to the numerous Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu figures in the sky, he was all alone, seemingly lonely and weak. However, his body was upright and straight like a spear, his domineering aura shrouded his body, he could resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's imposing display without wavering. HMPH, you are attacking my Grotto Heaven, and you want me to surrender. So what if that Bai Zhu tribesman died? This is your punishment and a price to pay for attacking me. Chudu spoke plainly, his voice was echoing in the Grotto Heaven. The group of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu figures still wanted to speak, but Chudu activated his Immortal Killer move at the next moment. Inner Strength Self-Detonation. The Immortal Killer move's range covered the entirety of Heifan Grotto Heaven. Inside the Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu bodies, inner strength was appearing out of nowhere, it expanded until it reached its limit. Next, all of the Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu clones self-detonated at the same time, it was an incredible sight. At once, the overwhelming army was completely destroyed by Chudu in one move. Domination Immortal. Outside the Grotto Heaven, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's true body frowned as he gritted his teeth, fuming with rage. Not long ago, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had received a letter from his tribe, he was informed of Bai Zhu Wei's death. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was naturally very upset, and also furious. Bai Zhu Wei was nurtured by him single-handedly, he was like a child that he had raised. To think that after building the tribe, and having started building their foundation in Northern Plains, he died, it was truly regretful. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly noticed that if this matter was not dealt with properly, it would cause a huge crisis. If I do not take down Heifan Grotto Heaven and kill the murderers, my reputation would fall drastically, people would think I am weak, Bai Zhu tribe would be pushed aside. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu would not allow that to happen. But his earlier call for surrender did not work. Domination Immortal Chudu. This person is as tough as a rock on the seashore, just waves alone cannot stop him. Then let me show him a tsunami. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had a firm expression. Lord Domination Immortal, it is my, Hao Zhen's, greatest honor to be acquainted with you. Lord Domination Immortal, I, Chou Lao Wu, admires you and solely you alone. Somehow, at some point in time, Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu were brought into Heifan Grotto Heaven. They were hidden underground. After Chudu killed all of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's illusory clones, they showed themselves. Originally, they were worried, but Chudu rejected Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's offer of surrender with a firm tone. Their doubts were dispelled, they felt deep admiration towards him. You too. Chudu faced them, having a sincere expression. You both got into trouble because of me. If I submit to the threat of a rank 8 GU Immortal and abandon you, I will be letting down my title as the Domination Immortal. That is definitely not my style and demeanor as Chudu. Lord Domination Immortal, what do we do now? Chou Lao Wu asked. Chudu smiled lightly. Don't worry, this Heifan Grotto Heaven is not ordinary. Earlier, I, alone was able to defend it. With the help of both of you, we have no worries. Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen nodded, but the worry in their faces did not go away. Chudu continued. Of course, simply defending will eventually lead to failure. Right now, we are in a passive situation. I have already sent a letter out, I am inviting friends to fight with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu once and for all. Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu finally cheered up. The former said, Lord Domination Immortal, you can firmly control the situation, we are at ease. The latter added, fame and reputation attracts people. Relying on Heifan Grotto Heaven to defeat a rank 8 GU Immortal is definitely an incredible achievement. If we use benefits and fame to attract them, GU Immortals will surely come to help us. Saying this, Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu looked at each other, before saying loudly to Chudu, we are willing to shoulder the cost of inviting help. Domination Immortal laughed. No need for that, this was my problem to begin with, how can I watch without paying a price? Saying this, he held the hands of Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu, saying in a moved tone, fortune and disaster comes together, whether it ends up as fortune or disaster will depend on our hard work. If we can defend the Grotto Heaven, I am willing to give up 60% of the space here to both of you. It was fate that brought us together. From today onwards, I hope that the three of us can go through thick and thin together, regardless of poverty or wealth. A huge amount. Chu Du promised that after success, he would give 60% of Heifan Grotto Heaven to Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu directly. At once, Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu's eyes shined, their hearts were pounding. This was Heifan Grotto Heaven, it had no calamities and tribulations. As long as they defended it, Chu Du would give them 60%, they would get 30% each. This was simply a God-sent fortune. Hao Zhen's body shook, he had a look of excitement, through thick and thin together, regardless of poverty or wealth. Chou Lao Wu was so moved his eyes were red, meeting domination Immortal is the greatest blessing in my life. The two of them had no alternatives to begin with. Chu Du not only took them in, he even gave them great benefits. At once, their passions were burning. Bzzz. Waves of buzzing noises entered their ears. A change occurred, large numbers of distorted shadows appeared in Heifan Grotto Heaven's sky, some even appeared on the mountains and in water. Next, from these distorted shadows, figures of Heavenly Lord Baizu walked out one by one. There were even desolate beasts, some were ruthless two-legged beasts while others were flying with flapping wings. The three immortals had solemn expressions. Heavenly Lord Baizu was an enslavement path cultivator, he could not enter Heifan Grotto Heaven, but he could send a large number of desolate beasts in. No, not just desolate beasts, even ancient desolate beasts. There were even ancient desolate plants, their roots entered the soil as they changed the terrain into their temporary camps. Heavenly Lord Baizu is finally using his true methods. We have to take action, kill, kill, kill. Chu Du called out loudly. Good, both of you, go kill these fierce beasts. I will manage the situation, I will prevent Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body from entering the Grotto Heaven. If Heavenly Lord Baizu's true body came in, they could not compete. There was an enormous difference in strength between rank 7 and 8. The reason why Chu Du could resist Heavenly Lord Baizu was because he was using Heifan Grotto Heaven as a barrier. Inside the Cloud City's secret room, Fang Yuan was seated as an immortal Gu moved to his side. This immortal Gu, in terms of width and length, was the size of an adult's finger. It was silver and blue in color, shining with bright light. It was like a centipede, but instead of having multiple pairs of legs, it had soft and thin hair instead. This was the rank 7 immortal Gu's sword eyebrows. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using sword eyebrows immortal Gu to increase his sword path Dao marks. The secret room was dark and eerie, but sword eyebrows immortal Gu was shining with silver light. It was flying around Fang Yuan as it drew a beautiful arc of dazzling light in the darkness. A while later, Fang Yuan stopped his cultivation for now. After the fifth earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had been using sword eyebrows immortal Gu to increase his sword path Dao marks. He also had fixed times for cultivation daily, going to Luopo Valley to cultivate his soul. All in all, sword eyebrows immortal Gu was quite useful, but it was a rank 7 immortal Gu, unfortunately. Fang Yuan was only rank 6, using a rank 7 immortal Gu had a huge burden on his green grape immortal essence. Thus, Fang Yuan could not freely use sword eyebrows immortal Gu. It was because his pressure from the calamities had decreased to the extent after the fifth earthly calamity, along with his good financial status in earning immortal essence stones, that he could undergo this cultivation. Oh, Chu Du sent a letter. Fang Yuan had just stored sword eyebrows immortal Gu into his immortal aperture when he felt something, he sensed a letter Gu. Through treasure yellow heaven, Fang Yuan retrieved the letter Gu, his consciousness entered it as his expression changed. Chu Du had told Fang Yuan about the situation inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, he also told Fang Yuan his firm attitude. When Chu Du wrote this letter, Heavenly Lord Baizu had not asked him to surrender yet, and had not sent in his army of beasts, but Chu Du had anticipated it. In the letter, he said, the might of a rank 8 cannot be resisted. Even with the Grotto Heaven's help, the inevitable failure is only delayed. He is quite aware, I see. Fang Yuan praised before continuing to read. Chu Du asked for Fang Yuan's help in inviting reinforcements for him to resist Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the same time, he told Fang Yuan about his following plans. Inviting reinforcements to defend Heifan Grotto Heaven so that Heavenly Lord Baizu could not have any gains was not the important point. The important thing was that other forces and Gu immortals were not happy with Baizu tribe. As long as Heavenly Lord Baizu realized that he could not continue to attack He Fan Grotto Heaven, if he did not return to stabilize the situation, the Baizu tribe that he had worked so hard to create would break apart. That was the only way to get Heavenly Lord Baizu to leave. Lone cultivator Heavenly Lord Baizu did not have this weakness. But after taking over He tribe and creating the Righteous Path Super Force, Heavenly Lord Baizu had to defend it. Undoubtedly, this plan would work. It was also the only way to deal with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Fang Yuan had thought of it earlier as well. Chu Du's plan and his were the same. Who is Chu Du asking for help? This letter shows much confidence, but he is only asking me to go to Crazed Demon Cave to ask for reinforcements. There must be some capable people. Crazed Demon Cave, one of the 10 great fierce areas in Northern Plains. Who was cultivating in seclusion there? Who would make Chu Du think of drawing support from their power? Immediately, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of curiosity. Because Crazed Demon Cave was different from the other fierce areas. If it were Tai Chu, even though it was dangerous, it was still possible for people to cultivate there in secret. Langya sect was already doing that now. But Crazed Demon Cave was created by Limitless Demon Venerable single-handedly. The cave was filled with demonic sounds. Other GU immortals would go crazy uncontrollably, before losing all their senses. In history, even a rank 8 GU immortal had lost their reasoning because of it and became a lunatic. Chapter 1174, 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics. Of course, since Chu Du was asking Fang Yuan to go and invite people from Crazed Demon Cave, he had also given Fang Yuan some methods to defend against the demonic sounds, and some information regarding the patterns, strengths and weaknesses of these sounds. Regardless, I have to go. Chu Du and Heavenly Lord Baizu were competing over He Fan Grotto Heaven. This originated from Fang Yuan's actions. He had benefits linked with Chu Du. He was also involved with the attack on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. All in all, he was deeply related to the issue. Fang Yuan acted quickly, immediately setting off. Using the Super GU formation, he teleported out of Langya Blessed Land, heading towards Crazed Demon Cave. There were no issues along the way. More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan stopped in the air, looking down. On the ground of flat yellow soil, there was a huge cave. The surroundings of the cave were a circular shape, spanning hundreds of kilometers. There was a thick rainforest in the cave, having both yellow and green colors. From time to time, desolate beasts growled, large numbers of featherless birds flew out, their red bodies made Fang Yuan think of pterosaurs. It was a scenery of wilderness. Fang Yuan descended, as the cave got bigger in his vision, until it eventually filled it up. As he went down, Fang Yuan was completely shrouded by the rainforest in the cave. Entering the rainforest, the humid and moist air enveloped Fang Yuan. The branches of the trees were thick and large, but sunlight was very intense. Vines were hanging on the tree trunks, or intertwining on them. Fang Yuan could not find a place to land at times. Creak creak. Far away, many strange monkeys with gray fur were chasing each other on the trees. Suddenly, a motionless vine moved up, opening its bloodthirsty mouth as it swallowed dozens of gray monkeys into its stomach. In truth, this was a desolate beast tree python that had successfully hunted its prey. The gray monkey group was in a commotion. They called out loudly. Their voices attracted the king of the monkeys. It was also a desolate beast. The desolate beast tree python continued to retreat. It was already full. Its goal was achieved. It did not want to fight the gray monkey king. The gray monkeys were not insistent on revenge in nature. The monkey king saw that the tree python was leaving and did not chase it, only calling out loudly. But at this time, there was a sound echoing in the place. Oh no, demonic sound. Fang Yuan quickly used his GU worms, using Chu Du's method to defend against the demonic sound. Ordinary methods could not block demonic sounds. But Chu Du's method worked against it with immediate effect. Fang Yuan felt like the demonic sound was gone, as if it never existed. The vocalizations of the Monkey King and the Tree Python could be heard now. Influenced by the demonic sound, the two desolate beasts which were going to leave suddenly engaged in combat like they had gone crazy. This was not just an intense battle, it was a battle to the death. The two desolate beasts fought to the death. They were entangled, rolling around as many trees were snapped, countless living beings died. The monkeys around them also went crazy. Not only did they attack their allies, they even self-mutilated, banging against hard rocks or digging out their own eyes with their fingers. The peaceful rainforest became chaotic. There was roaring everywhere. Many life forms went into madness. fighting each other as dust clouds rose, an intense bloody smell was emanating. Fang Yuan maintained his composure and calmness. But the surrounding birds were all attacking him, even the ants and bees nearby were suiciding as they attacked him. This is Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan sighed internally, using GU worms to defend himself. He was clear-minded, he had many strong methods to survive in this crazy environment, he did not feel much pressure. After all, these crazy life forms were not targeting him alone, they were attacking at will, acting like maniacs. The demonic sound continued for a while before vanishing. The noisy rainforest became silent at once. The wild beasts that were mixing around earlier were corpses now, they had severed limbs and incomplete corpses scattered all over the rainforest. At some places, their blood formed into small rivers, nourishing the ground. Countless snapped trees obtained sufficient nutrients and rapidly grew again. Far away, the two desolate beasts who fought had died. The tree python's thick and long body was coiled around the Monkey King multiple times, while the final loop was around its neck, snapping it completely. But the Monkey King struggled before dying, tearing apart the python's stomach. All of the monkeys that it had eaten were freed, but they were all dead. The tree python was near death. As the demonic sound faded, it regained clarity, before the light in its eyes faded. It lost its life. Fang Yuan had a thought as he rushed to the battlefield, keeping these two dead desolate beasts in his own immortal aperture. If I were you, I would not waste my effort. The life forms in Crazed Demon Cave, be it flying birds or land-based beasts, even GU worms and plants have no value. The corpses of these desolate beasts cannot be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, because the Tao marks in their bodies are completely chaotic. A voice could be heard. Who is this? Fang Yuan was shocked, even though he had been using familiar face, and the time path killer moved 3 breaths future vision, the latter could only let him see events related to himself 3 breaths later. See, was not, here. 3 breaths future vision had its flaws. Like right now, Fang Yuan could not foresee voices. But soon, Fang Yuan saw the future. A white-robed GU immortal with a middle-aged appearance came out of nowhere. He was behind and towards Fang Yuan's right, about 10 steps away. Fang Yuan was fully focused, but he was still looking around. 3 breaths of time later, towards his back, at the right, a white-robed GU immortal appeared in that very spot. This GU immortal had a pale face and black beard, he had long wide sleeves and eyes that were shining like stars, his disposition was extraordinary. Fang Yuan quickly turned around, looking at this foreign immortal with a nervous expression. The white-robed GU immortal smiled as he said, "Don't be afraid, friend, I am not immortal." Fang Yuan was exposing rank 6 aura now, but the white-robed GU immortal was rank 7, his aura was not concealed. What? Fang Yuan was perplexed. My title is, not immortal, I live in Crazed Demon Cave. The GU worm that you have is the token that us 3 crazed demon eccentrics gave to Chudu. The white-robed not immortal smiled. Fang Yuan realized, hearing not immortal's words, there were 2 other people in Crazed Demon Cave. He quickly greeted. Junior greets Senior. I came here without an invitation because we need Senior's help to assist Lord Domination Immortal. He, as 3 crazed demon eccentrics have lived here for hundreds of years without bothering with the outside world. If Chudu wants to join us, we will gladly welcome him. But if he wants us to leave Crazed Demon Cave, that is absolutely impossible. Not immortal smiled. Oh. Fang Yuan had an anxious expression, but he felt nothing on the inside. Regardless of whether not immortal was saying this to elevate his own value, just domination immortal Chudu alone was not someone who toyed around. Chudu definitely had a close relationship with the 3 immortals here, he had a plan if he asked Fang Yuan to come. Since Chudu gave you the GU worm, I suppose he has also given you many methods and the traveling route as well. Not immortal asked. Yes. Fang Yuan nodded. Not immortal assessed Fang Yuan involuntarily, to make Chudu entrust him like this. What capabilities did this GU immortal junior have? In that case, follow me. You were quite lucky, I came out here for a breather. Crazed Demon Cave is getting more dangerous in recent years, the routes are changing, follow me, if you take a wrong step, you will face the consequences yourself. Not immortal said as he entered the rainforest. Fang Yuan hesitated, before moving and following him. The 2 entered deep into the rainforest and went into a hole, arriving at the 2nd layer. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers, the 2nd layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. A large amount of rocks were piled up together, big and small, the large ones were like huge elephants, the small ones were like pebbles. A moment later, the two immortals arrived at the third layer. The third layer was covered in white fog. A large number of fog GU were living here. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw figures of large fierce beasts moving about in the fog. There was a very large quantity of cloud bamboo. It was this special bamboo, on the same scale as the rainforest in the first layer, that created the endless fog here. Next, Fang Yuan saw the image of a city in the fog. A tall city with markets and vendors. Countless people were moving about rapidly, but there was no sound. It was a peculiar scene. That is Fog City. The vengeful souls who died gather and form here. There is no point looking at it. Not Immortal, who was in front, informed. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew about Fog City. This was the first time he saw it. Souls that could form Fog City were at least GU immortals, and a large number at that. With Fang Yuan's current strength, if he entered it, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. Crazed Demon Cave was one of the 10 great fierce areas in northern plains. It was naturally very dangerous. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics including Not Immortal were living here permanently. Their strength was naturally not low. Under Not Immortal's lead, Fang Yuan entered deep into the cave without much danger. He got to the 6th layer. Even we do not dare to enter the bottom 3 layers casually, it is too dangerous. Come, let me bring you to GU Immortal Pang Shan. He has the most interaction with Chu Du. He was the one who recommended Chu Du in the first place. Chu Du knows our rules, but he still asked you to come here. He definitely has his objectives. Pang Shan should know. Under Not Immortal's lead, Fang Yuan met with GU Immortal Pang Shan at a small valley in the 6th layer. A huge person, Pang Shan was dozens of meters tall. He was situated in the valley. He was using the valley as his chair. He was in a half lying down position. He made Fang Yuan think of that Lashan giant Buddha back on earth. Pang Shan opened his eyes slightly, waking up from his sleep. Oh, Chu Du is asking for reinforcements. We did have an agreement before. Pang Shan said in a deep tone, speaking very slowly. As expected. What agreement? Not Immortal stroked his beard and asked. Lend him Immortal GU and killer moves to resolve his alliance agreements. Pang Shan replied slowly. Chapter 1175. Do not care. Oh. Fang Yuan heard Pang Shan's reply and felt extremely shocked. During this period of time, he had been looking for a way to remove his alliance agreements, but to think that it would show up in front of him like this. At once, Fang Yuan felt extremely complex. He had thought that Chu Du was here to ask for reinforcements, but to think that Chu Du's true intention was to remove alliance agreements. Chu Du had such a backup, but he had not used it yet, only activating it now. Evidently, asking the 3 crazed demon eccentrics for help has a price. Crazed Demon Cave was a special place. Demonic sounds often played, causing Dao marks to become chaotic and all immortal materials to become useless. Because of the special environment, GU immortals here could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven at all. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were isolated from the world. In Domination Immortal Chu Du needed to guard against Heavenly Lord Baizu's invasion. He could not leave. He was unable to act personally and leave the defense of Heifan Grotto Heaven to others. Thus, even though Chu Du and Fang Yuan did not know each other for long, because of their closely linked alliance relationship, at this moment, Chu Du had to ask Fang Yuan to come, exposing the secret of Crazed Demon Cave. No, Chu Du is very shrewd. He might be intentionally exposing this to me. Fang Yuan had a thought flash in his mind. If this guess was accurate, then Fang Yuan could not clearly guess Chu Du's intention. Fang Yuan was skilled at scheming, so was Chu Du, the domination immortal that could make the super force Lu tribe feel helpless. How could he be a simple brute? Immediately, Fang Yuan held his breath as he asked Pang Shan. According to what I know, Lord Domination Immortal has many alliance agreements. They are of different sources. They are not purely information path alliance agreements. There are also other paths that could attain the result of information path. Fang Yuan was spouting nonsense. However, Chu Du had roamed northern plains for so long, he had to have relationships with people. He definitely had many alliance agreements. Not Immortal stroked his herd and kept silent, smiling lightly. Pang Shan spoke slowly, but his voice was filled with confidence. No matter what alliance agreement it is from whichever path, my method can resolve it. Because my Immortal GU is called Care. Immortal GU Care. Fang Yuan did not conceal the shock inside him. It was shown all over his face. Care Immortal GU, almost everyone knew about it. because it was in the top 10 of the list of mystical GU. In the past, it was ranked 3rd. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed. Everyone knew that he was a person from the future who had used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. Thus, Spring-Autumn Cicada went from 7th place to 3rd. Immortal GU, which was originally 3rd, became 4th. The list of mystical GU was constantly changing. Of course, the top 10 seldom adjusted. Spring-Autumn Cicada was related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The latter was incredibly mysterious. There was little information about him in this world compared to the other venerables. As for rumors regarding Spring-Autumn Cicada, not everyone held the same view. Fang Yuan's example proved Spring-Autumn Cicada's immense value. The status of this immortal GU rose drastically in everyone's minds, its ranking rose as a result. Most of the top 10 mystical GU were related to rank 9 venerables. The 4th place Care GU was refined by Limitless Demon Venerable when he searched for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Care, that was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. 5th place was Chi Escape GU. 6th place was Combat Relocation GU, it originated from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. 7th place was Connect Mind GU, it came from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And for the number 1 mystical GU, it was refined by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. According to the legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 4, Section 24. Ren Zhu wanted to save his own children, but he encountered a beastman along the way. He was affected by Fear GU. Fear GU made Ren Zhu fear everything. He was unable to advance due to his fears. Ren Zhu was tormented by his fear. He was in deep agony. He consulted Self GU. Self GU answered, "Then let me eat it." Ren Zhu waved his hand. No, I want nothing more than to avoid fear. If you eat it, this fear will stay with me for life. This is too risky. Ren Zhu asked Cognition GU. Cognition GU said, "O human, you want to conquer fear, you need to have courage." Ren Zhu was troubled. I used to have courage GU as my companion, it is the friend of faith GU. But afterwards, because I encountered the hairy men, due to failure GU, it left me. Cognition GU said, "I'll teach you a method, hide fear GU deep within your heart. Move forward after that and courage GU will come to you." Courageous people are not fearless, they are just hiding fear deep within their hearts. Ren Zhu was more troubled now. "O GU, what are you thinking?" "Precisely because of fear, I cannot advance, thus I need courage." "But you are telling me that to obtain courage, I need to move forward first." While they were talking, a GU worm flew over. "Is it courage GU?" Ren Zhu was overjoyed, before feeling disappointment. Because this immortal GU was not courage GU, it was love GU. Sometimes, love comes to you on its own. Love GU said, "O human, I can smell hope and fear from you, as love, they are my food." Ren Zhu was overjoyed. "You can take fear away, but hope is mine, I cannot give it to you." Love GU refused. "Only hope and fear can nourish me together, that is how I survive." "O human, then I can only stay by your side." Ren Zhu did not have any good feelings towards Love GU, he was not very willing, but Love GU said, "Don't chase me away, with me around, you can summon Courage GU." Indeed, after Ren Zhu called out, Courage GU flew to his side a while later. "Ah, this is the aura of love. Oh, and fear too." Courage GU landed in Ren Zhu's heart with much satisfaction. It was actually good friends with Fear GU, the two were playing as they flew around Ren Zhu's heart. Fear and courage are often within one's grasp. Ren Zhu had courage, his fear dissipated by a huge amount, he could move on again. "Oh Ren Zhu, I want to thank you, you are the reason why I broke free from fear." Before Ren Zhu left, the beastman came to him. "I have 2 GU here, one is loyalty, one is betrayal. Choose one, this will be my token of gratitude towards you." The beastman said, taking out 2 GU worms, holding one in each hand. Ren Zhu did not know which to choose. Love GU said, "Choose loyalty, you already have fear." Cognition GU said instead, "Go choose betrayal, you already have courage." Ren Zhu was troubled, he asked the beastman, "Can I take a look at them first?" The beastman said, "Of course." Ren Zhu thus obtained both loyalty GU and betrayal GU, but to think that after he took them, loyalty GU turned into betrayal GU, and betrayal GU turned into loyalty GU. Ren Zhu was puzzled. The beastman explained, "Loyalty to others is betrayal to oneself, betraying others is loyalty to yourself. Self-Gu spoke at this time, O human, choose betrayal. Since you are walking on your own road, you will need to betray others, and even betray yourself. Ren Zhu made up his mind, he chose betrayal Gu. The beastman kept loyalty Gu. Before leaving, he told Ren Zhu, O Ren Zhu, you have betrayal now, you cannot go to a place called care. At that place, betrayal will harm you, but if you do not care, then betrayal cannot harm you at all. Ren Zhu nodded. Thank you beastman, I will remember your advice. In Crazed Demon Cave, at Pang Shan's will, Immortal Gu Care flew out of his immortal aperture. He said to Not Immortal, even though I have Care Immortal Gu, it is not enough. Not Immortal stroked his herd, I understand. He took out an Immortal Gu. This is Immortal Gu, no. The two Immortal Gu were different in appearance, they floated towards Fang Yuan. Pang Shan and Not Immortal took out their respective wills, as well as their own red date immortal essence. We will trouble you to bring these to Domination Immortal. By then, he will have no lingering worries, he would not be restricted by the backlashes of alliance agreements. Not Immortal said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little stunned. Two rank 7 Immortal Gu were lent out like this, they were so casual about it. Was their relationship with Chu Du really that close, or were they influenced by Crazed Demon Cave? Two wills carrying Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence entered Fang Yuan's sleeves. Fang Yuan said goodbye as he asked before leaving, may I ask both seniors, if I want to borrow these Immortal Gu in the future, what should I do? Pang Shan did not speak, he opened his eyes slightly before shutting them, falling into deep sleep again. Not Immortal smiled and did not speak. Fang Yuan sighed internally, he turned around and left. Not Immortal did not send him off. But Fang Yuan had already memorized the route, he managed to move along the route without any danger. Chapter 1176, Crazed Demon Agreement. The route to leave Crazed Demon Cave was much shorter than going in. Some days later, Fang Yuan arrived in He Fan Grotto Heaven. To think that Chu Du also has a super Gu formation, and has even set it up to transport Gu immortals in and out of He Fan Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan felt admiration towards Chu Du's foresight and preparation. This was his backup. As long as he set up a teleportation Gu formation in the outside world that was not discovered, Chu Du and the others would not be trapped in He Fan Grotto Heaven by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. This showed that even though Chu Du resisted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and had a strong attitude, he was not just being rash and reckless. Brother Lu, you have arrived. Chu Du was already standing outside the formation, waiting for Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan, he showed joy on his face. Fang Yuan sighed. Fate toys with people, if there were no mishaps, He Fan Grotto Heaven would have already become a peaceful paradise. Fang Yuan looked around, only to see that He Fan Grotto Heaven had rising smoke and flames, beast growls could be heard, there were large pits on the ground, fierce battles were happening far away. Chu Du introduced at an appropriate timing. He Fan Grotto Heaven has huge space, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu is continuously sending in desolate beasts to invade, but I have already invited several experts, they are staying guard at different locations, while I am here to prevent Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu from coming in personally. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, his gaze held deep meaning. Brother Chu, you have heavy responsibilities, I did not disappoint you, I brought what you need. Saying this, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as two wills flew out from them. The wills flew to the air and turned into the figures of Not Immortal and Pang Shan, from the outside. One could vaguely see the immortal essence and immortal Gu that they were carrying. Fang Yuan did not keep these two wills in his own immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture could not be exposed. In this current situation, the wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan could not be targeted. Along the way, Fang Yuan had thought of harming these two wills and taking those extremely precious immortal Gu for himself. The main reason was that Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement, once he attacked, it would activate, he would die from the backlash. Secondly, these two immortal Gu were not easy to snatch, because the Gu immortal's will was not just carrying the immortal Gu, the immortal Gu itself inside it was filled with will. With just a thought, these two immortal Gu would self-detonate. Thank you, Chu Du said as he kept Pang Shan's will in his immortal aperture directly. This small detail was noticed by Fang Yuan, he noted it internally. The immortal aperture was the basis of a Gu immortal, it was the most reliable source of resources, one would not expose it to outsiders normally. Chu Du seemed to greatly trust Pang Shan. Chu Du said to Not Immortal's will. Not Immortal, you can stay with this ally of mine. Not Immortal stroked his beard, smiling at Fang Yuan. My main body guessed correctly, you really chose this person. What do you mean? Fang Yuan asked. He was filled with questions and suspicions on this trip to Crazed Demon Cave. Chu Du explained. I will summarize it. Crazed Demon Cave is one of the 10 great fierce areas in northern plains on the surface, but it was actually specially created by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years, to pursue the secrets of eternal life. Limitless Demon Venerable refined the legendary derivation GU, he hid inside Crazed Demon Cave and did experiments and GU refinements on it, hoping to reach a breakthrough. Limitless Demon Venerable, eternal life. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. Did Limitless Demon Venerable succeed? Not Immortal's will shook his head. We are unclear on that. Limitless Demon Venerable's whereabouts are not listed clearly in historical records. The conclusion is, he went missing mysteriously. Whether he succeeded or failed, we do not know. However, Not Immortal's will said, what Chu Du said is true. Crazed Demon Cave was indeed where Limitless Demon Venerable stayed in his later years. Derivation GU is currently at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Around Derivation GU, there is a huge Super GU formation set up. Derivation GU, Fang Yuan muttered. This GU was extremely famous, not just GU Immortals, even almost all GU masters knew about it. The reason was that it was inside the legends of Ren Zhu. Towards the end of the legends of Ren Zhu, after the 7 heavens broke, Ren Zhu's 10 children died one by one, and Ren Zhu was about to die of old age. But at the end, Ren Zhu gathered the corpses of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, all entering the stomach of Derivation GU. Derivation GU's stomach burst, exploding as the light of life spread across the land, creating the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have Ren Zhu or the 10 children's aptitude, but they could cultivate after awakening their aperture. Humanity thus grew and developed, forming today's size. During this process, 10 rank 9 venerables were born, each of them led their own era and left deep marks on the world. Eventually, today's situation in the 5 regions was formed. Limitless Demon Venerable actually obtained Derivation GU. Was he trying to imitate Ren Zhu, and create the human race again? Fang Yuan sighed in shock as he asked. That's not the case. Not Immortal answered. Ren Zhu created humanity, it is an unparalleled method of human path. Limitless Demon Venerable, however, cultivated rule path. He wanted to use Derivation GU to derive new Dao marks, eventually using these Dao marks as clues to reach eternal life. Using Derivation GU to derive Dao marks. Fang Yuan was shocked. Chu Du nodded. Even though this is the estimation of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics, Crazed Demon Cave has physical proof of it. The demonic sounds inside Crazed Demon Cave were the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's Super GU formation. His motive was not to make all the living beings go crazy, that was only the side effect. His true motive was to cause changes in the Dao marks in their bodies, to create brand new Dao marks. So that's it. Fang Yuan's mind shook, he thought about it and asked, does that really work? Not Immortal followed up. The deeper you go into Crazed Demon Cave, the stronger the demonic sounds. Among chaotic Dao marks, new Dao marks do indeed form. But these new Dao marks will be transferred to the deepest layer due to the Super GU formation, as 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics want to get through these obstacles of Dao marks and enter the core of the Super GU formation, to control Derivation GU and make this Super GU formation work for us. Precisely as a result, the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics need my strength. Chu Du said. Fang Yuan realized at once, he had a guess. As expected, Chu Du's following words affirmed his guess. At the lowest layer, all sorts of Dao marks of all paths are present. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics have their own specialties, but their strength path attainment is below mine. Thus, they invited me, wanting to use my understanding towards strength path and methods to resolve their obstacles in terms of strength path Dao marks. Not Immortals will side. It is not about helping as 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics, it is about helping yourselves. We, the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics, have been in Crazed Demon Cave for hundreds of years. Even though we are making progress, it is not evident. The secret of eternal life, it is not something the 3 of us can obtain with just our power. We need you, and you need us. Only by working together can we obtain the fruits of Limitless Demon Venerable's labor. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics went through hundreds of years without much progress, they could only recruit new people to help. Chu Du was their target. And Chu Du thought that Fang Yuan was suitable. Because of Reckless Savage's true meaning, Chu Du felt that he was going to sustain his cooperation with Fang Yuan for a long time. They had to obtain deeper connections. Thus, he gave the 3 crazed demon eccentrics token to Fang Yuan and asked him to find them. Among the 3 eccentrics, not Immortal and Pang Shan saw Chu Du's intent, thus they were very warm to Fang Yuan. Chu Du, you are a strength path great expert. Right now in Northern Plains, no, in the 5 regions, you are an authoritative figure of strength path. It is not strange that you were chosen by the 3 seniors of Crazed Demon Cave, but what abilities do I have to be chosen? Fang Yuan asked. Chu Du laughed loudly. Brother Lu, don't be so humble. You are a transformation path rank 7 GU Immortal, you can disguise as a rank 6 without showing any flaws. I saw your tribulation, even though I only took a look. The power of the calamity was immense, it shows your deep foundation. Looking over the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal world, in terms of transformation path achievement, hardly anyone can compete with you. What, he is a rank 7 GU Immortal? Hearing Chu Du's words, even not Immortal's will was shocked. He assessed Fang Yuan again, impressive. His transformation path foundation is truly deep, it my main body or Pang Shan's main body, we could not tell. This was mainly due to his immortal killer move Familiar Face. Of course, there was also the impression left on Chu Du by the calamities. Familiar Face was indeed a transformation path immortal killer move. Fang Yuan knew, even though his transformation path attainment level was not low, his foundation was superficial. He was relying on Familiar Face to make others misunderstand him, but this misunderstanding was quite good. Fang Yuan thus used Familiar Face to raise his aura from rank 6 to rank 7. Not Immortal felt Fang Yuan's aura change and stared with wide-opened eyes, completely shocked. I was not intending to deceive you, but I was going into a dangerous place, I had to conceal myself for survival, I hope you will not blame me. Fang Yuan apologized to Not Immortal's will, speaking politely and having a sincere tone. Not Immortal's will quickly waved his hand, I have learned much. Indeed, Domination Immortal has good foresight. His attitude had changed drastically. Interaction between GU Immortals mostly depended on strength. Chu Du was solemn. Brother Lu, are you willing to join us in the search for the secret of eternal life, Limitless Demon Venerable's achievement in his later years? Of course I am willing. Fang Yuan was similarly solemn. Not Immortals will stroked his beard. Then after this battle, can Brother Lu go to Crazed Demon Cave, we will set the Crazed Demon Agreement. Next, Not Immortal can follow Brother Lu. Chu Du arranged. This arrangement was very sincere. If Chu Du kept Not Immortal and Pang Shan's will, he would have both Immortal GU, No, and Care. He would be able to break his agreement without facing backlash. But if he separated both Immortal GU, No, Immortal GU would be in Fang Yuan's hand, while Care Immortal GU would be with Chu Du. Not only can it dispel Fang Yuan's suspicions, it would also let Fang Yuan feel the sincerity of Chu Du and the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. However, Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying something overbearing, if both of you can trust me, I will keep, No, Immortal GU. Not Immortal's will and immortal essence can be kept by Brother Chu. Not Immortal's will was dazed before stroking his beard. Chu Du laughed. Brother Lu, oh, you are seriously vigilant. Alright, we will go with that. Chapter 1177. Contest over He Fan Grotto Heaven, 1/3. Several days later, He Fan Grotto Heaven. Stiff horse hooves stomped on the ground. A black desolate beast horse was charging towards Fang Yuan while running like the wind. He could have dodged, but a trench was behind him. Inside the trench, there were the multicolored guts that Chu Du had placed before. After placing these multicolored guts, they needed to absorb enough earth chi and nutrients before they could be relocated again. If they were forcefully moved, they would be destroyed. Thus, a lot of the resources in He Fan Grotto Heaven were moved back into his own immortal aperture by Chu Du. But some of the resources like the multicolored guts could not be taken away in the short term. Ever since Fang Yuan brought the 2 immortal GU to Chu Du, he was asked to defend this place, to protect the multicolored guts from harm. Of course, his services were not free. Chu Du had already promised Fang Yuan that in the end, he would give half of the multicolored guts that were left to Fang Yuan, as payment. Flying Bear Transformation. Fang Yuan's body shined with dazzling light. After the light faded, he turned into a huge white bear, using his firm chest to block the charge of the desolate beast horse. Flying Bear Fang Yuan took 5 to 6 steps back, almost falling to the ground. But the desolate beast horse went to a standstill, shaking its head as it felt dizzy. Nice strength, Fang Yuan said. The pain in his chest made him grind his teeth, but the words he said turned into the growling of the bear. Flying bear Fang Yuan breathed roughly for a few seconds. Seeing that the desolate beast horse was still dizzy, he pounced at it. Dust clouds rose, the surrounding scenery shook. Flying bear Fang Yuan slammed the desolate beast horse to the ground, raising his huge bare paws as he struck at the horse. The horse was crying out in pain, struggling under Fang Yuan's body. It had great strength, but Fang Yuan was unmoved. He suppressed the horse firmly. Thankfully, I added Flying Bear's strength GU into my Flying Bear transformation killer move. I have the strength of an actual flying bear. Otherwise, I would not be able to suppress this desolate beast horse. Fang Yuan felt secretly glad as he acted more quickly. In a while, the desolate beast horse had saliva foaming out from its mouth, its eyes rolled backwards as it fainted. Fang Yuan chuckled, deactivating the killer move as he turned back to human. He next opened his immortal aperture, storing the desolate beast horse into his sovereign immortal aperture. This is the third desolate beast. Fang Yuan thought to himself, having a distracted gaze. He was at the rear. Dao marks were more abundant here. Heavenly Lord Baizu would not choose to send his desolate beasts here. It was difficult for them to reach this place and not worth it. After Fang Yuan learned about the secret of Crazed Demon Cave, he expressed his willingness to join in. He and Chu Du's relationship progressed further. In order to defend his benefits, Chu Du sent Fang Yuan here to guard the place. Even though the battle was intense, Fang Yuan had an easy time. These last few days, the desolate beasts that had gone past the front lines numbered to 3, 2 desolate beast horses and 1 desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan treated them as his practice partners for transformation path. He killed the first 2, he only captured the desolate beast horse from earlier. The desolate beast horse earlier had no shadow, it should be the famous shadowless horse of northern plains. The shadowless horse had no shadow. This was an obvious trait. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen this desolate beast before, he could recognize it. Even though the shadowless horse was a desolate beast, it was quite a rare one. It was not commonly sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, mainly because shadowless horses were low in numbers to begin with. This shadowless horse was Heavenly Lord Baizu's desolate beast. After Fang Yuan kept it into his immortal aperture, he immediately used perceivable Dao Immortal GU to inspect it. Indeed, Fang Yuan realized that on the shadowless horse's body, other than dark path and light path Dao marks, there were also many enslavement path Dao marks. After several attempts, Fang Yuan realized he could not get rid of these enslavement path Dao marks, thus, he gave up and killed the shadowless horse. This shadowless horse was enslaved by Heavenly Lord Baizu. Placing it in his immortal aperture would only cause it to destroy the environment. He might as well kill the shadowless horse and sell the horse bones and flesh in Treasure Yellow Heaven for some profits. A living shadowless horse had greater value, but it was Heavenly Lord Baizu's property, others could not enslave it. Other GU immortals were not idiots, they would not buy this problematic horse. Furthermore, selling this shadowless horse openly would naturally be discovered by Heavenly Lord Baizu. He might use his relationships to buy this horse indirectly. Not only would he gain the attention of a rank 8 GU immortal, he would also be strengthening his enemy. Thus, Fang Yuan killed it. After cutting up this shadowless horse and processing it, Fang Yuan put up a portion of it into Treasure Yellow Heaven for sale. He realized that these last few days, the 2 desolate beast corpses that he tossed into Treasure Yellow Heaven had almost no popularity. These 2 desolate beast corpses were taken out from Crazed Demon Cave, the Monkey King corpse and Tree Python corpse. Before selling them, Fang Yuan had used perceivable Dao Immortal GU to inspect them. He realized that the Monkey King and Tree Python corpses had all sorts of Dao marks. Normally speaking, desolate beasts would only have Dao marks of one specific path. Obviously, the demonic sounds in Crazed Demon Cave had caused this situation. The demonic sounds were created by Limitless Demon Venerable's Super GU formation. It could make the listener go berserk, while also transforming their body's Dao marks into all sorts of strange Dao marks. Fang Yuan thought about it. He retrieved these 2 desolate beast corpses and placed them back into his sovereign immortal aperture. The longer he placed them in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the more fees he would incur. It was not worth the price. Other than these desolate beast corpses, Fang Yuan also brought back large numbers of mortal GU. Among which, Day GU, Month GU, and year GU were the highest in number. Other than those, there were GU worms of other varieties. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he had been purchasing these mortal GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven. When he used a time path immortal killer move, it expended a lot of them. Other than day, month, and year mortal GU, Fang Yuan's greatest need in terms of mortal GU was self-will GU. But self-will GU was very rare. Fang Yuan mainly asked the hairy man GU masters in Langyua sect to refine them, expending his sect contribution points. Fang Yuan had been asking in Treasure Yellow Heaven if anyone was selling heavenly crystals. Up until now, he had only found two. One was a rank 8 GU immortal. They wanted to trade with materials, but Fang Yuan did not have what they wanted. The other was rank 6. Due to a fortuitous encounter, they obtained half a piece of heavenly crystal. They wanted to sell it since they did not need it. Fang Yuan wanted to buy it, but a GU immortal who wanted heavenly crystals even more appeared, buying it with 3 times the usual price. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up. Even though he had a lot of resources, the 5th earthly calamity was coming at that time. It was not worth it for that tiny heavenly crystal. Oh, at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly received Chu Du's message. He asked him to reinforce Li Sichun. The situation over there was very dangerous, he needed backup. These last few days, this was the first message that Fang Yuan received. He immediately went to the battlefield. There, Li Sichun and Immortal Wang were already in a tough battle. A group of desolate beast wolves were encircling them. They were huge in numbers, there were 100 of them. But Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had obtained much intel from Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had an immortal killer move. It could create clones of desolate beasts to form a clone army. There would only be one actual desolate beast, but if it could not be found, these clones would quickly replenish themselves endlessly. Each desolate beast had one figure of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu seated on them. They were clones as well. Then, which one is the main body? Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, he used Myriad Self. Countless strength path phantoms filled the sky as they charged at the wolf group. It's Lu Guanyi, Li Sichun sensed as he cried out in joy. Immortal Wang snorted coldly. Last time, Fang Yuan made him bait. His impression regarding Fang Yuan was at rock bottom. Right now, even though Fang Yuan was here to help, he was not grateful. The Myriad Self army and the wolf group tangled together. 2 breaths of time later, the Myriad Self army broke apart. They were almost completely killed by the wolf group. Matched against Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's cloning killer move, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self really paled in comparison. Myriad Self had huge potential. It was an immortal killer move combining strength path and enslavement path, but as his opponents got stronger, its usefulness was falling drastically. In the past, the Myriad Self army could fight. But now, it had become Fang Yuan's method of concealing his true body. Even though they had quantity, they lacked quality and battle strength. Myriad Self Giant Hand. Only after Fang Yuan used Myriad Self First Style was there a change in the situation. Against the Strength Path Giant Hand, the Desolate Beast Wolves could barely resist. The Refinement Path GU formation was activated. Shining lights were enveloping the peak of the mountain, like a miniature sun. Third time, Lady Wan Shou breathed in deeply. She was holding onto a condensed lightning ball as she got closer to Ma Hongyun, who was in the formation. Ma Hongyun shouted, "No, no, let me off. I am going to die, I will die." The lightning ball entered his chest. Clap clap clap. Countless sparks appeared on his body. Ma Hongyun's eyes were turning as the whites were exposed. He no longer leaked out saliva, but blood instead. He fainted again. After a while, the lightning vanished. I failed again. Lady Wan Shou's vision turned dark. An intense dizziness almost made her collapse to the ground. She forced herself to continue, disregarding her injuries and healing Ma Hongyun instead. Ma Hongyun had to be alive for the lightning refinement to work. This guy's cultivation level actually rose by 1 rank. During the process of healing, Lady Wan Shou discovered an anomaly. Is it because of the lightning refinement? Indeed, some relic GU were used. It can raise the GU master's cultivation level. Dear, are you alright? Old Ancestor Shui who arrived at this time. No need to worry. Lady Wan Shou was still pale, but she smiled to Old Ancestor Shui who, I just need to rest for a while to recover. Chapter 1178. Contest over He Fan Grotto Heaven, 2/3. The desolate beast wolf group that numbered to 100 was charging towards them. Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu stood side by side. having solemn expressions. They looked at each other before using their strongest technique again, a mortal killer move, Wind Thunder Roar. The wind and lightning pillar swept the battlefield. At once, the earth shook, the sky trembled, few desolate beast wolves were left, they had suffered immense damage. Fang Yuan and the others were right beside Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu, their expressions changed. Every time they saw Wind Thunder Roar, they felt their hearts shaking, such battle strength was truly at the peak of rank 7. Those desolate beast wolves were mostly clones, even weaker than their true bodies, they could not withstand Wind Thunder Roar. Even 2 true bodies died. The final one had been lucky enough to survive this Wind Thunder Roar because it was at the back of the group. Kill it, we cannot let this true body escape, otherwise, in a few hours, it will have another group of clones protecting it again. Gu Immortal Wei Ming shouted, pouncing at it. This Gu Immortal's eyes were shut, he was a blind man. He had rank 7 cultivation level and incredible battle strength. He became blind on purpose as he pursued battle strength. Be careful, there is a fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf. At the next moment, Immortal Wang shouted frantically. Wei Ming's body froze. At that moment, a fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf appeared out of nowhere, its sharp fangs were about to bite Wei Ming. Wei Ming snorted coldly, his body retreated backwards towards the left like an illusory shadow. The fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf bit, but it missed by an inch, its sharp teeth did not land on Wei Ming. Wei Ming broke out in cold sweat, suddenly saying, "Oh no." At the next moment, the fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf opened its mouth as a lump of green wind shot towards Wei Ming like a plasma cannon. Wei Ming's defenses lasted for a short while before they were torn apart, his entire body was shredded into countless pieces of flesh. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone stood arrogantly on the fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf's head, he had a cold expression as immortal Gu aura emanated from him. You ran away quickly, but next time, you will not be so lucky. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu said coldly. So close, thankfully, I used my body replacement killer move. The real Wei Ming showed himself, he had managed to escape. This happened again. The immortals' gazes focused on Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, they had heavy hearts. The fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it had rank 7 battle strength. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone could use immortal Gu, coordinating with the fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf. He would observe the situation and use the immortal Gu at appropriate times, because of that, their combined battle strength was many times higher. At the start, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was sending large numbers of desolate beasts to invade Heifan Grotto Heaven. But now, he gained a deeper understanding of Heifan Grotto Heaven, he could use desolate beasts and clones to create battle opportunities, to even send in ancient desolate beasts. Every ancient desolate beast was accompanied by a clone of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. This combination had appeared many times already, it was gradually changing the battle situation. Immortal Wang immediately turned into the falling star hound, saying human words, Brother Hao and Brother Cho, quickly retreat. This fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf has hidden itself, it probably is attempting to target you too. Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu had pale faces, they were very weak. Wind Thunder Roar was powerful, but using this move had a huge price. For the following period of time, Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen would have reduced battle strength, their usefulness would fall drastically. This contest over Heifan Grotto Heaven had been ongoing for days. Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu's Wind Thunder Roar was a powerful tool, especially useful against desolate beast groups. All the Gu Immortals agreed on this. Thus, for the eventual victory, the Gu Immortals were intentionally protecting the lives of Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu. Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen also understood this, they immediately retreated. I will escort you. Li Si-chun flew to them. Fang Yuan, Immortal Wang, and Wei Ming were left. Quickly settle this ancient desolate beast, about 3,000 li away, another ancient desolate beast has appeared. At this time, Chu Du sent them a message. I will block it from the front, the two of you find a chance to kill it. Immortal Wang howled, turning into the falling star hound to face the fragrant Sorcerer Yin statue wolf. Fang Yuan and Wei Ming cooperated, one flew into the sky while the other went to the back, attacking at the same time. An intense battle ensued. Immortal Wang was temporarily matched against it, Fang Yuan found a chance and flying sword Immortal Gu flew over. With a loud sound, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone used his Immortal Gu and blocked it. Use an immortal killer move, what can an Immortal Gu do on its own? Woof. When Immortal Wang felt anxious, he would subconsciously bark like a dog. What do you know? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. At the next moment, Wei Ming attacked. A light path Immortal killer move destroyed Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's clone. It turned out, Fang Yuan had attacked on purpose to draw the attention of Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's clone, so that Wei Ming could find a chance to attack. As they continued to fight, the GU Immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven started to develop some coordination. They are just clones, they have limited intelligence. But this type of immortal GU usage is truly incredible. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had already felt this many times. Destroying the Heavenly Lord Bai Zi clone did not destroy the immortal GU. It seemed like the immortal GU was also a clone that was with Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's clone. It was unknown how Heavenly Lord Bai Zi managed to do that. Thus, Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's strength was only slightly weakened, he did not suffer much losses. Next, the three immortals attacked the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast was covered with Dao marks, it had incredible defense. Fang Yuan used flying sword immortal GU but could only puncture its skin and fur. After piercing deeply into its flesh, it could not move anymore. Even the immortal killer move sword mark targeting death was inefficient, a lot of its power was negated by the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's Dao marks. Thankfully, without the help of Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's clone, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's intelligence alone could not match the three immortals. During this period, many distorted shadows had appeared in the sky. Heavenly Lord Bai Zi was attempting to send in more clones to help the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. But Fang Yuan and the rest discovered them in time and attacked, preventing the Heavenly Lord clones from reaching the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. Minutes later, this fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was killed and cut into pieces by Fang Yuan and the rest. They split up the flesh into 3 portions evenly among themselves. The death of an ancient desolate beast was quite a loss to Heavenly Lord Bai Zi. But in this situation, in order to take down Heifan Grotto Heaven, he had to continue. Fang Yuan and the others had severe losses too, especially Fang Yuan. His green grape immortal essence expenditure was huge. We have been fighting a lot these last days, if this continues, my green grape immortal essence will be used up. Fang Yuan showed no expression, but he was getting anxious internally. The other GU immortals were rank 7, they used red date immortal essence to activate ranked 7 immortal GU, it was fitting. But Fang Yuan used green grape immortal essence, it was very hard and inefficient. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had good finances, he sold desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses from time to time, sustaining his expenditure. After killing this fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf, the three immortals went to the next battlefield. They had no time to rest. The situation was getting worse. Some days ago, Fang Yuan could still hide inside the trench and guard the multicolored guts. But recently, he had to go around helping out the others. Right now, he was like a firefighter, he could not rest, he had to travel and help out the different battlefields. Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's main body was blocked by Chu Du, but he had incredible methods. He continued to send in ancient desolate beasts and desolate beasts. It caused the situation in Heifan Grotto Heaven to tilt in his favor. A moment later, Fang Yuan and the rest arrived. It was a heavenly dragon, it had 7 claws and a terrifying dragon head, it was an ancient desolate beast. Someone was already fighting the heavenly dragon. In order to defend Heifan Grotto Heaven, Chu Du spent a lot of funds getting more GU immortal experts to help him, other than Immortal Wang's group. This female GU immortal, Sang Qingku, was one of them. Her path was very special, it was actually theft path. This was the path created by thieving heaven demon Venerable, there were few inheritances regarding it. Sang Qingku was at a disadvantage, she was unable to hold much longer, even though she had stolen a lot of mortal GU from the heavenly dragon's body, it had little effect on the enemy. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly went to help, attacking the ancient desolate beast heavenly dragon. This time, they were not as lucky as last time. After spending a lot of effort, the immortals finally killed Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's clone. Killing the heavenly dragon took multiple times as long as the last beast, because the heavenly dragon could fly and was very fast, it was not easy to hunt. After killing this heavenly dragon, Fang Yuan's mood became grimmer. In the battle, his immortal essence expenditure was several times that of before. Currently, his usage was greatly exceeding his gain in immortal essence stones. At this rate, in a few days, he would be out of immortal essence. The GU immortals gathered together and split the heavenly dragon corpse. When Chu Du spoke, quick. The battle earlier was a decoy by Heavenly Lord. He has already planted a field of desolate plant snow willows here. We have to get rid of them. Once Heavenly Lord gets a foothold in here, the consequences will be severe. Fang Yuan and the rest noticed how dangerous the situation was. They did not dare to wait, they acted immediately. A moment later, they arrived at the scene. The situation was far more severe than they had expected. Not only was there a field of desolate plant snow willows, there were 100 ice spike divine apes to guard them. Snow willows had an abundance of snow path Dao marks. The ice spike divine ape was also ice path. The two complemented each other, and countless Heavenly Lord clones were moving around the snow willow forest, setting up GU formations. We have to destroy this camp. The longer we drag on, the greater his advantage. Chu Du said, if there is no other way, I will act myself. You should stay there and defend against Heavenly Lord. If his main body comes in, we are all finished. Hao Zhen quickly responded. He and Chou Laowu had also arrived. Even though he had not recovered, the situation was dire. They had to risk their lives. At the next moment, 6 GU Immortals split up and charged towards the snow willow forest, engaging in an intense battle. Chapter 1179. Contest over He Fan Grotto Heaven, 3/3. Huff, huff, huff. Fang Yuan floated in the air, breathing roughly as he looked at the battlefield. An intense battle had ended. The battlefield was completely deformed. There were many pits with mangled corpses of ice spike divine apes inside. Flames that were created with fire path killer moves were still burning quietly. There was frost mixed with blood, snapped bones and flesh, as well as leaves from the desolate plant snow willows. The GU Immortals were either injured or dead. They were all injured, but the one that died was the theft path female GU Immortal. She had not been killed by the Heavenly Dragon, but was killed by the cooperation of Heavenly Lord Baizu's clones when she rushed to assist in the battle, losing her life. Fang Yuan was also injured. His left lung was punctured by an ice spike. An icicle with the size of a javelin was still stabbed into his chest. His lower limbs were covered in a thick layer of frost. Much of his flesh had already gone necrotic. The sovereign immortal body had a huge advantage, that was the non-conflicting Dao marks. But this was also a major flaw. Once Fang Yuan was hit by an attack that penetrated his defenses, he would take the damage fully. The attacks would not be weakened by the Dao marks in his body. In this battle, Fang Yuan learned deeply about the weak point of the sovereign immortal body due to this trait. My defensive killer move is still too weak. Blood Acid Immortal GU is still recovering. I cannot use Bloodstained Conqueror's robe. My time path defensive methods are not exemplary either. Even though Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, the true core Immortal GU, years flow like water, was sealed. This Immortal GU had a huge flaw. Once its aura was leaked, it would draw immemorial year beasts to it. Once something of rank 8 battle strength entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, he would definitely lose. He would only be able to leave his body as a soul and give up on the sovereign immortal body. He Fan's true inheritance had very outstanding defensive methods, but they used years flow like water as the core. Fang Yuan's current defensive killer move used year GU, the effect was weaker. It was what He Fan used in his earlier days. When he reached rank 7, he stopped using it. Heavenly Lord Baizu is an enslavement path rank 8 indeed, truly formidable. Even though he is outside the Grotto Heaven, and only using his clones to battle, he can still fight to this extent. I am truly inferior. And the distortion of space to send desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into the Grotto Heaven, it is truly extraordinary. In this battle, Heavenly Lord Baizu sent in 100 ice spike divine apes and a large number of desolate plant snow willows. During the process of fighting, distorted shadows appeared constantly. Even though the GU Immortals desperately tried to block them, 2 Icefall Divine Apes still managed to get in. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Icefall Divine Ape, the two were closely related. The former was a desolate beast. It had jade green eyes with frosty azure pupils. The hairs on its body were like icicles all over it. The latter was an ancient desolate beast. Its body was like snow, its eyes were bloodshot, its fur was like icicles stabbing towards the sky. Fang Yuan was familiar with the Ice Spike Divine Ape. Long ago, Langya Blessed Land had one. Later, Fang Yuan borrowed it to defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He defended against a wave of attacks from Immortal Crane Sect. After that, the Ice Spike Divine Ape died during the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had also fought against the Icefall Divine Ape. That was during He Lu Land's Immortal Ascension, the tribulation in the northern icy plain. because of reckless savage's true meaning, it turned into the divine ape. Right now it seems, the icefall divine ape created from the tribulation cannot match a real divine ape in battle strength. Actually, if these desolate beasts and desolate plants are all there is to it, it is not difficult to deal with even though it is troublesome. Most importantly, Heavenly Lord Baizu's clones are manipulating and controlling them, that makes a completely different story. Especially the desolate beasts and desolate plants, they form into troops and move as one. They have incredible battle strength when enslavement path killer moves are used, it is very shocking. Fang Yuan recalled the entire battle, he could see how powerful a rank 8 GU Immortal was. Even though his main body did not enter the battlefield, by just directing the battle in the grotto heaven, Fang Yuan was not his match. They were able to win in battle because all of the immortals gathered their strength. Such a miserable battle, if we were to fight a few more of those, my green grape immortal essence would be completely dried up. Year GU has fallen in terms of years, I need to parallel refine it. Healing my injuries also consumed a lot of time and immortal essence. Fang Yuan could not bear such expenditure. Heavenly Lord Baizu's losses were more severe than Fang Yuan's. Fighting up to this point, Chu Du's side had been relying on He Fan Grotto Heaven, dragging on this battle into a deadlock. The two sides were truly in a battle of attrition. The GU Immortals expended their immortal essence, while Heavenly Lord Baizu expended the foundation in the Grotto Heaven. Both sides could not back down, they were trying to see which would be unable to continue first. The following battles became more intense. Heavenly Lord Baizu's attempts might have failed, but there was an effect. He had attempted to create temporary bases in He Fan Grotto Heaven. After he stabilized a foothold, he sent in ancient desolate beasts, causing Chu Du's side to have much difficulty in defending. Looking at the entire battle in He Fan Grotto Heaven, Heavenly Lord Baizu had initially sent clones to attack the different resource points and target Chu Du's foundation. He succeeded. Next, he sent in large numbers of desolate beasts and caused the battle to tilt in his favor. Now, he changed his battle tactics, he built temporary bases and forced the GU Immortals to attack him instead. Even though Chu Du, Fang Yuan and the rest had the advantage in numbers, and Heavenly Lord Baizu was just alone, he controlled the entire situation, suppressing Chu Du, Fang Yuan and the rest. Even though Fang Yuan and the others resisted strongly, they could not stop the situation from tilting in Heavenly Lord Baizu's favor. Both sides were persisting, but Fang Yuan was the first to lose in attrition. He was a rank 7 GU Immortal on the surface, but in truth, he had been using green grape immortal essence the entire time. Chu Du's expression was quite ugly. Especially when he was alone with Fang Yuan, he put away his front and showed an expression of worry. He said to Fang Yuan, "I have already recruited all the people I could possibly rope in. But this battle's eventual winner will be Heavenly Lord Baizu. Even though we did not fight against his main body, we are unable to challenge the foundation of a rank 8. The real key in deciding victory is not in this battlefield, but the Baizu tribe outside." Chu Du was clear about the situation. He and Fang Yuan had the same idea. After all, great minds think alike. Heavenly Lord Baizu himself had no weakness, his only weakness was the Baizu tribe that he had just recently created. Chu Du's arrangements were taking effect in Northern Plains GU Immortal World. Rumors were spread, Heavenly Lord Baizu is attacking He Fan Grotto Heaven. If he succeeds in getting the place, his strength will rise to a new level. Even though Baizu tribe has just been built, Heavenly Lord Baizu is holding it up, their only weakness is their weak foundation. Once He Fan Grotto Heaven becomes Baizu tribe's territory, in decades, Baizu tribe will surpass every Huang Jin tribe. Heavenly Lord Baizu is a lone cultivator, he does not have Huang Jin bloodline. The strengthening of Baizu tribe is actually beneficial towards the survival of demonic and lone immortals. All sorts of rumors and discussions were going on. The main topic was on Heavenly Lord Baizu's threat, and the emphasis that he was not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline. Not just this, there were some GU Immortals pretending to be from Baizu tribe, causing trouble everywhere and provoking the super forces. Baizu tribe's leader, Baizu Wei, had already died on the battlefield, and Baizu tribe's new leader did not have enough capability. He was facing huge trouble. He was telling Heavenly Lord Baizu about the difficulties and danger Baizu tribe was facing, and that they had enemies on all fronts. But Heavenly Lord Baizu was unmoved. He replied, "This is Chu Du's ploy. Chu Du is neither from the righteous path nor has the Huang Jin bloodline. If our Baizu tribe deals with him, those people from Huang Jin tribes would be most pleased. Chu Du let out these rumors and pretended to be us, purposely provoking those tribes. This is his scheme. It shows that he is weak now on the inside, only putting up a front. The other tribes are not idiots, they could tell what Chu Du was doing, but because of my deterrence as a rank 8, they did not dare to do anything. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu has excellent astuteness, he was clear of the situation, he was determined to take down He Fan Grotto Heaven. He had chosen the best timing. Yao Huang and old ancestor Shui Hu were busy refining Gu. 5 Elements Grand Master was busy dealing with Longevity Heaven, and even though Prince Feng Xian was doing nothing on the surface, he was secretly retrieving blessed lands. For Fang Yuan, it was becoming harder and harder to endure as time passed. To increase his amount of green grape immortal essence, he had to start selling desolate beasts in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He originally had 2 spine fin star dragonfish, he sold them to replenish his immortal essence stones out of necessity. This was starting to harm his immortal aperture's foundation. Earlier, he had been in a positive feedback loop due to his financial management and growth, but now, he was facing a vicious downward cycle. Undoubtedly, this was a warning signal. In terms of blessed land foundation, I surpassed Chu Du, but green grape immortal essence is my greatest weakness, thus, I was the first to burn out among the immortals. It seems that after this battle, I need to advance to rank 7 as soon as possible. The battle situation was becoming more intense, temporary camps were already being built, Chu Du had to act in person and destroy them all. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu chose very good timings, on multiple dangerous occasions, he nearly managed to arrive with his true body. Fang Yuan secretly asked Lang Ya sect for help. He said to Lang Ya Land Spirit, this was the best chance to recruit Chu Du. But Lang Ya Land Spirit caved in when faced against a rank 8 GU Immortal. He clearly expressed that Lang Ya sect would not help. If something happened to Fang Yuan, he had to keep Lang Ya sect a secret. If he revealed anything, the alliance agreement would kill him. Even though I can still hold on, I have thought about it, the battle result has been decided, there is no point in wasting more resources. Chu Du decided to give up. He did not conceal this thought from Fang Yuan, he looked for Fang Yuan to talk about it. Fang Yuan had already been wanting to back out, he quickly agreed. However, just as Chu Du and Fang Yuan were talking about their retreat plans, the commotion in Northern Plains GU Immortal World changed. All of the Huang Jin tribes, the Righteous Path super forces, united and wanted to pass judgment on Bai Zhu tribe. To think that at the final crucial moment, a change for the better had arrived. Chapter 1180, Heaven and Human Path, Grand Master discusses Tao. Some days ago, this was Giant Sun Immortal Venerables rank 9 Grotto Heaven. Golden light enveloped the 4 desolations, an azure hue shone over the 8 extremities. 4 desolations, and 8 extremities, these formed the terrain of Longevity Heaven, much like how Sovereign Immortal Aperture had the 9 heavens in 5 regions. And at the heart of the 4 desolations, at the center of the 8 extremities, an immortal GU house was shining in a profound white light, shooting towards the skies. It resonated with the entirety of Longevity Heaven, emitting a loud humming sound. Rank 8 Immortal GU House, Calamity Luck Altar. 3 floors of round altars with multiple pillars holding it up, white jade railings and shining aurora. 8 GU Immortals in Longevity Heaven were standing at the center of the 9 corners of Calamity Luck Altar, doing their best to concentrate in controlling the operations of Calamity Luck Altar. At the center of Calamity Luck Altar, lightning was flashing, dragons were dancing, luck was steaming, as clouds enveloped the area. A GU Immortal's figure was seated on the ground, resisting the might of Calamity Luck Altar. Around him, there was a ring, it was flying around and surrounding his body, emitting light in 5 colors. 5 Elements Grand Master, you might have rank 8 cultivation level, but inside the Calamity Luck Altar, you cannot turn this around. I urge you to surrender. When our 4 Desolation Immortals awaken, perhaps you might have a chance of survival. The leader of the 8 GU Immortals, Heaven Extremity, snorted and said. It turned out that the GU Immortal trapped in the center of Calamity Luck Altar was one of the 5 rank 8 existences in Northern Plains, 5 Elements Grand Master. 5 Elements Grand Master laughed loudly. The rank 8 Immortal GU house is nothing impressive. You 8 extremities have combined forces to manipulate it, after suppressing me for this long, even using the might of Longevity Heaven to try and kill me, but now, you have not even broken through the first layer of my 5 elements ring. Heaven Extremity, you have the face to ask me to surrender. Heaven Extremity sneered. that is because you do not know the mystical power of calamity luck altar. Its true ability is to reverse calamity and luck, turning calamity into luck, and luck into calamity. By interlinking calamity and luck, it becomes unceasing. This is the profundity of heaven and earth luck. As a mere lone cultivator, how can you possibly understand? Hearing the words heaven and earth luck, 5 Elements Grandmaster's smugness vanished, disappearing from his face. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created luck path. His entire life's cultivation was summarized into 3 parts: self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. Among which, heaven and earth luck was created during Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years. It was grand and deep, deciphering the mysteries of heaven and earth. 5 Elements Grandmaster had stalled in his advancement now, he could not break through on his own, thus, he sneaked into longevity heaven and tried to steal the heaven and earth luck true inheritance. But to think that even though the 4 Desolation Immortals were asleep in longevity heaven, the defense still exceeded 5 Elements Grandmaster's expectations. After some fighting, 5 Elements Grandmaster was trapped inside Calamity Luck Altar. He was suppressed by the 8 extremities, unable to get free. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had 3 rank 8 Immortal GU houses in his life. I've known about Calamity Luck Altar since long ago. But reversing calamity and luck, just what constitutes as reversing calamity and luck? 5 Elements Grandmaster thought for a moment before asking. The 8 extremities looked at each other, evidently surprised. But soon, they reacted. Heaven Extremity sighed internally. I have long since heard that 5 Elements Grandmaster has an incredible thirst towards knowledge. When he was mortal, he hid his identity and went around learning from different masters. After becoming a GU Immortal, in order to obtain some experience and guidance from GU Immortals, he was willing to be at their beck and call. This time, he actually asked his enemies for guidance inside the formation. He is truly passionate. However, an ignorant person fears nothing. If I inform him of the truth, I can strike a blow at his confidence and morale. Thinking of this, Heaven Extremity spoke. Right now, the outcome has been decided. It is fine even if I tell you. Calamity Luck Altar was purposely left in longevity heaven by Ancestor Giant Sun. It was to defend longevity heaven. Reversing calamity and luck, we can turn calamities and tribulations into our own good luck. Right now, you came to invade longevity heaven. It was our human calamity. By using this Calamity Luck Altar, we can turn this difficulty into good luck, turning disaster into fortune. You will end up contributing to longevity heaven's eternal existence. Superb, brilliant. 5 Elements Grandmaster listened with shining eyes. He asked again, if a human calamity is like this, then what about earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations? We naturally reverse them as well. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities do not cause any damage, they instead become nourishment for our longevity heaven. Heaven Extremity said proudly. 5 Elements Grandmaster had wide-opened eyes. Longevity heaven is a rank 9 grotto heaven and has not absorbed any fragments of the immemorial 9 heavens. By relying on Calamity Luck Altar, it can go through all of its calamities and tribulations. Ha ha ha, you are already a rank 8 GU Immortal, but you do not even know about the origins of calamities and tribulations. Heaven Extremity laughed in disdain. 5 Elements Grandmaster was not upset. He asked humbly, I hope you can teach me, Heaven Extremity. Heaven Extremity sensed 5 Elements Grandmaster's earnest attitude and the disdain inside him vanished, turning into traces of admiration. He sighed, answering, why do humans have calamities and tribulations? The truth is, not just humans, but desolate beasts and desolate plants also have them. Like the thousand snakes haze tree, it faces the tribulation lightning. The origin of calamities and tribulations is in the principles of heaven. Heaven takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasizes on balance and maintains this over cycles. Any existence which breaks the cycle of balance will face calamities and tribulations. But humans possess the greatest intelligence. Thus, we are more of a threat than beasts or plants. GU Immortals can manage their own small worlds. It draws wariness and attacks from heaven. What is calamity? What is luck? Heaven Extremity suddenly asked. 5 Elements Grandmaster had a realization. He spoke immediately, I understand. Heaven takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. The so-called calamity takes away surpluses, while luck replenishes deficits. Heaven Extremity raised his eyebrows. You answered correctly, that is exactly the case. And my ancestor Giant Sun was extremely talented. He created Luck Path. It targets the operations of the principles of heaven. Self-luck true inheritance replenishes oneself. All living beings' luck takes away others' surpluses to replenish oneself, while heaven and earth luck takes away heaven and earth's surpluses to replenish oneself. So that's it. 5 Elements Grandmaster sighed deeply. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not enter Heavenly Court during his life. Heavenly Court followed the will of heaven, and upholded justice for heaven. Meanwhile, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path usurped the authority of heaven and earth. When nature operated according to the principles of heaven, and an individual was determined to be too strong in breaking the balance, it would generate calamities and tribulations to suppress them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path avoided calamities and tribulations, and in the section of heaven and earth luck, it directly turned calamities and tribulations into fortuitous encounters. Heaven and earth suppresses me, it wants to take away my surpluses to replenish others' deficits, then I shall go ahead and take away heaven and earth's surpluses to replenish my own deficits. As the saying goes, there is nothing to say if there were opposing objectives. If heaven cannot use calamities and tribulations to destroy longevity heaven, it will use human calamities to destroy it. Heaven Extremity continued. And you, 5 Elements Grandmaster, were subconsciously influenced by heaven's will, eventually becoming the human calamity that is here to destroy my longevity heaven. What a pity that you, a great rank 8, were influenced by heaven's will without even knowing it. Ha ha ha, I have learned much. 5 Elements Grandmaster laughed grandly. Even if it is heaven's will influencing me, so what? This is also my own intention. And I believe that man will triumph over heaven. No matter how vast heaven's will is, it cannot compare to the will of humans. Throughout the long history of humanity, we were so weak and feeble, pushed aside and humiliated everywhere, until we became the overlords of the world today, suppressing all variant humans and other life forms under our feet. The human race is the one that destroys the balance the most, but can heaven suppress us? There were 10 rank 9 venerables in human history, and countless GU immortals among us. We roam heaven and earth, we can capture stars and overturn mountains and rivers. What can heaven do? Heaven Extremity laughed. The other 7 also expressed joy. This joy was the joy of meeting a companion, someone who shared similar understanding and aspirations as oneself. Heaven Extremity's laughter faded. It seems that you, 5 Elements Grandmaster, have also been reading the legends of Ren Zhu frequently. Of course, the legends of Ren Zhu contains Ren Zhu's human path true inheritance. Every GU immortal who cultivates to a high level will try to benefit from it. Unfortunately, I do not have the wisdom and comprehension ability, I can only read the meaning that human path triumphs over heaven path. I had once heard that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created self-luck and reached an impasse where he stalled. He only obtained an inspiration after reading the legends of Ren Zhu, creating all living beings' luck. After that, he went on to ascend to the Immortal Venerable Throne, before creating heaven and earth luck. 5 Elements Grandmaster continued. Heaven Extremity nodded. Indeed. 5 Elements Grandmaster went on. I am a northern plainsman, born and bred here. Even though I do not have the Huang Jin bloodline, I admire Giant Sun Immortal Venerable greatly. Human path triumphs over heaven path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path is deeply using the essence of human path. The trend of the rule of humanity cannot be overturned, it cannot be defied. Even heaven is not its match. Do you all agree with me? Of course that is the case. Heaven Extremity replied arrogantly. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled lightly. The trend of humanity is clear to everyone here. But the trend of northern plains, can you see it clearly? Heaven Extremity's expression changed. What are you trying to say? 5 Elements Grandmaster said calmly but loudly. Right now, northern plains trend in terms of humanity is that the demonic path is rising up while righteous path is shifting lower. 88 Truyong building collapsed, allowing many lone immortals and demonic path members to gain strength. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu created Bai Zhu tribe personally, allowing the righteous path to have a different bloodline. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's hereditary monarchy was indeed a grand aspiration, but it was really quite restrictive. Northern Plains is not his to begin with. It belongs to all northern plainsmen. The death of a person is like the snuffing of a candle. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's influence has affected northern plains for so long, so many years. It is time to change. A load of nonsense. Heaven Extremity was furious. The other 7 extremities also started berating angrily. 5 Elements Grandmaster was very tranquil. You are angry and furious, that is because of the fear in your hearts. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Huang Jin tribes, they have dominated northern plains, ruling over it, it is starting to decline now. Just like the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent, they seem strong, but they are rotten on the inside. There are many internal conflicts and useless members. What about the lone immortals and demonic cultivators? Look at Northern Plains rank 8 GU immortals, how many have Huang Jin bloodline? Old ancestor Shui, who is demonic path. I am a lone immortal. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu turned from lone to righteous path. Prince Feng Xian is a member of Gong tribe, but he is not of Huang Jin bloodline. Only Yao Huang alone is holding up the Huang Jin tribe's reputation. Chapter 1181. Sudden changes, benefits are key. 5 elements Grandmaster. 88 True Yang building is a forewarning, while Bai Zhu tribe's creation is an obvious sign. Next, the influence of the Huang Jin tribes will start to fade away. Because this is the trend of humanity in Northern Plains. You say that I was affected by heaven's will, that is not so. I was rushed here by the tide of humanity. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's reputation can no longer intimidate me, he has been dead for too long. Next, more GU immortals will be discontent with the Huang Jin tribes, and covet your wealth. Northern Plains is full of battles. Northern Plains GU immortals have bravery and fighting spirit. Suppression would only be met with even more resolute and crazed resistance. I am just the first person to come to Longevity Heaven. Next, more and more will come here. Are you prepared for it? There was silence. The 8 extremities were so angry they were trembling, having cold expressions. Heaven Extremity had a stiff expression. He smiled forcefully. Amazing rank 8 GU immortal, amazing 5 elements Grandmaster. You want to convince us that instead of being wiped out by this trend, we should merge and ride the wave, imitating Gong tribe to take in more lone immortals and demonic cultivators, to recruit a rank 8 GU immortal like you. We do not have a deep feud, we can cooperate. 5 elements Grandmaster said solemnly. Even though the 4 desolation immortals are rank 8, they have little lifespan, they cannot move around freely. I have no such problems. Heaven Extremity laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. You are looking down on the foundation of the Huang Jin tribes. Or rather, you are looking down on ancestor Giant Sun. If not for you, us 8 extremities would have gone to rebuild 88 True Yang building already. And that Bai Zhu tribe is merely a short-lived flicker. Such impure bloodline, and he wants to be in the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, is he worthy? The righteous path of Northern Plains are the Huang Jin tribes. Lu tribe's base, camp, Zan Bai blessed land. Ah, the longevity edict. Lu tribe's first supreme elder was extremely shocked. He quickly knelt down and received it. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, a Huang Jin tribe, the descendants of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Longevity Heaven was the rank 9 grotto heaven of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Among the Huang Jin tribes, it represented supreme authority. Lu tribe's first supreme elder received the longevity edict. The longevity edict was golden in color. It resembled a token, but it was in essence an information path immortal GU. He felt a sensation and understood the information in the longevity edict. Lu tribe's first supreme elder frowned. Longevity Heaven has orders for us Huang Jin tribes to work together and deal with Bai Zhu tribe. This order caught him off guard. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was fighting with Chu Du. The entirety of Lu tribe's GU immortals were happy to see this. Bai Zhu tribe took over He tribe. Their forces bordered Lu tribe. Because Bai Zhu tribe had a rank 8 GU immortal, Lu tribe had a very vigilant attitude, while feeling deep wariness. And Chu Du had a feud with Lu tribe. His reputation as domination immortal was mostly due to Lu tribe to begin with. The contest between these two, in Lu tribe's opinion, was one foe fighting another. Lu tribe was watching on the fence, wanting to see them both suffer losses. Chu Du was in trouble. Lu tribe felt good seeing it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had taken revenge for them. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu suffering losses would cause Bai Zhu tribe's reputation to fall in the future. It was a great thing for Lu tribe. Nobody would want a fierce tiger to live around them. A weak neighbor was better than a strong one. But now that the longevity edict is out, we have to follow it. My Lu tribe is close to He tribe's former territory. Once this battle starts, we will face pressure many times that of the other tribes. Lu tribe's first supreme elder left his information on longevity edict, on the immortal GU, before letting it go, as the longevity edict tore through the sky. Next, this immortal GU would continue to visit the other Huang Jin tribes. Back to the present time. Chu Du and Fang Yuan, who received this information, were surprised and overjoyed. All of the righteous path super forces, the Huang Jin tribes are attacking Bai Zhu tribe. This way, Heavenly Lord Baizu is bound to retreat. Fang Yuan spoke with a smile. The Huang Jin tribes that have never gotten along are acting in unison at such speed, I wonder what happened. Chu Du was confused. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Perhaps Longevity Heaven sent an edict. Longevity Heaven? Chu Du's expression changed. He thought for a while. It seems that is the only reason. In fact, the situation of the forces in Northern Plains GU Immortal World was quite similar to Central Continent. Central Continent had 10 great ancient sects, Northern Plains had the Huang Jin bloodline super forces, Central Continent had the Heavenly Court ruling above, while Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven that stood in the sky. More similarly, the 10 great ancient sects were the lower-level sects of Heavenly Court, while Longevity Heaven similarly had great influence on the Northern Plains Huang Jin tribes. Perhaps in the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had imitated Central Continent, purposely creating this situation. Why did Longevity Heaven suddenly send an edict, ordering the Huang Jin tribes to work together and deal with Baizu tribe? Baizu tribe is backed by a rank 8 GU Immortal. Chu Du thought, feeling doubts. What made him unable to comprehend it was, if Longevity Heaven wanted to deal with Baizu tribe, the best time to strike was when He tribe had just been destroyed. But at that time, Longevity Heaven did not act. So why did they wait until now? Was Longevity Heaven also interested in Heifan Grotto Heaven? Thinking of this possibility, Chu Du's heart sank. No matter what, we need to make use of the remaining time and talk to Heavenly Lord Baizu, ending this conflict. Immortal GU, No, and Care were prepared for this moment. Fang Yuan reminded. Chu Du came back to his senses. He said solemnly, "You are right." He immediately sent his clone to converse with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Right now, Chu Du was the owner of Heifan Grotto Heaven. He had made many arrangements here. The GU worms that he sent out were not detected by others. Heavenly Lord Baizu had more information than Chu Du. He knew that right forces, the righteous path forces, were coming at Baizu tribe because Longevity Heaven had directly sent a longevity edict. He was very shocked. He did not know why Longevity Heaven was suddenly finding trouble with him. In the past, when creating the tribe, Heavenly Lord Baizu was worried about Longevity Heaven. He was waiting for a response from them. Longevity Heaven's silence made Heavenly Lord Baizu feel like he had probed its bottom line. He thought, as a Grand Rank 8, Longevity Heaven might not want to deal with him. After all, there was no good reason for it. The commotion and change in Northern Plains GU Immortal World made Heavenly Lord Baizu very perplexed. Yao Huang and Prince Feng Xian are Righteous Path GU Immortals. Prince Feng Xian might not come, but Yao Huang is a true Huang Jin bloodline member. Other than that, there is still Longevity Heaven. Five Elements Grandmaster has a good understanding of Longevity Heaven. I might be able to get some information from him. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought quickly. The situation was turning for the worse rapidly. He felt immense pressure on him. He was still unaware that Five Elements Grandmaster was already fighting with Longevity Heaven. In fact, the current situation was caused by the conversation between Five Elements Grandmaster and Heaven Extremity. As for Heifan Grotto Heaven, Heavenly Lord Baizu's gaze became dark. He assessed, I cannot take it down for now, I should stop. I cannot waste any time and energy now. I need to put all my effort into defending my hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to retreat. The reason why he wanted to take down Heifan Grotto Heaven was due to the loss of his reputation. It might cause a commotion and result in severe losses to Baizu tribe's interests. But now, Baizu tribe was in a crisis. Heavenly Lord Baizu's own interests were severely infringed now. This situation was truly the worst. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu have any effort to spare for Heifan Grotto Heaven? But in this situation, Chu Du's GU worm arrived in Heavenly Lord Baizu's hands. Oh, as expected of the Domination Immortal, after understanding Chu Du's intention, Heavenly Lord Baizu's gaze became dark and eerie. The contest for Heifan Grotto Heaven ended at once. What made the Northern Plains GU Immortal World shocked was, Chu Du not only came to a resolution with Heavenly Lord Baizu, he even gave up a portion of Heifan Grotto Heaven, and created an alliance with Heavenly Lord Baizu. After achieving the alliance agreement, Chu Du led Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body into Heifan Grotto Heaven. Using Heavenly Lord Baizu's deterrence, he went on to deal with those demonic path and lone immortals that he had invited earlier. These GU immortals were facing Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body. How could they dare to resist? They could only lower their heads to Domination Immortal. Chu Du successfully resisted Heavenly Lord Baizu, using The power of Heavenly Lord Baizu, he forcefully subdued many lone immortals, gathering everyone and creating Chu sect on that very day. Chu sect, using Chu Du's words in his speech, this was the first GU immortal sect in Northern Plains GU immortal world. It had extraordinary meaning. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Even though Langya sect was the actual first sect in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan could not help but gasp in admiration towards Chu Du's incredible performance. Chu Du had truly outdone himself. He gave up a portion of Heifan Grotto Heaven, but he managed to obtain a rank 8 reinforcement, Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was also a deep schemer. Northern Plains' situation gave him huge pressure. He had to find external allies. And Chu Du could guess his mentality, thus he created Chu sect. It was far easier than for Heavenly Lord Baizu when he created Baizu tribe. Chu Du was not all alone. These last years, he had nurtured many strength path GU immortals. And with Heifan Grotto Heaven, he had a huge basis for development. Meanwhile, Heavenly Lord Baizu needed Heifan Grotto Heaven as a backup plan for the entirety of Baizu tribe. Thus, the two sides turned from enemies to allies. Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen, who accidentally killed Baizu Wei, were just punished mildly, before they were spared. Heavenly Lord Baizu could no longer bother with these two insignificant figures at this point. Thus, Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu felt immense gratitude towards Domination Immortal. They became the two most loyal people in Chu sect. Northern Plains GU immortal world had changed too rapidly. Heavenly Lord Baizu, who was at the peak of his life earlier, having created his own tribe, was now facing the attack of all the Huang Jin tribes. Chu Du and Heavenly Lord Baizu, who were fighting to the death earlier, were now allies. Ordinary GU immortals might be dazzled by these turns of events, but for people like Fang Yuan, it was very clear. No matter what commotion or changes there were, the key concern throughout was still benefits. It had never changed. Chapter 1182, Leaving Heifan Grotto Heaven. Inside a GU formation, Fang Yuan sat quietly on the ground. Chu Du, as well as the wills of Pang Shan and Not Immortal, were in front of the formation. Start, Chu Du said plainly. The wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan formed into human shapes, nodding as they activated their immortal GU. One rule path immortal GU, no. The other was also a rule path immortal GU, top 10 in the list of mystical GU, care. Red Date immortal essence was rapidly expended. The two immortal GU were shining in their own profound lights. The two profound lights had different colors. One was black and empty, the other was red and warm like fire. The black and red lights entered the GU formation. Chu Du took action at an appropriate timing, activating this GU formation, to fuse the power of Immortal GU No and Immortal GU Care into it. The two profound lights fused under the guidance of the GU formation, creating a half-black and half-red spiraling pillar of light. The light pillar completely covered Fang Yuan's body, without any leaks. A moment later, the light pillar stabilized. It was no longer as distorted as before. It is ready, Chu Du reminded. Fang Yuan thus said, "You will not be able to imagine what is hidden under the northern icy plain. I almost died there." He spoke quickly, detailing what happened when he was undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, and the terrifying human calamity that he had faced. The secret of the Snowman and Rockman tribes in the northern icy plain was revealed to Chu Du. To think that there is such a situation. The empty northern icy plain actually has such a powerful variant human force. They have been hidden all along. Chu Du was extremely shocked. The wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan also shook, showing their stirred emotions. A moment later, the black and red lights faded, the GU formation stopped its operation. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, getting out of the GU formation. He was safe. Originally, he was a member of the Four Race Alliance, and a guest elder of Langya sect. He was not able to expose the secrets of the Snowmen and Rockmen to outsiders. But because of the immortal GU Know and Care, along with Chu Du's cooperation, Fang Yuan was able to breach his alliance agreements without facing any harm. These two immortal GU were meant to be used by Chu Du. Chu Du's intention was to come to a consensus with Heavenly Lord Baizu. After defending strongly and refusing to relent in battle, they would eventually settle at an agreement, defending Heifan Grotto Heaven. Chu Du had long since planned that if there was no choice, he would secretly sacrifice Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu, to protect Heavenly Lord Baizu's reputation, and express his sincerity. But the actual situation was far better than he had expected. Perhaps the alliance of all the righteous path forces in attacking Bai Zhu tribe had made Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu feel strong external pressure. Because of that, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not list any requirements of executing the murderers, he only gave them a light punishment on the surface. It is to the credit of these two immortal GU, otherwise, I would have no way to explain this situation to you. Fang Yuan pretended to be relieved, he sighed deeply to himself. Of course, he had withheld some information from Chu Du. For example, Fang Yuan did not expose Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, he was not going to tell Chu Du everything, he was used to keeping trump cards at hand. Chu Du said in a heavy tone, "By the looks of it, we cannot continue to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain." Indeed, Fang Yuan nodded, he started to avoid mentioning things related to the Four Races Alliance. Because the two immortal GU No and Care had stopped activating, if Fang Yuan breached the alliance agreements again, he would face intense backlash, he would either be severely injured or dead. The two immortal GU, No and Care, had incredible abilities, but they had to be activated constantly. Because they had to be used together to allow the GU Immortal to breach alliance agreements without suffering any damage. But they could not remove the restrictions of Fang Yuan's alliance agreements completely. This was a method that resolved the situation but did not solve the underlying problem. Regarding this, what are your opinions? Fang Yuan asked directly. The wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan looked at each other. The former shook his head. Crazed Demon Cave contains the secret of eternal life, our main bodies would not leave it. As long as humanity is not extinct, we will not come out. The variant humans can develop all they want, even if they become many times stronger, they are not the match of humans. The latter said, if we are to deal with the variant humans, it is easy. We just need to announce this information, and the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal world will go after them. No, that way, the Northern Icy Plain will get destroyed. If a huge battle occurs, the Icy Plain will not remain. And we would not be able to get anything from it, we might even get exposed and implicate Brother Lu. Chu Du shook his head. I'm just saying. Pang Shan's will grumbled. Indeed, if the variant human force underneath the Icy Plain was exposed, a huge battle would occur. By then, Fang Yuan would be trapped in the middle, he would not have an easy time. Fang Yuan listened to their words, the worry inside him dissipated by a lot. Fang Yuan had to tell Chu Du about the situation in the northern icy plain, because they had set an alliance agreement. There would be many opportunities to cooperate in the future. If Fang Yuan concealed it, he would be greatly restricted. Chu Du did not attack the variant human force in the icy plain, that was within Fang Yuan's estimations. After all, right now, Chu Du's focus was no longer on tribulations and reckless savages' true meaning, it was how to control the situation and cooperate with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to resist the attacks of the Righteous Path's super forces. And the wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan also made Fang Yuan realize the mindset of the three crazed demon eccentrics. It seems that these three are bent on researching Crazed Demon Cave. The commotion in the outside world cannot lure them out. Fang Yuan thought about it, he could understand the three crazed demon eccentrics. If he did not have so much trouble, he would also do the same thing as them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was in a lot of danger, not just Shadow Sect, but also the pursuit of Heavenly Court and other various aspects. However, if they know my true identity, how would they react? Fang Yuan looked at the three, his thoughts were drifting. After talking for a while, Chu Du kept the two immortal GU and the wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan in his own immortal aperture. Next, he and Fang Yuan left this underground camp together. After leaving the cave, they got back to the surface of Heifan Grotto Heaven. Heifan Grotto Heaven was currently developing. Large numbers of variant humans, rockmen, feathermen, and minimen were laboriously working. Many GU immortals would often raise variant human slaves. Right now, Chu sect had allied with Bai Zhu tribe. These variant humans were slaves that came from Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe. Greetings to First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder. Hao Zhen saw Fang Yuan and Chu Du, quickly taking the initiative to greet them. Chu Du took the opportunity to create Chu sect, he even roped in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was originally unwilling, but Chu Du gave him special treatment. Fang Yuan's alliance agreement for Chu sect was very loose, it was not restrictive. And because Fang Yuan intended to continue working with Chu Du, this allowed them to have another layer of relationship. Chu Du asked about the development status of Heifan Grotto Heaven. Hao Zhen answered that they were all at the initial stage, but the different GU Immortals had taken out their resources and relocated them here. There was a crucial point: Fang Yuan had also put in a lot of effort, contributing a lot of resources. These resources were originally from Heifan Grotto Heaven. After going through many places, they were back at their original spots. Even Fang Yuan did not expect that. Why did he contribute this huge amount of resources? Firstly, using the two immortal GU Know and Care was not free. Fang Yuan had discussed with Chu Du, using this as the compensation. Secondly, Fang Yuan sold some resources to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, a large portion was Chu sect's territory, but a small portion belonged to Bai Zhu tribe now. The entirety of Heifan Grotto Heaven became the symbol of alliance between Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe. Fang Yuan and Chu Du said goodbye to Hao Zhen. After flying for a while, Fang Yuan said to Chu Du, "All right, you don't have to send me off." Chu Du had a worried look. "Didn't you just obtain Heifan's true inheritance? In my opinion, delaying the calamities and tribulations by slowing your immortal aperture's rate of time is most stable. After all, you have just undergone so many battles. If you undergo tribulation after going back, there is a huge risk." Fang Yuan smiled. "How can there be gains without risks? Furthermore, you are around. If I encounter any sudden danger, I will seek help from you." Chu Du had an apologetic expression. "It is a pity that Chu sect was just created. We have strong enemies against us. There is unrest now, otherwise, I would go with you." "Have you chosen the tribulation location?" "Not yet, I need to think about it." Fang Yuan shook his head. Chu Du opened the Grotto Heaven's entrance. "See you." Fang Yuan stepped out of the Grotto Heaven, flying away without looking back. Chu Du shut the door again, sighing internally. Fang Yuan was not easy to control, he was very decisive. And Chu Du still had desire towards the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, but the current situation was very complex. Fang Yuan's battle strength and his status with the variant humans made Chu Du see a lot of value in him. Fang Yuan wanted to deepen his cooperation with Chu Du. Wasn't Chu Du also thinking the same? As Fang Yuan left Heifan Grotto Heaven, in southern border, Bai Ningbing arrived at Jade Pod Mountain. "Why did you bring me here?" Bai Ningbing asked directly. He Lu Lan and the others were wondering too. Ying Wuxia, who was leading the way, stopped walking. He turned around and smiled. "Bai Ningbing, you are too weak. This Jade Pod Mountain has our shadow sect's arrangements. It has already formed an immortal GU. We will take it out and increase your battle strength, so that you can deal with the bed of the 5 Shangs." "Bed of the 5 Shangs? What is that?" Bai Ningbing frowned. Ying Wuxia laughed loudly. "It is too early to tell you now." Bai Ningbing frowned even more deeply now, snorting coldly. "The part about you I hate the most is that air of mystery that you use. Insolence." Shi Nu stared angrily at Bai Ningbing. He was very unhappy about Bai Ningbing's arrogant attitude towards Ying Wuxia. "No matter, it's no bother." Ying Wuxia laughed. He did not mind Bai Ningbing's attitude at all. Chapter 1183, Entering a New Blessed Land. Fang Yuan successfully returned to Langya Blessed Land. At this moment, his divine sense was in the sovereign immortal aperture. "I have inspected it 18 times, there should be no problems. But even if any problems occur, the newly hatched upper extreme heavenly eagle is only at the power of a desolate beast. Even if it rebels, there is no danger." He was inside mini purple heaven in the sovereign immortal aperture. An ordinary eagle nest was floating in the sky. Inside the nest, other than an upper extreme heavenly eagle egg, there was nothing else. Within the surrounding 100 li, Fang Yuan had placed many strength path immortal zombies, desolate beasts, and even the walking meat tree here temporarily, to ensure there were no accidents. He hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle once again. Fang Yuan began to move. A large amount of fresh blood was taken out by the strength path immortal zombies, before activating GU worms and fusing the fresh blood perfectly into the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg. Fang Yuan had done this once before. But back then, Fang Yuan used He Cheng's blood. This time, Fang Yuan was amply prepared. Not only did he change the upper extreme heavenly eagle's memories, he even did some changes to He Fan's arrangements left on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This way, Fang Yuan could use his own blood to hatch the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It was not like before, using familiar face to conceal himself and become close with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, obtaining the acknowledgement of this immemorial desolate beast. He went, step by step, smoothly progressing. There were no unexpected mishaps. 8 days and nights later in the Immortal aperture, the upper extreme heavenly eagle hatched again, as the baby upper extreme heavenly eagle emerged. Chirp, chirp, the upper extreme heavenly eagle saw Fang Yuan, and immediately jumped at him affectionately. This, Fang Yuan, was not Fang Yuan's real body, it was a strength path immortal zombie, using familiar face to turn into Fang Yuan's appearance. Even though it had just hatched, it was not small. When it raised its head, it had the height of a youngster. The young eagle treated Fang Yuan as its parent, it surrounded him and flapped its wings, chirping and jumping around, extremely happy. All right, Fang Yuan smiled warmly, stretching out his hand and stroking the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head. The upper extreme heavenly eagle obediently stayed still, its chirping became softer and more intimate. Come, eat. Fang Yuan took out a thick and long heavenly crystal. The heavenly crystal was white and gold, in a translucent state. Placing it in front of the young eagle, all of its attention was drawn to it. Its dark eagle eyes shined with bright light. It began to peck the heavenly crystal. As it broke apart like tofu, the young eagle ate it and swallowed the crystal very quickly. The young eagle trusted Fang Yuan deeply. It did not hesitate in consuming the heavenly crystal in Fang Yuan's hands. After eating 6 heavenly crystals, it stopped in satisfaction. Its tummy was bloated, the young eagle had become plump, it sat on the ground and chirped, slapping its tummy with its wings continuously. It was very cute and lovable. Full, Fang Yuan smiled warmly, sitting down while leaning on the eagle. The eagle felt a strong sense of safety. It let down its guard, shutting its eyes as its head lowered, lying on Fang Yuan's lap as it fell asleep. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, stroking the young eagle's feathers. Its newly born feathers were yellow and soft, together with its body warmth, it was very comfortable to touch. In the following days, Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie as he stayed by the upper extreme heavenly eagle's side. Other than deepening their relationship, he was also keeping a close eye on it, in case of accidents. I have enough heavenly crystal eagle nests. Fang Yuan's divine sense left the eagle nest. Taking a look, in the surrounding hundreds of li, there were many eagle nests. There were nearly 100 eagle nests. Fang Yuan had taken them from Iron Eagle blessed land. Fang Yuan chose the largest eagle nest as the temporary home for the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The original heavenly crystal eagle nest had already been completely eaten by the previous upper extreme heavenly eagle, nothing was left. But now, even though the heavenly crystals in the nests could not nurture the upper extreme heavenly eagle, there was still a pile of them, taller than an adult. Among these heavenly crystals, a small portion came from Langya land spirit. Fang Yuan had exchanged for them from Langya land spirit using sect contribution points. The bulk of them were obtained from Heavenly Lord Baizu. After Chu Du and Heavenly Lord Baizu allied, Fang Yuan had transacted with Heavenly Lord Baizu through Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 GU immortal, he had a grotto heaven, he had a huge stock of heavenly crystals. In order to get this transaction, while revealing the secrets of the variant human in the northern icy plain to Chu Du, Fang Yuan also told him about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Actually, this was already no secret. Chu Du might have known, while Heavenly Lord Baizu definitely knew, because he had taken in the supreme elders of He tribe as his subordinates. Heavenly Lord Baizu desired the upper extreme heavenly eagle greatly, but currently, he needed Chu Du as an ally. And Chu Du wanted to deepen his cooperation with Fang Yuan. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan easily succeeded in getting this transaction. Fang Yuan paid a lot of resources. But these resources were originally from He Fan Grotto Heaven anyway. To purchase these heavenly crystals, Fang Yuan sold them all without hesitation. Be it Chu Sector Baizu tribe, they needed these resources greatly. Because of their battle, both sides had expended a lot of their foundation, they needed replenishment. And the even better thing was, these resources were originally produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven, they suited the environment and did not need to adapt. After successfully hatching the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan settled down and observed it for some more days. After he confirmed that the upper extreme heavenly eagle had no issues, Fang Yuan immediately left, using Langya sect's teleportation GU formation to get to Taichu. The sixth earthly calamity was about to arrive, there was little time. Why was Fang Yuan going to Taichu? He could not undergo tribulation in Taichu. Because it was too dangerous. Ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants lacked intelligence, they were easily influenced by heaven's will, and would form into a giant beast tide. Fang Yuan followed a route and moved. He used familiar face, constantly changing his appearance, disguising himself as ancient desolate beasts or desolate beasts to travel, moving in Taichu. Fang Yuan did not dare to go to the center of Taichu. It was extremely dangerous. There were many wild immortal Gu there and even immemorial desolate beasts. Thankfully, his destination was not at the center of Taichu, it was at the fringe. 3 days later, he successfully reached his destination. The ground in front of him was uneven. Even though there was a lot of giant grass, it could not conceal the traces of battle here. Some mangled corpses were scattered here. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings. He did not discover any danger. He let out a breath of air and relaxed. In the previous earthly calamity, I gained a lot of dark path Dao marks. This time, I used dark limit to hide from heaven's will. The effect is many times better. Thus, I am still safe. Then next is, Fang Yuan mobilized his Gu worms, inspecting the surroundings. He was very careful. He searched meticulously. There was a rank 7 immortal Gu in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had specially borrowed it from Heavenly Lord Baizu. Lending immortal Gu was also part of Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord Baizu's deal. Other than this, there was an immortal killer move. With this rank 7 immortal Gu as the core, Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move. Not long after, he had a discovery. Good, I recalled correctly. It is here. The immortal killer move allowed Fang Yuan to discover a blessed land. It was hidden in empty space, concealed here in the air. Good eagle, it is up to you now. Next, Fang Yuan opened the immortal aperture, letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had grown multiple times in size after these days, but it was still young. It had shiny feathers and sharp eagle eyes. It was quite strong and vigorous looking. It flew in the sky, carrying Fang Yuan on its back as they flew multiple times in a circle. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, it sensed something and changed directions, aiming towards the ground and about to crash. When it was 3 meters from the ground, the upper extreme heavenly eagle suddenly went through an entrance, as it vanished from Taichu along with Fang Yuan. At the next moment, Fang Yuan arrived at a completely new blessed land. Chapter 1184, Annexing Han Dong Blessed Land. This blessed land was very unique. The entire terrain was a shallow beach. Jade green water that was less than 3 meters deep, large numbers of rocks piled on the beach. Like ink on a casually drawn canvas, they resembled strokes and lines that weaved together. There were many pools of green water, some formed lakes, some formed tiny seas. It was distributed like a pieces of a chessboard. This is quite similar to Dongfang tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan thought to himself. But he was aware that this place was different from Jade Pool Blessed Land at its core. Jade Pool Blessed Land was filled with many deep pools. There were tens of thousands of them, resembling the stars in the sky, forming a beautiful sight. And inside the jade pools, the water was different and bred countless aquatic species. But the water here was connected to the same source, because there were crevices between the rocks that formed the terrain of the beach. Fang Yuan looked. There were large numbers of fish and prawns, all sorts of aquatic insects and mortal Gu. Under the beach, in the crevices, there were seashells, mussels, seaweed, and others. But what was most abundant was a type of snake. This snake was pinkish-red in color. It was small and delicate, about the size of an adult's thumb. Smaller ones were only a few centimeters. This was a spirit snake. Gu Immortal Han Dong specialized the most in this transformation. This was Han Dong's blessed land. Han Dong was one of the traveling 3 elites. Back then when Dong Fang Chong Fan possessed Dong Fang Yu Liang and tried to revive, he had used the immemorial ruined bat corpse to create a temporary base. By the time Fang Yuan and the rest got there, Gu Immortal Han Dong from the traveling 3 elites had already died here. The traveling 3 elites were Lu Qingming, Su Guang and Han Dong. They were lone cultivators, rather famous ones. When the 3 worked together, they could use an immortal killer move that gathered light, forming a chariot that could travel quickly. In the Gu Immortal world, when some Gu Immortals develop close relationships, they would help each other and cultivate together. As time passes, when they become more familiar, if they were talented, they would comprehend and create new joint immortal killer moves. The traveling 3 elites were like this. The wind thunder roar of Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen was similar. Among the 3 of them, Lu Qingming was a wind path Gu Immortal. His signature move was Entangled Wind. It was very powerful and maneuverable. Su Guang was a light path Gu Immortal, while Han Dong cultivated Transformation Path. He was a Transformation Path rank 6 Gu Immortal. This Han Dong Blessed Land was a rank 6 Blessed Land. Fang Yuan floated in the sky. At this time, a pinkish-red spirit snake slithered over towards Fang Yuan. Hiss hiss hiss. The spirit snake was translucent without scales, its flesh was pinkish, it did not have bones, just one red line held its body from head to tail together. It hissed at Fang Yuan, showing animosity in its tone. This was different from the other snakes. Fang Yuan could understand it, as the hissing turned into words in his ears. Who are you? Why did you invade my home? Quickly leave, you are not welcomed here. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I came here because I want to be your master. What are the conditions for that? The pinkish-red spirit snake hissed unhappily. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling overjoyed. He thought to himself, so Han Dong's obsession before death has to do with Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It turned out that Han Dong blessed land's condition was very simple yet strict. The spirit snake in front of Fang Yuan was the blessed land's land spirit, created after Han Dong's death, fusing his obsession with heavenly power. This land spirit would only acknowledge Lu Qingming or Su Guang. When either of them arrived, this blessed land would belong to them. From this point, the traveling three elites truly had a close relationship. Han Dong's obsession before dying was to leave all of his assets to his two good friends. In that case, I will bring Lu Qingming here. We are good friends. Fang Yuan spouted nonsense. Spirit Snake asked, is that true? You can find Lu Qingming. That is wonderful. In fact, he is nearby. Because your main body died here, Lu Qingming and Su Guang have been thinking about it. But Tai Chu is too dangerous, thus, they asked me for help, and we finally found you after so long. Fang Yuan started his chain of lies. He neither was flustered nor did his heart beat faster. The spirit snake slithered around, moving its body. It was very excited. Next, it made an agreement with Fang Yuan. In just a few minutes, Lu Qingming would arrive. Thank you, truly, you are a good person. The spirit snake's attitude changed. It was very welcoming as it opened the entrance, sending Fang Yuan out. You must find Lu Qingming. Seeing Fang Yuan off, the spirit snake closed the entrance longingly. Fang Yuan flew in a circuit outside, storing away the upper extreme heavenly eagle and using familiar face to become Lu Qingming. He came back and waited for a while, before the blessed land's entrance opened. Lord Lu Qingming, sob sob sob. The spirit snake was at the entrance. Seeing Lu Qingming, it started to sob uncontrollably. Fang Yuan consoled it as the spirit snake's mood lifted. The spirit snake asked, Lord Lu Qingming, where is your friend from earlier? He is a nice person, he actually brought you here. He is a kind and helpful person, he is very dependable. He has already left, he said that there is no point in staying here, he has already done his part. Fang Yuan continued with his fairy tales. The pitiful land spirit could not see through familiar face, it thought he was speaking the truth, immediately acknowledging Lu Qingming as its master. The spirit snake coiled around Fang Yuan's shoulder. From now on, you are the owner of this blessed land. Fang Yuan immediately changed his tone. Wonderful, I've thought about it, I will give this blessed land to that friend of mine from earlier. Hiss. The spirit snake was stunned. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Since I am the owner of this place, I have the authority for that, right? Hiss. Hiss. The pinkish-red spirit snake lowered its head. It was upset but it still responded, acknowledging Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan immediately left. In a moment, he got rid of familiar face and returned in his original appearance. Very successfully, the spirit snake acknowledged him as master. The spirit snake said, from today onwards, you are the owner of this blessed land. Sigh, even though I am sad, this is Lord Lu Qingming's wish. Next, there were even more saddening words coming out of Fang Yuan's mouth. Since you acknowledge me as your master, work with me, assimilate this blessed land into my own blessed land. Hiss, 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 hiss hiss. The spirit snake was completely stunned, before becoming frantic. What? Why must we do that? If we do that, I will disappear. Of course I know that. But by fusing into my blessed land, I can skip multiple calamities and tribulations, it is helpful to me. Fang Yuan continued. The pinkish-red spirit snake thought of something and cried out, to annex my blessed land, you need to be at least a transformation path master. I primarily cultivate transformation path, I am a grand master. Fang Yuan replied mockingly. The spirit snake lost all its vigor, its head was lowered to the ground. Fine, you are the owner of the blessed land, you can do whatever you want, I will cooperate. Immortal apertures could annex one another. There were many restrictions and requirements in this. Firstly, a smaller immortal aperture could not engulf a bigger one. Secondly, dead apertures could not devour others. Finally, annexing immortal apertures required specific attainment levels. To annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needed to have master attainment level in that path. For rank 7 blessed lands, one needed grandmaster attainment level. And for rank 8 grotto heavens, one needed great grandmaster attainment level. Once these requirements were met, another person's immortal aperture could be devoured and become part of one's own immortal aperture. There were many benefits in this. Firstly, the resources inside the annexed immortal aperture would be completely transferred into the other immortal aperture without any need for relocation. Secondly, one would gain a portion of its Tao marks. Thirdly, and the most crucial point, the skipping of calamities and tribulations. For example, Hu Immortal, an enslavement path lone cultivator from Central Continent, had died during her 5th earthly calamity, from the blue charm lightning shadow. Even though the blue charm lightning shadow remained, the 5th earthly calamity of Hu Immortal blessed land was past. If a Gu Immortal annexed this blessed land, they would gain all of the resources inside Hu Immortal blessed land. At the same time, they would receive a portion of the blessed land's Tao marks, and they would skip at least one calamity or tribulation, to a maximum of 5. Furthermore, the countdown towards their next calamity or tribulation would be reset. Southern border, Jade Pod Mountain. Ying Wuxia's group arrived at the interior of the mountain. To think that Jade Pod Mountain has jade soil on the surface, producing beautiful jade that is renowned in southern border, but the interior is actually an icy land, it is truly another world here. Bai Ning Bing stood inside the icy cave, sighing in shock. As they got deeper into Jade Pod Mountain, the temperature lowered, frost energy emanated. Even though the Gu Immortals had defensive methods, they still felt a strong chill assaulting them. Ying Wuxia suddenly paused his steps, he seemed to have sensed something, he spoke while looking forward at the empty space, "We are here. This is a rank 6 immortal aperture left behind by a strength path Gu Immortal of Shadow Sect." Next, Ying Wuxia turned around and said to He Lu Lan, "He Lu Lan, this is for you. You have enough strength path attainment level, you can annex this immortal aperture. This way, your upcoming calamities and tribulations will be bypassed." She had the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 extremes, her calamities and tribulations were immensely powerful. Annexing an immortal aperture could resolve her problem, but it sacrificed her potential for growth in the future, only to obtain some short-term benefits. She hesitated, but eventually gritted her teeth, walking forward. Ying Wuxia internally nodded at this, he understood He Lu Lan's feelings, he spoke, "In a Gu Immortal's cultivation journey, pursuing potential and long-term growth is not wise. If you cannot survive the upcoming tribulation, then there is no future to speak of. Don't worry, this blessed land contains strength path Tao marks that are not fewer in number than your 10 extreme physique tribulation. Shadow sects cultivation methods are not something you can imagine, but how much you can actually absorb is up to your own fortune. Because the annexing of others' immortal apertures will often result in a reduction of Tao marks gained to some extent. It is far less than stuffing a Gu Immortal's corpse into your immortal aperture directly and allowing it to break down naturally." He Lu Lan's body shook, the anticipation in her gaze became heavier. Ying Wuxia could not help but think of Fang Yuan, he added in his mind, "Of course, the sovereign immortal body is exempt from this." Chapter 1185, Unexpected Joy. What is going on? Fang Yuan was confused. Under the cooperation of the Blessed Land's pinkish-red spirit snake, he successfully annexed Han Dong Blessed Land, turning it into a portion of the sovereign immortal aperture. Thus, a shallow rock beach appeared in many northern plains, within the sovereign immortal aperture. In the shallow beach, there was clear jade green water, with all sorts of fish and prawns in it, they could be seen swimming in the clear water. Between the crevices of the rocks, algae and seaweed flowed with the waves, there were even seashells and conchs. There was a great number of pinkish-red spirit snakes, some were moving alone, exploring the crevices. Some formed into groups, swimming in the green water, resembling a ball of red threads as they moved together. Some spirit snake groups moved in hundreds, it was a grand sight. What was worth mentioning was that there was a desolate beast pinkish-red spirit snake. It was resting in a crevice between some rocks, it seemed to be in deep sleep. Even when the entire blessed land was engulfed, it did not wake up. Fang Yuan moved the whole of Han Dong Blessed Land over, the assimilation was simply perfect. Normally, if Fang Yuan took out these resources and planted them into his sovereign immortal aperture personally, he would need to dig rivers and create their habitat. In that case, because of the change in environment and difference in Dao marks, much of these resources would wither and die. Like what happened when Fang Yuan took away He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, he had to constantly sell the resources in the outside world. Because these resources could not grow in the sovereign immortal aperture, it was not worth the effort in trying. But now, Fang Yuan directly annexed the immortal aperture, he saved a lot of trouble. The resources in Han Dong blessed land, be it the fish, prawns, or plants, did not need to adapt to a new environment. Because Fang Yuan moved the entire environment over directly, this way, Fang Yuan had completely, with 100% efficiency, taken over all of Han Dong's accumulation of resources over his life, and instantly absorbed them. Han Dong blessed land only produces one valuable thing, that is the spirit snakes. He can already nurture desolate beast-level spirit snakes, even though this blessed land is low grade, to reach this extent of development is already outstanding. Thus, Fang Yuan could inherit Han Dong's business and sell the spirit snakes. Spirit snakes were a type of mutated beast, but they had a high ceiling of growth, they could reach a peak of ancient desolate beast level. Fang Yuan assessed it, this rock beach was the foundation for raising spirit snakes. The profits it generated for him slightly exceeded the star fragment grass fields that were in mini blue heaven. Fang Yuan put these resources aside for now. There were other, stranger matters. Firstly, Han Dong blessed land's land spirit, that pinkish-red spirit snake, was still around in the rock beach. It did not die, hiss hiss hiss. The pinkish-red spirit snake twisted its delicate body, shaking its head, even the land spirit itself was confused. The blessed land was annexed, the land spirit would die, this was common knowledge in the GU immortal world. But when it came to the sovereign immortal aperture, logic was meant to be defied. Fang Yuan did not expect this at all, he was mentally prepared to sacrifice the blessed land's land spirit. But to think that this happened, Fang Yuan's will descended to the rock beach, forming into a human shape. The pinkish-red spirit snake slithered over, happily hissing at Fang Yuan, hiss, hiss hiss hiss. Master, master, what is going on? I actually did not die. I am still alive, master, master, you are amazing. Fang Yuan's will laughed. Of course, this is my secret art, solely created by me, it is unique in this entire GU immortal world. You think I wanted to harm you. But you are truly loyal, you were willing to sacrifice yourself, and give everything to me. The pinkish-red spirit snake's eyes were shining, it had deep admiration towards Fang Yuan, hiss hiss hiss. Wow, my master is so amazing, master's talent is higher than heaven. I am truly so blessed to have a master like you. Fang Yuan's will nodded in agreement. Alright, even though I have created a secret art to annex immortal apertures of others, this is the first time I used it. How much control do you have over this rock beach? The spirit snake answered. Same as before, master, master, you are so amazing. Oh, Fang Yuan's will pondered, before saying, then, little spirit snake, can you control any other areas? The spirit snake tried and shook its head, no master, I cannot. It can only control its original territory huh? Fang Yuan's will thought and said, then, can you try and leave this rock beach? The spirit snake was very obedient, it immediately tried. Unfortunately, as Fang Yuan had predicted, it could not leave the rock beach at all. Thus, the little spirit snake can only manage this rock beach in the future. Fang Yuan felt a slight pity. He lacked a capable individual to manage the sovereign immortal aperture for him. Earlier, he had hoped that there would be someone like Little Who Immortal to manage the place for him. After all, the sovereign immortal aperture was just too big. Fang Yuan's divine sense needed time to just look over it completely, it was a hassle to manage. It used up a lot of his time and energy over typical days. The appearance of the pinkish-red spirit snake was a somewhat unexpected and joyful surprise. Fang Yuan had wanted to let it manage the sovereign immortal aperture for him, but now it seemed, forget about the sovereign immortal aperture, it could not even manage the whole of mini northern plains. Because it could only move around in its original territory. Forget it. This rock beach can be taken care of by the pinkish-red spirit snake, it can sense any issues immediately if they occur. Why must I be unsatisfied? Fang Yuan quickly got over it and continued thinking calmly. The pinkish-red spirit snake was not destroyed, it still existed, this was just one aspect that shocked Fang Yuan. The other aspect was in Dao marks. I annexed Han Dong blessed land, but I actually absorbed all of the Dao marks of the blessed land, what is going on? Fang Yuan was puzzled. According to the logic of the GU Immortal world, when GU Immortals annex immortal apertures, the Tao marks they gain would be greatly reduced from the total amount. But Fang Yuan obtained everything. Before annexing the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had used perceivable Tao Immortal GU to inspect the number of Tao marks in Handong Blessed Land. Its transformation path Tao marks were the highest in number, about 7,000, followed by water and earth path Tao marks, about 1,000 each. Time path, space path, fire path, and other Tao marks were mixed in and varied in numbers. Some were less than 100, some were a few hundred. These Tao marks were all absorbed by Fang Yuan. As Handong Blessed Land completely fused with him, it became a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. Results by testing with perceivable Tao Immortal GU proved this point. I kind of understand why. Fang Yuan thought for a while, realizing something. What caused this situation was very likely to be the trait of non-conflicting Tao marks that the sovereign immortal body had. Ordinary GU immortals, even those of the 10 extreme physiques, when annexing immortal apertures, would face conflicts between different Tao marks. The GU immortals' Tao marks were like the owners of the house. And the annexed Tao marks were like guests. If guests want to enter the house and refuse to leave, even attempting to become the new owners of the house, the original owners would chase them away. Eventually, the original owners will take in a batch of guests that they like, and these guests would suit the nature of the owners, they would be of the same path. As for the other paths, Tao marks, they would be chased out, few of them could enter the house and become new owners. But Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was different. This house was open and invited any guest to stay. Because Tao marks did not conflict, the original owner could allow any newcomer to stay without any issues. It is all-encompassing. Not only are Tao marks non-conflicting, even land spirits can be taken in. It is like the huge world outside, there is nothing it cannot contain. Fang Yuan suddenly felt a trace of spectral soul demon Venerable's incredible fortitude and resolution. The sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus GU, it was deduced by spectral soul single-handedly, expending a great amount of time, effort, and resources, eventually refined through great danger. This immortal GU was the embodiment of spectral soul demon Venerable's beliefs and mindset. Fang Yuan could not help but praise internally. Spectral soul demon Venerable reached the apex through killing, he created soul path and was invincible in the world. But after he died, his soul went to the door of life and death, he went a step further and broke the limits he faced during his lifetime, reaching a state of being akin to that of a sea which all rivers flow into, becoming an all-encompassing being. He was truly incredible. Non-conflicting Tao marks made Fang Yuan's body very fragile, but the advantages greatly outweighed the disadvantages. Fang Yuan could use strong defensive methods to negate this weakness. But the great benefits it brought could not be replicated through other means. After annexing Handong Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's final gain was also his main objective, skipping calamities and tribulations. He succeeded. Originally, his sixth earthly calamity was impending. But after annexing Handong Blessed Land, not only was the sixth earthly calamity skipped, the countdown until the next calamity, and he even jumped forward by 4 calamities. I have already passed 5 earthly calamities, with the 6th coming soon. Now that I skipped 4, I have already passed the 9th earthly calamity, and my first heavenly tribulation would be next. GU immortals pass tribulations time and time again, it is like they were obtaining the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. The achievements of predecessors would be enjoyed by the person who annexed their immortal aperture. Even though Fang Yuan was not very clear on the reasoning behind this, it was proven countless times in history by many GU immortals, annexing other people's blessed lands would allow one to skip their tribulations. This was also a way to undergo tribulations, but in actuality, there were huge restrictions and tough conditions to meet. And the disadvantages were not small. After annexing this strength path immortal aperture, even though I gained a lot, I lost a lot of future potential in exchange for the current gains. Inside southern borders Jade Pod Mountain, Heilu Lan had also annexed an immortal aperture. But her expression was very gloomy. Chapter 1186, Ice Soul Immortal GU. Even though Heilu Lan obtained a lot of resources, and her greatest weakness was alleviated, her gains in Tao Mark were very little. Making an estimation, it was less than 30% of the immortal aperture's Tao marks. She skipped more than 10 calamities and tribulations directly. This was an immeasurable loss to Heilu Lan. Because of her having one of the 10 extreme physiques, every time she underwent tribulation, it would be extremely strong. Fortune and disaster came together. Whenever she succeeded in passing the tribulation, the Tao marks that she gained would be much greater in number. More than 10 calamities and tribulations, it was not just earthly calamities, but a heavenly tribulation as well. Considering this, her losses were huge. Even though undergoing tribulation was a dangerous thing, for a bold and fierce character like He Lulan, she was not afraid of difficulties, she was only afraid of being ordinary. Even if I am unwilling, what can I do? I am stuck deep in the abyss, it is not up to me, He Lulan sighed internally. Ying Wuxia observed her appearance. Seeing He Lulan's gloomy expression, he smiled internally as he said, "All right, let's continue traveling." The group passed the icy tunnel, getting even deeper into the mountain. Eventually, they arrived in front of a wall of ice. Through the white wall of ice, the immortals could see countless hearts inside. These hearts were blue, there were about at least 1,000 of them. Bai Ningbing did not know of them. But Tai Bai Yunsheng screamed, "Oh heavens, these are ice hearts, they are all ice hearts." He Lulan's expression also changed. Not just ice hearts, there are twin ice hearts, the latter is a ranked 7 immortal material, and in such quantity. Even the normally quiet Shi Nu gasped, "Unimaginable, Jade Pod Mountain actually has such an abundance of wealth." If Southern Borders GU immortals knew about this, a storm would be whipped up. In order to fight for these ice hearts, they would fight until rivers of blood flowed. Jade Pod Mountain was not uninhabited, there was a village on the mountain, with the surname Yu. Jade Pod Mountain produced jade stones and jade GU, Yu clan village relied on these resources for survival. Among mortal forces, Yu clan village, which had many rank 5 GU masters, was very powerful. But to GU immortals, they were not worth mentioning. Who could have thought that Jade Pod Mountain, controlled by a mortal force, could have such a quantity of rare immortal materials stacked together? Ying Wuxia sighed deeply. Jade Pod Mountain is nothing special on the surface, it is easy to ignore. Even my shadow sect also found this place due to a fortuitous encounter. But the ice hearts formed naturally here are not so high in quantity. My shadow sect's GU immortals had secretly set up a GU formation to turn this place into a GU breeding ground. In the past, this place had nurtured ice heart GU, but they had been taken away. There is still one ice heart immortal GU here, it was not ready earlier, but now it has completely formed. Bai Ningbing, come here and retrieve this wild immortal GU using the method I taught you. All right, Bai Ningbing said without hesitation. She took large steps ahead. Next, using Ying Wuxia's instructions, she stretched out both hands and placed them on the wall of ice, which was covered in frost energy. Without using any defensive methods, Bai Ningbing's hands were completely frozen. Frost energy assaulted her as a thick layer of frost formed on her arms. He Lulan saw this and raised her eyebrows. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to speak, he had an expression of pity. Ying Wuxia smiled lightly, she knew was expressionless, not saying a word. Bai Ningbing endured the intense pain as frost energy traveled through her body from her arms. Soon, she felt her body turning stiff, even her mind was becoming frozen. The intense threat of death assaulted her in both body and mind. But she was unmoved. Inside her clear blue eyes, a firm, determined gaze could be seen. She was even more stubborn and cold than this ice wall. Endure it, even if I die, it is nothing much. HMPH, dying from frost like this, it is interesting too, isn't it? Furthermore, Shadow Sect suffered a huge blow, they need manpower. Ying Wuxia tried so hard to recruit me, how could he let me die like this? As expected, a change occurred in front of Bai Ningbing. Inside the wall of ice, the blue ice hearts were shaking together. The vibrations were small initially, but got more intense with time. More than 10 breaths of time later, the wall of ice made a loud sound, cracks were forming before the immortals' eyes. Soon, they were covering the wall of ice like a spider web, one of the cracks went deep into the interior of the wall. The aura of immortal GU leaked out. Tai Bai Yunsheng almost wanted to help out. This was a wild immortal GU, it was very hard to catch, if they did not take action now, it would be too late. But Ying Wuxia was unmoved, he watched silently. Since he kept motionless, He Lulan and Shi Nu also did not act. Bai Ningbing could not move. She was completely frozen, frost energy had permeated her entire body, she was close to death. But this person who was dying greatly attracted that wild immortal GU which had broken out of the ice. This wild immortal GU flew over slowly, entering Bai Ningbing's hold. In the immortal's vision, This immortal GU was about the size of a baby's fist, resembling a spider with a white body and 8 claws, as well as a back with blue flowery markings that showed the appearance of a vengeful ghost screaming. Rank 6 Ice Soul Immortal GU. Bai Ningbing focused her mind, opening her Phantom Aperture's entrance. Ice Soul Immortal GU directly flew in. When the Phantom Aperture's entrance closed, Ying Wuxia immediately acted, healing Bai Ningbing's injuries, dragging her back from the edge of death. Good, Ice Soul Immortal GU is already in your aperture, it has nowhere to escape, refining it will be extremely easy. Ying Wuxia clapped and smiled. He Lu Lan's gaze shined, she suddenly spoke, I understand, this Ice Soul Immortal GU has a close connection to Bai Ningbing. Because Bai Ningbing has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Indeed, the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique has an intense attraction to Ice Soul Immortal GU. Thus, I asked Bai Ningbing to capture it without using any defensive methods. It was to completely release the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique without any concealment. Ying Wuxia nodded, explaining. But if Bai Ningbing's vitality was too high, the Wild Ice Soul Immortal GU would hesitate. Thus, only when Bai Ningbing was on the verge of death, would Ice Soul Immortal GU feel that she was no threat and go towards her automatically. So that's it, Tai Bai Yunsheng realized. Lord Fang Yuan is so wise. The loyal Shi Nu also said. Ha ha ha. Ying Wuxia raised his head and laughed. My shadow sect is huge and has many resources. Being with me will give you all great benefits. Like this wall of ice, my shadow sect had spent 1,000 years mimicking a natural environment, creating this GU refinement ground. The cultivation methods that my shadow sect has are unimaginable to all of you. If your aptitude is low, we will raise it. If you have few Dao marks, we will increase them. Everything is possible. He Lu Lan's heart shook. Ying Wuxia's final words were clearly directed at her. This fellow, he has learned how to be a true leader, he is really improving rapidly. Before He Lu Lan could continue thinking, Ying Wuxia waved his hand, we're leaving. Next, we will take over Bai Shang Grotto Heaven. I skipped too few calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan sighed, he was not happy about this. At almost the same time as He Lu Lan, who was unhappy over her major losses, wanting to skip as few calamities and tribulations as possible. Fang Yuan sighed, the number of calamities and tribulations skipped did not match his expectations. If possible, he wanted to be a rank 7 GU immortal at the very next moment. The endless number of battles in He Fan Grotto Heaven made Fang Yuan realize his biggest flaw. His cultivation level was too low, his green grape immortal essence was not efficient. As Fang Yuan's identity got more complex, the dangers he faced also became greater. In the past, Fang Yuan could control the future well, because he was alone. Now that he had many alliance agreements, he could not help himself. And with the trip to Eastern Sea, he did not manage to exterminate Shadow Sect. The growth of Ying Wuxia and the rest made Fang Yuan feel immense pressure. Thus, he would rather sacrifice his future potential and raise his battle strength rapidly. Without the present, how can there be a future? Potential is good, but to have room for development, one needs to spend time. The true attitude for cultivation is to be practical, everything is for the sake of our present reality. Fang Yuan's losses were even more severe than He Lu Lan's, but he did not feel any pity or loss, he had a resolute and determined gaze. But, Han Dong had already gone through 2 heavenly tribulations and more than 20 earthly calamities. I annexed his immortal aperture, but I only progressed by 4 earthly calamities. Is this because the sovereign immortal aperture is too big? The effect of skipping calamities and tribulations from annexing immortal apertures is not very evident. Fang Yuan thought about it from all angles, he felt that the sovereign immortal aperture was the cause. Rank 6 GU immortals face an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. During this process, if it was split into 3, Fang Yuan was nearly 1/3 done. This is not fast enough, I need to hit rank 7 as soon as possible, it would give me a huge boost in battle strength in terms of sustainability. Financially, I will also grow rapidly. If only Han Dong blessed land is not enough, I will have to annex more immortal apertures. Even though the gains in Dao marks cannot compare to undergoing tribulation myself, I can save a lot of time, I can deal with challenges and dangers from all aspects more easily now. Furthermore, when annexing blessed lands, I get all of their Dao marks without any losses. Even though it is still a loss, I just need to kill some GU immortals to make up for it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. After uncovering another advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan discovered a new way to cultivate. His original method was to go with the natural flow, undergoing tribulations in obtaining a great number of Dao marks in true meaning. But this method was too slow, his battle strength rose slowly, what grew the most was his immortal aperture's foundation. It was not suited for Fang Yuan, it would only make his situation more dangerous. Currently, Fang Yuan was going to use the method of annexing immortal apertures and skipping calamities and tribulations, to rapidly raise his cultivation level. When his cultivation level rises, his battle strength would also rise. Fang Yuan would use his new battle strength to kill more enemies and annex their apertures. To avoid undergoing tribulation himself, it could also allow his immortal aperture's foundation to grow, and he would gain Dao marks as well. This method allowed Fang Yuan's battle strength to grow at the fastest speed, but his immortal aperture's foundation would increase more slowly. But it was suited for Fang Yuan's situation, it allowed him to have a better chance at survival. Both cultivation methods could create a cycle of benefits for him, they just had their own advantages and strengths. Chapter 1187, Fang Yuan's Cultivation Opportunity. Immortal Killer Move. Days pass like years. Countless GU worms flew in the sky, expending green grape immortal essence as a grand light filled the entire sovereign immortal aperture. The tributary of the river of time in the sovereign immortal aperture showed its true form, it could be seen with the naked eye. Under the power of days pass like years, this tributary of the river of time shrank, the river surface became thinner. Huff. Letting out a breath, Fang Yuan finally relaxed. I succeeded, the immortal aperture's rate of time has greatly slowed down. The interval between my calamities and tribulations have lengthened drastically. After confirming that the killer move succeeded, Fang Yuan retracted all of his concentration. Right now, he was inside his cloud city in Langya Blessed Land. After annexing Han Dong Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately returned. Taichu was too dangerous, while Fang Yuan's dark limit had a time-limited effect, Heaven's will was plotting to kill Fang Yuan at all times. Now that his immortal aperture time was slowed down, the following calamities and tribulations were far away. Fang Yuan felt relaxed all of a sudden, his pressure diminished. He had undergone careful consideration before making this decision. Since he changed his cultivation method, he did not need to undergo tribulations so frequently. Annexing blessed lands could allow him to skip calamities and tribulations, this effect had nothing to do with the rate of time in his own blessed land. The most important thing now were blessed lands. Where could he find more blessed lands? Fang Yuan first thought of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land in Central Continent. But soon, he disregarded this unrealistic idea. It was impossible. Central Continent was a dangerous territory, the 10 ancient sects along with Heavenly Court, which had deeper foundation than Longevity Heaven, would want nothing more than to kill Fang Yuan. Like how Ying Wuxia and the rest fled from Central Continent, for Fang Yuan, it was also a death zone. Some time ago, Starform Blessed Land faced its calamities and tribulations, the land spirit wrote to Fang Yuan, sobbing while asking for help. Fang Yuan ignored it, only sending some mortal GU and immortal essence to the land spirit, asking it to save itself. Starform Blessed Land was in such straits, the exposed Hu Immortal Blessed Land was even more out of the question. Fang Yuan thought of Luopo Valley, or more accurately, the location that Luopo Valley was previously at. There was an intense battle at Luopo Valley, with Feng Zhuzhe leading the Central Continent GU Immortals to fight against Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch with Qinbai Sheng as the leader. They went through an intense battle, with victory going to the Central Continent GU Immortals in the end. At Luopo Valley's original location, there were many GU Immortals' blessed lands. These blessed lands are in Northern Plains, can I go over and take them? This was an alluring idea, but Fang Yuan hesitated for a while, and soon after, he gave up on this option as well. Because this choice carried great risks. Even though this battle was hidden and the GU Immortals of Northern Plains did not know about it, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court knew about it, as well as Shadow Sect themselves. After GU Immortals die, blessed lands or grotto heavens would be formed outside. These blessed lands or grotto heavens contain the resources accumulated by the GU Immortals over their lifetimes. No matter how affluent a force was, they would try all ways to reclaim these resources. Since Central Continent could send people to Northern Plains for investigation of 88 Truyong buildings' collapse, then they can naturally send others to reclaim those blessed lands. And Shadow Sect too would want to take these blessed lands back. I did not go there earlier, there is no way I am going there now. Fang Yuan's decision was very wise. Because right now, the person secretly helping Central Continent to reclaim these immortal apertures was the rank 8 GU immortal Prince Feng Xian. If Fang Yuan was blindly hopeful and went there on his own, Prince Feng Xian would probably laugh even in his sleep, seeing how Fang Yuan went to him on his own without any effort exerted. Fang Yuan thought of Eastern Sea next. Eastern Sea's turbulent flow sea area, at its center, there were islands in bubbles. One of the islands contained the secluded domain of heaven and earth, City Well, and inside City Well, there were lots of GU Immortals' blessed lands. These GU Immortals were all slammed to death by Fang Yuan using the effect of City Well to amplify Giant Hand's power. He even went inside these blessed lands at the moment they were placed down, and went inside to scavenge for resources. The most alluring one was Ding Qi Blessed Land. Ding Qi was a blood path rank 7 GU Immortal. He self-detonated before dying, not leaving any resources, Immortal GU, or soul for Fang Yuan, but his immortal aperture remained. Even though Fang Yuan could annex his immortal aperture, he did not do so on the spot. Firstly, Ding Qi Blessed Land's land spirit had a difficult requirement for ownership. It needed Fang Yuan to complete the blood path immortal GU recipe of blood revenge. If Fang Yuan still had the light of wisdom, he could rapidly complete this. But now, wisdom GU could not be used, and blood revenge immortal GU was less than 10% complete. If Fang Yuan wanted to complete this immortal GU recipe, even with his blood path grandmaster attainment level, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort on it. The cost was not worth the gain. And secondly, Fang Yuan's previous cultivation method placed emphasis on potential. He went through tribulations one by one. If he annexed Ding Qi Blessed Land, it would go against his plan. But now was different. Firstly, Fang Yuan did not achieve his goal in this Eastern Sea trip. Even though he weakened Ying Wuxia and gang, he did not kill them once and for all. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Ying Wuxia. Their development speed surpassed his. The next time they met, he would be on the defensive. There was also the variant human alliance, He Fan Grotto Heavens Contest, joining Chu Sect, and the crazed demon agreement that was coming soon. His status was getting more complex. Fang Yuan felt trapped inside a vortex. In lots of situations, he could not do what he wanted. The alliance agreements were restricting his freedom. Times were different now. As the situation continued to change, Fang Yuan realized he too needed to change. His cultivation experiences in the 500 years of his previous life gave him keen instinct towards how he should continue his future developments, as well as impending threats. He had a strong feeling that if he did not make a change, the future was going to be very bleak. Realizing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's special trait in annexing blessed lands was just such an opportunity. I am a Blood Path Grandmaster. Annexing a rank 7 blessed land is not a problem in terms of attainment level. But a smaller immortal aperture cannot devour a bigger one. What does the bigger here mean? If it referred to cultivation level, Fang Yuan's rank 6 immortal aperture could not annex the rank 7 Ding Qi blessed land. But if it referred to the immortal aperture's foundation, then the sovereign immortal aperture could definitely devour the rank 7 Ding Qi blessed land easily. Fang Yuan needed an answer to this question. It was not hard to get, he just needed to try. But other than that, there is another problem, the land spirit's acknowledgement. The acknowledgement of Ding Qi land spirit is quite difficult to get. I can't satisfy it currently. But if I attempt to use force, the land spirit would be destroyed, and the blessed land would be destroyed as well, creating the winds of assimilation. When these winds of assimilation blow in City Well, will it implicate the other immortal apertures? Will it destroy City Well directly? Fang Yuan had thought about this problem back in Eastern Sea. Thus, he did not forcefully attempt to get those blessed lands. To destroy the land spirit while keeping the blessed land intact, it would need to absorb a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. But only Grotto Heavens could absorb fragments of the immemorial 9 heavens. Like He Fan Grotto Heaven, even though Fang Yuan destroyed the heavenly spirit, it still existed. It was because this Grotto Heaven world had absorbed a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. But that was not the case for land spirits. And the turbulent flow sea area was far away in Eastern Sea. Taking a journey there and back would use a lot of Fang Yuan's time. Heavens will might even be plotting to prevent Fang Yuan from obtaining City Well. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. he found another problem limiting his annexing of immortal apertures. It was attainment level. Fang Yuan was not spectral soul demon venerable, the latter had high attainment levels in every path, he could easily absorb blessed lands into the sovereign immortal aperture. But Fang Yuan could not. Or rather, Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus GU in order to devour immortal apertures. Fang Yuan realized that if he did not take sovereign immortal fetus GU, and allowed spectral soul to revive, then his development would be at an incredibly shocking speed. He had the most bloodthirsty nature among the venerables, he had many killer moves. After killing GU immortals, he could either take their main path's Dao marks and give up on the immortal aperture to raise his Dao mark foundation, or annex the immortal aperture and skip calamities and tribulations, resetting the counting of his impending tribulation. The two methods could be used in conjunction in the most efficient way. No wonder spectral soul managed to succeed in my previous life. No wonder heavens will try all means possible to send me to the past and stop him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze subconsciously moved towards the south. Towards the direction of southern border. Fang Yuan knew that the giant dream realm was there, a trace of spectral soul's remnant soul was there, it was the target that Ying Wuxia and the rest were desperately trying to save. Attainment level, dream realm, southern border. Fang Yuan's body shook, he suddenly thought of something. The thoughts in his mind became extremely clear at this moment. The cultivation opportunity I need is in southern border. It is there. Snowy Mountain, first peak. The refinement path GU formation was still activated. Lady Wan Shou was energetic, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun again. Ma Hongyun saw her and his hair stood on end, he screamed, "You are here to shock me again, you want to shock me again. Good that you know." Lady Wan Shou smiled, pushing the lightning ball in her hand towards him. Ah, Ma Hongyun was twitching from the pain, his eyes rolled back but he did not foam saliva from his mouth. At the same time, his voice was very clear, if one listened closely, it was rhythmic. All in all, he lasted for a while before fainting. His cultivation level rose again. Also, he lasted 30% longer this time against the lightning refinement. Lady Wan Shou frowned as she observed. From the eyes, nose, and ears, blood was flowing out. This was the backlash of GU refinement. But Lady Wan Shou had experienced it many times, she was used to this backlash. Her healing process was also very rapid and efficient. It is a bit troublesome. The more times Ma Hongyun undergoes lightning refinement, the stronger his resistance, and the more likely this crucial step is to fail. What should I do? Change the refinement method? No, if I change the method now, I will need to change the entire immortal GU recipe. Half of the materials we found earlier would be unusable. Snowy Mountain cannot bear such a cost anymore. Lady Wan Shou sighed to herself, feeling extremely worried. Chapter 1188, Crazed Demon Agreement. Northern Plains, Crazed Demon Cave. Lu Guanyi, we have been waiting for you. Not Immortal came to the first layer, welcoming Fang Yuan and Chu Du. The three conversed as they got deeper into the cave. Fang Yuan discovered that the route this time was slightly different from the previous time he came here. Are the demonic sounds recently very frequent? Fang Yuan asked. They are getting more frequent now. Thus, our travel route also has to be modified. Once the demonic sounds start, Dao marks will go into chaos. Not only will the desolate beasts go crazy, the terrain will also change. Not Immortal explained. A moment later, they saw Pang Shan. Pang Shan woke up from his slumber, his eyes opened slightly. You are here again, Brother Chu. He seemed to have a good relationship with Chu Du. Next, he looked at Fang Yuan. Brother Lu, I know about your capabilities, let's talk in depth after the Crazed Demon Agreement. Fang Yuan asked. How will we establish the Crazed Demon Agreement? We will need to go down to the third last layer. I can't move easily, I will not go with you. Pang Shan said vaguely, his explanation was as good as nothing. Follow me. Not Immortal continued to lead the way. The three Immortals continued to go down. The deeper they went, the more turns they had to make. Sometimes, the straight distance seemed to be short, but they had to make a long detour. Believe me, detours are much faster than walking straight in this place. Not Immortal smiled. Chu Du nodded, pointing out to Fang Yuan, when we get there, don't be too surprised. Fang Yuan felt some curiosity and anticipation. A while later, through a cavern entrance, Fang Yuan officially stepped into the third last layer of Crazed Demon Cave. His vision was covered by bright glorious lights. All sorts of colors were emanated from the rocks, soil, and grass in this place. Fang Yuan sucked in a deep breath. These are all lights of Tao marks. Only quasi-rank 9 immortal materials can radiate such lights. The Tao marks here are so dense that every piece of soil and rock is a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. Not Immortal laughed. Brother Lu makes sense, but these immortal materials have chaotic Tao marks, they cannot be used. Chu Du saw Fang Yuan's shock and smiled. Back then, when I first came here, I suffered the same shock. Not Immortal ended his laughter. The Tao marks here are extremely dense, it is not as simple as just emitting the lights of Tao marks. There is almost a state of a battlefield killer move in here. Moving here is extremely difficult. Brother Lu, why don't you try? Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. Not Immortal, since you say this, I will believe you. No need to try. Not Immortal looked at Chu Du, smiling. Brother Lu is smarter than a certain person. Back then, he refused to believe it, he wanted to charge in, I could not change his mind and in the end, he suffered a lot. Chu Du rubbed his nose, admitting to Fang Yuan, Not Immortal is talking about me, I spent 3 years to recover from that injury. Don't look down at the Tao marks here. This place is extremely dangerous, each step you take is precarious. I'll teach you a secret, try to get close to the Tao marks of your own path, that can make your traveling easier, and face the least obstruction. Not Immortal nodded. That is true, I am a rule path GU Immortal, I have to try walking on places with more rule path Tao marks. And I cultivate strength path, I need to get close to the strength path Tao marks, thus, in the following journey, we cannot help you, you have to walk on your own, Brother Lu. Chu Du said with concern. Not Immortal stepped forward first. I will go first, Brother Lu, watch carefully. Fang Yuan concentrated as he looked. Not Immortal's every step was very vigilant, the first 10 steps were very easy, he could move calmly, but after 10 steps, it became difficult. After 20 steps, his movements were stiff, it was like a formless force was weighing on him. After 30 steps, Not Immortal was perspiring profusely, at the 42nd step, he stopped for the first time, breathing roughly as he turned to ask Fang Yuan, Brother Lu, did you manage to watch that? Chu Du laughed. Not Immortal. Stop acting, you are clearly unable to continue, you still tried to ask Brother Lu a question to conceal the fact that you stopped. Not Immortal was exposed, he was embarrassed and snapped, Oh Chu Du, I want to see how many steps you can take. Can you go as far as me? Chu Du snorted. Would I be afraid of you? Watch closely. Before he finished his words, he took large steps forward on the Tao marks in the area. Initially, his speed was faster than Not Immortal, he moved like a dragon or tiger, Not Immortal's expression was dark. But soon, Chu Du took a wrong step and the light of Tao marks below him burst out. Chu Du grunted, his body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He was heavily injured, his momentum was lost but he did not stop. Chu Du endured his injuries as he continued to walk step by step, as slow as a snail. Eventually, he took 38 and 39 steps, by the 40th step, he could no longer continue. His final burst of strength was used up. He stopped, I could not compare to you after all. Chu Du wiped the blood from his mouth, sighing. Not Immortal was very shocked, he stared at Chu Du with wide eyes, domination. Immortal, you actually improved so much since last time. I am ashamed, I have stayed in Crazed Demon Cave for so long, I have walked along this place hundreds of times more than you, I have such a huge advantage but I only managed to take 42 steps. Chu Du laughed. Alright, don't flatter me. I know you did not use your full strength, you are trying to salvage my face. Not Immortal did not deny it, he chuckled. Even so, your improvement is beyond my imagination. You are truly a genius at strength path cultivation, domination Immortal, indeed, as the saying goes, titles are never wrong. Chu Du laughed heartily, waving his hand. Alright, let's stop the flattery, next, we will see Brother Lu's performance. The two immortals turned around and watched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't laugh at me when I embarrass myself. Brother Lu, relax, this is your first time here, you should focus on the feeling of walking here, don't be obsessed over the number of steps. Not Immortal said. Chu Du laughed instead. Haha, don't worry Brother Lu, I will remember your pathetic state later. I walked 22 steps when I first came here, if you cannot beat me, I will laugh at you forever. Haha, Fang Yuan laughed too, it was a harmonious scene. But in truth, he understood internally, these two are purposely probing me. Even though Chu Du recommended me, they are not confident in my ability to explore this place, thus they created this situation. They are working together, purposely asking me to walk alone, they want to probe my foundation. If I perform too poorly, and am of no help to them, they might not even set the crazed demon agreement with me. Involving limitless demon venerable in the secret of eternal life, Fang Yuan made up his mind to put up a good show, to display his strength for not immortal and Chudu. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a mysterious light, he breathed in deeply and firmly stood on the ground as he took a step forward. He chose the route with the most transformation path Dao marks. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Ha ha. Chudu observed his expression and laughed at the same time as Fang Yuan's changing expression. Brother Lu, watching alone is useless, can you feel the pressure already? Fang Yuan felt extremely mystified on the inside, but he showed no flaws on his expression. He did not answer Chudu, he kept quiet and continued walking forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, like this, Fang Yuan took more than 10 steps forward. Fang Yuan's weird feeling intensified. What is going on? Why do I feel no obstruction? I have already taken more than 10 steps, it feels like I am walking on normal ground. This was not normal. Fang Yuan soon guessed that the situation was caused by his sovereign immortal body. Chudu and not immortal face pressure because of the conflicting Dao marks. There are a lot of Dao marks here, while the GU immortals also have a lot of Dao marks in their bodies. So even though they took 1 step at a time, walking on paths with rule path or strength path Dao marks, the surrounding Dao marks are nearby and will still pressure and reject them. But I am different, the Dao marks here are not immortal killer moves, they have no offensive power, they cannot influence me. Of course, this is just my guess, the truth might not be like this. Fang Yuan thought as he continued walking, taking a few more steps ahead. Not immortal and Chudu's expressions changed mildly. This Lu Guanyi is so strong. Not immortal was extremely shocked. He is almost at the 20th step, he can still move so calmly. The first time I came, every step was difficult, I had to exert all my effort, it was a pathetic sight. Chudu recalled his own experience, compared to the situation in front of him, his pride and self-confidence was taking a huge beating. A thought appeared in his mind uncontrollably. Don't tell me, this Lu Guanyi is an even greater genius in cultivating transformation path compared to me in strength path. He has even higher attainment level. Actually, Fang Yuan was trying his best to conceal himself. He pretended to be panting, like he was very tired. But his acting was in reference to Chudu and not immortal earlier. They had gone through this many times, they were experienced, they could maintain their composure. Even though Fang Yuan showed a pathetic sight, he was just slightly weaker than them. Eventually, Fang Yuan stopped at the 20th step, smiling, I am about the same as you, Brother Chu. Chudu looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Brother Lu, you have not gone all out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am barely holding on, if I continue, I will start spitting out blood. Chudu's smile was even more bitter than his. I will not lie to Brother Lu, the first time I came here, I started spitting out blood at the 10th step. Chapter 1189, Huge Rise in Cultivation Level. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he realized that his performance had gone overboard. But this was just a small mistake, it was not a problem. Let's continue moving, we can set the alliance agreement before talking more. Not Immortal smiled, his attitude was much warmer than before. Fang Yuan's earlier performance made Not Immortal's evaluation of him rise by several levels. The three traveled in the land of Dao marks with much difficulty. As they moved forward, Dao marks were denser, the obstruction was greater. Of course, this was referring to Not Immortal and Chudu. But Fang Yuan also faced a lot of difficulty, having to pretend he was having a tough time, so that Chudu and Not Immortal would not be suspicious of him. The three immortals walked and rested, the short journey took them 15 minutes. Eventually, they came to a rock. A newcomer, the rock suddenly spoke, as smoke rose up from the rock before vanishing. The rock had turned into a skinny and short GU immortal. He had a goatee, he was at the height of Fang Yuan's knee, and his tiny eyes were shining brilliantly. This is one of the three crazed demon eccentrics, Wisdom Path GU Immortal Secret Schemer. Chudu introduced at an appropriate timing. Fang Yuan gasped in his mind, this person is actually Secret Schemer. He concealed his expression perfectly, acting like he had heard it for the first time, immediately greeting, hello, I am Lu Guanyi of Transformation Path. Brother Lu, Brother Chu, you are leaving so soon, aren't you staying for a few more days? At the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave, not Immortal tried to ask them to stay. No, Chu-Du smiled bitterly and rejected. You also know about Northern Plains situation. I recently created Chu-Du and allied with Bai Zhu tribe. Right now, the righteous path is targeting our lone cultivator sect. They cannot stand us, they are gathering members to deal with us. Not Immortal sighed. These are external worldly affairs, what is there that you cannot part with? Fame and reputation, will they still remain after death? In the legends of Ren Zhu, after Verdant Great Sun died, his soul went to the door of life and death. He stayed in pacifying Soul Lake as reputation Gu left him. Only eternal life is the worthy goal in pursuit of us Gu immortals. Chu-Du had a determined expression. I will make sure strength path flourishes. This is a promise I made to someone. If I cannot achieve it, I will not live in peace. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Chu-Du. This was the first time he had heard Chu-Du say his aspiration. Chu-Du's expression of sincerity did not seem to be fake. It seems that there is a story behind Chu-Du cultivating strength path. Fang Yuan was thinking about this, when Not Immortal asked him. Brother Lu, you have a lot of potential, why don't you stay here? Fang Yuan smiled. I came here this time to sign the Crazed Demon Agreement. Now that it is done, I have other matters to settle. Not Immortal actually thought more highly of Fang Yuan, mainly because Fang Yuan's performance this time left a deep impression on him. Fang Yuan was more confident than Not Immortal in this aspect. He felt that he could even run freely in the third last layer's Dao Mark landscape. But if he did that, it would be too shocking, the jaws of the three Crazed Demon eccentrics would drop. I have not seen the bottom and second last layers yet, I cannot assess them. But the third last layer is not a problem. Derivation Gu is at the bottom layer, but with the three Crazed Demon eccentrics guarding it, I cannot act alone. Fang Yuan felt it was somewhat of a pity. One day, he would return to Crazed Demon Cave, using his advantage to explore the place. He had to raise his cultivation level, that was the most important matter. As for derivation Gu, even if Fang Yuan obtained it, what use would it have? It was a rank 9 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought back to wisdom Gu, he could neither use it, nor would he know how to, it would be a huge burden if he actually obtained it. Other than eternal life, everything else is temporary. Brother Lu, how long would you need? Not Immortal asked. He did not want to let a useful person like Fang Yuan go. Fang Yuan's gaze shined, looking at Chu-Du. Actually, I am a member of Chu sect. Right now the Huang Jin tribes are attacking Chu sect, I need to help them. Chu-Du knew that Fang Yuan was using him as an excuse, but hearing this, he still felt warmed internally. Sigh, you guys, never mind. Not Immortal saw that he could not convince Fang Yuan and gave up. Fang Yuan and Chu-Du said goodbye to Not Immortal, before flying towards the sky. On the way back, Fang Yuan asked Chu-Du about the situation in Northern Plains, as well as the difficulties Chu sect was currently facing. Fang Yuan had also undergone the Crazed Demon Agreement, his relationship with Chu-Du had deepened again. Chu-Du did not conceal it from him, he smiled bitterly. Right now, I feel great pressure too. Even though Chu sect allied with Bai Zhu tribe, we are against an enemy with tens or hundreds of times our strength. But they are not unified and have their own territories, they can only deploy limited Gu immortals. And they are in the righteous path, they talk about rules and reputation, we still have a chance. When are they coming? Fang Yuan asked the crucial question. Chu-Du chuckled. Far from now. Even though they are spreading news everywhere and saying harsh words, they are still far from setting off. These Huang Jin tribes have their own conflicts and disagreements, they need to consider a lot of things. Things are not as simple for them as us demonic path members. Chu-Du's words made him gain even clearer insight and analysis of the current situation in Northern Plains. Chu-Du looked at Fang Yuan. This might sound presumptuous, but Brother Lu, your transformation path has already reached Great Grandmaster attainment level. What? Not yet, Fang Yuan replied. Even if you are not a Great Grandmaster, you are at least quasi-Great Grandmaster. Chu-Du said with much self-confidence. Fang Yuan laughed, asking instead, how did you know? Chu-Du chuckled. I deduced it from your performance with the Dao marks. The higher your attainment level, the easier it is to explore Crazed Demon Cave. Not Immortal was shocked by my improvement, that was because I had recently attained a qualitative improvement in my strength path attainment level. Chu-Du stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze contained deep meaning. Fang Yuan knew that he was trying to ask about the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. After all, Chu Du was only using Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU to gain some benefits from Fang Yuan. The core method that could draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning had been kept secret by Fang Yuan. He did not reveal any of it. Fang Yuan knew what Chu Du was trying to ask, but he pretended not to know, saying, "Oh, I see." After saying those 3 words, there was no follow-up. They continued traveling quietly. Disappointment flashed deep in Chu Du's eyes. He had been desiring Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture all along, but in this situation, that was no longer the focus. Thus, Chu Du asked very vaguely. He knew that a clever person like Fang Yuan would understand what he was trying to say. But Fang Yuan replied with 3 words, "Oh, I see." Chu Du immediately understood. Fang Yuan had rejected him. Like how Chu Du asked very subtly, Fang Yuan's answer was the same. "Oh, I see." It meant that Fang Yuan's method to draw out true meaning was not for sale. He rejected a transaction. "I can only forget about it for now." Chu Du felt it was a pity, but he was very rational. In this situation, he had to deepen his cooperation with Fang Yuan. He could not worsen their relationship. Fang Yuan did not return to Heifan Grotto Heaven with Chu Du. Halfway through the journey, he parted with Chu Du. Fang Yuan flew towards the southwest direction. Some days later, he landed on an ordinary-looking mound. According to Shui Songzi's memories, this is the place. Fang Yuan looked around, confirming that he had arrived at the right place. He started to activate his Immortal GU. After a while, the Immortal Killer move activated successfully, and he found the location of a blessed land accurately. His Immortal GU and Immortal Killer move were borrowed from Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. For this, he paid a huge price. However, it was completely worth it for Fang Yuan. Found it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He summoned the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew in a circle a few times, before piercing through space and bringing him into a new blessed land. The owner of this blessed land had cultivated Earth Path during his life, thus, this blessed land was covered in black rotten mud. Many small mud monsters were rolling around here. From time to time, a desolate beast giant mud monster would jump up from the soil, like a huge black tidal wave. A small mudman with a green strand of grass coming from its head floated and came to Fang Yuan. "Bababa." The small mudman spoke, talking to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan listened and understood what it was saying. He could not help but look at the mud below him, muttering, "To become the owner of the blessed land, I need to defeat 5 desolate beast mud monsters at once." Hey, easy. The acknowledgement requirement of this Earth Path blessed land was difficult for most rank 6s. But for Fang Yuan, it was very simple. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with Earth Path. In fact, due to his previous life's experiences, his Earth Path attainment level was at master level. After annexing this Earth Path blessed land, his mini-western desert gained a huge swamp. For the following month, Fang Yuan went around everywhere, finding blessed lands and annexing them. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle displayed immense value. Fang Yuan easily got into blessed lands to explore them. The information of these blessed lands was basically obtained from the GU immortal souls that Fang Yuan captured. Dong Fang Chong Fan, Zheng Ling, Shui Songzi, and the 9 GU immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, as well as the countless GU immortal souls from the turbulent Flow Sea area, and of course, He Chenghu was alive. Counting them all, Fang Yuan had a large number of GU immortal captives. These captives had been soul-searched many times. He obtained all of their intel. Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose tremendously. He skipped calamities and tribulations time and time again. The space and resources in the sovereign immortal aperture also increased each time he succeeded, rising time and time again. Fang Yuan had long since passed his first heavenly tribulation. By the time Fang Yuan returned to Langya blessed land, in this short period of time, he had already passed 2 heavenly tribulations. He was a rank 6 GU immortal who was only 3 earthly calamities away from his 3rd heavenly tribulation. Chapter 1190, Blood Plane Martial Competition. Rank 8 GU immortal Prince Feng Xian was silently sitting with his eyes shut. Flames were burning around him, like clothes fluttering in the sky. They were dazzling and brilliant, dancing like dragons or snakes, extraordinary. Right now, Prince Feng Xian opened his mouth, spitting out small pearls of flame. The pearls of flame grew with the wind. In a breath of time, they expanded to become orange-red fireballs with the size of a baby's head. The fireballs circled around Prince Feng Xian's body, flying up and down, left and right. Next, Prince Feng Xian opened his mouth again, spitting out another pearl of flame. A while later, Prince Feng Xian already had 8 fireballs around him. They were flying around, crashing into one another. They moved in a profound trail, circling around Prince Feng Xian endlessly. Right at this time, Prince Feng Xian suddenly opened his eyes. An unbelievably sharp light burst out from his eyes. It was extremely dazzling. The 8 fireballs self-detonated one by one, turning into flickers of flames, dissipating. I failed again. I did not manage to deduce any trace of Fang Yuan. Prince Feng Xian's eyes were shining. He stared at the fireballs that were gone. If his deduction succeeded, these flames would instantly draw Fang Yuan's location, as well as what he was doing. Evidently, Prince Feng Xian had failed once more. He learned nothing. I am not a wisdom path GU immortal after all. I was just mimicking wisdom path. I cannot deduce Fang Yuan's true location. Prince Feng Xian sighed. He was tasked to capture Fang Yuan, but the problem was, he had hidden himself too deeply. Most of the time, he was inside a blessed land and did not come out. As long as blessed lands and grotto heavens did not absorb fragments of the 9 heavens, they would be a completely different world isolated from the 5 regions. Even Fairy Ziwei cannot deduce anything. Prince Feng Xian primarily cultivated fire path. He naturally could not. Of course, Fang Yuan would go outside as well. But he had familiar face and dark limit immortal GU. Together with his dark path Dao marks, Fang Yuan could conceal his traces every time he traveled. Lord Feng Xian, Gong tribe is here. They want to meet you. At this moment, a female GU immortal dressed in yellow came to the hall and reported. She was beautiful like a flower. She had watery eyes and peach-like lips. She was one of Prince Feng Xian's 2 female GU immortal attendants, Li Yao. Gong tribe is here. HMPH. Prince Feng Xian frowned. Not meeting them. But Gong tribe's GU immortal brought the longevity edict. Li Yao hesitated. Prince Feng Xian smiled lightly. So what if they have the longevity edict? It can control the Huang Jin bloodline, but I am not one of them. Li Yao pouted. But Lord, did you forget, we are now spies inside Northern Plains. You are still a son-in-law of Gong tribe on the surface, an external supreme elder. If you defy the longevity edict openly, would it not be a problem? Ha ha ha. Prince Feng Xian laughed heartily. Li Yao, you are only half right. Longevity heaven is not to be underestimated. It is a rank 9 grotto heaven. It has giant sun immortal venerables foundation, and is unfathomably deep. It is simply like Central Continent's heavenly court in Northern Plains. But this time, longevity heaven sent orders to unite the Huang Jin tribes. All of the righteous path super forces are to attack Bai Zhu tribe. This is a unified battle of the Huang Jin tribes against outside forces. The collapse of 88 True Yong building, the creation of Bai Zhu tribe, as well as Chu sect, have stepped on longevity heaven's bottom line constantly. This time, longevity heaven will definitely not ask for my help. Yao Huang is their only choice. Prince Feng Xian analyzed it perfectly. Li Yao's eyes shone, but she did not understand. Then why did Gong tribe's GU immortal bring the longevity edict here personally? Prince Feng Xian's eyes shined with cold light. These people from Gong tribe are trying to falsely use that authority, to use the longevity edict and deceive me into helping them. You also know about Gong tribe's objective. They are still dreaming of becoming the number 1 righteous path force. So that's it. Then we will not meet them. Li Yao smiled, showing her pearly white teeth. She had a beautiful smile, like the image of spring. It was all according to what Prince Feng Xian had analyzed. Several days later, the longevity edict was passed on to all of the Huang Jin tribes, eventually ending up in Yao Huang's hands. Yao Huang used his old hands to receive the longevity edict, sighing deeply to himself. This longevity edict still ended up with me after all. To one who heard him mumbling, it may have seemed that Yao Huang was aware all along. The truth was that it was an obvious situation. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a rank 8 GU immortal. If the Northern Plains righteous path forces wanted to deal with Bai Zhu tribe, they would need to have a rank 8 GU immortal to deal with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. On the surface, out of the rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains, other than Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, old ancestor Shui who was in the demonic path, 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone immortal and had invaded longevity heaven. He was already trapped inside Calamity Luck Altar. Only Prince Feng Xian and Yao Huang were left. Prince Feng Xian's identity was the biggest problem. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline, he was just a son-in-law of Gong tribe. If they relied on Prince Feng Xian and defeated Bai Zhu tribe, would that not prove Five Elements Grandmaster's point? The great Huang Jin bloodline, descendants of giant Sun Immortal Venerable, could not rely on themselves to defeat a strong foe. Thus, for longevity heaven, there was only one person they could choose, the rank 8 refinement path Gu Immortal Yao Huang. In fact, Yao Huang really did not want to involve himself in this mess. Currently, he was very busy trying to refine resurrection from the dead immortal Gu. He was severely interrupted. Yao Huang was in a bad mood. Ping. Yao Huang threw the longevity edict onto the table casually. I should go talk to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu first. Yao Huang sighed, storing his immortal aperture and going to the outside world of Northern Plains, flying into White Heaven. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, who received Yao Huang's invitation, hesitated for a moment, before deciding to meet with Yao Huang and discuss the matter. The two rank 8 Gu immortals met in White Heaven and talked in secret. In fact, they were friends. Long ago, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had considered creating Bai Zhu tribe, thus, as a lone cultivator, he got very close to Yao Huang. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu wanted to be in the righteous path, but there were only two righteous path Gu immortals. Prince Feng Xian did not originate from the righteous path, he stayed by himself and his relationship with Gong tribe was not good. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could only have a goal of getting close to Yao Huang. Afterwards, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang had fought against old ancestor Shui Hu together. Even though they lost and caused old ancestor Shui Hu's reputation to surge, this matter had brought Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang closer together. Thus, when they met, there was no animosity or anger. Friend, what do you think? Yao Huang smiled and asked. Sigh, it has gotten to this point, I'll tell you the truth, I did not expect this. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu waved his hand, he also felt very gloomy about the situation. His motive was very simple, he wanted to take down He Fan Grotto Heaven. But to think that Chu Du's battle strength and wits exceeded Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's expectations, it caused the situation to change and worsen. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could not back out. Among which, the rumors and threats regarding Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World were all spread by Chu Du and his subordinates. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was aware of this. Anyone with a functioning brain knew. But now, in fact, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and the culprit of the rumors, Chu Du had allied, to deal with the righteous path forces that he did not want to face. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was also very helpless in the progression of this matter. Yao Huang saw Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's expression and deeply understood his feelings. Yao Huang pointed and smiled. Old friend, do you understand now? It is not easy to be the leader of a righteous path force. In many situations, even as rank 8 Gu immortals, we cannot act freely. I used to envy your lone cultivator status. I also urged you not to create any righteous path force. Do you feel it now? I feel it, but I have worked hard for so long, it was not easy to get such results. I am not willing to give up just yet. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said openly. Yao Huang was silent, before saying, I do not want to interfere in this matter either, but I cannot help it, longevity heaven's token is already in my hands. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sighed deeply, he felt gladness but also sorrow in his heart. He was glad that his relationship with Yao Huang was close enough, but the sad thing was, he and Yao Huang were friends, but they had to fight. Even as rank 8 Gu immortals, they could not decide this for themselves. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sighed deeply, then we can only fight now. Yao tribe waved his hand, this is an eventual matter, we are not in a rush now. Even though I am in charge of this matter, Yao tribe is just one of the righteous path forces, I still have longevity heaven overseeing it. They are watching patiently now, even if we fight, we cannot resolve this matter. In my opinion, we should let these juniors fight first, and rile them up. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu pondered and nodded. Then in that case, let's decide a date for a martial competition. Alright, Yao Huang thought. Blood Plain is a good choice of location, how about there? That is good, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu agreed instantly. The two Gu immortals talked for a while, deciding the matter of the Blood Plain martial competition, before leaving White Heaven and going back to their tribes. They gave their respective instructions on the Blood Plain martial competition. At once, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World went into commotion again. A new storm was brewing, it faintly swept through the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. The GU immortals from the Huang Jin tribes were rubbing their hands together in anticipation. They felt that they had sufficient strength to suppress the allied forces of Bai Zhu tribe and Chu sect. They had high morale. In terms of foundation, the allied forces of Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe could not match the alliance of the Righteous Path forces, but they could seek help. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was from the lone cultivator faction, while Chu Du was a famous expert in the demonic path. There was still some time until the competition. News of the Blood Plain martial competition had spread, even Central Continent and the other regions heard of it. Both sides were gathering strength. The Righteous Path Huang Jin tribes were choosing carefully, only picking the elites, while Bai Zhu tribe and Chu sect started recruiting for experts to help them, making great preparations. Chapter 1191, Begging. Delicious wine and food was set out in the garden. Come, brother Shi, I have heard that you like delicious wine. I have purposely looked for these wines for you to taste. Gu Immortal Yang Feng sat upright as he stretched out his arm towards his esteemed guest. This guest had short white hair and shining golden eyes with sharp light in them. He wore a tight martial uniform and had a blue-silver belt. His forearms and knees had dazzling armor. He had broad shoulders and a slim waist. He was emitting a valiant aura. But he was half leaning on the wall and had a casual posture. It lifted a bit of the pressure that he was emitting. Gu Immortal Yang Feng was a rank 7 transformation path Gu Immortal, an expert in ancient soul sect of the 10 great ancient sects, but compared to his guest, he was inferior in fame. Because this guest was Shi Lei, he cultivated Earth Path primarily and Transformation Path secondarily. He was at the peak of rank 7, he was an expert of Central Continent known as the Immortal Monkey King. Then I will not stand on ceremony. Shi Lei laughed. He stretched out his arm, lifting the wine vat on the table. Breaking the seal, the smell of liquor burst out. It felt like an intense flame had started raging. Instantly, in the huge garden, it was filled with the smell of thick alcohol. The alcohol was red in color. The vapor gathered around the vat, resembling a bright cloud of flames. Shi Lei saw this and became joyful, praising, "Good wine. So this is the legendary Red Emperor wine. Brother Yang Feng, you could actually get your hands on this, you are quite impressive." Gu Immortal Yang Feng laughed loudly. "I'll not hide it from Brother Shi, I paid a huge price to obtain it from ancient soul sect's treasury. Come to speak of it, this was thanks to our ancestor. 300,000 years ago, a Gu Immortal from our sect became friends with a Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea, Wine Emperor. During the Gu Refinement Path Convention, they competed in refining Gu and agreed that whoever won would obtain the loser's creation. They fought for 81 days, having their respective victories. They were closely matched. This Red Emperor wine was created by Wine Emperor. He had lost it to our ancestor. Ancient Soul Sect of the 10 great ancient sects had ancient in its name. True to its name, the sect was very old, having the longest history among the 10 great ancient sects. 300,000 years ago, that was the medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable appeared in succession during this era. A female Gu Immortal, Shui Ni, founded Water Path and built Spirit Affinity House. It was also during this era. Oh, Shi Lei was intrigued. Wine Emperor, I know this person. He was a Food Path rank 8 expert. He was very famous in human history. His entire life's effort was in the creation of his 3 sovereign 5 Emperor wines. Legend says that by combining these 8 wines, one can obtain the rank 8 Liquor Worm Immortal Gu. Using this Gu, one can turn rank 8 White Lychee Immortal Essence into rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. After this person died, he left his inheritance behind. Currently, there is the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal Zui Xian Wang, who became the 137th inheritor. Brother Shi, you are so knowledgeable, I am impressed. Cheers. Yang Feng raised his wine cup. Shi Lei waved his hand instead. Drinking with a cup is not satisfying enough, let's drink from the vats directly. Okay, Brother Shi, you are very direct, I will do the same. Yang Feng patted the table, replying. But Shi Lei had just touched the vat when his movements paused. His expression changed as he looked outside. An information path Immortal Gu had appeared in the sky above the garden. It was flying around but did not land. Shi Lei's golden eyes shone. This is an Immortal Gu from my sect, Brother Yang, please let it in. This garden was not normal, it was exquisitely built, grand with white jade tiles, it was oozing with cold air, there were faint dragon roars heard occasionally. This was Ancient Soul Sect's Immortal Gu House, Frost Dragon Manor. Yang Feng manipulated the Immortal Gu house, opening a path for the information path Immortal Gu to fly towards Shi Lei. After inspecting it, Shi Lei's expression changed slightly. Yang Feng could not ask about the sect matters, he raised his cup and savored the Red Emperor wine. To think that Shi Lei took the initiative. Northern Plains Gu Immortals are indeed battle maniacs. He tribe was just destroyed, and now they are starting to fight again. This time, the commotion is even bigger. All the Huang Jin tribes are ganging up to deal with the newly established alliance of Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe. Chu sect? Yang Feng was confused. This is a newly created sect. Do you know about Northern Plains Chudu? I know a little, a strength path Gu Immortal, known as Domination Immortal. That's right, he created Chu sect. This person is not to be underestimated. He used Heifan Grotto Heaven to forcefully resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's invasion. He even nurtured many strength path Gu Immortals secretly. He has quite a force. Yang Feng frowned. After absorbing this information, he said, strength path is like the setting sun, it is nothing much. But this Chu sect is probably the first sect in Northern Plains. This Chudu is so daring. That's right, Shi Lei said. This is a good show to watch. Both sides have agreed to hold a martial competition. Hee, Northern Plains is really exciting. They are fighting all the time. Why was I not born in Northern Plains? Cough, cough. Shi Lei patted his own head. Oh, I nearly forgot. Heavenly Court has orders. We are to go and attack Star-Form Blessed Land now. Why? Heavenly Court has already confirmed that Fang Yuan will not come. Yang Feng asked in surprise. As it turned out, after Ying Wuxia and the rest escaped from Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei had never given up on searching for Fang Yuan's traces. Fang Yuan's true body was not exposed yet, even Prince Feng Xian could not make any progress. But using some clues in her immense capabilities, Fairy Ziwei managed to forcefully deduce the existence of Star-Form Blessed Land. Star-Form Blessed Land was inside Earth Abyss. It was in ancient Soul Sect's territory. Fairy Ziwei specially asked Gu Immortal Shi Lei to complete a task. Shi Lei was a supreme elder of Combat Immortal Sect. Ancient Soul Sect sent Yang Feng to cooperate with Shi Lei. Shi Lei was following orders. According to Fairy Ziwei's plan, he was waiting in ambush. The moment Fang Yuan returned to Star-Form Blessed Land, he would capture him immediately. But after waiting for so long, Fang Yuan did not even appear once. Not long ago, Star-Form Blessed Land faced calamity. Fang Yuan made up his mind and ignored it. Fairy Ziwei noticed Fang Yuan's determination and deduced that if Star-Form Blessed Land was kept intact, it would be of much help to Fang Yuan in the future. Thus, she decided to go ahead and order Shi Lei to destroy Star-Form Blessed Land. Spirit Affinity House, Lake Heart Mountain, Feng Jin Huang's accommodations. Senior sister, you are amazing, you could refine even this type of Gu. Qin Wan held the Gu with both hands as she cried out excitedly. Feng Jin Huang had snowy skin, her eyebrows were long and golden, her lips curled up as she smiled. This is nothing much. She had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, her refinement path attainment was now Grandmaster level. Refining a rank 3 mortal Gu was really nothing much. Senior sister, oh no. At this time, a Gu master ran over with a flustered look on her chubby face. Qin Wan was unhappy at her demeanor. Sun Yao, you are an elite disciple of Spirit Affinity House, how can you be so panicky? Feng Jin Huang smiled. No need to worry, I am here. Tell me, what happened? Sun Yao breathed in deeply as she said, that Zhao Lian Yun is coming. What? Zhao Lian Yun? Qin Wan's expression changed. She looked at Feng Jin Huang worriedly. Zhao Lian Yun is an otherworldly demon. She has also inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance. Since she joined the sect, she had been your opponent. Zhao Lian Yun wants to compete with senior sister over the next generation fairy position of Spirit Affinity House. Why is she coming here to find you? Feng Jin Huang's smile gradually faded. I am not sure either. Go, let's meet her and ask, wouldn't that answer our questions? The three left the room, meeting a girl. This girl was dressed in white, like a flower by the lake. She had long black silky hair with a worried look between her eyebrows. She had clear skin and pupils like they were fused with the night sky, expressing worry and anxiety. Such beauty was comparable to Feng Jin Huang. It was Zhao Lian Yun. Junior sister Zhao, I wonder what business you have with me. Feng Jin Huang was the first to ask. Zhao Lian Yun hesitated for a moment, determination shone in her eyes. At the next moment, She knelt down. Qin Wan and Sun Yao did not expect this, they gasped in shock. Feng Jinhuang was also quite shocked. Junior sister Zhao, why are you doing this? I really have no other alternatives. Please, please save Ma Hong Yun. Zhao Lian Yun said, as tears flowed down her smooth cheeks. Ma Hong Yun, who is he? He asked you to come and beg me. Come, you can get up and tell me, don't kneel. Feng Jinhuang quickly walked forward, stretching out her arms to help Zhao Lian Yun stand up. She had the magnanimity of a senior sister. Even though she and Zhao Lian Yun were fiercely competing for the position of fairy, now that Zhao Lian Yun was begging her, Feng Jinhuang did not look down on her, she offered to help her up instead. But Zhao Lian Yun did not get up, she shook off Feng Jinhuang's hands, sobbing, right now, the only one who can help me is you, senior sister Feng Jinhuang. Southern border, Guu village. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, he said to the two people sitting in front, Uncle, Aunt, you have already obtained the inheritance my parents left. Right now, I need some primeval stones, can't you help me? Aunt snorted, saying shrilly, that is not right, we did not take your parents' inheritance, they are with your brother. Your brother has a great aptitude, he has a far better future than you. I believe that your parents would do this too if they were still alive. Oh Fang Yuan, Uncle said in a calm and slow manner. I know what you are thinking, you want primeval stones to buy Gu refinement materials and refine Gu. But do you know how hard it is to refine Gu? How big the risks are? You are simply too young. Don't bear such unrealistic thoughts, just do your part properly. With your C-grade aptitude, stop dreaming and live your life realistically. It was winter now. Inside the warm room, Fang Yuan's heart was ice cold. He had been standing on the spot. After a short silence, he said, I understand now. He turned around and walked out. Behind him, Aunt criticized sarcastically, leaving like this. Not even saying goodbye, he is truly polite. Uncle was smiling, saying in a fake tone, Oh Fang Yuan, don't be so anxious to leave, stay for dinner. Fang Yuan did not stop, he walked even faster with firmer steps. From his uncle and aunt's place, he went towards the streets with many people. It was late at night now. Even though there was no snow, the cold air gave Fang Yuan a bone-chilling feeling. Next, he looked up at the sky, clenching his fists. In the sky, countless stars were shining brightly. Starlight reflected in Fang Yuan's pupils, his eyes seemed to be shining with life. Since I transmigrated to this world, I must achieve something in life, so what if I have C-grade aptitude, I can definitely succeed. Fang Yuan did not see that behind him, a figure was quietly tailing him, watching all the events unfold. The stars in the night sky were shining even more brightly, this figure's appearance became clear. It was another Fang Yuan. But this Fang Yuan's appearance had changed completely, experience and maturity was also deep in his gaze. Under his supervision, the entire night sky, the entire dream realm faded, as if there was a thick layer of fog in the sky. Gradually, everything vanished. In the real world, Fang Yuan opened his eyes slowly, muttering, to think that I could re-experience what happened in my previous life. Chapter 1192, Concession. Zhao Lian Yun might be an otherworldly demon, but she has deep love in her. Feng Jinhuang's mother Fairy Bai Qing looked through the window, a very far distance away, focusing on Zhao Lian Yun, who was still kneeling in the courtyard. Zhao Lian Yun approached Feng Jinhuang and begged her to help save Ma Hong Yun. Feng Jinhuang was lost. After asking, she learned about Zhao Lian Yun and Ma Hong Yun's heart-wrenching story. Zhao Lian Yun was begging for help, but regardless of what Feng Jinhuang said, she seemed to be fixated on this. She refused to get up. Feng Jinhuang had no choice but to find her parents for help. Her mother was a ranked 7 female immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Bai Qing, while her father was the famous Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe walked towards Fairy Bai Qing. He did not look at Zhao Lian Yun, instead, he looked at the sky, saying plainly, Dear, can't you tell? Zhao Lian Yun is guided by some people. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flashed. Do you mean Shu Hao and Li Junying? Spirit Affinity House had its internal conflicts too. Feng Zhuzhe was powerful. In the absence of rank 8s, he dominated the 10 great ancient sects, nobody could rival him. But this did not mean he had no opponents. Competition in this world did not just involve fighting and killing. Shu Hao and Li Junying were Feng Zhuzhe's main opponents in Spirit Affinity House. The two of them were married too. among which, Shu Hao was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, while Li Junying was known as the illusory fairy. Her power was extraordinary. In the previous life, when Feng Zhuzhe died inside the thieving heaven True Inheritance's special space, these two immediately exerted pressure on Fairy Bai Qing and had a powerful stance. But afterwards, when Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada and ended up saving Feng Zhuzhe, history was changed. Feng Zhuzhe's return caused great pressure on Shu Hao and Li Junying. They were at a disadvantage. However, using Zhao Lianyun's influence, the two of them held their ground and were untouchable by even Feng Zhuzhe inside Spirit Affinity House. Hearing Fairy Bai Qing mention their names, Feng Zhuzhe admitted, "It is them. This was my mistake. Back then, I sent Shu Hao to complete the mission for the thieving heaven True Inheritance. I wanted to push them aside, but to think they actually benefited from it. Huang wants to be the next generation fairy. She was originally unmatched, but now, Zhao Lianyun appeared. As expected of an otherworldly demon, this woman is very intelligent and has a different perspective on many matters, yet she can get to the point and succeed in her unique methods. She is truly worthy of being Huang opponent." This time, Zhao Lianyun is kneeling and begging for help. Shu Hao probably instigated this. Zhao Lianyun wants to save her lover. She has to fight for the position of fairy. That way, she would have enough authority to use Spirit Affinity House's power. If Huang gives in to her, she would give up being the fairy. But if she rejects her, it would breed trouble. Feng Zhuzhe analyzed deeply. He easily exposed Shu Hao's schemes. He was a sound path Gu Immortal, but he had incredible wits. He had a keen perception towards these internal conflicts. Fairy Bai Qing rolled her eyes, saying playfully, "Dear, why would I not understand these? Our Spirit Affinity House's signature Immortal Gu is love. Our sect values moving people through love." Shu Hao asked Zhao Lianyun to do this. He probably does not expect her to succeed. But after Zhao Lianyun is rejected by Huang, others would sympathize with her. "Ha ha ha, my dear, you are so smart, I was unduly worried." Feng Zhuzhe laughed. Shu Hao was trying so desperately to make Zhao Lianyun win and defeat Feng Jinhuang, and become the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. That way, he could use Zhao Lianyun's power to ally with others and oppose Feng Zhuzhe together. Shu Hao had a good plan. All along, Zhao Lianyun's identity as an otherworldly demon was her biggest obstacle in becoming Spirit Affinity House's fairy. Because people were more willing to believe in those who originated from a similar background. Zhao Lianyun, who came from another world, was ostracized and guarded against. But after this matter, Zhao Lianyun's image in Spirit Affinity House would completely transform in the eyes of everyone. Even though Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon, she loved a man of the Gu world. For this man, she fought for the position of fairy. She was not a vicious or ambitious person. She was really pitiful. Nobody was helping her. Her lover was in northern plains. He might die any time. These lovebirds might never get together again. This time, Shu Hao made a good plan. No matter what decision Huang makes, she would still lose. In fact, to compete for the position of fairy, she has to reject Zhao Lianyun. Feng Zhuzhe said plainly. "Then we let her continue kneeling here?" Fairy Bai Qing asked. Feng Zhuzhe smiled. "No worries, she won't stay here for long. This is just a show." But Fairy Bai Qing shook her head. "I do not agree with this. Did you not see Zhao Lianyun's eyes? She is so determined and resolute. She is in deep agony. Do you think Shu Hao would tell her about the truth?" At this moment, Zhao Lianyun probably thinks that her only hope in saving her lover lies in Huang giving up this contest. She will definitely not give up. She will continue kneeling. Feng Zhuzhe did not speak. He looked at the sky. He still paid no attention to Zhao Lianyun. Feng Zhuzhe was a little regretful now. If he had known this, he would not have bought Zhao Lianyun back in the Northern Plains auction. Right now, she was Feng Jinhuang's greatest obstacle. Parents in this world still had the same wishes. They wanted their sons or daughters to succeed in life. Even Feng Zhuzhe with rank 8 battle strength was no exception from this. "Even your mother pities Zhao Lianyun. Oh Huang, we will not advise you this time. How will you deal with this?" Feng Zhuzhe was secretly anticipating as he waited. On the road to Lake Heart Mountain, Qin Wan kicked a rock along the path angrily. "This Zhao Lianyun is so annoying. Is this how you beg someone? She wants you to give up the contest for the position of fairy. She has the nerves to say that. She is really shameless. But she really has no choice. She already explained that this is for the sake of her lover, Sun Yao mumbled. Yes, but even so, she cannot do this. Kneeling on the ground, refusing to get up, does she want us to beg her to get up? Seriously, oh, I am so angry. She even caused senior sister's home to be surrounded by spectators, causing you to be unable to go home, and have to roam out here. Qin Wan stomped, going crazy. However, she is really pitiful. I did not feel that last time, but hearing her words, I find that Zhao Lian Yun is really kind too. Sun Yao shook her head. Hey, whose side are you on? You are speaking up for Zhao Lian Yun. Qin Wan was furious as she pointed at Sun Yao. Senior sister is the most qualified person to be Spirit Affinity House's fairy. Zhao Lian Yun is an outsider, how can she? And you, Sun Yao, correct your attitude. Did you forget about how senior sister has been taking care of us all along? You actually said such words. Are you repaying kindness with enmity? No, I have no such intentions. I just think that she is pitiful. No matter what decision senior sister makes, I will support her. Sun Yao waved her hand, explaining. Qin Wan calmed down a little. She started worrying for Feng Jinhuang. Senior sister must be troubled now. This Zhao Lian Yun really posed a good problem. If we agree to her demand, we will give up the position of fairy. But if we don't, people will say that senior sister is heartless, and people will sympathize for Zhao Lian Yun and acknowledge her. Most importantly, the contest for fairy is not just decided by our seniors, it also considers the view of our generation's disciples. Every generation's fairy in Spirit Affinity House has to be acknowledged by everyone. He. Walking in front, Feng Jinhuang suddenly laughed lightly to herself. She stopped walking. Qin Wan and Sun Yao realized that they were at the mountain slope that they usually went to. Feng Jinhuang stood on the slope, raising her head as she looked at the stars in the sky. Next, she spoke. I will not concede. Her tone was plain, but Sun Yao and Qin Wan could hear her unwavering determination. Feng Jinhuang's clear eyes reflected the light of the stars in the sky. Winds of the night blew, caressing her face as her hair fluttered in the sky. She continued. Even though Zhao Lian Yun is pitiful, the title of the next generation fairy is my goal. This is the path that I have decided on. I will not change it for the sake of others. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan was inside his own dream realm. Inside Qingmao Mountain again. In Jiyu village, a young Fang Yuan was standing in front of Jiyu clan leader. You want me to give in to Fang Zheng tomorrow on purpose? And lose to him? Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, growling. Jiyu clan leader sighed. Fang Yuan, I understand that this is not your fault. Fang Zheng was the instigator. But you need to understand, he has been living under your shadow, unable to get free. He challenged you because his heart's inner desires are leading him to oppose you, to defeat you and break free from his childhood trauma, and obtain the heart of an expert. Fang Yuan lowered his head, gritting his teeth. Clan leader, since you looked for me in secret, that means I have the strength to defeat him. That's right, you took a debt and pawned all of your assets just to luckily succeed in refining that GU. This greatly raised your battle strength. But Fang Zheng has a great aptitude, he is taught by several elders, he has quite the skill, he just lacks some experience. GU clan elder said. A great aptitude, hehe. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at GU clan leader, smiling in a mocking manner. Your decision is. GU clan leader was expressionless, looking down at Fang Yuan imposingly. His figure faded into the shadows. He left with one sentence, I'll do it. GU clan leader did not speak, his gaze became dark as he muttered to himself, he conceded so easily, he must have other ideas. To play it safe, I should preemptively weaken him first. Chapter 1193, Gongwan Ting. Dawn. When the first ray of sunlight shone, the flowers and grass were still wet with dew. A blood-thorn snake slithered out of its cavern after the unbearable cold night, greedily absorbing the warmth of the sunlight. Ordinary snakes were cold-blooded, but the blood-thorn snake's blood was warm. As its temperature rose, it gradually regained its nimbleness. It stretched out its body and flicked out its tongue, as it started to look for food. It needed to get enough food today and digest them to cope with the next cold night. In this world, all living beings were struggling and fighting for every aspect of survival. The appearance of the blood-thorn snake was terrifying, but its nature was gentle. It did not eat meat and it fed on blood jaspers. Its tongue darted in and out, and soon, it discovered its food. Blood jaspers were translucent, like rose stones, hanging on the tips of stalks of grass. It was the dew from flowers and plants which had certain probabilities of transforming under the rays of dawn. If this blood jasper managed to avoid the blood-thorn snake's hunt and endure through the cold nights, after 7 days and 7 nights, it would transform into a small rank 1 blood jasper GU. The blood-thorn snake quickly slithered over. Rustle, rustle, the dense shrubs were shaking continuously, showing traces of a line. Within several breaths of time, the blood-thorn snake crossed 1,000 steps of distance and neared this blood jasper. The snake's head rose and was about to devour this delectable food when suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from the horizon. The blood-thorn snake shook in fear, its whole body fell down to the ground without any trace of strength left. Explosions reverberated through the landscape like war drums. An enormous hall moved through the clouds and descended above this grassland, like the ruler of the world. This hall had a broad structure and magnificent appearance, with lightning snakes coiling around it and countless thunderbolts raining down beside it. Inside the hall, Gu laughed heartily. Sure enough, Loud Thunder Hall is extremely powerful. In this blood battle competition, my tribe has this hall to suppress the situation. We will definitely kill the enemies. Ha ha ha, he was a famous ranked 7 GU Immortal expert of Northern Plains Righteous Path, specializing in sound path and had impressive battle achievements. His battle strength stood at the same level as Guan Chou of Guan Tribe, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. Gu had a small head and big belly, his body was disproportional, his eyeballs were popping out, while his limbs were dry as twigs, he had pale skin resembling a sick person, without any hint of blood in his face. Right now, Gu was controlling Loud Thunder Hall, experiencing the overflowing strength of this immortal GU house. He was extremely excited. Along with Gu were several of tribe's GU immortals. Among them, a girl did not conceal her frown, covering her ears as she shouted, "All right, Gu, stop using thunder sound. It is truly noisy, if you use it again, I will turn you into a toad." Gu, who had been in high spirits, heard the girl's threat, his demeanor immediately disappeared without a trace. "Great Aunt, I made a mistake." He quickly turned around and bowed in apology. The girl waved her hand. "Little Gu, you need to behave, we can't stand out in this blood battle martial competition. Yao tribe, Guan tribe and Lu tribe are the ones nearer to Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe. If we put too much effort, they will just watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits." "Yes, Great Aunt, you are right. I shall listen to Great Aunt's arrangement." Gu quickly patted his chest and assured. The other tribe GU immortals almost could not hold back their laughter. According to bloodline seniority, this GU immortal with the appearance of a little girl was indeed Gu's great aunt. The crucial point was that she was very powerful and had a trump card immortal killer move, which she had tested on Gu since he was young. The trauma on Gu was extremely huge from this, and he had developed a fear of his great aunt. Gong tribe's people are also coming. The girl suddenly turned around. Under the amplification of Loud Thunder Hall, her gaze easily pierced through an enormous distance, seeing another immortal GU house. This immortal GU house was similarly a hall. It was Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall, shining with brilliant golden radiance. When Gu saw a female GU immortal standing at the entrance of the Golden Dawn Hall, he immediately frowned. Why is it her? This woman looked to be in her late 20s, she was clad in dazzling palace attire with the lower hems touching the ground, her black hair was tied up high with jade and gold ornaments. Her skin was snow white, her eyebrows slender, her gaze sharp, and her chest was voluptuous and perky. She looked stately and beautiful, giving a feeling that she could not be offended. "Gong Wan Ting," tribe's girl exclaimed in slight surprise, before quickly adding, "Come with me." tribe's GU immortals immediately flew out of Loud Thunder Hall and went up to the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall. The girl greeted first in a cordial tone, "Elder Sister Wan Ting, hope you have been well." Gong Wan Ting lightly smiled. "Little Sister Qian, good day to you." The two immortal GU house stopped above Blood Plain. This was a rare scene in Northern Plains GU immortal world. Next, the third immortal GU house appeared, making this scene even more colorful. Divine Light Hall, Yao tribe's immortal GU house. A GU immortal of Yao tribe, Yao Yuan Ying, flew out of the immortal GU house and greeted Gong Wan Ting first before greeting Qian. Gu could not help but secretly transmit his voice to Qian. "Great Aunt, it looks like Gong tribe came prepared this time." Sending Gong Wan Ting over, even the current holder of the longevity edict, Yao tribe, is overwhelmed. Nu Qian transmitted back her reply. Gong Wanting is Prince Feng Xian's official wife, who can dare to not respect her? Even if Yao Huang were to be present, he would also have to be somewhat courteous to her. But the person Yao tribe sent this time is actually Yao Yuan Ying. Her nature is gentle and she is not proficient in fighting and killing, but is specialized in healing. It seems Yao tribe also does not have the intention to put in much effort. Just looking at these GU immortals, one could have some clues to the thoughts of each tribe. Last time, Gong tribe had suffered the most in the battle at Iron Eagle Blessed Land. When Gong returned to the tribe, he had been punished. This time, Gong tribe wanted Prince Feng Xian to show up, but their ploy was seen through by Prince Feng Xian. Gong tribe could only choose the next best option, sending Gong Wanting. She was Prince Feng Xian's wife, she had rank 7 cultivation, with powerful battle strength, and was a genuine expert. Gong tribe's main objective this time was to revitalize their prestige. Yao tribe sent Yao Yuan Ying, a healing GU immortal who was not good at fighting, and she had been appointed by Yao Huang. Yao Huang was friends with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, so he came up with the blood battle martial competition as an explanation to longevity heaven. His main focus was still on refining GU. Some combative GU immortals of Yao tribe had been suppressed by Yao Huang, and could only grit their teeth with nothing they could do about it. Nu tribe sent Nu Qian and Nu Gu as the main forces. Nu Gu's nature was erratic and was very aggressive, while Nu Qian was stable, experienced and very reliable. The main thing was that she could restrain Nu Gu. However, Nu tribe also had the intention to forge ahead this time. So they did not stint on mobilizing the tribe's immortal GU house, Loud Thunder Hall. But the final decision was in Nu Qian's hands. Next, Huang Jin tribes appeared one after the other. Lu tribe, Yi Lui tribe, Chanyu tribe, Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, Nian'er tribe, Murong tribe, Huan tribe. A total of 11 Huang Jin tribes, super forces who ruled over territories, and had undisputed influence to Northern Plains GU immortal world. There had been 2 more tribes previously. One was Dongfang tribe. It was a pity, Dongfang Chong Fan made it flourish, and it also was destroyed because of the failure of his plan to resurrect. It could be said that Dongfang tribe rose because of Dongfang Chong Fan, and also suffered their downfall at Dongfang Chong Fan's hands. Another was He tribe. He tribe had many surviving GU immortals, but they were annexed by Bai Zhu tribe. Their tribe name was discarded and they no longer were acknowledged by other Huang Jin tribes, even being cast aside and disdained upon. Greetings to Fairy Gong Wanting. Like Yao tribe and Nu tribe, the GU immortals of different tribes also greeted Gong Wanting. Gong Wanting's own battle strength made her an undisputed leader of the righteous path, and more importantly was her status, she was Prince Feng Xian's wife. Even if she were immortal, just this status alone was worthy for these GU immortals to have such an attitude. Gong tribe actually sent Fairy Wanting over, such a ruthless move, they clearly want to suppress Yao tribe. Gong tribe's people like to look down on others. To be honest, I like Yao tribe a bit more. After all, Lord Yao Huang is of our Huang Jin bloodline. Each tribe's GU immortals acutely sensed the undercurrents in the righteous path forces. They were all secretly discussing, and looking forward to how Yao tribe would react. With Fairy Gong Wanting here, how could I, Yao Yuan Ying, command this edict? Beyond most of the GU immortals' expectations, Yao tribe's representative Yao Yuan Ying directly handed over the longevity edict. Gong Wanting, however, refused with a smile. Yao Yuan Ying offered a second time. Gong Wanting again refused, except her attitude had eased up by a lot. Yao Yuan Ying offered the third time, and only then did Gong Wanting accept, looking like she was forced to. And the moment she took it, she placed it at the center of the plaque on the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall. Gong Wanting then continued, "Everyone, please come inside the hall. My tribe has already prepared some light wine and delicacies." The immortals all accepted her invitation. Previously, Gong had also invited others, but no one gave him face. Gong Wanting, however, was different. All the immortals knew that behind her was Prince Feng Xian. Even though the rumors of marital discord between them had spread for a long time, the immortals could not be careless. Each tribe's immortals entered the hall. Yao tribe was seated first from the left side, because left had the highest status, followed by right and center. Newer tribe was first from the right side because they had brought loud thunder hall. Other tribes were arranged according to the strength of the forces that they sent over. Who could have thought such an arrangement would make one person extremely dissatisfied? Why is my Nianer tribe last? Does Gong Wan Ting look down on us? Nianer Ping Ji was outraged, as he transmitted his voice to the tribe's senior Gu Immortal beside him. Right now, it was not just Nianer Fu who came, but also Woodpath Gu Immortal Nianer Yi Fang. When he heard the words, he placed his aged hand on Nianer Ping Ji's shoulder, and spoke expectantly and with encouragement. Ping Ji, if you are dissatisfied, kill some opponents in the blood martial competition. At that time, when we mention changing our positions, no one will stop us, and it will also show our Nianer tribe's prestige. Elder Yi Fang, you are right. I will do so then. Nianer Ping Ji clenched his fists, his eyes brightened with a sharp luster. From the main seat in the middle, Gong Wan Ting was secretly observing everyone, and when she saw Nianer Ping Ji's expression, she smiled lightly in her mind. Chapter 1194, Not Kneeling. The Righteous Path's Immortals had just been sitting for a while, when lone and demonic Immortals also appeared. A huge gray cloud was flying over, upon which Domination Immortal Chu Du proudly stood at the front. Behind him were two battle formations. On one side were Hao Zhen, Chou Lao Wu, Li Si Chun, Immortal Wang and others. On the other side were Bai Zhu Ren, Bai Zhu Ling as well as some familiar faces of He tribe, among which the four top supreme elders were also there. The Righteous Path Immortals' gazes went past the spacious entrance. Their glances swept through the enemy group of Immortals, before they fixed their gazes on Chu Du. Several breaths later, a Gu Immortal laughed. Our Righteous Path shall win this battle, no doubt. What Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe, such a lineup dares to provoke our Huang Jin tribes? Haha, that makes sense. The way I see it, we only need to be slightly on guard against Chu Du. The Immortals talked happily, the atmosphere in the hall becoming relaxed. In contrast, Hao Zhen, Chou Lao Wu, Bai Zhu Ren and others looked gloomy and worried. One would just have to look at the situation and they would know it. The Righteous Path had brought out 3 immortal Gu houses. Loud Thunder Hall was to the right, Golden Dawn Hall was at the center, and Divine Light Hall was to the left. In contrast, Chu Du's side only had a huge empty gray cloud below them. The stronger and weaker side was clear at a glance. The Righteous Path Immortals were resting at ease with wines and delicacies inside the hall. But Chu Du's side was standing amidst the wind, only able to watch. The Righteous Path Immortals talked and laughed, their morale was high. In contrast, Chu Du's side was silent. Only Chu Du had a relaxed expression. He had both brains and brawn, he was extremely shrewd, and had already anticipated such a scene before this trip. Right now, he was not anxious, he looked at a Gu Immortal beside him. This Immortal was tall and thin, folding his arms across his chest, he had white brows and white hair, and had an extremely cold and aloof expression. Chu Du transmitted his voice to him. Brother Shui, you have been in seclusion for a long time, tempering your abilities, and possess astonishing attainments, but you don't have reputation. Right now is the time to make your name known. I want to hand over the first battle to you. After this battle, I believe your name will not only be spread to the world, it will likely go down in history. The Gu Immortal surnamed Shui heard this, and bright light shone in his eyes immediately. Last time, Brother Chu invited me to take action, but I was refining Gu and not able to come out. This time, I must make the world know of my, Shui Wuhen's, name. The Gu Immortal named Shui transmitted his reply to Chu Du, and then flew to the sky before hovering between the two sides. He still had his arms folded across his chest as he remained silent. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, the Immortals pointed at Shui Wuhen and jokingly spoke, they sent some nameless junior to his death. Nianer Ping Ji was just about to stand up and take the fight, but was stopped by Nianer Yi Fang. Be patient, the enemy only has ranked 6 cultivation and has no reputation. Killing him won't be enough to awe these Immortals. No need to take this fight. Ah, Nianer Ping Ji thought for a moment and realized it was true, and did not get up. Who wants to take the first battle? From the main seat, Gong Wan Ting asked the group of Immortals. A young Gu Immortal stood up soon after. I, Yi Lui Shaojin, am willing to take the fight. Gong Wan Ting hesitated for a moment. She was inwardly thinking. Domination Immortal Chu Du is an extraordinary person, he actually sent a nameless character for the first battle, they are definitely not someone ordinary. If our side gets careless and we lose the first battle, it won't be good. Yi Lui Xiaojin was also a young junior, and came to the blood battle competition under the company of his seniors. He was also like the enemy, he was still unknown and had not made a name for himself. At this time, Yi Lui tribe's Gu Immortal Yi Lui Wei Hong smiled. This junior might only be rank 6, but he is talented in fighting and often pulls brilliant moves in battle. Even my tribe's first supreme elder has praised him repeatedly. Gong Wan Ting heard Yi Lui Wei Hong. It was not good to contradict and disregard him publicly, so she agreed, then we shall see Yi Lui tribe's valiance. I heed the command. This young Gu Immortal turned around and walked out. When he passed by Nian'er tribe, he gave a deep glance at Nian'er Ping Ji with his golden eyes. Nian'er Ping Ji was provoked, and almost jumped up. But Yi Lui Xiaojin had already walked out the entrance. Nian'er Ping Ji had made his name in the battle at Iron Eagle Blessed Land, but many young righteous path Gu Immortals were not willing to feel defeated. Yi Lui Xiaojin was one of them. This time, he also wanted to spread and establish his name through the blood battle martial competition. The blood battle martial competition's first battle was about to unfold under both sides' gazes. At the same time, far away at southern border, I have told you all the crucial information regarding Bai Shang Grotto Heaven. After a bloodline descendant of Bai Shang becomes a Gu Immortal, this white form immortal snake can guide them to Bai Shang Grotto Heaven. But Bai Shang Grotto Heaven is filled with danger. Because Bai Shang of the Heaven surveying 5 Shangs is a demonic path Gu Immortal, you need to be very careful when doing this. According to the information my shadow sect has gathered, Bai Shang was a man of his word, and hated people who went against his wish, and was extremely tyrannical in the way he did things. Only Gu Immortals whose battle strength met his expectations could talk and associate with him. You cannot stubbornly charge ahead in this trip, you need to remember when to yield. Ying Wuxia carefully instructed by Ning Bing. Shadow sect had already looked into the bed between the 5 Shangs for a long time, and wanted to meddle in it. But an opportune time and coincidences made this plan progress very slowly. Naturally, the main reason was because Shadow sect's full efforts were in refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Shadow sect recruited by Ning Bing because they wanted to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, they wanted to exploit her identity as a fate escapee, on the other hand, they were preparing to step into the bet. Bai Ning Bing snorted. I know what to do. Ying Wuxia was unfazed, still smiling. All right, go then. Bai Ning Bing quietly took out white form immortal snake. The white form immortal snake was slender and long, its whole body was covered in snow-white scales and it had a graceful physique. Its eyes were like jade, and on the 2 sides of its head were a pair of long whiskers, floating like celestial ribbons. It was a rank 5 mortal Gu and was very attached to Bai Ning Bing, which was likely because it was attracted by her northern dark ice soul physique. Bai Ning Bing began to activate her phantom aperture. The phantom aperture was illusory, but after it was activated, it turned from phantom to real. Shadow sect had stolen this method from Heavenly Court and had studied it until 50 to 60% completion. As such, it had many flaws. Because of this, Bai Ning Bing could temporarily possess Gu immortal strength without undergoing tribulation. So she was only a false immortal. After leaving Shadow sect for a period of time, she had not been able to maintain her phantom aperture, causing it to lose many of its effects and have limited periods of use. Ordinarily, Bai Ning Bing would be in her mortal body, turning into a woman. After her phantom aperture was activated, she would turn into a temporary false immortal. The effect of the mortal Gu would be suppressed at this time and her body would return to that of a man's. Sometimes a man, sometimes a woman. Bai Ning Bing herself felt awkward. However, among the immortals present, no one joked about it. Tai Bai Yunsheng was kind-hearted, He Lu Lan was fierce and ambitious, and did not care about these details. She knew was actually rather nervous. After all, Bai Ning Bing's success or failure would be of huge influence to Shadow sect's following actions. Bai Ning Bing began to release his Gu immortal aura. The white form immortal snake sensed this, its whole body jolted before it gave a long hiss towards the sky. Its hissing was completely different from the sharp hiss of normal snake species, carrying a resounding and mighty aura. Then, the white form immortal snake flew under Bai Ning Bing's feet of its own accord, carrying him and flying towards the sky. He Lu Lan, Ying Wuxia and the rest stood at their spots, looking at this sight. They could not go as they did not have Bai Zhang's bloodline, and would only make things worse if they went. Everything now depended on Bai Ning Bing. Fortunately, to raise Bai Ningbing's success rate, Ying Wuxia and the rest of the group had gone to Jade Pod Mountain and gave Ice Soul Immortal GU to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had his first truly owned Immortal GU. He looked down while standing on the white form Immortal snake's back. However, when he saw the mountain ranges and the heavy fog, he suddenly recalled a scene back in Bai tribe. That was his first encounter with the white form Immortal snake. The spirit spring was raging like boiling water. All of a sudden, the spring water rose up like a tidal wave. After it reached a certain height, the spirit spring scattered and splashed in all directions. The white form Immortal snake flew out. I pay respects to great Immortal. Bai clan leader emotionally knelt on the ground, and at the same time anxiously urged, Bai Ningbing, why are you not kneeling down? Although the white form Immortal snake GU released an ethereal cold grandeur with heavy killing intent concealed within, Bai Ningbing was not the least bit afraid. His two blue eyes directly stared at its snake eyes. According to the clan's secret records, once a GU master obtains approval, the white form Immortal snake GU would fly with the inheritor and open a secret place in the sky. So, this so-called secret was Bai Zhang's grotto heaven, and the condition to receive approval was to become a GU Immortal. The question from a long time ago finally cleared up at this time. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Bai Ningbing took a deep breath in, his blue eyes gazing high. Success or failure does not matter. He. I only hope Bai Shang grotto heaven won't be too boring. This trip should be splendid. Langya blessed land, inside a secret room in a cloud city. In his hand was a dream path mortal GU that had just been refined, and was still giving off warmth. His cultivation was still at ranked 6 second heavenly tribulation level and had stopped here for the moment, unable to be raised. Because he had almost annexed all the blessed lands in his memories. There were still some remaining, but he could not annex those blessed lands because of his attainment level. Ever since he realized that dream realms provided incomparable help to this style of cultivation, he had immersed himself in refining dream path mortal GU these last days. These mortal GU, when paired up with Unravel Mystery Immortal GU, could form the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. With this killer move, Fang Yuan could easily solve dream realms and unravel them, raising his attainment in many paths. With Unravel Dream raising his attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex even more immortal apertures. After annexing blessed lands, his cultivation level would soar up, causing his battle strength to surge. After his battle strength surged, killing would become easier and he could obtain even more blessed lands. It would then form a feedback loop of constant benefits. Do not bother mentioning bullshit like whether killing is against morality or how it would influence one's reputation. Demonic Path GU Immortals were direct and straightforward in this aspect. Fang Yuan had never thought of himself as a good person. The blood battle martial competition should have begun. I should participate a few times, kill a few GU Immortals and seize their immortal apertures, taking the final step to becoming a ranked 7 GU Immortal. Although Eastern Sea has city well, and there are many blessed lands in the well, it is too far away. Moreover, I have already been there once, heavens will already knows of it. It is better to continue refining Dream Path Mortal GU while killing in the Blood Battle Martial competition. It won't be too late to go after that. With this idea, Fang Yuan once again entered a dream realm. Verdant green trees grew in the rugged mountain path. A merchant caravan was traversing on the mountain path with difficulty. Fang Yuan was one of the members in the caravan. In the end, he did not yield and wanted to prove that with his ability, he could defeat his genius a great aptitude little brother. He also needed such evidence for himself. But GUU clan leader did not give him this opportunity. He personally schemed against Fang Yuan and used some sneaky moves, causing Fang Yuan to suffer an overwhelming defeat. Finally, he became someone who overestimated his ability, being cast aside and troubled by everyone. C-grade aptitude does not have any future. Even if you won against GUU Fang Zheng, so what? He has a great aptitude, the future of the whole tribe belongs to him. No, he is our tribe's future. As an elder brother, you truly don't have even a little tolerance, you are actually making things difficult for your little brother. Victory or defeat was decided, right or wrong was thus overturned, black and white was blurred. Fang Yuan was on the verge of being exiled from the tribe. He could only join a merchant caravan, laboriously working while continuing his cultivation. Stop, I am tired. This carriage is too bumpy, let's rest for a while. A young man's voice came from a carriage. But young master, we are still a long way from the next village. We have already rested 3 times on the way. If we rest again, we won't be able to walk out of this mountain before the sky gets dark." A steward of the merchant caravan stood outside the carriage, and spoke with a bowed waist. There was a sharp sound as a lightning whip instantly landed on the steward's body, sending him flying. "What did you say? This caravan is my clan's, I have complete management rights over it. You lowly servant, you dare to lecture me." The carriage's curtain was raised up, and a malevolent-looking young GU master walked out from within. "This servant deserves to die, this servant deserves to die." The steward kowtowed continuously. The whole caravan stopped. From ahead came questions. What is happening behind? Questions came from behind as well. What is going on ahead? Feeling countless gazes at him, the young GU master frowned, as he shouted, "What are you looking at, you bunch of lazy slaves? If you look at me again, I will dig out your eyes." Fang Yuan quickly lowered his head. "You, yes you." The young GU master suddenly pointed at Fang Yuan. "Come over, kneel down, be a stool for this master. This is your honor, I want to rest outside for a while." Fang Yuan raised his head, staring at the young GU master with pursed lips. "I won't kneel." "What?" The young GU master could not believe it, almost thinking he had misheard it. "What did you say just now? You won't kneel?" His finger that was pointing at Fang Yuan was slightly shaking. His expression was exaggerated, as if he had heard a joke. "Haha, you won't kneel. You are an ant-like slave, you still won't kneel." He then heard Fang Yuan's words again. "No, I won't kneel." Chapter 1195, Young. "Junior, take this move." Lu Wei shouted, a powerful aura erupting from his whole body. He raised his arms above his head, a grand radiance rose up from his body and rapidly condensed into a crescent moon in the air. The crescent moon was thin and long, it was pale white but covered in a gray halo. Good. Elder Lu Wei finally got the chance to use his move, Gray Rock. Moon. This move is a well-known method of Lu Wei. That's right, those that are struck by this move will start solidifying before finally turning into stone. Even their immortal aperture will also be contaminated, turning rocky. It is a truly troublesome move. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, Righteous Path GU immortals were discussing with smiles on their faces. On the demonic path's side, Shui Wuhen was only illuminated by the gray moonlight for several breaths of time before his expression changed greatly. He immediately felt the power of this move, and did not dare to be rash as he quickly used an immortal killer move. Strong cold aura coiled around his whole body, ice and frost attaching to his body. The gray moonlight turned the ice and frost to stone, but the ice and frost regenerated themselves. The gray moonlight was unable to penetrate through them and reach Shui Wuhen's body. What? He actually used an offensive killer move on his own body. Amazing. Shui Wuhen handled such a complicated thing with ease, he is quite clever. For the moment, he has blocked old Lu Hui's signature trump card. Go, beat him. The immortals in Chu Du's side cheered and applauded loudly. By contrast, the relaxed mood inside Golden Dawn Hall had now completely dissipated, and a bad feeling rose up in everyone's hearts. We are not going to lose to Shui Wuhen again, right? Even Elder Lu Wei cannot hold him down. Shui Wuhen is an unknown character, while Elder Lu Wei is a renowned ranked 6 expert. As the immortals talked, Shui Wuhen wore the heavy layer of stone and frost, and charged towards Elder Lu Wei. Old geezer, you are so old, what are you doing not resting at home? Just die. Shui Wuhen pushed both his hands forward, instantly a wave of snow and frost rose up in the air. The Righteous Path GU Immortal, Elder Lu Wei, had to maintain the gray crescent moon in the sky. His hands were raised as if he was supporting the sky, he could not move and was directly submerged by this wave of snow. Shui Wuhen won. Lu Wei died. Everyone was surprised, they had not expected such an outcome. Before this battle, Shui Wuhen had already won 2 consecutive battles, he was injured and not in his best condition. In the previous 2 battles, he battled against Righteous Path Juniors, and could not kill the opponent. But now in this 3rd battle, he killed Lu Wei. The Grand Lu Wei actually died at the hands of a nameless demonic path minor character. Heavens, this is unbelievable. This person might only have ranked 6 cultivation, but he truly has ranked 7 battle strength. Where did this guy come from? I can't help but think of old ancestor Shui Hu. This Shui Wuhen is similarly of ice and snow path, he truly resembles old ancestor Shui Hu when he was young. He is still far from being qualified to compare to old ancestor Shui Hu. But 3 victories in 3 consecutive battles, his name will spread throughout the whole GU Immortal world. Whether it be the righteous path or Chu Du's side, they were both discussing Shui Wu Hen. Xiao Jin, don't put your loss to heart. This is not your fault, but the opponent being too strong. He actually killed Lu Wei. Sigh. Yi Lui Wei Hong consoled the young man beside him. Yi Lui Xiao Jin felt his right arm. His right arm was currently still in a frozen state, his whole arm had already turned black and blue from the cold, the intense chill was even affecting his bones and blood. Yi Lui Xiao Jin felt such pain that after his defeat, he returned to the hall and had his head lowered the whole time. As for Yi Lui Wei Hong's words, he did not seem to have heard them. Yi Lui Wei Hong saw this, and sighed inwardly, you are still young. But this setback will be beneficial to you. This shame will make you try harder, who can say what will happen in the future? Maybe your future achievements will be above them. The main thing is to not lose the confidence in yourself. As he thought of this, Yi Lui Wei Hong gazed at Shui Wu Hen, who was standing alone in the air, and then at Nian'er Pingji who was unable to stay still. Can I go fight now? Nian'er Pingji impatiently transmitted his voice to his senior, Nian'er Yi Fang. However, Nian'er Yi Fang shook his head. This person has won 3 battles, there are many injuries on him and his state is not at its peak. If you kill him, it would be nothing extraordinary, but if you can't kill him, it would instead weaken your prestige. Moreover, the other side is not foolish, why would they let Shui Wu Hen continue fighting? Sure enough, the next moment, Chu Du spoke, withdrawing Shui Wu Hen from the battle. Nian'er Pingji snorted. Even if he does not battle, I will go up. He won 3 battles, I will win at least 6 battles. Nian'er Pingji rose up and bowed to Gong Wanting, I request to go to battle. Gong Wanting's frown relaxed a little. The righteous path, which should have been victorious, was instead defeated thrice by a nameless character from Chu Du's side. This was not only a heavy blow to the righteous path GU Immortals, it harmed their reputation and was also damaging to Gong Wanting's prestige. Gong Wanting knew Nian'er Pingji was Nian'er tribe's current generation sword child, she naturally had no reason to not permit him. Nian'er Pingji took the stage, and shouted, who wants to die? The rising morale of Chu Du's side immediately stifled. Careful, don't be fooled by this kid's rank 6 cultivation, he can kill rank 7s. He made outstanding battle achievements in the Battle of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, he is also extremely savage, killing multiple GU Immortals. Even old monster corpse poison could not do anything about him. He is the current inheritor of Sword Saint Nian'er's true inheritance, he naturally is not ordinary. Chu Du's side was silent. Facing Nian'er Pingji's challenge, there was actually no one who dared to accept for a period of time. Youngsters at the moment, each of them truly are fiercer than the other. Chu Du stroked his forehead. Big brother Chu, let me go handle him. Shui Wu Hen requested. How could Chu Du permit it? He already saw Shui Wu Hen's weak state, not only were there injuries on his body, many areas of his immortal aperture had even turned into rocks, causing losses to many resources, as a result of Elder Lu Hui's immortal killer move. Relax, I have already made arrangements to deal with Pingji. Chu Du smiled, assuring Shui Wu Hen. Granny Yin, I will hand this battle to you. Chu Du spoke to a black-robed GU Immortal behind him. This GU Immortal with a hunched back was holding a walking stick, and had been silent the whole time. Hearing Chu Du's words, terrifyingly bony hands stretched out of the wide sleeves and lifted up the hood, revealing an old, crooked face. He, let this old woman love you tenderly. Granny Yin flew to the battle, and stared at the young Nian'er Pingji with her turbid yellow eyes, which flickered with dangerous light. What? She is the rank 7 demonic GU Immortal Granny Yin. Chu Du is shameless. Our side's Nian'er Pingji is only a ranked 6 GU Immortal, they are actually sending a higher rank expert famous in Northern Plains. This won't do, call back Nian'er Pingji. Nian'er Yi Fang was also very anxious. Nian'er Pingji was a future star of Nian'er tribe who was heavily nurtured, and Nian'er Yi Fang was in charge of his safety in this trip. If he died here, Nian'er Yi Fang would have greatly neglected his duty. However, Nian'er Pingji's fighting intent burned even stronger when facing a strong opponent. He howled towards the sky, and disregarding the crazed voice transmission of Nian'er Yi Fang, he turned into an incomparably sharp sword light that charged towards Granny Yin. Now that I mention it, you need to be thankful to me. Haven't you discovered, your cultivation has risen and is going to reach rank 5? Lady Wan Shou said to Ma Hong Yun, while holding a ball of lightning. Ma Hongyun shouted madly and hysterically, "You insane lunatic! You still want to shock me, you have tormented me so many times, you still want to continue. I don't want this cultivation, please let me go." Lady Wan Shou sneered, "Impossible." She then sent out the ball of lightning. Ma Hongyun's whole body shook, his eyes rolled over, his mouth occasionally opened wide, occasionally pursed up and occasionally turned into O shape, but all the time, he was shouting. "Ah-oo-erg." He screamed until the lightning completely dissipated. Failed again, this guy. Lady Wan Shou's face looked extremely gloomy, she fiercely slapped Ma Hongyun's cheek. Ma Hongyun instantly fainted from the slap. Heavy rain poured down, causing the sky to darken. Zhao Lianyun was drenched, her vision was blurry and intense dizziness was threatening to make her unconscious. But she firmly held on, using every bit of strength in her body. Although she was an otherworldly demon with memories of a previous world, she did not have much understanding of the upper levels of the GU world, especially of the mindsets of GU immortals, whom she had rarely been able to associate with. As far as she was concerned, this was the only way to save Ma Hongyun. This otherworldly demon is indeed somewhat foolish. Li Junying had been observing secretly. Shu Hao shook his head. I also had not expected her to be so persistent. It has already been over 10 days now. Li Junying turned back and looked at her husband. Have you thought about it? Feng Jinhuang can use this to make a countering scheme against us, requesting Zhao Lianyun to give up on contending for the position of fairy, and then she will help save her lover. Shu Hao smiled. How could that be? According to Feng Jinhuang's nature, she absolutely would not be able to do such a thing. These two are still young. Inside a dream, southern border. OWWW, it hurts, it hurts. Fang Yuan screamed in pain. Kid, you know pain now. If you had knelt, you would not have had to experience this pain. A middle-aged man with a big beard was holding a GU worm in his hand, healing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised his head and clenched his right fist. Uncle, what are you saying? A man only kneels to their parents, heaven and earth, how can we kneel at someone's order? Even if I die, I won't kneel. Not cherishing life, it seems healing you was completely in vain. I should not have done it. Big Beard suddenly became moody. HMPH, I didn't ask you to heal me. Fang Yuan endured the pain and stood up, walking out of this tent without looking back. However, he fell down to the ground after taking just a few steps. The intense pain sent him unconscious. When he woke up again, he found he was still inside Big Beard's tent. Oh you are still too young. Big Beard took a gulp of wine. I have healed half of your injuries, and have left the other half as a lesson. Fang Yuan grumbled, weakly retorting, Uncle, thank you. But I have told you, this is not about being young, this is a matter of principles. Chapter 1196, Sword Heart Clarity. Above Blood Plain, Nian'er Pingji and Granny Yin's battle had attracted everyone's attention. Granny Yin was a veteran demonic path GU immortal, she cultivated soul path. And possessed bewitching soul immortal GU, and her reputation had already been established long ago in northern plains. She moved like a ghost, gloomy winds surged and vengeful souls moved around her, sending chills down people's hearts. And Nian'er Pingji was a shining member of the Righteous Path's younger generation, the current sword child of Nian'er tribe. His movement was quick and his sword moved like lightning. Both sides had exchanged dozens of moves. At first they probed each other with mortal killer moves, then they used immortal GU, then immortal killer moves, and now the battle was at a very heated stage. On the field, dark souls had covered most of the sky. And the white sword light representing Nian'er Pingji was already surrounded, despite it charging everywhere and the dark souls moving away. The overall flow of the battle was dictated by Granny Yin. Granny Yin is indeed a demonic path expert, the way she fights is steady and full of experience. Immortal Wang praised. Chu Du, however, frowned, silent. He was inwardly thinking. Granny Yin is a ranked 7 GU immortal, but she was not able to immediately kill Nian'er Pingji. Even though the situation looks more inclined towards her, Nian'er Pingji's sword light is still rampaging around without the slightest of hesitation. He still is thinking of winning. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, seeing his tribe's shining hope, a sword path genius, falling into disadvantage, Nian'er Yifang was becoming nervous, staring at the battle without blinking. If the situation looked bad, he would immediately make a move and save Nian'er Pingji. No matter the rules or reputation, as far as Nian'er tribe was concerned, Nian'er Pingji being alive was most important. Hehehehe, such a tender body, you have nowhere to dodge now, except your death. A change suddenly happened at this instance. Countless vengeful ghosts suddenly covered all directions, as they surrounded the sword light that Nianer Pingji had transformed into. Then, Granny Yin revealed her true body from amidst the countless dark souls, stretching out her withered finger and pointing at Nianer Pingji from afar. Immortal killer move, bewitching soul art. Nianer Pingji's eyes immediately lost their light, the freely moving nimble sword light completely dissipated and turned into his true body. He was floating in the air like his mind had halted, not having the slightest bit of reaction to the charging Granny Yin. He. Granny Yin laughed in satisfaction. She opened her mouth wide, revealing her sparse yellow teeth. Her hand suddenly enlarged by many times, dark wind coiled around her 5 fingers, her nails as sharp as needles. The fan-like hand descended on Nianer Pingji's head. If this attack were to land true, Nianer Pingji's skull would no doubt be crushed under his defenseless state. Stop it, Nianer Yifeng shouted as he rushed out of Golden Dawn Hall. However, Chudu had already made prior arrangements. He saw that Granny Yin was firmly grasping the battle situation, and had already considered if she were to make a killing strike towards Nianer Pingji, she would surely be obstructed by the righteous path Gu Immortals. Therefore, he had already arranged his forces to lie in wait. Sure enough, when Nianer Yifeng rushed out, Hao Zhen moved out shortly after. Shameless fellow, you are interfering in a one-on-one battle. Hao Zhen shot out a bolt of lightning right at Nianer Yifeng's face. Nianer Yifeng slightly shook, and emerald wooden armor appeared, covering his whole body firmly. This wooden armor was Nianer Yifeng's immortal killer move, and it had extremely powerful defense. Regardless of how sharp Hao Zhen's lightning was, it could not even make a dent on the wooden armor. Instead, the wooden armor seemed to be rejuvenated as it produced fresh yellow and green leaves, like it had received many benefits. Chu Du immediately gave out a light gasp. He was surprised. What made Chu Du surprised was not Nianer Yifeng's wooden armor, as his wooden armor was already famous in Northern Plains and was his self-created immortal killer move, Sick Tree Spring Armor. Instead, it was that Nianer Yifeng had rushed out madly to save Nianer Pingji. However, by using this move and blocking off Hao Zhen's lightning, he had missed the best opportunity to save Nianer Pingji. Chu Du considered what he would do in Nianer Yifeng's position. His tribe's genius, a star of the younger generation, was at risk of losing his life, while he himself could choose to either block the lightning or move to protect Nianer Pingji's life. But right now, Nianer Yifeng had chosen to protect himself. This action meant he did not feel it was urgent to save Nianer Pingji. Oh no, Chu Du's heart suddenly jumped, and he quickly looked at the battle. He was just about to warn Granny Yin, but it was already too late. The sluggish-looking Nianer Pingji suddenly let out extremely sharp, mysterious light from his eyes. This change immediately froze Granny Yin's ecstatic laughter. Granny Yin's mind sent out warnings of danger. She wanted to get back to defend herself, but it was already late. An extremely stunning sword light flashed. Life and death, victory and loss, were determined within this moment of time. The dark souls were still hovering around, but Granny Yin was already starting to fall down, cut into 2 by the sword light. She was gazing at Nianer Pingji with an incredulous look on her face, unable to think of how he had suddenly gotten free from her signature trump card. Bewitching soul art is Granny Yin's proudest method, which she used when she roamed Northern Plains, but it was actually ineffective against Nianer Pingji. Chu Du and his group of immortals paled in shock. What's going on? Inside Golden Dawn Hall, the righteous path Gu Immortals were both surprised and joyous. This is Sword Heart Clarity. It is an immortal killer move in Sword Saint True Inheritance, especially used to restrict Wisdom Path and other similar methods. Few of the Sword Childs in history could use it. Nianer Yifeng laughed heartily, not giving up this chance to increase Nianer tribe's prestige. Yi Lui Shaojin could not help thinking, is he saying Nianer Pingji is outstanding even when placed among all the Sword Childs in history? He was a genius of Yi Lui tribe, but unfortunately had lost to Shui Wu Hen. On the contrary, Nianer Pingji had killed the rank 7 demonic path expert Granny Yin. Comparing the two, it was clear for everyone who was better and who was worse. This Nianer Yifeng is truly crafty. He clearly knew Nianer Pingji's situation was of no concern, but still pretended to rush out in panic to save Nianer Pingji. Chou Lao Wu mumbled behind Chu Du, feeling indignant. One had to say Nianer Yifeng had acted really well. Because of his acting, the GU immortals of both sides had subconsciously thought Nian or Ping Ji was in absolute danger. Even Granny Yin was deceived. No, maybe it was Granny Yin who was too confident in her immortal killer move bewitching soul art. Chu Du assessed internally, and this Nian or Ping Ji is also not just a brutish person, he actually pretended to be struck by the ability, deceiving Granny Yin. The killer move he used to kill Granny Yin is also not simple, it is terrifyingly powerful and also extremely fast, it is virtually impossible to guard against. It should be one sword life, an immortal killer move, used by Sword Saint Nian Er in his younger days. Come back quickly. Nian Er Yi Fang was in high spirits, but quickly and anxiously transmitted his voice to Nian Er Ping Ji. Nian Er Ping Ji had killed Granny Yin, but he had also suffered heavy injuries. He quickly retreated, but before leaving, he naturally brought the two halves of Granny Yin's body with him. One half of the corpse had Granny Yin's immortal aperture. This was Nian Er Ping Ji's spoils of battle. Chu sect did not stop him, this was one of the rules stated in the competition agreement. It was like when Shui Wuhen who had stored away GU immortal Lu Hui's corpse. However, Shui Wuhen might have won 3 battles, but he only killed the ranked 6 GU immortal Lu Wei. While Nian Er Ping Ji might have only won 1 battle, but he took a rank 7 demonic path GU immortal, Granny Yin's, life. Thus, the righteous path's side was slightly leading. Chu Du was feeling the pressure. The slight dominance brought by Shui Wuhen had now been balanced out by Nian Er Ping Ji. Who should I send in this next battle? Chu Du was hesitating. Soon, the result of this battle reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still in Lang Ya blessed land, cultivating. Nian Er Ping Ji killed Granny Yin. Fang Yuan was only slightly surprised before he accepted this fact. There were many genius experts who were able to achieve the feat of winning against rank 7 with rank 6 cultivation. But using rank 7 cultivation to fight rank 8 was extremely rare. Nian Er Ping Ji, Fang Yuan did not have any impression of this person in his memories. After all, in his first life, Fang Yuan was still immortal around this time, and was not at all aware of the events in the GU Immortal World or Northern Plains GU Immortal World. What made Fang Yuan more interested was instead Shui Wuhen. Precisely speaking, it was the loot in Shui Wuhen's possession, that GU Immortal, Lu Hui's, blessed land. GU Immortal Lu Wei is an Earth Path GU Immortal who has gone through 2 heavenly tribulations, his blessed land is suitable for me to annex. With this, my cultivation can also rise and reach rank 7. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan immediately wrote a reply. He took the initiative to request for Chu Du's help in expressing his intention of buying the immortal aperture from Shui Wuhen. As for the invitation of Chu Du asking Fang Yuan to help, Fang Yuan used the reason of being in secluded cultivation to delay in a roundabout way. I need to raise my cultivation to rank 7 first, it won't be too late to join this blood battle martial competition then. Fang Yuan slightly shook his head, throwing the news of this blood battle martial competition to the back of his mind. The Chu sect alliance agreement he had was rather lenient. Even if Chu sect was annihilated, Fang Yuan could choose not to show up and it would not be a problem. Fang Yuan prioritized raising his cultivation, all the other things were secondary. Chu Du received Fang Yuan's reply. Fang Yuan did not come, which made Chu Du frown. Sigh, if Elder Lu Guanyi could come, I would not be in this difficult spot. Chu Du heaved a sigh. Shui Wuhen was standing beside Chu Du, and curiously asked when he heard Chu Du. Hearing Brother Chu's tone, it seems you hold this Elder Lu Guanyi in high esteem. Chu Du laughed. He had mentioned you in his letter, hoping you can sell Lu Hui's immortal aperture to him. Shui Wuhen shook his head. I could not get Lu Hui's immortal GU, but the resources inside the immortal aperture are my battle spoils. I don't know their value, so how can I sell them? His intention of refusal was extremely obvious. Chapter 1197, Sword Dragon Transformation. Chu Du smiled. Deep down, Shui Wuhen was someone he wanted to recruit to his Chu sect, so he had been giving him a lot of consideration. However, Fang Yuan was his collaboration partner. Later on he would have to get Reckless Savage's true meaning from Fang Yuan to raise his strength path attainment. Chu Du was well aware of which was more important. In his letter, Lu Guanyi entrusted me to accomplish this matter. Chu Du thought to himself, while transmitting his voice to Shui Wuhen, Brother Shui, collaborating with Elder Lu Guanyi is probably your best choice to get the resources in Lu Hui's aperture. How so? Shui Wuhen asked doubtfully. Because Elder Lu has an upper extreme heavenly eagle. This eagle can go into blessed lands. It is better for you take away the resources in the immortal aperture and give the immortal aperture to Elder Lu, making him add on some resources as the price. Isn't this a win-win situation? Chu Du replied. Shui Wu Hen's eyes brightened. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. I have also heard of this immemorial beast. I did not expect Elder Lu Guanyi to have such a rare bird. Pausing for a while, Shui Wu Hen continued his voice transmission. I am willing to transact with Elder Lu. Right as Fang Yuan's plan was about to succeed, a change happened. A Gu Immortal walked out of Golden Dawn Hall. It is a Lu tribe Gu Immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. Immortal Wang immediately recognized this person. He is coming down to fight. Chu Du's side cast their gazes. However, Lu Zhuanshen did not go to the stage, instead stopped at the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall. Lord Domination Immortal, my side is willing to use Granny Yin's corpse to exchange for Elder Lu Hui's corpse and soul. Lu Hui's corpse had ended up in enemy hands. Lu tribe's Gu Immortals naturally were not willing to see such a scene. The corpse was still alright, the main thing was the soul. Lu Hui's soul had not been destroyed. Therefore, Lu tribe's Gu Immortals wanted to get back Lu Hui's corpse and soul no matter what. However, Lu Zhuanshen did not have enough bargaining chips on him, and was also afraid that the other side would be very greedy and recklessly extort them. If so, then the situation would be quite awkward and they would be put on the spot. So, Lu Zhuanshen and the other Lu tribe Gu Immortals felt anxious, but did not make a rash move. After Nianer Pingji killed Granny Yin, Lu tribe's Gu Immortals saw hope in this matter. Lu Zhuanshen had thus communicated with Nianer tribe, and after giving up many benefits, had exchanged for Granny Yin's corpse. An immortal aperture was inside Granny Yin's corpse, and for the moment, was unharmed. It was only that Granny Yin's soul was already destroyed by Nianer Pingji. Nianer Pingji had a tough victory and simply was unable to hold back. Granny Yin's soul was completely destroyed by the immortal killer move One Sword Life. However, as far as Lu tribe's Gu Immortals were concerned, Granny Yin was ranked 7 while Lu Wei was only ranked 6, this transaction was very likely to be accomplished. Chu Du's side heard these words, and there was immediately a stir among them, as they began to whisper to each other. Chu Du inwardly exclaimed, amazing, this Lu Zhuanshen has quite the ability, putting me in such a spot. Chu Du did not have to turn around to sense the disturbance among the Gu Immortals behind him. Granny Yin moved alone and had few relations with other Gu Immortals, most of her relationships were even hostile. Granny Yin had come this time only because of Chu Du's prestige and the rewards. However, Chu Du knew these Gu Immortals behind him hoped the two sides could exchange the corpses. The reason was that this blood battle martial competition had just begun. In the following battles, there might be Gu Immortals whose bodies and souls would perish in battle. If that was the case, so be it, since there was no body nor soul. But if they lost their life and their soul was left behind in the enemy's hands, what could they do? Under such a situation, they could only rely on their side's Gu Immortals to help retrieve their soul. If I agree to Lu Zhuanshen's request, I can stabilize these Gu Immortals' mindsets and lessen their worries. Otherwise, the morale will probably lower, which can seriously impact the following battles. Chu Du understood the importance of this matter. Most of the members of Chu sect and Bai Zhu tribe were lone immortals or demonic cultivators. They were not well united to begin with, they only took this risk because of the reputations of Domination Immortal and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, as well as the rewards. If Chu Du were to refuse now, these Gu Immortals would probably be self-conscious and be on guard against each other. Chu Du hesitated for a while, apologizing to Lu Guanyi inwardly, before he spoke, agreeing to this transaction. Lu Zhuanshen was joyous. Both sides exchanged the corpses. Shui Wu Hen had lost a ranked 6 Earth Path Immortal Aperture and Gu Immortal Soul, but obtained a ranked 7 Soul Path Immortal Aperture. While Chu Du had also secretly made it up to him with some Snow Path killer moves. So, he was quite happy with this result. Anyway, even if he interrogated Lu Hui's soul and obtained Earth Path killer moves, they would be useless to him. After both sides exchanged the corpses, Gong Wan Ting also saw the importance of this matter, and took the initiative to negotiate with Chu Du. Because of this event, both sides had thus conveniently added a rule in the blood battle martial competition regarding the exchange of corpses and soul captives. After a delay of half a day, both sides engaged in another battle. Chu Du's side sent a Bai Zhu tribe Gu Immortal, it was the previous He tribe Supreme Elder. The actual Baizu bloodline members were still being taken care of. Before this trip, Chudu had received Heavenly Lord Baizu's instructions to protect as many Baizu tribe descendants as possible. Because of this setback, Fang Yuan's plan went down the drain. Not long later, he received Chudu's letter. The letter explained the reason in detail. Chudu's tone was polite and even apologized to Fang Yuan for not fulfilling what he was entrusted with. Fang Yuan understood Chudu's difficulty. He was standing in a GU refinement secret room, mumbling to himself, "I don't have a use for a soul path immortal aperture. It seems I still have to make a move personally and seize the immortal aperture that I want, and advance to rank 7. However, there were many forces in the blood battle martial competition. Although Fang Yuan had familiar face, he still needed some new offensive methods. After all, he had proclaimed to the outside world that he was a transformation path GU immortal. I have flying bear strength immortal GU, but the power of the flying bear transformation is quite poor. Fortunately, I have been considering this beforehand and have many possible solutions now." Fang Yuan's gaze landed on the dragon corpse in front of him. This was a desolate beast. Its whole body was shining with silvery light, its horn was sharp as a spear, its eyes were pure white, its fangs and claws looked fearsome, many layers of scales covered its body emitting metallic luster. This was a silver-colored dragon. The whole body was 20 feet long, its body was slender and its shape was fluid and graceful. It was like a piece of art, but it emitted a dense cold feeling of sharpness, as if anyone who got close to it would be pierced through by the surrounding air. This was not a false feeling, but it was because this silver dragon with 2 claws was originally a sword path desolate beast, sword dragon. Now, it was already dead, its sword path Dao marks were gradually dissipating, merging into the surrounding environment. This was the transformation Fang Yuan had prepared to cultivate, sword dragon transformation. The killer move sword dragon transformation needs dragon scale GU, dragon horn GU, dragon claw GU, dragon eyes GU, and so on. If any one of the GU worms is an immortal GU, then it becomes an immortal killer move. But I have change form immortal GU, this GU is one of the core essences of transformation path. Thus, I don't need to refine immortal level dragon scale GU, dragon horn GU, dragon claw GU or dragon eyes GU, and only need to refine the mortal GU versions, and use change form immortal GU as the core, to form immortal killer move sword dragon transformation. Transformation path killer moves were extremely simple. It could even be said to be rudimentary. This was one of the advantages of cultivating transformation path. Immortal killer moves of other paths were not easy to deduce, but transformation path was completely different in this aspect. Adding on that Fang Yuan himself was a wisdom path grandmaster, not only did he successfully deduce the contents of sword dragon transformation, but also improved on many aspects, making the transformation faster and nimbler. Naturally, GU Immortal Han Dong had a contribution in this. He was a transformation path GU Immortal who specialized in cultivating spirit snake transformation. A dragon had a similar body shape and battle style. Although Han Dong died and his soul had dissipated, he had left behind a land spirit which retained some of Han Dong's cultivation insights. It was enough for Fang Yuan to take as a reference. He started activating the GU refinement formation and began to refine this desolate beast sword dragon. The desolate beast sword dragon was full of sword path Dao marks and in itself was an immortal material which could be refined into immortal GU. However, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was not particularly high, and with just this sword dragon, the immortal materials to refine the relevant immortal GU were also not sufficient, so Fang Yuan was refining only mortal GU to support change form immortal GU. The refinement process went rather smoothly. Fang Yuan himself was a GU immortal and was using precious immortal materials to refine some rank 5 mortal GU. The success rate was naturally extremely high and could even be said to be quite easy. Fang Yuan stood still and took in a deep breath, his mind was still. Suddenly, thoughts surged up like a storm, as GU worms started activating one after the other. In just a breath of time, Fang Yuan's whole body emitted piercing silvery radiance. After the silver light dissipated, an elegant and exquisite silver sword dragon that was emitting a feeling of sharpness appeared. The sword dragon's eyes were white, but they flashed with intelligence. It was Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move sword dragon transformation has already been refined. Next, Fang Yuan began to get familiar with his body, brandishing his claws and fangs, or flying in the sky. His practice drills went quite decently. it was because he had already begun cultivating transformation path. Not only the flying bear transformation, many times, he had used change form Immortal GU to transform into all kinds of appearances. Although they had not reached mastery, he could be said to be familiar with them. After thoroughly getting familiar with this form, Fang Yuan began to test the might of this immortal killer move. First was the expenditure of immortal essence. Very little. The expenditure of green grape immortal essence to maintain the sword dragon transformation was not high. After all, it only involved rank 6 change form immortal GU. Next was his battle strength. Fang Yuan had already arranged immortal materials in front of him. First was a piece of 100 years profound ice. He swept at it with his claws. Fang Yuan felt like he had sliced into tofu. He easily smashed this profound ice into pieces. Next, Fang Yuan moved to the subterranean adamantite and clawed at it. Subterranean adamantite was among the hardest ranked 6 immortal materials. It immediately showed a clear claw marking that reached a few inches deep. Fang Yuan was immediately aware of the limit of the power of his dragon claws. He did not need to test it on the rank 7 immortal material at the side. Chapter 1198, Dragon Breath. Human intelligence was the highest among all the living beings. However, the way of heaven was to have balance. Humans were highest in intelligence, but their bodies were extremely fragile. Humans did not have sharp claws, fur, wings, or gills. The strength of humans might not be the weakest, but it was at the bottom tier. They were fundamentally unable to contest with typical desolate beasts. Human skin was no different from paper compared to desolate beasts. However, when Fang Yuan transformed into a desolate beast sword dragon, he obtained the qualities of a sword dragon. Although there was still a difference from a true sword dragon, he was already far beyond the limits of humans. The initial concept when transformation path was created was, study all living beings and add the advantages of those beings to one's own body. Humans did not have sharp claws, so transform human fingers into claws. Humans did not have fur, so transform one's hair into fur. If one is without wings, then create wings, and fly like the birds in the sky. If one has no gills, transform into a fish, and swim in the depths of the sea. Naturally, by the current era, the concept of transformation path was not limited to just this. Using one path to project every path had become transformation path's main principle, imitating the advantages of other paths. The wheels of history would keep on turning forward. Ever since Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created transformation path, this path had not declined and was passed down throughout human history. Moreover, new ideas replaced the old, causing it to thrive even now. Fang Yuan lightly stretched out his dragon body, flying to the rank 7 immortal material. This was a giant dark inkstone. Among rank 7 immortal materials, it was considered very firm and had the characteristic of being difficult to process. His dragon claws slashed at it, but were unable to leave any trace. Fang Yuan had already expected this, thus he did not use only his claws. Instead, he turned his body and suddenly whipped his tail. A sharp sound resounded as the dragon tail fiercely whipped at the dark inkstone. Pain could be felt from the dragon tail, causing Fang Yuan to take a sharp breath of cold air. While on the dark inkstone's surface, a thin crack appeared. Just based on the dragon tail's whip, it was more menacing than the claws. This was an attribute of the sword dragon. Many dragons' characteristics differed in subtle aspects. Some dragons had extremely sharp fangs, their strong bite power surpassing the power of their claws and tail. Some dragons were better at ripping, their claws were their most powerful weapons. And the sword dragon was slender and nimble, the power of its tail surpassed its 2 small claws. And above the power of its tail was the sword dragon's speed. Fang Yuan had already practiced it. The sword dragon was not powerful in long-distance attacks, but its burst of speed from an unmoving state was impressive. Although it could not compare to Sword Escape Immortal GU, it was not inferior to Fang Yuan's Blood Path movement killer move, Blood Torrent. Moreover, because it was the sword dragon's own innate movement speed, Fang Yuan could change directions much more nimbly than Blood Torrent, and it was much easier to maneuver as well. And the sword dragon's strongest weapon was its dragon breath. Dragons could breathe out attacks. This was almost an innate ability of any dragon. It was like the upper extreme heavenly eagle, having the innate ability to penetrate space and enter blessed lands and grotto heavens. It was just that the dragon's breath was a very common ability, while the upper extreme heavenly eagle's ability was rare. Upper extreme heavenly eagles were very rare. Rank 8 GU Immortal He Fan had also obtained one through a fortuitous encounter. Besides him, No one had obtained another upper extreme heavenly eagle in He tribe's history. Fang Yuan tested his dragon breath. In an instant, a white light flashed and shot at the rank 6 immortal material subterranean adamantite. The subterranean adamantite shook lightly before the dragon breath disappeared. The whole process was very fast, it was as if nothing had occurred. But the next moment, changes started to slowly appear in the subterranean adamantite. A clear crack appeared on the subterranean adamantite. The whole crack was incomparably straight, going from top to bottom in a slightly inclined angle. The subterranean adamantite was split into two by this thin crack. Then, due to the subterranean adamantite's enormous weight, the two halves fell down. Bam bam, two consecutive muffled sounds echoed. The boulder-sized subterranean adamantite had split into two and fallen to the ground. The cut surface was smooth, like it was directly split by the sharpest weapon in the world. Fang Yuan's dragon claws could only leave behind marks a few inches deep. But his dragon breath was incomparably sharp, cutting down this giant subterranean adamantite into two. It had to be known that subterranean adamantite was considered among the hardest rank 6 immortal materials. The might of the sword dragon's breath could be seen from this. Despite Fang Yuan being mentally prepared, upon seeing the two halves of the subterranean adamantite, he could not help slightly nodding his dragon head in satisfaction. Next, he continued to test. He used his dragon breath on the rank 7 immortal material dark inkstone. Dark inkstone was even firmer than subterranean adamantite. The dragon breath was like sword light, cutting open marks several inches deep on the dark inkstone. Fang Yuan continuously breathed it out 16 times before he reached his limit. For a short period of time, he would not be able to send out his dragon breath. He felt like a traveler in a desert who had not drank water for over half a month. His throat was extremely dry. If he tried to use dragon breath anymore, he had the feeling he would destroy his throat. Consecutively using dragon breath 16 times changed the appearance of the whole dark inkstone. There were sword marks everywhere on it. It looked somewhat scary. After resting for some time, Fang Yuan felt he had recovered to some degree. He breathed out again. Sure enough, he used the 17th dragon breath. Fang Yuan engraved this duration in his mind. He was continuously estimating. With just my own strength, I can use dragon breath 16 times in a row. After resting for about 5 minutes, I will recover and can continue to breathe it out. But it is just barely possible, and after breathing out the 17th dragon breath, I will once again fall into the previous plight and will still need to rest for 5 minutes of time. If I add some dragon breath mortal GU in this, I should be able to increase the amount of times I can use dragon breath. Fang Yuan had not yet combined dragon breath GU in this sword dragon transformation immortal killer move. Dragon breath GU was quite difficult to refine. This was because the material to refine this GU worm was the breath of dragons. This dragon Fang Yuan obtained was dead. He had waited for a long time in treasure yellow heaven before he found someone selling it, and he had to pay a considerable price to buy it. Only a living dragon could send its breath out, which could then be used as material to refine dragon breath GU. Naturally, if the GU recipe was modified and other materials were used to substitute for dragon breath, it could be done. But Fang Yuan clearly did not have such ability. Besides a living sword dragon, other living dragons also could be used to refine dragon breath GU. However, such a dragon breath GU might be the same in name, but would have some slight differences. Although it could be used, some other mortal GU had to be added in to remove the differences. Transformation path was somewhat particular about this aspect. Thus, Fang Yuan had specifically refined all the required GU like dragon scale GU, dragon claw GU and so on from the sword dragon's corpse. By using these GU worms, he could much more quickly and conveniently activate the immortal killer move, sword dragon transformation. The testing of the killer move was finished. The results were in line with Fang Yuan's expectations. He had pondered deeply about choosing sword dragon transformation, and he had deduced these results in detail prior to this. With just a ranked 6 immortal GU as the core, sword dragon transformation has a certain level of battle strength, but it is still not enough against ranked 7 GU immortals. Normally speaking, ranked 7 GU immortals had defensive methods that were stronger than dark inkstone. Fang Yuan used the strongest weapon of his sword dragon transformation, dragon breath, but was only able to deform this dark inkstone. This sword dragon transformation was not sufficient for display in the blood battle martial competition. He naturally had follow-up methods. Cancelling his transformation, He flew out of his cloud city and soon arrived in front of Lang Ya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan directly expressed his intent. Greetings to First Supreme Elder, I am here to exchange for sect contribution points. Lang Ya Land Spirit's eyes flashed with joy. He knew Fang Yuan had obtained He Fan Grotto Heaven, had the status of an inheritor of Thieving Heaven, wrecked 88 Truyong building and definitely had many good things in his hands. And for Lang Ya sect to develop, it naturally needed better and more precious cultivation resources. However, Lang Ya Land Spirit could not force other GU Immortals to hand over their resources. This would conflict with their interests, and Lang Ya sect would then fall apart. It is good you have such thoughts. Lang Ya Land Spirit was greatly interested. What do you want to contribute to the sect this time? First, take a look at this. Fang Yuan brought out an item. A GU Immortal Soul. Lang Ya Land Spirit frowned. Souls of GU Immortals could be treated as a type of immortal material, and had more value if they were of a soul path GU Immortal. There was even more value in the cultivation memories in the GU Immortal Soul. GU Immortal Souls were naturally not common. Many GU Immortals had methods to detonate their soul. Shadow Sect were most adept in this. Back then, when Feng Zhuzhe had battled Qin Bai Sheng before he recovered his memories, he had sensed the latter had a powerful soul detonation method, and thus let go of Qin Bai Sheng, not willing to fight to such a desperate extent. When GU Immortals battle, it would not be easy for them to hold back. Just like when Nianer Ping Ji killed Granny Yin, he directly destroyed her soul. Lang Ya Land Spirit accepted this GU Immortal Soul, but he found this soul was already tampered with by Fang Yuan and could no longer be soul-searched, only being used as immortal material. Like this GU Immortal Soul can only exchange for 100 contribution points. Lang Ya Land Spirit said with slight disappointment. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. No, I think the price can be slightly higher. We can place this GU Immortal Soul in Dang Hun Mountain and turn it into Guts GU. GU Immortal Souls are extraordinary, they are supreme goods. This will definitely turn into a large sum of Guts GU. Recently, we have not been able to increase the production of Guts GU. With this GU Immortal Soul, we can definitely satisfy the Rockman tribe's requests. Lang Ya Land Spirit came to a realization and nodded. It is indeed true. He estimated the price again and said, this ranked 6 GU Immortal Soul can be considered as 210 sect contribution points then. Chapter 1199, Huge Sale. This price was fair. The value of the GU Immortal Soul had increased because of Guts GU. Since the Four Races Alliance was set, the Rockman tribe below the northern icy plain requested for a large amount of Guts GU as they had an extremely urgent need for them. However, Guts GU had always been sold at a fixed price in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This price could not be reduced. After all, they had to consider the long term. Currently, although the Rockman tribe's relation with Lang Ya sect was close, most of the Guts GU were still sold at Treasure Yellow Heaven. Because of the monopoly on Guts GU, they could not only exchange Guts GU for immortal essence stones, but also exchange for many immortal materials and other resources. In the resource-scarce northern icy plain, the payment the Rockman tribe could provide was not able to satisfy Lang Ya sect's development requirements. For the benefit of the whole sect, Lang Ya Land Spirit would not make the Rockman tribe the main trade partner. The Rockman tribe was dissatisfied but had no choice regarding this. In short, the production of Guts GU was far from enough to meet the demand in the market. Especially in regards to southern border, because of the Righteous Path GU Immortals exploring the Giant Dream Realm repeatedly, they had excessive demands for the Guts GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This even created a black market for Guts GU. Some Guts GU were resold at a much higher price. Lang Ya sect had repeatedly raised the price of Guts GU, but the item was still extremely popular. The whole market was like an insatiable monster, and even though Lang Ya sect was already putting full effort in producing Guts GU, it simply was unable to satisfy the terrifying appetite of this monster. Among Fang Yuan's revenue sources, the profits from the Guts GU trade had already soared far ahead, entering its own level. Guts GU was the greatest contributor to Fang Yuan being able to repeatedly use Rank 7 Immortal GU in battle and easily replenishing his reserves of Green Grape Immortal Essence at set intervals. Lang Ya Land Spirit received this GU Immortal Soul and spoke, "Man is the spirit of all living beings. With this GU Immortal Soul, we can indeed increase the production of Guts GU to a huge degree next time. Unfortunately, GU Immortal Souls can only be found by fortunate circumstances and not sought out. In the future, the primary investment for this aspect is still in Taichu. Fang Yuan, if you are free, make a few trips to Taichu. Desolate beast and desolate plant souls might be far inferior to GU immortal souls, but we can offset it with quantity and the source is also stable. With you taking action, we should be able to develop even more quickly in Taichu. Lang Ya land spirit thought highly of Fang Yuan's ability. However, Fang Yuan replied, I will be going to take part in blood battle martial competition soon, I am afraid I won't have time to split my attention. This is a second GU immortal soul, I hope First Supreme Elder can verify its quality. Second, Lang Ya land spirit raised his eyebrows, but was not surprised. He knew some details about Fang Yuan, and was not surprised at Fang Yuan selling some GU immortal souls. This is a Featherman GU immortal soul. When Lang Ya land spirit inspected it, he was slightly surprised. Variant humans were suppressed, variant human GU immortals were extremely rare. He had not expected Fang Yuan to have a Featherman GU immortal soul. This is your kill? Lang Ya land spirit casually asked. Fang Yuan smiled. Right. This GU immortal soul was of a Featherman, Zheng Ling, the previous soul was Shui Song Zi's. Lang Ya sect was a hairy man sect. Regarding an unknown Featherman GU immortal soul, Lang Ya land spirit decided to take it and did not have the intention to investigate further. Thus, Fang Yuan gained several hundred contribution points. Immediately afterwards, he brought out a third GU immortal soul. Lang Ya land spirit smiled. It seems you intend to sell a lot today. Alright, just take out all the GU immortal souls you want to sell. Alright, Fang Yuan started taking out GU immortal souls one after the other. He truly had many GU immortal souls. There were souls of Dong Fang Chong Fan, Shui Song Zi, Zheng Ling and others from before. Later, in He Fan Grotto Heaven, he killed a group. Then finally, he received even more souls in the Turbulent Flow Sea area. When Fang Yuan took out 3 GU immortal souls in a row, Lang Ya land spirit smiled. When Fang Yuan took out 6, Lang Ya land spirit was surprised, he subconsciously stood a little from his seat, as if he wanted to come closer to check. When Fang Yuan took out the 10th GU immortal soul, Lang Ya land spirit's expression changed, he started pointing at Fang Yuan, how did you kill so many people? Fang Yuan smiled. It was just luck. He then continued to take out GU immortal souls. Finally, when Lang Ya land spirit saw GU immortal souls all around in the surroundings, he was extremely shocked. I finally understand why you are not able to blend in with humans and sided with us variant humans. Lang Ya land spirit was left speechless. You only have rank 6 cultivation. Lang Ya land spirit knew details about Fang Yuan, because familiar face was given to Fang Yuan by him. How long has it been since you became an immortal? You also still had to travel around here and there to revive yourself. Killing so many people, you are simply like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was young. Fang Yuan gave a forced smile when he heard the name Spectral Soul. I am contributing all these souls to the sect. Besides this, I also have many cultivation insights, GU recipes of all paths, immortal GU recipes, killer moves and immortal killer moves. Even battlefield killer moves as well as up-to-date maps of each region, which will make it more convenient for my fellow sect members to move in the outside world. Fang Yuan was undergoing a huge sale. Lang Ya blessed land's history was extremely long, it had incomparably rich treasures which were even coveted by Heavenly Court and always in the minds of Shadow Sect. But Fang Yuan had killed so many people, and the things he obtained from soul searching were also extremely abundant. Most of the treasures in Lang Ya blessed land were payment received in the past by Long Hair Ancestor by refining GU for others. While some were items purchased by Lang Ya land spirit through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Among these treasures, the former were stored ages ago. Long Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago, a figure of the medieval antiquity era. And the latter could be sold at Treasure Yellow Heaven. One could imagine that the top quality goods among them were sparse, although they would also have rare items. As for these things Fang Yuan contributed, most of them were the entire foundation of the GU Immortals, these things were as precious as life to them. Not to mention that they were new creations that would also not be sold for no reason in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In this regard, Lang Ya land spirit did not reject any offers. He was different from the previous Lang Ya land spirit. The previous Lang Ya land spirit was only interested in refining GU, while he was brimming with ambitions, creating Lang Ya sect and wholeheartedly trying to make hairy men the rulers of the world. restoring their glory from the immemorial antiquity era and remote antiquity era. Currently, Xianxia sect primarily used refinement path, most of the hairy man Gu immortals cultivated transformation path as well. Xianxia sect wanted to become a large sect, completing Xianxia land spirit's ambition. For this they needed to incorporate various kinds of things and possess Gu immortals of all paths. Like the great Huang Jin tribe super forces of northern plains, the 10 great ancient sects of central continent and so on. Fang Yuan's sect contribution points rose steeply. In another cloud city, 12th Hair was in the midst of refining Gu. Oh no, there is an error. Suddenly, his expression changed as the fire he was controlling suddenly weakened. He quickly activated Gu worms, spurting out blood into the fire. The fire burned high once again. 12th Hair was pale, his body shivering uncontrollably. He had just been injured by the backlash caused by failing in Gu refinement. Blood was slowly seeping out of his 7 orifices, causing the hair on his whole body to moisten with blood. His wide-opened eyes were filled with traces of blood, as they firmly focused on the fire. After a while, the burning fire suddenly erupted and disappeared. The refinement path Gu formation opened up, revealing over 100 self-will Gu. The hairy man Gu immortals raised by the previous Xianxia land spirit had extremely weak battle strength, but had strong Gu refinement ability. These self-will Gu were only mortal Gu, but they were rank 5. 12th Hair could refine over 100 of these rank 5 self-will Gu at once, revealing his extraordinary refinement path attainment. 12th Hair thought to himself that it was a close shave. He rejoiced, "Fortunately, I sacrificed myself to make up for the mistake. Otherwise, these self-will Gu would be destroyed. Not only would it waste the effort I spent over these last few days to refine these Gu, I would also have to compensate for it with 3 times the refinement materials." To increase the production of self-will Gu, Fang Yuan not only used his sect contribution points to attract other hairy man Gu immortals to refine them for him, he also supplied them immortal materials out of his own pockets, letting these hairy man Gu immortals use these immortal materials to refine mortal Gu. The hairy man Gu immortals no longer had disdain and disgust towards Fang Yuan like before. Fang Yuan possessed rank 8 battle strength, causing these hairy man Gu immortals to be filled with respect. Moreover, after such a strong financial ability was revealed, these hairy man Gu immortals accepted the difference between them and Fang Yuan even more. Strong dizziness assaulted 12th Hair's mind. Refining self-will Gu 11 times without pausing is truly too consuming on the body and mind. The mistake just now is a warning that I need to rest. I need to quickly recover and accept some of these self-will Gu refinement assignments later to earn more immortal essence stones. 12th Hair had a bitter expression when he thought of immortal essence stones, heaving a deep sigh. Desolate beasts are not easy to raise. These desolate beasts all have great appetites. There is a huge burden on me every month to feed and raise them. More importantly, beast enslavement immortal Gu is only lent to me. Every time I borrow it, I will have to pay with sect contribution points according to the period of time. Considering the long term, I definitely need to buy this beast enslavement immortal Gu. But rank 6 beast enslavement immortal Gu needs up to 10,000 sect contribution points. 12th Hair took out an information path Gu worm. This Gu worm had one use: to display the sect contribution points of all Gu immortals in Xianxia sect and rank them accordingly. Simply put, it was Xianxia sect's contribution list. 12th Hair looked into it with his consciousness and easily found his name in the upper half of the list. Then he saw a series of numbers beside his name. Over 600 sect contribution points, but I am still way too far from my target. 12th Hair gave a bitter smile, feeling he had a long way to go. But the other hairy man Gu immortals are also similar to me, some are even worse than me. My advantage lies in that I cultivate enslavement path as well, and now already have several desolate beasts with me. I can obtain sect contribution points more easily than others. Chapter 1200. Dragon Breath Immortal Gu. That's right, this is my advantage. I need to prioritize my strengths from now on and make full use of my talents in battle. I can use this to break the deadlock and drive up my cultivation speed. According to this development, my strength will continue to grow and the sect will need me more often. When I have strength like Elder Fang Yuan, the sect contribution points will be solely mine to take. Cheer up, these days will keep on improving. 12th Hair, you need to continue working hard and reach your peak in life. 12th Hair's mood changed, and his fighting spirit gradually returned. As he thought of Fang Yuan, he subconsciously glanced at the first name of Xianxia sect's contribution list. Last time, because of the Four Races Alliance, Fang Yuan had obtained 1,000 sect contribution points, which had caused the hairy man GU Immortals' mouths to water in envy. But recently, because Fang Yuan had issued large numbers of GU refinement tasks, his sect contribution points had been continuing to dwindle, and quickly at that. Fang Yuan's name still occupied first on the list, but the gap with the second-ranked hairy man GU Immortal was getting smaller and smaller. A lot of hairy man GU Immortals were waiting for the time when Fang Yuan's name was surpassed. Fang Yuan was a human GU Immortal possessing rank 8 battle strength. Surpassing him at the contribution list would give a different sensation to the hairy man GU Immortals. It would be an enormous glory. However, the next moment, 12th Hair's whole body suddenly stiffened. He remained still like a stone statue. Because he saw the number behind Fang Yuan's name, over 15,000 sect contribution points, how could it be? 12th Hair almost felt like he was hallucinating. Ever since Xianxia sect was established, there had been no one who had obtained so many sect contribution points. At most, at one time, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points had reached above 2,000, before it started rapidly falling. Now, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points had passed 15,000. This was an unprecedented record. 12th Hair's heart shook wildly, but the following scene made him even more shocked. Fang Yuan's sect contribution points were continuously rising. 15,000, 18,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. The number kept on rising steeply. It surpassed 80,000. 12th Hair was stupefied at the sight. What made him even more astonished was that Fang Yuan's sect contribution points still showed no signs of stopping. When it reached over 90,000, suddenly, Fang Yuan's total sect contribution points decreased by over 70,000. Only over 10,000 was left now. What is happening? Could it be, I actually refined GU so much that I am starting to hallucinate? This is a dream. Ah, no. 12th Hair suddenly shook and snapped back to awareness. Over 70,000 sect contribution points suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan definitely exchanged for an immortal GU. No, he did not exchange for my beast enslavement immortal GU, right? 12th Hair quickly took out another information path GU worm and placed his consciousness in it. After inspecting, he let out a heavy breath of relief. So he did not exchange for beast enslavement immortal GU, but a rank 7 immortal GU. It is good as long as it is not beast enslavement immortal GU. That was seriously a huge scare. 12th Hair patted his chest, his whole body easing up. But the moment he relaxed, his eyes rolled backwards as he fainted on the spot. He had suffered injuries during the GU refinement process, and his mood had swung up and down at this moment. He naturally would fall unconscious after relaxing. Achieving his target, Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Inside a secret room, he took out a completely new immortal GU. This GU resembled light purple-colored fog in the form of a dragon. It did not have a fixed shape and was floating around. Rank 7 immortal GU, Dragon Breath. Fang Yuan had finally chosen Sword Dragon transformation because Xianxia sect's treasury had this immortal GU. To exchange for this immortal GU, Fang Yuan had to sell all his GU immortal souls along with large amounts of cultivation information he had obtained from soul searching. Naturally, Fang Yuan had withheld some of the contents. Like Dong Fang Chong Fan's wisdom path methods, He Fan True Inheritance's important details, and so on. This had sharply raised Fang Yuan's sect contribution points to above 90,000. In the near future, this amount would be Fang Yuan's peak, difficult to surpass. Then, Fang Yuan used over 70,000 sect contribution points to exchange for the rank 7 transformation path immortal GU, Dragon Breath. In just a short while, his sect contribution points had fallen to over 10,000. But he still occupied first place on the contribution list. The second-ranked GU Immortal on the contribution list only had 4 digits in terms of contribution points. The gap had been widened by a huge margin. Fang Yuan's position was firmly in place like a mountain. Naturally, Fang Yuan did not care about the sect contribution list. He also did not know 12th Hair had received a great impact from this event and had fallen unconscious. If he knew, Fang Yuan would think he was overthinking it. Not all immortal GU in Xianxia Blessed Land could be exchanged. Beast Enslavement Immortal GU was on the exchange list, but Xianxia Land Spirit had clearly left it behind for 12th Hair. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for it, he would not be able to. Besides this, Rank 7 Immortal GU Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also not for sale. This Immortal GU was originally Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables Immortal GU, later it was refined by Longhair Ancestor up to Rank 8 and was merged into the Rank 8 Immortal GU House Refinement Cauldron. Some time ago, Shadow Sect had invaded Xianxia Blessed Land, destroying Refinement Cauldron and seizing many of the core Immortal GU. Although Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus remained, it had been damaged and had fallen from Rank 8 to Rank 7. If Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for this Immortal GU, he would have to pay a very large price that could move Xianxia Land Spirit's mind. However, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would not be of much help to Fang Yuan. He had calculated that after he raised his cultivation to Rank 7 and his Immortal Essence started producing Red Date Immortal Essence, it would be sufficient. It was not worth it to pay a greater price for just Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan spent some time before he successfully integrated this Rank 7 Dragon Breath GU into his Immortal Killer move, Sword Dragon Transformation. Transformation Path Immortal Killer moves were essentially very simple. Dragon Breath GU was a natural component of Sword Dragon Transformation. What's more, Fang Yuan was a Transformation Path Grandmaster. With this Rank 7 Dragon Breath Immortal GU, Fang Yuan simply did not need any Dragon Breath Mortal GU. Like in He Fan's True Inheritance, He Fan had really wanted to obtain Immortal Level Day GU and Month GU. Because then, when he activated Days Pass like Years and similar Immortal Killer moves, he would not need to spend so many Mortal Day GU and Month GU. Having a relevant Immortal GU made it extremely convenient. It also reduced the difficulty of controlling the killer move. Its effect would also have a large boost. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan tried Sword Dragon Transformation again. Silver light burst out, shining towards the sky. Just looking at this, Fang Yuan knew that Sword Dragon transformations might had increased by multiple times. From within the silvery light, a sword dragon revealed its figure. Its body was more than double the size of before, reaching over 40 feet. Its eyes were still white, its scales were much wider and thicker than before, there were now 2 more claws, reaching a total of 4 claws now. The dragon horn protruded out further, piercing towards the sky. Fang Yuan inspected all over and saw that every aspect had received a huge boost in quality. After adding the Rank 7 Dragon Breath GU, this is now an ancient desolate beast level sword dragon. Fang Yuan was well aware. As such, this immortal killer move could be used at the Blood Battle Martial competition. The previous sword dragon transformation would not work. It could only be used to bully some ordinary Rank 6 GU immortals. The current ancient sword dragon had the qualifications to match against Rank 7 GU immortals. Next was the most important part. Fang Yuan was unavoidably a little nervous. He lightly stretched out his dragon body and flew to a completely new dark inkstone. Dragon breath. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out. In that instant, a pure white sword light flashed past. Crack, a crisp sound was heard, as the dark inkstone was cut in two. Not only this, the sword light still had strength remaining to destroy the whole secret room. Fang Yuan's cloud city shook intensely, giving off muffled noises as large numbers of GU worms that formed the secret room died instantly. I have already controlled my strength. The dark inkstone already bore most of the dragon breath, only a small part of its power was leaked out. Intense joy flashed past the ancient sword dragon's eyes. Fang Yuan had only displayed a small portion of his strength, but his surrounding environment actually was unable to endure it. Although the Cloud City's structure was exquisite and hairy man GU immortals had spent immense mental effort to make it, it was after all only a mortal GU house, and could not endure the remaining power of the ancient sword dragon's breath. Green grape immortal essence continued to be consumed to maintain the form of the ancient sword dragon. Clearly, the immortal essence expenditure had increased by many times. Where there are gains, there are losses. After all, adding rank 7 immortal GU dragon breath had increased the level of the immortal killer move. Sword dragon transformation, immortal essence being expended rapidly was an inevitable outcome. I can no longer practice in the Cloud City. Xianxia Blessed Land has many observers, but if I go out of Xianxia Blessed Land I will receive even more attention from Heaven's will. It seems I still need to place my sovereign immortal aperture and properly test the limits of ancient sword dragon transformation. The dragon breath I send out has already reached rank 7 battle strength, its effect is outstanding and the expenditure is still small. How powerful will it be when I use sword marks targeting death, dark assassination and triple layered sword wave in my ancient sword dragon form? Fang Yuan was feeling anticipation. He resolutely took action, immediately flying out of the Cloud City, going through the Super GU formation and teleporting to the outside world. Fang Yuan has left. He actually exchanged for Dragon Breath Immortal GU. What is the reason? Sixth Hair was secretly activating investigative methods, paying close attention until the Super GU formation activated and Fang Yuan's figure disappeared from his perception. After Sixth Hair knew the change in the sect contribution points list, he was filled with unease. Fang Yuan's development speed had surpassed his expectations again. Moreover, he did not understand the direction of Fang Yuan's growth. Fang Yuan naturally won't exchange for an immortal GU that has no use to him. No, I need to report this information to Lord Ying Wuxia quickly. Sixth Hair was filled with worries. Chapter 1201, Yi Lui Qun Xing. Sun was shining bright in the sky of northern plains, with no clouds to be seen in the surroundings. However, at Blood Plain, starlight shone brilliantly, as if stars filled the sky. Golden Dawn Hall was quietly floating in the air. It stood majestically. No matter how much turbulence was going on outside, it remained lofty and unmoved. In contrast, the GU Immortals on Chu Du's side were all standing on clouds, their expressions looking unsightly or filled with worries. Chu Du was expressionless, but his gaze that looked at the battle was extremely heavy. Immortal Wang is going to lose. Chu Du sighed internally. In the center of the battlefield, Immortal Wang was fighting with the Righteous Path GU Immortal Yi Lui Qun Xing. Immortal Wang had already transformed into a heaven-swallowing hound, charging left and right with astonishing might. The heaven-swallowing hound was an immemorial desolate beast, but Immortal Wang was only a rank 7 GU Immortal. This transformation path Immortal Killer move also did not have a relevant rank 8 Immortal GU in it. So, this heaven-swallowing hound's battle strength was only at rank 7 level. And Immortal Wang's opponent, Yi Lui Qun Xing, was tall and thin like a bamboo pole. He had 3 strands of hair as a beard and had a yellowish-white complexion. Right now, he was far away from the heaven-swallowing hound. Hundreds of star fragments were flying around him, shining with brilliant light, dyeing the sky a color of blue. Immortal Wang's heaven-swallowing hound transformation used all its strength to attack. However, countless star fragments, big and small, tightly surrounded him. Of these star fragments, small ones were the size of a lantern, while the big ones were the size of an elephant. They kept on flying around. A small portion were encircling Immortal Wang with dizzying speed, while the larger portion were encircling Yi Lui Qun Xing, moving slowly in a mysterious trajectory. A muffled sound echoed. A star fragment firmly collided against Immortal Wang's body. The heaven-swallowing hound's movement slowed, and exposed a flaw when it tried to dodge. 3 muffled sounds resounded as this opportunity was taken. Star fragments collided against Immortal Wang fiercely. The heaven-swallowing hound let out a low growl, coughing out a large amount of blood. Its feet staggered and almost fell down to the ground. Any GU Immortal with eyes could see who was in control of the situation. Immortal Wang was the one attacking, but was in an absolute disadvantage from start to finish. And the defending Yi Lui Qun Xing was the one who held the upper hand, putting himself behind layers of defense. This battle tactic was naturally a correct one. One often had to choose long-range battle when dealing with transformation path GU Immortals. Because the GU Immortal that transformed into Desolate Beast, Ancient Desolate Beast or even Immemorial Desolate Beast, would have a strong and sturdy body, just relying on their transformed body's quality, their battle strength would increase to a terrifying level. GU Immortals of other paths mostly had human bodies. Their physical qualities were weak. Even if they had powerful defensive methods, they did not want to put themselves in such a dangerous situation where they were fighting with their weakness against a transformation path GU Immortal's strength. The dominance was already clear. Yi Lui Qun Xing was in an impregnable position. He spoke in a clear voice. It is useless, Immortal Wang. My Immortal Killer move was created by taking Dong Fang Chong Fan's myriad star fireflies as a reference. The flying trajectory is extremely profound and inscrutable. Previously, 6 star fragments could completely obstruct you. Now, there are at least 36 star fragments around you. How will you break through? This Yi Lui Qun Xing was also a person with an interesting past. He had challenged Dong Fang Chong Fan, and had suffered defeat after defeat, but had still persisted in challenging him. Dong Fang Chong Fan was a righteous path figure, the number 1 wisdom path GU Immortal of Northern Plains who had single-handedly led Dong Fang tribe to prominence. Yi Lui Qunxing's defeats did not make Northern Plains GU Immortals feel he was weak. Instead, they very much appreciated him fighting back despite the repeated setbacks, and his steady, unwavering spirit. As one of the leading figures of the righteous path, Dongfang Chongfan could not lay a heavy hand on Yi Lui Qunxing, who was similarly of Huang Jin bloodline. There was even one time when after he defeated Yi Lui Qunxing, he personally instructed him regarding some secrets of myriad star fireflies. Yi Lui Qunxing treated the guidance as a precious treasure, immediately going into closed cultivation. Unknown to him, this was precisely Dongfang Chongfan's scheme. Dongfang Chongfan had not only gotten rid of the annoying Yi Lui Qunxing, this also expressed his goodwill to Yi Lui tribe, and had smoothly accomplished an instance of collaboration. With Yi Lui tribe, gaining large amounts of benefits. Yi Lui Qunxing had originally felt that Dongfang Chongfan was a thorn in his eyes, but having obtained benefits from Dongfang Chongfan, he did not feel he could shamelessly challenge Dongfang Chongfan again. After coming out of his closed cultivation, he chose to focus hard on his own development and did not even find trouble with other GU immortals of Dongfang tribe. As such, this trump card killer move of his clearly bore a resemblance to myriad star fireflies. Myriad star fireflies was Dongfang Chongfan's killer move, which was famous throughout the whole of Northern Plains GU immortal world. Yi Lui Qunxing's move, however, treated the star fragments as the main body. It could be considered as him creating his own unique method. A real star was extremely huge. Fang Yuan had been using Star Eye's Immortal GU up until now, and had only managed to refine one star. Immortal Wang's heaven-swallowing hound transformation kept on coughing up blood, and was struck by more and more star fragments. He could not even retort, he was dizzy and was heavily injured. Moreover, his immortal essence expenditure had reached an enormous amount. The immortals on Chu Du's side showed even more unsightly looks. If Immortal Wang is defeated, he would be the fourth person Yi Lui Qunxing has defeated from our side. His immortal killer move is truly too powerful. When it was just 2 or 3 star fragments, they can still be resisted. When 15 star fragments appear and they work together as one, the difficulty to resist them increases by countless times. Right now, he already has 100 star fragments, achieving complete dominance. This simply cannot be resisted. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, the Righteous Path Immortals had smiles on their faces. Yi Lui Xiaojin was watching the battle with excitement. Yi Lui Qunxing was his senior. Seeing this senior about to defeat his fourth opponent, Yi Lui Xiaojin also felt excitement and pride. On the other side, Nian'er Pingji was still regulating his breathing. One thing worth mentioning was that Nian'er tribe's position had already moved to the center. This was because of Nian'er Pingji's battle where he had killed the rank 7 demonic path expert Granny Yin. Many rank 6 geniuses and experts had the battle strength to go against rank 7. But being able to kill rank 7 was a different level altogether. Adding Nian'er Pingji's young age to this battle achievement, this undoubtedly became even more rare. By this time, the allied Righteous Path forces, and the alliance of Chu sect and Bai Zhu, had already gone through over 10 battles. At the start, Chu Du had the discerning eye to send out the promising young Shui Wuhen, who won 3 battles in a row, awing others. Then, from the Righteous Path's side, Gong Wanting sent Nian'er Pingji. Similarly a rising young genius, Nian'er Pingji's battle result was even more brilliant, using the immortal killer move Sword Heart Clarity and killing the renowned demonic path expert Granny Yin. Afterwards, Gong Wanting negotiated with Chu Du, and the two sides temporarily stopped the battle, setting rules regarding exchange of corpses. Then the battle began again. Yuan tribe of the Righteous Path, Meng tribe, and other tribes GU immortals appeared one after the other, while Chu Du sent out Hao Zhen, Chou Lao Wu as well as some GU immortals of Bai Zhu tribe to contest with them. Perhaps it was because they were senior GU immortals, each side had their own victories and defeats, and suffered varying degrees of injuries, but there were no deaths. Seeing the situation seemingly entering a stalemate, Gong Wanting pondered for a while before sending Yi Lui Qunxing. This person was a true main strength among Yi Lui tribe's force. He was an expert among ranked 7 GU immortals. Although he had many losses among his battle achievements, they were against Dongfang Chongfan. Naturally, no one would look down on him. What made people especially admire him were his character and spirit. He had suffered many defeats from Dongfang Chongfan, but he always came back stronger. Worth mentioning was that Yi Lui Wei Hong had the highest seniority, but his battle strength could not compare to Yi Lui Qunxing. The righteous path paid attention to seniority, unlike the demonic path which only looked at strength. Finally, Chu Du spoke, "All right, this battle is our loss." Immortal Wang retreated with a shameful expression. Yi Lui Qunxing also did not forcibly go after his life. After all, Immortal Wang still had the ability to protect himself, and it would give enough time for Chu Du to come help. Immortal Wang was pale, his mood extremely complicated. He was the fourth opponent of Yi Lui Qunxing and had originally thought of having gotten an easy opportunity, but the result was that Yi Lui Qunxing's battle strength had not fallen even after 3 battles. Immortal Wang returned to his human form and walked towards Chu Du, saying in a heavy voice that Yi Lui Qunxing's immortal killer move is extremely ingenious. His immortal essence expenditure is definitely small, and the star fragments have mutual attraction force between them, creating a good deal of starlight magnetic force. I am afraid it would not be easy to discern the mysteries of this killer move unless one is a star path GU immortal. The opponent would be implicated by these star fragments. These star fragments are very fast, and sometimes they would suddenly form a formless force which skewed my direction, making me lose control over myself many times. Now that I think of it, Yi Lui Qunxing was weakest in the first battle. Now, he has already released 100 star fragments, forming an array for battle. The ones who will go later will lose many advantages, and would find it very difficult to go against this array. Immortal Wang's tone was sincere. These were his sincere words. They were also reasons given to excuse himself and not be held at fault. Chu Du nodded and patted Immortal Wang's shoulder. "No need to say much, it is good that you returned safely." It was a simple action, but this action almost made Immortal Wang's eyes tear up. "Who wants to come fight next?" At this time, Yi Lui Qunxing called out. It seems this person still does not want to retreat and wants to fight his 5th battle. Chu Du's expression slightly changed, killing intent flashing in his eyes. The immortals behind him started whispering. He has already defeated 4 people in a row, he still seems to have strength remaining. Immortal Wang's strength is outstanding. He transformed into a heaven-swallowing hound but was still unable to win. Sigh. Bai Zhu tribe's GU immortals were silent. Bai Zhu Wei was already dead. What they were good at was not individual battle strength, but Green City Rampage. Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu's Wind Thunder Roar was renowned throughout Northern Plains. It could be considered a trump card that could pressure the opponents and make them feel apprehensive. It was only that they had already battled separately and still bore some injuries. When GU immortals were injured, because of the conflict of Dao marks, they were very difficult to heal. For a moment, Chu Du actually found that he had fallen into an awkward situation of having no experts to send. Comparatively, in the righteous path, experts filled Golden Dawn Hall, while Chu Du's side was only an alliance of the newly established Bai Zhu tribe and his sect. They indeed had few members and were seriously stretched out. Chapter 1202, Arrogance Concealed Under Beauty. Do I have to go myself? Facing the awkward situation of having no experts to send, Chu Du unavoidably had such a thought. He could naturally take the stage and also had the confidence to win against Yi Lui Qunxing. But what would it look like when Chu Du, as the strongest expert on his side, took the stage? Would it not make their side look weaker? Moreover, even after he wins against Yi Lui Qunxing, the other side would definitely continue to send other GU immortals. Gong Wan Ting, Yao tribes Yao Yuan Ying, Guan tribes Guan Yong, Nuer tribes Nuer Gu and Nuer Qian. All of these people were experts who Chu Du needed to pay attention to. 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms. Chu Du could win 1 battle, 2 battles, 3 battles, but could he guarantee he would win all the battles? Chu Du fell into silence. What? No one wants to fight? We have just reached this stage and there is already nobody left. Yi Lui Qunxing did not let go of this chance to mock them. Shui Wu Hen could not endure this provocation. He was a very prideful person. He requested to be sent by Chu Du. Let me go deal with this Yi Lui Qunxing. However, Shui Wu Hen was only at rank 6, how could Chu Du let him go? Shui Wu Hen might be able to battle rank 7, but the other party was an expert among rank 7s. Chu Du slowly shook his head. Right at this moment, his eyes suddenly brightened, because an information path GU worm flew to his immortal aperture through treasure yellow heaven. Wonderful. Elder Lu Guan Yi's timing is perfect. Chu Du sent his consciousness into the GU worm and after absorbing the information, his brows immediately relaxed. He had confidence in Lu Guan Yi. He had always thought Fang Yuan's strength was only second to his in Chu sect. Especially when they made the trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan's performance had left a deep impression on Chu Du. Be patient, my Chu sect's second supreme elder is about to arrive. Yi Lui Qun Xing, why are you in such a rush? Enjoy your moment of victory for a while longer. Chu Du chuckled as he said in a plain tone. Chu sect's second supreme elder. Chu Du is the first supreme elder, doesn't it mean this second supreme elder is only second to him? This person is very mysterious, no one knows where he comes from, and we have very limited information on him. Both sides GU Immortals discussed. The Righteous Path GU Immortals in Golden Dawn Hall started discussing and exchanging information on Fang Yuan. Think about that Shui Wu Hen, what is strange about them having Lu Guan Yi? Nian'er Yi Fang caressed his beard, speaking unconcernedly. So what if he is stronger? At most, he would have ranked 7 peak battle strength, our side is a gathering of experts and geniuses. Yi Lui Wei Hong laughed. Gong Wan Ting spoke softly, her voice lingering around the whole of Golden Dawn Hall. Chu Du is not blind, this person is placed above Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu. He is Chu sect's second supreme elder, we should assume that he possesses an outstanding aspect. Shui Wu Hen's eyes brightened, having many expectations regarding Fang Yuan. Elder Hao Zhen, how is Elder Lu Guan Yi's strength? One He tribe GU Immortal asked. Naturally, this He tribe GU Immortal had now already changed his surname to Bai Zhu. He had not participated in the Battle of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and it was not appropriate for him to ask Bai Zhu tribe's GU Immortals. Bai Zhu Wei had died in the battle, and this had become almost like a taboo topic in Bai Zhu tribe. Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu were respectively Chu sect's third and fourth supreme elder. Actually, they were uncomfortable at being underneath Fang Yuan, but right now, they could not damage their own sect's reputation. He claims to be a transformation path GU Immortal, but we have never seen him use any transformation killer moves. Even in Heifan Grotto Heaven, when we resisted the attacks of Heavenly Lord, it was like that. The surrounding GU Immortals could not help but draw in deep breaths. The words of Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu made people unavoidably think towards one aspect. It seems this elder Lu Guan Yi is quite amazing. Even the invasion of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not make him use all his strength. This was the person who first intruded Iron Eagle Blessed Land and seized almost all the eagle nests. A GU Immortal of Bai Zhu bloodline was feeling complicated at this moment. He has arrived. Chu Du suddenly spoke. The Immortals behind him followed Chu Du's movement and turned around, looking behind them. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, the Righteous Path Immortals also cast their gazes over. A multicolored cloud was flying rapidly, upon which a young-looking GU Immortal stood at the front with his head held high. He wore a white robe, the wide sleeves constantly fluttered backwards due to the wind. He had long black hair and a jade-like complexion, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his nose bridge was tall, and his skin was white like snow. He had a light smile on his face, appearing relaxed and unfettered, and was extremely handsome, even a man would be moved by his appearance. Just one glance at Fang Yuan left a deep impression on these immortals. Elder Lu, you have finally come. Chu Du smiled brightly, flying over to welcome him. Domination Immortal Chu Du personally went to receive him. Seeing this scene, many GU Immortals were shaken. Instantly, Fang Yuan's status had risen by multiple levels in their hearts. What are the origins of this Lu Guan Yi? What has he done to deserve such treatment from Domination Immortal? The Righteous Path GU Immortals looked at each other, as they started to pay more importance to Fang Yuan's arrival. This Information Path GU worm records the battle scenes from earlier, look at it quickly. Chu Du flew in front of Fang Yuan, and secretly handed an Information Path Mortal GU to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan silently accepted it. Chu Du treated him as an equal. After the Crazed Demon Agreement, Chu Du's and Fang Yuan's relationship had become much closer. The group of immortals subconsciously went silent, patiently watching Fang Yuan slowly fly towards the battle. This person is Yi Lui Qun Xing, he primarily cultivates Star Path. He has already defeated 4 people on our side, we need you to show your might and defeat him. Chu Du spoke softly to Fang Yuan as he pointed at Yi Lui Qun Xing, who was standing proudly in the air. Fang Yuan inwardly thought, I came over because of this person. A Star Path blessed land is suitable for me to annex. Moreover, this guy has rank 7 cultivation. After I annex his immortal aperture, my cultivation will immediately soar and reach rank 7, I will start producing red date immortal essence. Yi Lui Qun Xing was tense. Ever since Fang Yuan had appeared, he had been paying close attention to him. Fang Yuan's gaze was tranquil, he could not read his expression at all. After some thinking, Yi Lui Qunxing solemnly spoke, "I am honored." The immortals quietly looked at Fang Yuan, awaiting him entering the battle. Fang Yuan, however, internally was shaking his head. He had already read all the information in the information path Ji Worm, Chu Du had given him, and knew all the moves Yi Lui Qunxing had shown before. Fang Yuan had a clear estimation of Yi Lui Qunxing's strength. He was probably at the level of experts like Unfettered, Scholar and Pai Shui Han, or maybe slightly weaker. All in all, he was an expert among rank 7s. Above them would be people like Domination Immortal Chu Du and Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei. And above Chu Du were Feng Ju Zhe and Qin Bai Sheng after regaining his memories. It was fully achievable for him to defeat Yi Lui Qunxing with Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. But killing him would be difficult with a frontal assault, especially under the view of the crowd and their watchful eyes. Everyone was on guard against each other. Let alone when the opponent was Yi Lui Qunxing. The most important thing regarding this person was this immortal killer move. Not only did it expend little immortal essence, it also had terrifying offensive and defensive properties. Even more praiseworthy was his mental state and nature. Losses could not defeat him and could only make him stronger. If this kind of person was the enemy, the best thing was to kill them. Even Dong Fang Chong Fan felt a headache because he could not kill him. But how to kill him? Fang Yuan estimated he did not have a high chance of killing Yi Lui Qunxing. After transforming into an ancient sword dragon, Fang Yuan's battle strength would reach the level of Unfettered Scholar. However, Fang Yuan's ability to sustain a long battle was quite poor. After all, Green Grape Immortal Essence could not compare to Red Date Immortal Essence. 100 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence could turn into 1 bead of Red Date Immortal Essence. But when using rank 7 Immortal GU, the effect that could be reached with 1 bead of Red Date Immortal Essence required at least 130 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence. This created a phenomenon of intensifying expenditure. GU immortals using higher rank Immortal GU were like children waving around a sledgehammer. It was very difficult. As he pondered this, Fang Yuan spoke, "I won't fight." The immortals were stunned. "Why won't you fight? Are you afraid?" Immortal Wang's sneering voice came from behind. Ever since the Iron Eagle Blessed Lands battle where Fang Yuan had treated him as a scapegoat, Immortal Wang had felt hatred towards Fang Yuan. The expectant gazes of immortals at Fang Yuan made Immortal Wang very dissatisfied. He, himself, was defeated by Yi Lui Qunxing, and the person whom everyone's expectations were placed on was his enemy. Such a feeling left a really bad taste in his mouth. Fang Yuan did not respond. Chu Du, however, immediately frowned, as he turned back and gave a fierce glare at Immortal Wang. Immortal Wang quickly closed his mouth, beads of cold sweat starting to seep out of his forehead. Chu Du inwardly shook his head. Immortal Wang and these other GU immortals were all lone immortals or demonic cultivators. They are accustomed to being unrestrained. After joining Chu's sect, their awareness has not increased much. Right now, even if he has some dissatisfaction with Lu Guanyi, how could he reveal the internal conflicts of Chu's sect in front of the public? At the same time, Chu Du looked at Fang Yuan. He did not speak but his gaze inquired, "Why won't you fight?" Fang Yuan gazed at Yi Lui Qunxing, sneering, "He is too weak, I can kill him with just my spit. Do we kill chickens with an ox cleaver? Fighting him is an insult towards my status. Arrogant, way too arrogant." For a moment, the stomachs of the immortals churned, as all kinds of thoughts surged in their minds. Fang Yuan looked like a quiet handsome boy. Who could have thought his first few words would reveal the astonishing arrogance within him? He actually said he can win against an expert like Yi Lui Qunxing with just his spit. Even Domination Immortal Chu Du might not be able to do it. Nian Ping Ji was displeased. He is tooting his own horn too much. Shui Wu Hen looked at Fang Yuan with a dazed look. He had always thought he was a very prideful person, but he could not compare to this person before him. Fang Yuan spouted a lot of nonsense right away. His arrogance caused many people to be dissatisfied. The most dissatisfied person was Yi Lui Xiaojin. He was young and full of vigor. Yi Lui Qunxing was his tribe member. Humiliating Yi Lui Qunxing was like humiliating him. Therefore, this young GU immortal immediately stood up and shouted loudly, "You don't dare to show your skills, but you have quite the mouth. How can you estimate the skills of my tribe's Lord Qunxing? You are not being proud, but are intentionally saying this because you are afraid." Chapter 1203, Shameless. I don't know if you are afraid or not, but we can all see whether you dare or not. A Baizu tribe Gu Immortal sneered. He had pure Baizu bloodline, behind him was Heavenly Lord Baizu, even Chudu did not have a sway over him. Fang Yuan lightly glanced at this person, the latter looked back without any fear. Clearly, Fang Yuan stealing the eagle nests had caused the hatred with Baizu tribe to be big. Fang Yuan swept his gaze around, the Gu Immortals all gazed back at him with doubts, curiosity, uncertainty, anticipation and so on. Especially, Shui Wuhen who was beside him, his gaze was shining. Not fighting, what kind of person am I? This weakling, hee, not worthy of me making a move. In the future, when my biography is written, my first battle after seclusion is against Heavenly Lord Baizu, but the second battle is with this thing. There won't be any splendor even if I win against such a minor character of Yi Lui tribe. No matter how open-minded Yi Lui Qianxia was, his tone unavoidably had become colder from anger. HMPH, so much nonsense. You have said so much, come fight me if you have guts. You don't have enough qualifications. Fang Yuan held his hands behind his back, head raised and chest out, as he looked at Yi Lui Qianxia with unconcealed contempt. Many Gu Immortals' eyes widened. They really wanted to ask, Yi Lui Qianxia actually doesn't have enough qualifications, then who has the qualifications? What qualifications do you have? I really don't understand where you are getting such confidence from. You are clearly a demonic path lone cultivator, who knows where you came from. Yi Lui Qianxia fighting you is giving you face, giving you the chance to perform and gain some glory. But the person involved, Fang Yuan, clearly did not have such a thought. The immortals began discussing, the situation had become noisy from the clamor. They were all talking about Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to their words. After a while, Gong Wanting's expression turned cold, lightly calling out, "Enough, do you all want to make the Grand Blood Battle Martial competition into a joke?" The Righteous Path Immortals immediately turned silent. Gong Wanting then looked at Chu Du. Could it be that your side only has troublemakers remaining? Stalling for so long will only make others ridicule you. Facing the overbearing Gong Wanting, Chu Du did not reply, instead looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored Chu Du's gaze and slightly turned towards the side, pointing backwards. You. Me, a former Supreme Elder of He tribe, currently a Baizu tribe Gu Immortal, was completely stumped, not having expected Fang Yuan to suddenly point towards him. Go take the fight, if he can win against you, it means he has some qualifications for me to make a move once. Fang Yuan's tone was still very arrogant, even his own side's Gu Immortals felt their teeth itch from hearing him. The Immortals' gazes turned towards this unlucky person. This Gu Immortal immediately felt huge pressure. His anger was boiling. Who did I provoke to suddenly send me to battle? Moreover, why the hell are you commanding me? I am a Baizu tribe Gu Immortal, even Domination Immortal Chu Du can only discuss with me. How can you, a mere second Supreme Elder, command me? This Gu Immortal had decided to refuse. But then he heard the discussions of other Immortals. For instance, Yi Lui Qianxia is so strong, he has already defeated 4 people in a row. Now, letting this person fight, isn't it letting the enemy gain more battle achievements? HMPH, this person is only a minor character. Yi Lui Qianxia can easily beat 2 of this guy. He is a He tribe Gu Immortal, although his surname has changed to Baizu, can he really fight to the death with a Huang Jin bloodline Gu Immortal? Wow, when these discussions resounded in this Gu Immortal's ears, he immediately realized that he had no choice but to go to battle. He fiercely glared at Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had already turned around, facing him with his back. The Baizu tribe Gu Immortal was furious and aggrieved, but could only give in and fly to the stage. There was nothing unusual about the battle. This Gu Immortal was clearly weaker than Yi Lui Qianxia. After exchanging 10 or so moves, he lost. I hope Elder Lu Guanyi can fight now and enlighten us. This Baizu Gu Immortal carried his injuries back, and his first words were to sarcastically speak to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted. You are too weak. The Baizu Gu Immortal suppressed his anger. I am indeed too weak, Elder should show his divine prowess. Fang Yuan's following words almost made him flare up. Taking so long to fight with a weakling like you. I have to admit I had overestimated that Yi Lui Qianxia. Now, I have no interest to battle with him at all. You. The Baizu Gu Immortal was stifled to the point of being speechless. The Immortal's gaze towards Fang Yuan were also vaguely changing. Shui Wu Hen's expression was even more blatant. He sized up Fang Yuan with intense suspicion. So it was like this. The so-called Chu sect second supreme elder is just a poser. Yi Lui Qunxing scoffed. His scoff felt piercing to Chu Du's sides. Gu Immortals. Lord Domination Immortal, have you ever seen him make a move? Yi Lui Xiao Jin also added. Chu Du was silent. He had sensed Fang Yuan's strange behavior but decided to wait and watch. Elder Lu Guanyi, if you truly have skills, go kill him. That Gu Immortal of Bai Zhu tribe sneered. Fang Yuan lightly shook his head, boasting shamelessly, how can you comprehend my power? That's why you will never have the hope of becoming an expert like me. Yi Lui Qunxing flicked his sleeves and walked away. He knew Fang Yuan could not be forced to fight. In truth, after fighting 5 people in a row, he was indeed feeling exhaustion. His immortal essence expenditure was still good, the main thing was that his mind had been taxed a lot. Seeing him retrieve the star fragments and leave, many on Chu Du's side let out a sigh of relief. Yi Lui Xiaojin was also extremely happy, as he raised his head high and ran to the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall to welcome Yi Lui Qunxing. How could they have known Fang Yuan to speak? Look, he is indeed afraid of me. Even if I didn't enter the battle, he has been feeling frightened. Now he is unable to maintain his cool any longer, having no choice but to leave. Yi Lui Qunxing's steps slightly paused. Shui Wu Hen's eyes widened, as he gazed at Fang Yuan and thought, there is actually such a shameless person in this world. It has really opened my eyes. Brother Chu actually gave this person the status of second supreme elder. Perhaps his judgment has dulled. Yi Lui Xiaojin's mouth almost twisted from anger. On the contrary, Yi Lui Wei Hong's expression slightly changed. He squinted his eyes and started looking at Fang Yuan. Yi Lui Qunxing shook his head, continuing to leave without even glancing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Yi Lui Qunxing, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. The whole scene was silent, before they suddenly burst into an uproar. Where is your disposition? Where is it? The Gu Immortals screamed internally. Who could have thought the elegant-looking Fang Yuan would swear out loud in public? Even if they were fighting for their lives, Gu Immortals always maintained their disposition. After all, they all praised themselves as being righteous. Cursing like this in front of everyone was really letting go of one's reputation. His good looks are wasted. A Gu Immortal gazed at Fang Yuan, shaking their head constantly. No doubt, the favorable impression Fang Yuan gave to the Immortals at first glance was already ruined. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, suddenly walking to the battle stage. Yi Lui whatever, I am here, didn't you want to fight with me? Yi Lui Qunxing stopped and gazed back. The atmosphere of the whole scene changed. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, Yi Lui Wei Hong was sitting upright, his expression solemn. Qunxing, careful, this person is doing something underhanded. Come back. Fang Yuan's earlier and later attitude made Yi Lui Wei Hong realize that something was fishy. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Gutless rat, Yi Lui tribe is made up of cowards, you are a bunch of bastards. All kinds of derogatory terms were thrown out one after the other. The Immortals were stupefied as they listened. Chu Du wanted to cover his face. Fang Yuan did not have even a bit of elegance, he was destroying the image of Chu sect. A piece of rat poop spoils an entire pot of soup. It was the first time Chu Du reconsidered on his decision to draw in Fang Yuan. Was it correct? But no matter what anyone said, Fang Yuan's provocation was effective. The righteous path was easier to deal with than demonic path and lone cultivators in certain aspects. Especially when the question was about reputation. When it involved the tribe and bloodline, even if one did not care on the inside and was willing to ignore the other's cursing, in front of the public, with so many outsiders watching fixedly, it became another situation. The super forces which were held together by bloodline and blood relations protected and attached great importance to the reputations of their ancestors. This was their basic moral philosophy. Qunxing, come back. I will personally face the skills of this Chu sect's second supreme elder. Yi Lui Wei Hong stood up. Fang Yuan unavoidably felt disappointed inwardly, but laughed on the surface. Yi Lui Qunxing, it's time to scram. Yi Lui Qunxing waved his hand at Yi Lui Wei Hong, smiling at Fang Yuan, revealing his white teeth. Since it is so hard to find a chance for you to fight, how can I avoid the battle and escape? It is just that I have fought hard for 5 battles, and need to rest for a while. Such a request was completely fair. Fang Yuan smiled. this Yi Lui Qun could still be so cool-headed. But he also did not expect these words to be able to make these GU immortals lose their rationality from anger. In truth, his pestering had already reached his target. So, Fang Yuan immediately allowed, "Rest as much as you want, I will give you 2 or 3 days. If 2 or 3 days are not enough, then take 2 or 3 years, ha ha ha. Hee, an hour is enough." Yi Lui Qun smiled with clenched teeth. Fang Yuan was really detestable. Yi Lui Qun was naturally very angry. But he was also very aware of his own situation. His immortal essence expenditure was not much and he still had a lot of reserves left. Resting for an hour was mainly to restore his mental energy. He had his own methods for this, and after an hour, he could completely recover to his peak state. At that time, he will let this Lu Guanyi taste his power. This hour of time appeared somewhat unbearable as the GU immortals waited. Finally, Yi Lui Qun recovered and walked to the stage, standing opposite Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi, Yi Lui Qun was just about to speak when Fang Yuan's body suddenly erupted with dazzling silver light. At the next instant, a silver-colored ancient sword dragon shot out of the light. It had a sharp dragon horn, its mouth was opened wide, revealing it to be densely filled with sharp fangs. So despicable, he actually sneak attacked. The righteous path's immortals scolded at once. The ancient sword dragon had already neared Yi Lui Qun. Chapter 1204. How could it be seen through? Yi Lui Qun had a great fright as he quickly retreated. This shameless guy, he cursed inwardly, not having expected Fang Yuan's actions. Every time he felt that Fang Yuan was shameless, Fang Yuan's following actions would completely redefine shamelessness. Fortunately, Yi Lui Qun had been all the while and reacted in time. One chased and the other escaped. The distance between Fang Yuan and Yi Lui Qun was rapidly shrinking. The immortals held their breaths. Yi Lui Xiaojin also subconsciously stood up, looking at Yi Lui Qun with worry. Yi Lui Wei Hong, however, stood stably in his seat. He had a better understanding of Yi Lui Qun's trump cards and did not think Yi Lui Qun was in danger right now. So he cultivates Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Chu Du thought, Ancient Sword Dragon, based on potential, it is still inferior to my heaven-swallowing hound. Immortal Wang had clenched teeth. He finally took action. This was what many GU immortals were thinking. The retreating Yi Lui Qun suddenly called out, pushing lightly towards the charging Ancient Sword Dragon. Immediately, his whole hand emitted brilliant blue light. A star fragment shot out from the blue light and collided against Fang Yuan with a speed like that of a meteor. Fang Yuan roared towards the sky before suddenly moving. The whole Ancient Sword Dragon made a beautiful arc in the air, as it nimbly moved past the incoming star fragment, almost brushing past it. When the GU immortals saw this scene, despite having an extremely bad impression of Fang Yuan, many of them could not help but give praise internally, as they sensed Fang Yuan had already reached a proficient level at Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Such control made Fang Yuan seem like he was an Ancient Sword Dragon from the start of his life. Not good. Immortal Wang suddenly spoke. Almost at the same time, Yi Lui Qun saw Fang Yuan moving past this star fragment, and the corner of lips slightly raised up. A sharp sound echoed. Fang Yuan's dragon tail swung, directly smashing the star fragment he had brushed past. The ancient sword dragon Fang Yuan had a more terrifying tail compared to its claws. Its tail could directly smash dark inkstone, let alone this star fragment. Such a response made even Chu Du pleasantly surprised. He was happy inwardly. The information path Gu worm I gave to Lu Guanyi has records of all the battle scenes of Yi Lui Qun. So Lu Guanyi knows he absolutely cannot let Yi Lui Qun have many star fragments under his control. The greater the number of star fragments he controls, the stronger he would become. Finally, it would form into an enormous advantage that managed to defeat 5 people in a row. Yi Lui Qun was slightly disappointed when he saw Fang Yuan responding in the wisest way, and quickly increased his retreating speed. At the same time, he repeatedly clapped. Layers of blue light covered his 2 hands, from which star fragments shot out one after the other. At first, they were only thumb-sized, but as they moved in the air, they returned to their original size and flew more rapidly, bringing in strong gusts of wind. Fang Yuan used his horn, claws as well as his body and tail to destroy all these star fragments. He did not give Yi Lui Qun any opportunity to accumulate power. For a moment, star debris flew all around, turning into blue fragments like fog or sand, which scattered with the strong gale, creating a beautiful sight that was difficult to describe. The silver scales of the ancient sword dragon also added to this beauty, as it moved along the star debris. Chu Du slightly frowned. Originally, Fang Yuan made a wise choice of smashing the star fragments, targeting the weakness of Yi Lui Qun Xing's immortal killer move. But also because of this, it led to a decrease in Fang Yuan's speed. The distance between the two did not shrink much. The advantage of the sneak attack before had already disappeared now. Yi Lui Qun Xing had already stabilized himself. He snorted, as he struck out with his hands rapidly. Star fragments shot out everywhere, but not directly towards Fang Yuan. If he charged directly towards Yi Lui Qun Xing, the latter would retreat and he would not be able to forcibly close the distance. At the same time, the surrounding star fragments would keep on increasing, accumulating a great advantage for the latter. If Fang Yuan dealt with these star fragments, he would have to keep on flying around, and would fall deeper into Yi Lui Qun Xing's scheme, giving the latter the initiative to more easily arrange the battle situation. The ancient sword dragon slowed down its offense in its state of hesitation. Sensing this, Chu Du's frown became deeper, while Yi Lui Wei Hong, inside Golden Dawn Hall, was starting to smile, taking a small sip of fine wine. Despite Fang Yuan's hesitation not lasting for long, he had missed a good opportunity and there were now dozens of star fragments on the battlefield. Yi Lui Qun Xing's advantage had started to accumulate. Fang Yuan was surrounded by the star fragments, despite him not caring about his body, and engaging in even more crazed offenses, he was not able to break through the layers of encirclement. Yi Lui Qun Xing relaxed, the star fragments continued to increase, not only surrounding Fang Yuan, some had also appeared beside him, orbiting around continuously. Lu Guanyi, you acted arrogant and boasted shamelessly. It was to make me take back the star fragments so I would have to lay them out again. Your scheme was quite deep, almost letting others think you are wildly arrogant. Unfortunately, I am not the same person I was years ago. A few years ago, I already improved upon this weakness of my immortal killer move. It is indeed somewhat weak at the start, but your methods are not enough to restrain me. Now, what are you going to use to resolve this situation? A dragon's roar resounded. Fang Yuan moved his body, brandished his claws, and destroyed countless star fragments. Star debris flew all around. The dragon's might was powerful, its speed was especially astonishing. Unfortunately, the spectating immortals sensed weakness within this strong momentum. Fang Yuan was attacking wildly, but Yi Lui Qun Xing was far away, watching with arms folded in front of him, maneuvering the star fragments leisurely. As time passed, there were more and more star fragments orbiting around Yi Lui Qun Xing. Lu Guanyi has lost. Immortal Wang spoke decisively at this sight. Shui Wuhen did not speak, inwardly thinking, based on strength, Elder Lu Guanyi is indeed powerful, at the same level as Elder Hao Zhen and Elder Chou Lao Wu. But there is still a gap when compared to Yi Lui Qun Xing. Chu Du was still frowning. The strength Fang Yuan displayed was not consistent with his expectations. But he still felt Fang Yuan had a trump card and was still confident in Fang Yuan, and until the end of the battle, he would choose to keep his expectations. Yi Lui Xiaojin laughed heartily at the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall, and shouted, "That Lu Guan or whatever, why are you not yelling now? Come on, continue boasting. Didn't you say my tribe's Lord Qun Xing could not compare to you? Didn't you say fighting him would lower your status? Why are you not speaking now? Only knowing how to yell, what do you want to vent out?" The ancient sword dragon roared furiously, destroying the star fragments. Sensing Fang Yuan's furious mood, Yi Lui Xiaojin laughed again. Chu Sect's second supreme elder is only at this level. In all fairness, he does have some strength. Have you counted how many star fragments he has already destroyed? But that is useless. Yi Lui Qun Xing's dominance is already increasing. Lu Guanyi's hesitation earlier decided the battle. This was his only fault, but it was perfectly used by Yi Lui Qun Xing. Thinking of it, it is also not strange. What is Chu Sect? How can they be on par with our great Huang Jin forces? Their second supreme elder has such battle strength. Chu Du cannot be considered to have made a bad judgment. The righteous path Gu immortals drank and rejoiced inside Golden Dawn Hall. The atmosphere was relaxed. Yi Lui Wei Hong stroked his beard. The smile on his face had become brighter, but at the same time, he did not forget to speak and remind Yi Lui Qun Xing, be careful of his dragon breath. The ancient sword dragon's strongest weapon is its breath. Until now, he still hasn't breathed out once. Yi Lui Qun Xing slightly nodded. Even without Yi Lui Wei Hong's reminder, he had already been concerned about this. Experts, they were not decided with just strength, but also their mental state during battle. No doubt, Yi Lui Qunxing, who had suffered numerous defeats, had an extremely good mentality. He was an expert that had gone through painstaking training, setbacks and defeats. His foundation was extremely solid and stable. However, Yi Lui Qunxing did not retreat. Right now, he was quite far away from Fang Yuan, almost at the opposite end of the battlefield. Yi Lui Qunxing looked at the star fragments orbiting around him, and thought, I have 100 star fragments protecting me. Even if Chu Du personally comes, I can resist for a while, let alone this Lu Guanyi. Dong Fang Chong Fan, you might have passed away, but let me sustain the reputation of myriad star fireflies for you. After all, my immortal killer move had received your guidance. Right as most of the GU immortals felt the battle was decided, there was a sudden change. Suddenly, Fang Yuan activated rank 7 sword escape immortal GU. Right now, he had transformed into an ancient sword dragon. His transformation path Dao marks had turned into sword path Dao marks, adding on to his cultivation of sword eyebrows immortal GU. His sword path Dao marks had already reached a number of 10,000. 1,000 Dao marks could double an immortal Gu's power. 10,000 Dao marks could add 10 times the power. Sword escape immortal GU was already an exceptional movement GU worm among rank 7 immortal GU. Now, 10 times its power was added. At the same time, the ancient sword dragon's own speed also had to be calculated. Sword dragons did not have strong long-range attacks, but their burst of speed from a stationary state was astonishing. Ancient sword dragon, sword escape immortal GU and 10,000 sword path Dao marks, when stacked together, allowed Fang Yuan to instantly disappear from his spot. Before any immortals had reacted, he had already flown through the whole battlefield and appeared in front of Yi Lui Qunxing. At this moment, Yi Lui Qunxing's expression was still paused on a strategic and victorious smile. But his pupils had shrunk to needle-sized, as he looked, with extreme fright, at a gigantic sword dragon head that filled his whole vision. He only had one thought in his mind. Impossible. My star fragments, flying trajectories are extremely profound and takes reference from myriad star fireflies. How could he see through it? This was Yi Lui Qunxing's final thought in life. Chapter 1205. Be careful of Lu Guanyi. Everything happened too quickly. At the previous moment, the ancient sword dragon was still tightly surrounded by star fragments. It was charging here and there, roaring repeatedly but unable to do anything. At the previous moment, Yi Lui Qunxing was still at the other end of the battlefield. Star fragments were orbiting around him like he was the Lord of Stars. At the previous moment, almost all the GU immortals felt Yi Lui Qunxing already had victory in his grasp and the battle was decided. Because they were very much familiar with the scene that was unfolding in front of them. Before this, the 5 GU immortals Yi Lui Qunxing had defeated in succession were all in this situation. Although there was no study of subconscious bias in this world, these GU immortals' thought processes were almost the same at this moment. Then, at the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly used sword escape immortal GU, instantaneously bursting out with an extremely terrifying speed. At the next moment, the ancient sword dragon had destroyed all the obstructing star fragments in its path, and arrived in front of Yi Lui Qunxing. He opened his mouth and breathed out. While Yi Lui Qunxing was still confident in his defensive methods, his whole head had instantly been sliced off. The human body was weak and had many fatal areas. When the head was cut off, they would die. Even if they turned into an immortal zombie, their head was still a weak point. Yi Lui Qunxing immediately died. Fang Yuan smoothly grabbed his body. A portion of Yi Lui Qunxing's soul was also cut, and before it could escape from his physical body, Fang Yuan had already stored it inside his immortal aperture. The whole process went extremely quickly. Fang Yuan had already been plotting for a long time. Activating sword escape, charging in, using his dragon breath and retrieving the corpse. The whole process involved 4 actions. But even so, after Fang Yuan finished these 4 actions, his whole dragon body had already charged out of the battlefield, reaching several li away. One could feel how terrifying his speed was. If it were a human body, it might have already burst from the enormous pressure brought by such intense speed. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had transformed into a dragon. But even with this, Fang Yuan felt quite a bit of pressure when he had charged. His vision had already turned blurry. If he had human eyes, they would not have been able to keep up with such speed. But Fang Yuan's eyes were dragon eyes now. Even so, it was difficult for his eyes to cope with this speed. At this speed, even Fang Yuan felt like he could not sustain it. If I am to move with this speed, I must use all my energy and concentration in controlling my body. Otherwise, if there is any deviation in my direction, who knows whether I crash into peaks or the ground at the next moment. This speed is too fast. One moment I am still in the air, and the next moment I am already several li away. He thought of when he had first gotten the sovereign immortal aperture and practiced colliding into southern borders mounds. Besides knocking himself dizzy, the whole mound and even the veins underneath had been destroyed. This speed was quite suitable for a momentary burst, but in truth, it was not highly practical during battle. Once Fang Yuan used his fastest speed, he would have to use all his energy and concentration in controlling the ancient sword dragon body. As such, he could only perform some simple actions, or maybe rely on the transformed sword dragon body. If so, it would be quite dangerous. Because although Fang Yuan would have a sturdy and strong body in ancient sword dragon form, the sovereign immortal body's characteristic of non-conflicting Tao marks would still exist. Ancient sword dragon transformation is a classic case of strong offense and weak defense. Moreover, there is an extreme imbalance between its offense and defense. Fortunately, I actually succeeded this time and killed Yi Lui Qunxing. My luck is pretty good. First, I need to find a place to annex this immortal aperture before I think of anything else. Fang Yuan did not return, directly flying away from Blood Plain. The GU immortals of both sides watched his figure dazedly, until he disappeared into the horizon. The immortals looked at the messy battlefield with countless star debris as well as many star fragments still flying in the air. Only then did they come to a sudden realization. Lu Guanyi, he killed Yi Lui Qunxing. Unbelievable. This is like a dream. Too fast, we simply cannot react to such speed. Regardless of the righteous path or Chu Du's side, they were both clamoring in discussions. GU immortals did not transmit their voices secretly, but directly spoke out, as if they could only release the doubts in their hearts by speaking up. Yi Lui Xiaojin was standing, dumbfounded, at the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall, like a statue. Just moments before Yi Lui Qunxing was killed by Fang Yuan, he had still been shouting and mocking Fang Yuan. Now, these words he spoke out, as well as his actions, seemed to be like slaps that struck his face repeatedly and resoundingly. He was shaken and shocked, unable to believe this fact. Yi Lui Wei Hong also stood from his seat. His hand was still holding a wine cup and his beard was wet from the spilling of the wine. Just the moment before Fang Yuan killed Yi Lui Qunxing, he had been sitting and moving the wine cup to his lips. But after the matter occurred, Yi Lui Wei Hong subconsciously stood up from shock, not caring about the wine cup in his hand, letting the wine spill on his beard, neck and clothes. Yi Lui Qunxing was dead. An expert of Yi Lui tribe, a famous Northern Plains GU immortal, Yi Lui Qunxing was dead. His death was so sudden that there had been no signs at all. If Yi Lui Xiaojin was said to be a future hope of Yi Lui tribe, then Yi Lui Qunxing was a current pillar of the tribe. But he had died. His life had ended here. This was an extremely heavy impact to Yi Lui Wei Hong and Yi Lui Xiaojin. And to the whole of Yi Lui tribe as well, this was an extremely big loss. Terrifying, too powerful. He is indeed the second supreme elder of Chu sect, such astonishing battle strength. Chu Du really has an eye for talent. I had been looking down on Lu Guanyi just before, my insight is still too superficial. The GU immortals on Chu Du's side were all showing happy expressions. Despite them not liking Fang Yuan, the battle achievement was displayed in front of them. Fang Yuan had resolved their difficult problem, Yi Lui Qunxing, permanently. From now, there would be no such person in Northern Plains GU immortal world. Amazing. Elder Lu put on a pretentious appearance to incite the other side, then during the battle, he lured the enemy into having a false sense of security step by step. He clearly has such strength, but he restrained himself until the last moment, when he dealt the fatal blow. Shui Wu Hen heaved a long sigh. He was thoroughly convinced. Such a turn of events made him fully admire Fang Yuan. How laughable I was. I had still been thinking Elder Lu was nothing impressive. Sigh, if I was Elder Lu's enemy, I might have died without knowing how I died. I am still too inexperienced. Everyone needs to pay attention. This Lu Guanyi is extremely crafty. Be vigilant when you encounter him in the future. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, Nu Erji Yu spoke with a grave expression. breaking the long silence. Right now, as they thought back to Fang Yuan's performance, they all felt Fang Yuan was extremely insidious and sly. The arrogance before the battle and the weak display during the battle were just disguises so he could strike with the most fatal attack at the end. He did not make a move carelessly, but when he moved, it shook everyone. Ping Ji, if you run into this Lu Guanyi alone in the future, it would be best for you to avoid him and retreat. Nian'er Yi Fang looked at his tribe's future hope, and spoke with worry. Nian'er Ping Ji nodded. Yes, I understand. I am only a sword child right now. When I become a swordmaster in the future and cultivate to rank 7, I will definitely have a proper fight with this elder Lu Guanyi. The righteous path Gu immortals spoke to each other. Yi Lui Qun Xing died a miserable death. The whole battle was in Lu Guanyi's grasp. What we and Yi Lui Qun Xing felt and saw, was all just his facade. Sigh, who could have thought he had such strength? Elder Yi Lui Wei Hong, don't blame yourself. We will definitely take revenge for Yi Lui tribe in the coming battles. Yi Lui Wei Hong had already snapped back to awareness. There was one thing he did not understand in his mind. How was Lu Guanyi able to easily penetrate through the heavy lines of defense from Yi Lui Qun Xing's numerous star fragments? He had sparred many times with Yi Lui Qun Xing and was very clear on how much power the defensive lines held. This doubt was shrouding over Yi Lui Wei Hong's heart, like a heavy dark fog. He took 2 large breaths. His face was still pale, but he forcibly calmed down because right now, he represented the whole of Yi Lui tribe. If his performance was not good, the whole of Yi Lui tribe would be disgraced. Lady Gong Wan Ting, Yi Lui Wei Hong took a deep bow to the main seat. My tribe's Yi Lui Qun Xing is of pure Huang Jin bloodline. Sacrificing his life here is also a glory for him. He is a hero of our Huang Jin bloodline. But now, his corpse is still in his killer's hands. His soul also might still be alive. I sincerely request to come forward and recover Qun Xing's corpse and his soul. Of course, Gong Wan Ting softly agreed. Her attitude was straightforward and clear. According to the rules set by both sides previously, they could exchange corpses. But right now, Fang Yuan had already raced off to who knows where with Yi Lui Qun Xing's corpse. Even if the righteous path Gu immortals wanted to chase him, they were too late. Thus, Gong Wan Ting directly asked Chu Du. Chu Du was also surprised at Fang Yuan's direct departure, and had already sent a letter to ask. Fang Yuan had such strength, Chu Du still needed to rely on him. Just as Gong Wan Ting had asked, Chu Du had coincidentally received Fang Yuan's reply in his Immortal. Aperture. I have great use for Yi Lui Qun Xing's corpse. Brother Chu, if you have no choice, just expel me from Chu sect. These were 2 simple sentences, but they expressed Fang Yuan's firm and unrelenting attitude. Chu Du frowned, but spoke calmly to Gong Wan Ting. Fairy, you can rest at ease. Yi Lui Qun Xing's corpse will definitely be guarded properly. I have already notified my sect's second supreme elder. But to exchange for the corpse, your side will have to pay a price. Everything can be discussed. Yi Lui Wei Hong immediately agreed. His stance was clear. Chapter 1206, Becoming Rank 7. Fang Yuan had already thrown the matter of the blood battle martial competition to the back of his mind. He absolutely would not let go of Yi Lui Qun Xing's immortal aperture. Even if he could not annex it right now, he could do so in the future. As for the righteous path's demand for Yi Lui Qun Xing's corpse and soul, Fang Yuan thought about it and was willing to satisfy a portion of the request, regarding the body. His focus was the immortal aperture. Yi Lui Qun Xing's soul also could not be transacted. He could soul search and obtain many of Yi Lui tribe's secrets. After the soul search, he could still hand over this Gu immortal soul to Langya sect and earn sect contribution points. The urgent matter right now is to test whether I can annex this immortal aperture or not. Fang Yuan flew rapidly. He took twists and turns, guarding against heaven's will. A few hours later, he arrived at Taichu. Taichu was not too far away from Blood Plain. If looked from Northern Plains map, Blood Plain would be at the left side and Taichu would be at the right side. The territory in between was He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land. Blood Plain, Iron Eagle blessed land and Taichu, if these 3 were connected in 2 lines, they would form an irregular V-shape. Entering Taichu, Fang Yuan changed his appearance and sneaked inside. He was familiar with the route, and soon, he arrived at the Super GU formation he had arranged previously. Through the Super GU formation, he arrived at Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan has returned. Sixth Hair immediately paid close attention to Fang Yuan's every move. Ever since he left after exchanging for Dragon Breath Immortal GU, this is the first time he has returned. What did he use Dragon Breath Immortal GU for? Sixth Hair was constantly guessing. He did not know that hours ago, Fang Yuan had used Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation to kill a rank 7 GU Immortal expert, Yi Lui Qun Xing. This person was at the same level as Pai Shui Han, an unfettered scholar. Fang Yuan's strength was now already able to compare favorably to these characters. Since the failure at Yitian Mountain, Shadow Sect was in an extremely disordered state. Sixth Hair might very well be the only survivor of Shadow Sect left in Northern Plains. His information gathering was much slower than before. But the news of Fang Yuan killing Yi Lui Qun Xing could not be covered up. This news was too shocking and would soon spread throughout the whole of Northern Plains GU Immortal world, and even Central Continent's GU Immortals would hear of it. After all, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were also paying attention to this blood battle martial competition. Fang Yuan is leaving again. Sixth Hair was astonished. The Super GU formation flashed again as Fang Yuan left. Sixth Hair did not know what Fang Yuan was doing, coming and going in such a hurry. But he intuitively felt something amiss, and was somewhat panicked. He felt Fang Yuan was going to obtain enormous benefits at this time. Fang Yuan's growth rate was increasing rapidly, and to Shadow Sect, this was very bad news. Fang Yuan used Langya Blessed Land to teleport. He wanted to annex the Immortal Aperture. For that, he had to first place the aperture. He could not place the Immortal Aperture in Blood Plane. The commotion would be huge and it would attract countless gazes, and that was not good for Fang Yuan. It was not easy to obtain this rank 7 star path Immortal Aperture. I naturally want the process of annexing it to go without any mishaps. When Fang Yuan appeared in the other GU formation outside, he was already very far away from Blood Plane. He had already planned his actions, and had already chosen a location. Exiting the teleportation GU formation, he hid his tracks and flew rapidly, arriving above ordinary grassland not long later. After inspecting and not finding anything wrong, Fang Yuan took out Yi Lui Qun Xing's corpse. The pitiful fellow's head had already been sliced off entirely. Fang Yuan used temporary measures to handle the headless corpse, ensuring the Immortal Aperture would still exist. This method had its own history. When Fang Yuan had seen Blazing Heaven Demoness' method of retrieving apertures, he had also inquired her for some research results of old Immortal Kongju. Adding on to Fang Yuan's methods from his first life, he had created his own method in preserving an Immortal Aperture. Yi Lui Qun Xing's soul was already taken out by Fang Yuan and sealed properly. The situation was a little troublesome. Yi Lui Qun Xing's soul had similarly suffered from his dragon breath and its injuries were not light. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Guts GU. Although this GU worm was only a mortal GU, it was created from a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and was among the best methods of soul strengthening in this world. Fang Yuan was the owner of Danghun Mountain, thus he had large reserves of them with him. After using many Guts GU, despite Yi Lui Qun Xing's soul being on the verge of dissipation, it was finally rescued. Fang Yuan released the seal he laid out and threw the corpse onto the grassland. The mighty Yi Lui Qun Xing, who had enjoyed boundless glory while alive, was treated so casually after dying. If Yi Lui tribe's GU immortals were to see this, they would definitely jump out in anger to stake their lives against Fang Yuan. Several breaths later, there was turbulence in heaven and earth chi. The Immortal Aperture began to land on the ground, causing a huge commotion. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had dog shit luck and was not as unlucky as before, when it seemed like he might even die from choking when drinking water. Without any surprises, the Immortal Aperture's entrance opened in front of Fang Yuan. Despite having the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he still took the chance to enter Qun Xing Blessed Land through the entrance. Yi Lui Qun Xing's Blessed Land was rather peculiar. The sky was a scene of darkness, but the ground below emitted dim blue light. The moment Fang Yuan glanced, his mind shook. He discovered, the ground of this blessed land was actually covered with countless star fragments. The large ones among these star fragments were as big as shells, while the small ones were the size of pebbles, and they gave a rustling sound when stepped on. The blessed land seemed endless in size, its surface was vast and its terrain was level. Fang Yuan wanted to fly, but felt a powerful magnetic force that firmly kept him to the ground. The ground suddenly protruded up, then a basin-sized star core floated in front of Fang Yuan. This azure star core was like a dark blue crystal ball. It was this blessed land's land spirit. It was bright and colorful, and was slowly revolving on its own axis, emitting all kinds of light rays, making Fang Yuan mentally associate them to the rays of light in those perfect diamonds back on Earth. Amidst soundless communication, Fang Yuan learned about this blessed land's ownership condition. To ordinary GU immortals, this condition was quite difficult, because the land spirit's request was to show the true, complete version of the immortal killer move, myriad star fireflies, to it. While alive, Yi Lui Qunxing had all along been pondering on myriad star fireflies. The immortal killer move he created also imitated myriad star fireflies heavily. His obsession was about this. After death, his obsession combined with the heavenly power in the immortal aperture, to form this land spirit. My luck is overflowing, it cannot be stopped, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan immediately took out the whole contents of myriad star fireflies and gave it to the land spirit. He was the killer of Dong Fang Chong Fan and had searched Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul countless times, sometimes also torturing him. In the end, he had handed Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul to Langya land spirit like it was rubbish, and exchanged it for sect contribution points. After a while, Fang Yuan became this blessed land's master. Now is the most crucial moment. Let's see if I can annex this blessed land. Fang Yuan rested for a while before beginning. Immortal apertures could annex one another, and summarizing the experiences of predecessors, there were three main conditions for this. First, annexing an immortal aperture required specific attainment level. Second, a smaller immortal aperture could not engulf a bigger one. Third, dead apertures could not be annexed. Fang Yuan already satisfied two conditions for annexing Qunxing blessed land. But there was still one condition left which was somewhat ambiguous. A smaller immortal aperture could not engulf a bigger one. The question here was, what was small and what was big? If it was cultivation level, Rank 6 immortal apertures were small and Rank 7 immortal aperture were big, then Fang Yuan would not be able to annex this Qunxing blessed land. If it was based on the immortal aperture's foundation and so on, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture absolutely surpassed Qunxing blessed land, and could devour it. Fang Yuan had already wanted to test this and verify it. The regretful thing was that there were very few Rank 7 immortal apertures among the immortal apertures he knew of, and he was also unable to fulfill the attainment level conditions. Until now, when Fang Yuan seized Qunxing blessed land, Fang Yuan had both skills and boldness. He began to test. With the land spirit's help, he began to annex Qunxing blessed land. The process was smooth beyond expectations. He simply did not encounter any obstacles. The test succeeded. After annexing Qunxing blessed land, not only did the sovereign immortal aperture have an enormous star fragment plane, more importantly, many of Fang Yuan's calamities and tribulations were past, letting him officially ascend to Rank 7 from Rank 6. Rank 7 GU Immortal. From this moment on, I am a Rank 7 GU Immortal. I have finally become a Rank 7. Fang Yuan was filled with emotions. In the 500 years of his first life, he had only been at Rank 6 second heavenly tribulation level. Naturally, the current Fang Yuan knew that Heaven's will had intentionally suppressed his cultivation level. Heaven's will required an otherworldly demon as a tool to deal with Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was chosen by Heaven's will. Naturally it carved and sculpted Fang Yuan to make him a qualified chess piece. At the least, his cultivation level could not be too high. If he was too strong, Heaven's will would find it more difficult to control Fang Yuan. He also could not be too weak, otherwise, even with rebirth, he could not be of any use. Rank 6 was just right. This was a long-term plan of Heaven's will. But at present, because of all kinds of fortuitous encounters as well as his own efforts and perseverance, Fang Yuan had finally broken through Heaven's will's restrictions and charged to Rank 7. Its significance was huge. Rank 6 GU Immortals were considered bottom tier, they were numerous. Rank 7 GU Immortals were mid-tier, they were the elites among GU Immortals and had high statuses. Rank 8s were rare, their every move could create a storm in a region. Reaching this level, Fang Yuan had already become an elite among GU Immortals, an expert. If a Rank 6 saw him, they would have to detour around him. Even among Rank 7 GU Immortals, Fang Yuan was only wary of Yi Lui Qunxing, Unfettered Scholar, Newer GU, such characters of this level. Chu Du. Fang Yuan estimated he was still somewhat below him. Fortunately, Chu Du was currently his ally. At this moment, the sovereign immortal aperture began to produce red date immortal essence. Shortly, Fang Yuan would possess his own red date immortal essence. At the same time, he could also merge his accumulated green grape immortal essence and turn them into red date immortal essence. 100 beads of green grape immortal essence could merge into a bead of red date immortal essence. I need to merge them. If green grape immortal essence was used to activate rank 7 immortal GU, there would be at least 30% additional expenditure. After merging them into red date immortal essence, there won't be any meaningless loss in this aspect. Once some time passes, I will have reserves of red date immortal essence and will no longer have to fear battles of attrition. The difficult situation when Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven will be completely behind me. Chapter 1207, Doing Something Bad. Ha! Hao Zhen flew to the sky and spat out a thunderbolt. This thunderbolt shrunk into a ball, with the color of lapis lazuli, and charged towards Hao Zhen's opponent with a speed that seemed to be slow but was actually fast. His opponent was a GU immortal of Murong tribe who had a burly stature, with muscles that were like layers of rocks. He had a wide nose bridge, large chin, and small forehead, making his head look like a triangle. Seeing the thunderbolt approach him, he actually did not dodge and let the thunderbolt land on his body. The thunderbolt exploded, lightning splashed out everywhere, dazzling the spectating immortal's eyes for a moment. After the lightning dissipated, the Murong tribe GU immortal was standing on the same spot without even budging. There was a patch of burnt color on his chest from which white smoke was still rising. But the effect was only that. This is your strongest attack. You have burned some of my hair, it is a little more powerful than before. This Murong tribe GU immortal spoke in a tranquil tone without a hint of frustration. Hao Zhen's eyes seemed to spout fire from anger, but he was not able to retort. His strongest killer move had no effect on this opponent. He is indeed the GU immortal famous for his defense in Northern Plains. Murong gang, this guy has not attacked at all and is only taking the beating passively. Elder Hao Zhen's offense actually could not show any results. Both sides' GU immortals exclaimed in surprise. Fang Yuan killing Yi Lui Qun Xing had been an extremely heavy blow to the righteous path. To turn the tide of the situation and raise morale, Gong Wanting immediately took measures to make Murong tribe's strongest expert among their current group take action. It was this burly man who seemed to be forged from steel, Murong gang. Chu Du was frowning again. He sighed. Internally, just now, Yi Lui Qun Xing was killed, now there is Murong gang. These Huang Jin tribes are indeed the overlords who have ruled Northern Plains for so many years, their accumulation is truly powerful. At this moment, Hao Zhen admitted his defeat and returned with a pale expression. I am ashamed, I could not live up to your expectations. Chu Du consoled him with a few words. Fang Yuan had not left for long, and he had fallen into the same awkward situation like before. He looked at the immortals behind him, but found he had no capable people to send. In my opinion, the strongest person among us is you, Supreme Elder. But you cannot easily take the stage, I think you need to call back Elder Lu. Immortal Wang suggested. His suggestion was immediately approved by many GU immortals. Right, Elder Lu's strength is unfathomable, he can kill Murong gang. Elder Lu killed Yi Lui Qun Xing easily, killing Murong gang won't be a problem for him. Elder Lu's ancient sword Dragon Breath is too powerful. Even Murong gang spoke. Domination Immortal, don't send other minor characters. Besides you, the only one who can enter my, Murong gang's, eyes, is Lu Guanyi. Bring him out, I would like to experience the power of his dragon breath. Damn it, he is actually looking down on us. Chou Lao Wu was furious. Hao Zhen clenched his fists. If it were 2-on-2, we could use Wine Thunder Roar and wipe them out. After seeing Fang Yuan's power, Hao Zhen and Chou Lao Wu had no more dissatisfaction towards their position of 3rd and 4th Supreme Elders. Hao Zhen was only saying this to retain some face. Actually, he was aware that his and Chou Lao Wu's Wind Thunder Roar was powerful, but it was not easy to use it and it required a safe environment. Like before, when Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven, they were able to use Wind Thunder Roar because they were protected by other GU immortals. Everyone was anticipating Fang Yuan's reappearance. Chu Du's side hoped Fang Yuan could raise their might again. The Righteous Path's side hoped they could kill Fang Yuan. Avenging Yi Lui tribe was secondary, the main thing was that they wanted to kill this person to salvage their face. Chu Du naturally also hoped Fang Yuan would take the stage again. But Fang Yuan had not given any reply. Chu Du could only smile bitterly at this, and could do nothing about it. His and Fang Yuan's relationship was of mutual benefits and they held equal status. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat, his divine sense entering his immortal aperture. He was merging green grape immortal essence and refining them into red date immortal essence. This merging method was widely popular and was not anything new. Countless mortal GU was moving on their specific trajectories, some were standing still, some emitted light, while some flew continuously. Under the effect of these GU worms, beads of green grape immortal essence were slowly but surely merging together. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence were piled in this enormous mortal GU formation. With Fang Yuan's continuous effort, there were already 2 beads of red date immortal essence produced at the bottom of the green grape immortal essence. Chu Du sent a letter again, it is still that Murong Gang, this is already the 6th letter. Fang Yuan's attention slightly diverted. Shortly afterwards, he threw this information path mortal GU aside, having no interest to even reply. What blood battle martial competition, I don't give a fuck. Screw off. In any case, Fang Yuan's agreement with Chu sect was extremely loose. Besides some fundamental interests and principles, even if he suddenly did not want to do a task, or his interest waned, or he betrayed the sect, or he voluntarily left Chu sect, he would receive no backlash. What was the nature of this blood battle martial competition? Fang Yuan knew it was a political compromise. This was a stage which Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang, 2 rank 8s, had discussed and created. It was to restrict the scope of the conflict between one another. The basic purpose was to ensure both sides' interests did not suffer loss beyond their bottom line. Yao Huang knew clearly that since Baizu tribe was already established, it could not be destroyed. At least, he alone was not able to do it. Because on the opposing side was a rank 8 GU immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. As long as he existed, Baizu tribe was as stable as a rock. Unless longevity heaven sent a powerful reinforcement, for example, a rank 8 GU immortal. When he received the longevity edict, he was already reluctant. All he needed was to provide an explanation to deal with longevity heaven. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not want to provoke trouble, he had just created his tribe and wanted everything to move smoothly. However, the situation did not permit it. He could only swallow the bitter pill and face the Huang Jin tribe's allied offense. Just this competition would do. They would not truly fight to the death. Chu Du had seen through these 2 sides' thoughts, and because he was coincidentally squeezed in between, he took a huge step forward and established Chu sect, using Heavenly Lord Baizu's might to test the response of Northern Plains' righteous path. If it was accepted, he could expand Chu sect, if it was not accepted, he would disband Chu sect. The losses wouldn't be huge and were of no concern. From longevity heaven's standpoint, they naturally did not like seeing other bloodlines mixing in among the righteous path. All along, Northern Plains had been the world of the Huang Jin tribes. They were even more unwilling to see Chu sect's existence. The master-disciple relationship, compared to the bloodline system, were 2 different ideologies. Systems based on either one were always sensitive and on guard against the other. Longevity Heaven's GU immortals were clear that once the master-disciple system was spread, it would greatly shake their tribal forces and benefits. Central Continent was a clear example and the best evidence of this. But Longevity Heaven is dreaming if they want to rely on just the Longevity Edict to destroy the alliance between Chu sect and Baizu tribe. Unless they become more resolute and send out rank 8 experts to kill Heavenly Lord Baizu. This world is all about strength. He tribe did not have a rank 8 GU immortal to suppress the situation and had also lost their immortal GU house. With just some excuses, their fellow Huang Jin tribe members destroyed them. Baizu tribe is an outsider and not of Huang Jin bloodline, but there is Heavenly Lord Baizu, making it a completely different situation. Strength. Fang Yuan's thoughts lingered over this word. Rank 7 cultivation level. This was an accomplishment, but to him, it was only another starting point. The blood battle martial competition does not match my interests. I have the sovereign immortal aperture and can annex other immortal apertures, skipping calamities and tribulations to raise my cultivation and strength. This is a shortcut for cultivation, filled with slaughter and blood. But I like it. I want chaos, the more chaos, the better. But the 5 regions' chaotic war is still over 400 years later. It is too far away, I can't wait that long. I need to think of a way to make them fight. The blood battle martial competition is too gentle, how many can be killed? If there are no deaths, there won't be blessed lands. There is also Langya sect in the 4 races alliance, if I let Northern Plains human GU immortals know of them, what will their response be? Regretfully, I am bound by alliance agreements. Although there is, do not care, it cannot resolve the underlying problem. Fang Yuan's only worry was that the world wouldn't be chaotic. Sinister and dangerous thoughts started to rise up in his mind. He did not intend to go to Blood Plain. The sect's enthusiastic anticipation and the enemy's provocation, what value did they have? Fang Yuan had to spend all his effort to kill Yi Lui Qunxing. If his actions had slightly slowed, he would have lost the opportunity. Would those 3 immortal GU houses just stay there like decorations? Especially that Murong gang, he was a tough foe, it would not be easy for Fang Yuan to defeat him, let alone kill him. Since the start of the battle, Chu Du's side had lost many times, while the righteous path had not even lost 1/3 of the time. There definitely would be some internal conflicts of the sect involved in this. This was a trick righteous path GU immortals like to play. Fang Yuan had first thought of going to southern border. Over these last days, he had adjusted his cultivation plan, using almost all his time and energy in refining Dream Path Mortal GU. It was all preparation for that giant dream realm in southern border. But he thought and felt the opportunity at this blood battle martial competition was truly too rare. Adding on that on southern border's end, it was occupied by the righteous path whom had arranged a super GU formation to tightly defend the giant dream realm. Fang Yuan felt it would be very difficult for him to meddle in and did not have any opening currently. Thus, after Fang Yuan refined all the green grape immortal essence into red date immortal essence, he quietly left Langya blessed land and arrived at Lu tribe's territory. He was going to do something bad. Chapter 1208. With the murder weapon in hand, killing intent surges. Northern Plains, Bone Burial Field. This was a place filled with white bones, countless piles of skeletons were together. There were some huge skeletons resembling hills, and also small skeletons unassumingly situated by the side. Most skeletons were pale white in color, under the corrosion of nature in the sun and wind, their flesh had already decomposed, only these strong and tough bones of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts remained. But there were also some bones with special colors. Some were yellow and shining brightly, some were purple and alluring, emitting poisonous gas. GU Immortal Lu Yong was paying close attention. He had the Huang Jin bloodline, he was a ranked 6 enslavement path GU Immortal of Lu tribe. Right now, he was manipulating 6 desolate beast bone armor hounds as he traveled in Bone Burial Field, searching for his target. The formation of Bone Burial Field had several possible rumored origins. Some said that during the Olden Antiquity era, 2 enslavement path great experts engaged in a life and death battle here, resulting in the deaths of many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Some said that this was a graveyard of bone monsters. Countless bone monsters felt that their lifespans were ending, so they came here and buried themselves. Some even speculated that this was a GU refinement ground created by a refinement path great grandmaster during ancient times. After countless years had passed, it reached this present state. But no matter what, Bone Burial Field contained large numbers of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. Lu tribe controlled this place and developed it wholeheartedly, trying to turn this into a production base for bone path GU worms. And every year, Lu Yong would borrow the use of this place to pick suitable bones for his bone armor hounds and replenish their bone armor. This white bone seems like a snake bone, it is soft and cannot be used. If it is eaten, the bone armor would be soft and have no defensive properties. This is a poison GU, bone armor hounds do not have high resistance against poison, they will die if they eat this. This bone is not bad, it seems to be a desolate beast steel skin giant lizard's bone. Even though it is not the hardest, it is good enough, especially when it can endure heavy weight. Lu Yong inspected for a moment, discovering more and more loot. Eventually, he placed his beloved hounds, the 6 bone armor hounds, at 6 different locations. He himself was lying down on a huge skull, looking at the sky. Today has good weather, it is sunny with gentle breeze. He looked at the blue sky, there were no clouds anywhere, and the sunlight was not intense, wind blew on his face mildly, he felt very comfortable. Looking at the empty sky, Lu Yong felt really bored. The tribe has sent an information GU here. Suddenly, his brows rose as his eyes shone with light, he sensed that something interesting was coming. His mind quickly entered his immortal aperture, as his consciousness entered the information path GU worm. The contents of the GU worm spoke about the advancements and developments that Lu tribe had made in the last few months. Next were some rumors, and the actions of experts recently. Finally, The most important point, it talked about the developments of the blood battle martial competition. Morong Gang defeated 8 people in a row, impressive. However, between every battle, he has to recover for 2 hours. He is unlike Yi Lui Qun Xing, he could fight consecutively. I heard that Morong Gang has strong defensive methods, but his immortal essence expenditure is huge as well. Sigh, speaking of Yi Lui Qun Xing, it was really a pity. He was actually killed by Chu Sect's second supreme elder in a sneak attack. That was really despicable. Lu tribe was a Huang Jin tribe, a righteous path force. When spreading the information, they naturally placed it from their own perspective for their political benefit. Even though the information was not wrong, the way it was written would give others a different feeling when reading it. For example, losing repeatedly, and fighting on despite repeated setbacks. Between the two phrases, they would provide different impressions. All in all, it talked about how strong Fang Yuan was, and the facts about his ancient sword dragon transformation. The information also emphasized on how shameless he was, and how devious and scheming he acted. The Lu Guanyi identity that Fang Yuan was using had definitely became famous after this battle. Nobody in Northern Plains GU Immortal world did not know of him. Even Prince Feng Xian and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu learned of him. Even in the other regions, like Central Continent, they heard about Lu Guanyi. After expressing his anger and disdain towards Fang Yuan, Lu Yong thought about himself, sighing. I cultivate enslavement path, I am not suited to one-on-one fights. When can I gain such fame at the blood battle martial competition too? Maybe one day, I can defeat Lu Guanyi and challenge domination immortal Chudu. Wouldn't that be really cool? Lu Yong was thinking about this when suddenly, there was a huge explosion. The entire ground was shaking intensely. What is going on? The giant skull below Lu Yong had fallen off the neck of the skeleton due to the tremors. Lu Yong quickly got up as he floated in the air, staring widely in bewilderment. This defensive GU formation is being attacked, someone is attacking here. This is the territory of my Lu tribe. Thinking of this, Lu Yong felt that it was unimaginable. My Lu tribe is a great righteous path force, a Huang Jin tribe. We are a domineering force in the whole of Northern Plains. Especially recently, their longtime enemy, He tribe, was gone, and Chudu was also being targeted. The future looked promising and they were currently in high spirits. Someone was actually attacking Lu tribe's territory now. Who gave them the guts? Their dog guts were truly rivaling heaven. Lu Yong was furious, and also slightly glad. Thankfully, I came here to pick up bones and feed my bone armor hounds. Hey, the attacker is really unlucky to have encountered me, At the next moment, Lu Yong saw the invader. Or rather, a dragon. An ancient sword dragon. It had pale white eyes, a sharp horn that extended to the sky. Its scales were shiny and thick, its claws were sharp and powerful, it had a muscular tail, and its teeth gave off a chilly feeling. Lu Yong shuddered upon seeing it. Oh, it seems that a member of Lu tribe is here, my luck is pretty good. The ancient sword dragon spoke human words, as its dragon eyes emitted strong killing intent. Lu Guanyi. Lu Yong was stunned. At this moment, he wanted to cry. His heart was pounding intensely. His body was uncontrollably shaking as Lu Yong screamed internally to himself. Stay calm, quickly calm down, Lu Yong. You can do it. Another voice in his head was resounding. Calm down my ass, he is Lu Guanyi, even Yi Lui Qun Xing died at his hands. He is scheming and shameless, unscrupulous and shrewd. I am just a tiny rank 6 GU immortal. Calm down, calm down. Right. Lu Guanyi is the second supreme elder of Chu sect. Isn't Chu sect a righteous path force? Then Lu Guanyi is a righteous path GU immortal. As a righteous path member, how can he attack us for no reason? Attacking us for wealth, that is a demonic path act. Lu Guanyi calmly analyzed. At the same time, another voice screamed in his head. Then tell me, why is Lu Guanyi not participating in the blood battle martial competition, but here instead? He destroyed our Lu tribe's defensive GU formation, his evil intentions are apparent. What else could he want? Even though Lu Yong's name had courage in it, at this moment, he was completely gutless. He stammered as his tongue was shivering. Lord Lu, why are you here at my Lu tribe? Of course it is too. Fang Yuan purposely dragged his words out. Is to what? Lu Yong asked. Fang Yuan's reply was not in words, it was his dragon breath. This was the ancient sword dragon's breath, having the rank 7 dragon breath immortal GU in it. The speed was fast like a flash of white light. Lu Yong's upper body blew up. Fresh blood spewed out, scattering on the pale white bones, detailing the sadness and pathetic state of a weakling. The two halves of his body landed on the ground, his expression before death was still frozen on his face, his eyes were staring wide open. Useless fellow. But it is not strange, all of the Huang Jin tribes have been in power for too long, there is unavoidably some rot on the inside. Just like the 10 great ancient sects. Fang Yuan analyzed internally. The bigger the tree, the more leaves it would have, and unavoidably, it would have some rotten wilting leaves as well. The 6 bone armor hounds barked at Fang Yuan angrily. Their owner was dead, but they still feel attached to him. They all ran over, guarding their master's corpse, defending it loyally, as if hoping that it would revive. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's evaluation of Lu Yong rose by a bit. It seems that he is passable in raising desolate beasts. Unfortunately, they do not have the wisdom of Gu immortals. What can these 6 beasts do? Fang Yuan sneered as he flew down. This battle had no unexpected surprises. An hour later, 6 fainted bone armor hounds were lying in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. These desolate beast hounds appeared at a good time. Fang Yuan was about to buy some desolate beast dogs and use their feces to feed dogs should luck immortal Gu. There were also a vast amount of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They had extremely high value. Fang Yuan placed them in his sovereign immortal aperture, temporarily storing them somewhere. And finally, Lu Yong's corpse, his immortal aperture was still hidden in his stomach. Fang Yuan sealed it for now. This enslavement path immortal aperture was suited for Fang Yuan to annex. And also, Lu Yong's soul. After being hit by Fang Yuan's dragon breath, although extremely weak and at Fang Yuan's mercy, it was still alive. Fang Yuan quickly thought of the reason. This Lu Yong was an enslavement path Gu immortal. Enslavement and soul path are related. To manipulate desolate beasts, one must have a sufficiently strong soul foundation. Fang Yuan quickly left the scene of the crime. He moved very quickly. Only a tattered defensive Gu formation was left, and the empty bone burial field, as well as the upper body of Lu Yong. The next location, Lu tribe's Jade Light Pit. Fang Yuan licked his lips, showing excitement in his eyes. He had just committed murder, but now he was not going to retreat, he was going to attempt another crime. As the saying goes, with the murder weapon in hand, killing intent surges. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal with ancient sword dragon transformation. His battle strength had risen immensely, he was starting to become somewhat unrestrained. Chapter 1209. Looting another place. A figure flew in the sky, tearing across space as a shrill sound could be heard. Right now, he was still in the ancient sword dragon form, he was using sword escape immortal Gu and flying rapidly. This speed was terrifying. Back then when he killed Yi Lui Qunxing, almost none of the Gu immortals managed to react. Of course, his burst of speed at that time was shocking. But now, Fang Yuan was traveling a long journey, his speed was lower now, compared to his peak burst of speed. Even so, he was very fast. My speed is top tier even in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Of course, I cannot compare to Wei Fengzi. Chu Du's body strength travel is far below me now. Wei Fengzi was most skilled in speed, he was known as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Disregarding any hidden cultivators, Wei Fengzi was truly worthy of this. Because there was once a rank 8 Gu immortal who chased him but failed to capture him. Fang Yuan was still far inferior compared to him. This was the case for both straight distance travel and nimbleness. But Chu Du's body strength travel had indeed been faster than Fang Yuan's sword escape immortal Gu in terms of straight distance travel. Now, Fang Yuan turned into the ancient sword dragon. His original flying speed with his Dao mark amplification caused Fang Yuan's speed to surpass Chu Du. Not to mention that Chu Du's immortal killer move, body strength travel, had a major flaw, it could only fly straight, it could not turn and had low nimbleness. If compared to rank 8 Gu immortals, how would I fare? Fang Yuan had a question in his mind. Immediately, he shook his head. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all unfathomable, if they wanted to pursue Fang Yuan, he would be in danger. His initial burst of speed might surpass them and pull some distance, but in a long-distance chase, he would definitely become slower. And pursuing methods were not just about speed. Rank 8 Gu immortals had a wide variety of methods, they could do other things like Gu formations, teleportation, long-range attacks and others. I have just destroyed Lu tribe's bone burial field, and even killed an enslavement path Gu immortal of Lu tribe, Lu Yong. When he was alive, He had already informed his tribe, as a super force, Lu tribe will definitely send GU immortals to pursue me. However, Lu tribe's available fighters are all at the blood battle martial competition. The remaining GU immortals are at the resource points, or have missions to attend to. It is not easy to send people out, especially people who are able to deal with the expert Lu Guanyi. Time is needed. After they get to Bone Burial Field, they will still need some time to chase me. They would not think that instead of retreating, I actually went to the southeast direction and planned to rob the Jade Light Pit next. In this case, these Lu tribe pursuers might waste even more time. With all this wasted time, I can definitely devour the whole of Jade Light Pit. Fang Yuan had been collecting information about the outside world while he was cultivating. Lu tribe was big and eye-catching, a lot of their resource points in the outside world were known to all. Sometimes, in order to display their own strength and foundation, Lu tribe's GU immortals would expose intel about these places themselves. For example, the Bone Burial Field's production of mortal GU, and how many profits they derived. Fang Yuan had been very interested in Lu tribe's Jade Light Pit. Because of Attitude GU. To feed Attitude GU, he needed a vast number of flowing light fruits. The higher the rank of the immortal GU, the longer the interval of feeding, and the greater amount eaten each time. Fang Yuan had already bought a lot of flowing light fruits in Treasure Yellow Heaven earlier. He had planted them in Sovereign Blessed Land, using fruits to bring about more fruits. Right now, he needed huge amounts of dazzling light GU between his flowing light fruits to increase the amount of light. With intense light, brand new flowing light fruits would form. This method was not only efficient, it was simple and easy for Fang Yuan to control. And inside the Jade Light Pit, there were all sorts of light GU. For example, Jade Light GU, Reflect Light GU, Borrow Light GU, Return Light GU, all sorts of colored light GU, like Blue Light GU, Red Light GU, Black Light GU, and others. Dazzling Light GU was one of them. Fang Yuan raced against time. Right now, they were already alerted, his time was very precious. There is a cloud layer in front. Joy flashed across the ancient sword dragon's eyes. At this time, he was already near the Jade Light Pit. A huge cloud layer was able to conceal Fang Yuan's traces. I am quite lucky to think there was a cloud layer here. If the Lu tribe GU immortal defending the Jade Light Pit is careless, I might even be able to sneak attack. Fang Yuan carried anticipation as he rushed into the cloud layer. The thickness of the cloud layer completely concealed the ancient sword dragon's body. But the truth was not as nice as Fang Yuan had hoped. In the Jade Light Pit, Lu tribe GU immortal Lu Luo felt something. She stared with wide-opened eyes, an enemy. This Lu Luo was nearly 200 years old, but she had the body of a young child. Her eyes were watery and bright, her petite body was so cute and delicate, people would want to protect her. She was the Lu tribe GU immortal guarding the Jade Light Pit. She was very alert now. All because of Lu Yong's report, all of Lu tribe's GU immortals were notified, they were all on guard. The Jade Light Pit's defensive GU formation did not have any immortal GU. Fang Yuan's transformation, the ancient sword dragon, easily tore the defense and got in. It is Lu Guanyi indeed, he did not escape, he is here to attack my Jade Light Pit. Seeing the ruthless ancient sword dragon, Lu Luo was furious and shocked. I cannot escape, my speed is not as fast as the ancient sword dragon. Thankfully I planted many seeds here, I can only persevere and wait for reinforcements. Brother, save me quickly. Lu Luo quickly analyzed, at the same time, she muttered as the ground of the Jade Light Pit tore open, dozens of vines resembling dragons or pythons drilled out. Next, countless trees expanded like jade umbrellas, becoming larger and larger until a huge forest was formed. Lu Luo hid herself in the forest and vanished. It seems that they are on guard. Fang Yuan took a glance and saw Lu Luo, before she vanished from his perception. Rank 6 wood path, but this forest was meticulously created, it is quite troublesome to deal with. Fang Yuan was strong, but this was a tough nut to crack. Because this forest was an immortal battlefield killer move. Lu Luo was a ranked 6 GU immortal, but she had an immortal battlefield killer move, this was atypical. From Lu Yong's soul, he obtained a lot of information. Lu tribe had Lu Chong and Lu Luo, these two siblings, because of their father's protection, both of them became GU immortals. Lu Chong was a ranked 7 GU immortal, his battle strength was not lower than Yi Lui Qun Xing. But this time, to get rid of the mud monster group in Lu tribe's great mud pit, he could not spare any time outside. Lu Chong had great battle strength and status, especially when Lu tribe had no rank 8 GU immortals. Lu Chong doted on his little sister Lu Luo since a young age, he even gave her lifespan GU. This wood-path battlefield killer move was obtained by Lu Chong for Lu Luo to have a strong trump card defending her. Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not deal with this forest, he charged straight for the GU worms in the pit. Countless GU worms were taken by him, kept into his immortal aperture. Lu Luo watched with much fear, gritting her teeth. This Lu Guanyi was robbing her in her face, this proud female immortal felt extremely humiliated and angry. This Lu Guanyi is truly too daring. He dared to kill my Lu tribe's GU immortals and even steal our cultivation resources. It is a pity I do not have enough strength, otherwise, I would make you pay the consequences. Lu Luo hid inside the battlefield killer move and did not dare to show herself. Even after Fang Yuan left, she did not reveal her traces. Not long after, there was white light in the sky. The light was painful to the eyes, it suppressed even the sun's radiance. As the white light charged down, it formed into a male GU immortal. He had a skinny body and a sharp face, he had bean-like eyes, and showed anxiety and rage on his face. Brother. Lu Luo saw this person and immediately appeared between the trees, feeling elated. Sister, you are safe. I was so worried about you. The person who came was Lu Chong. He saw that Lu Luo was fine and calmed down, the anxiety on his face turned into joy. Lu Luo was also overjoyed, but she was still very cautious. Brother, let's match our secret code, before I let you in. There was no issue, Lu Chong entered the battlefield killer move and the siblings hugged each other tightly upon meeting. Sister, you must have been shocked, right? Don't worry, brother is here. Brother, that Lu Guanyi is so terrible. He took away all of the GU worms inside the Jade Light Pit, not a single one is left. I failed to defend them, the tribe is definitely going to punish me. No need to worry, no need to worry, with me here, I will protect you. Don't be afraid, cheer up, I will back you up no matter what. Lu Chong doted on his sister, even though she was actually nearly 200 years old. He touched Lu Luo's head as he consoled, brother will go kill this bad person and avenge you, sister. In fact, he was sent by Lu tribe to capture Fang Yuan to begin with. Lu Chang's battle strength was not inferior to Yi Lui Qunxing's. He cultivated light path and was specialized in speed and movement, he could retreat or advance easily. Between GU immortals, once one party had advantage in speed, they would gain initiative in the battle. Whether they fought or retreated, it would be up to them. While the siblings interacted, more Lu tribe GU immortals arrived. Just now, Fang Yuan killed Lu Yong and took Lu tribe's resources, the entire tribe was furious. Not only did they send Lu Chong, they also sent 2 more GU immortals to assist him and ensure that they succeeded. My goodness, our tribe's Jade Light Pit was completely robbed by Lu Guanyi. Kill him, we have to kill him, otherwise, our Lu tribe's anger will not be appeased. The 2 new GU immortals who arrived screamed. Stop screaming, you are so loud, what if you scare my sister? Lu Chong raised his head and yelled back. The 2 Lu tribe GU immortals knew about Lu Chong and quickly lowered their volume. Among them, one used an investigative method and quickly found traces of Fang Yuan. He escaped there, let's chase him. You guys go first, I will escort my sister back. Lu Chong said. The other 2 GU immortals were dazed. To and fro, how long would you take? If we do not start chasing now, we will not catch up to him. Then what if we leave and Lu Guanyi comes back and harms my sister? If anything happens to my sister, I will take it out on you both. Lu Chong shouted loudly. Brother is the best. Lu Luo was joyous. The 2 Lu tribe GU immortals looked at each other, they could see the bitterness in each other's faces. Chapter 12:10. Wanted by the entire righteous path. According to what Lu Yong said, if Lu tribe wants to capture me, they will send that Lu Chong. But he is a light path GU immortal, even if I kill him, I cannot annex his immortal aperture for the moment. Why would I take a risk then? Fang Yuan was still in his ancient sword dragon transformation as he flew towards the west. As he flew, he searched Lu Yong's soul. Right now, Fang Yuan was going to retreat. If he continued, there would not be enough time, he did not need to fight with Lu tribe's GU immortals, if he did that, the risks were great with minimal benefits. As he flew, Fang Yuan continued using sword escape immortal GU. Undoubtedly, Red Date Immortal Essence was truly durable. If it were like before, would Fang Yuan with only green grape Immortal Essence dare to sustain such expenditure for so long? But it was out of Fang Yuan's expectations that while he retreated, he did not see a single trace of Lu tribe's GU Immortals. He did not know that Lu Chong had delayed a lot of time in escorting his sister back, he could no longer make it. As for the other two Lu tribe GU Immortals, they did pursue him, but they could not catch up. After Fang Yuan entered Taichu, these two Lu tribe GU Immortals could only watch without entering. Through the GU formation, Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan is back. Sixth Hair immediately got news of it. He had a complex feeling. Because right now, he had already known that Fang Yuan had killed Yi Lui Qunxing. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had used Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. He used his own strength, instead of relying on the upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. How did his battle strength surge so quickly? And recently, he has been very busy, going in and out of this place. What is he trying to do? Sixth Hair was very uneasy. Seeing Fang Yuan's busy schedule, he felt like he was looking at Fang Yuan's back, seeing him sprinting ahead rapidly. Sixth Hair really wanted to trip Fang Yuan and halt his progression, but there was nothing he could do. Whenever he thought of Fang Yuan's upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle, he became dejected. Sixth Hair did not know the truth. He could only hope that Fang Yuan had few heavenly crystals and could not feed the upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. I hope this upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle dies of hunger. Sixth Hair could only hope for this. I have insufficient heavenly crystals indeed. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. After inspecting his immortal aperture, he sighed deeply. Sixth Hair's hopes were not groundless. Heavenly crystals were rank 8 immortal materials. They were rarely sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In this aspect, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals to begin with. The majority were obtained by trading resources with Heavenly Lord Baizu. The upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle had been growing all the while. His heavenly crystal storage was depleting. It doesn't matter, I will use my sect contribution points to exchange for a batch and use my immortal killer move on the upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle to delay its growth. He Fan's true inheritance could accelerate the upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle's aging and cause it to mature rapidly. He naturally had a method to do the opposite. However, Fang Yuan only spent some sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals. He did not use any immortal killer move. Fang Yuan was still not familiar with this killer move. He needed to practice it many times or the activation would fail. Not only would Fang Yuan be injured, the upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle would be hurt as well. Secondly, this immortal killer move needed 3 days to activate. Fang Yuan did not have enough time. Fang Yuan left after returning. Using the super teleportation GU formation, he went to another corner of northern plains. Undoubtedly, Langya Land Spirit's super GU formation was simply too useful. Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, but using this super GU formation, Fang Yuan could still enjoy the effects of fixed immortal travel. Choosing a location without anyone nearby, Fang Yuan tossed out Lu Yong's corpse. Placing his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan went inside. Lu Yong had a land spirit left behind. It was a black hound. The condition it had was, collect 20 desolate beast hounds for this blessed land. Fang Yuan easily completed it. A few days later, he successfully annexed this blessed land and the sovereign immortal aperture gained some new territory. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had annexed many immortal apertures recently. The entire space in the sovereign immortal aperture had increased slightly. But because the sovereign immortal aperture was just too large, the increase in size was not significant. There was also another change, the land spirits. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture already had more than 10 land spirits. There was a snake, star core, black hound, land spirits in all sorts of forms were scattered in different locations over the sovereign immortal aperture. They all controlled an area and Fang Yuan provided them immortal essence and GU worms. A lot of the immortal essence was left behind by their main bodies before death. It was not Fang Yuan's own green grape immortal essence or red date immortal essence. Other people's immortal essence was also known as foreign immortal essence. They had limited use. The biggest use was to activate immortal GU houses. In the past, Fang Yuan obtained a huge amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence. He used almost all of it to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and used it extensively in Yitian Mountain. Next, he used Change Soul and the remaining amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence went to Ying Wuxia. It was necessary to mention that Immortal GU House had fixed abilities. but their strength depended on the immortal essence that was expended. They could either be stronger or weaker. After absorbing Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land, Fang Yuan realized that his count of calamities and tribulations had only moved forward by one. It seems that with ranked 7 cultivation level, annexing a ranked 6 blessed land has negligible effects. The truly effective ones are ranked 7 immortal apertures. Fang Yuan realized this and his gaze turned pensive. It is slightly difficult. In the 5 regions GU Immortal world, ranked 6 GU Immortals were the most commonly seen. Ranked 7s were rarer, their quantity was far lower than ranked 6s. In ranked 7 blessed lands could only be annexed by those with Grandmaster attainment level in that path. Fang Yuan only had 5 Grandmaster attainment level paths, among which, ranked 7 GU Immortals who cultivated Strength Path, Blood Path, and Wisdom Path were few. Star Path and Transformation Path were still available, but this way, Fang Yuan's options were far fewer. He could not annex ranked 7 blessed lands as casually as ranked 6 ones. But Fang Yuan had a solution for this problem. He directed his gaze far away, in the direction of southern border. How can I make my way in? Just familiar face alone, even though I can conceal myself, if I interact with them, I will be full of flaws. This is a headache. Fang Yuan had no idea on what to do. He did not leave northern plains urgently. He was waiting to see everyone's responses. Lu Guanyi had an infamous reputation now. He suddenly assaulted Lu tribe and killed Lu Yong. He looted Bone Burial Field and the Jade Light Pit. News quickly spread in the northern plains GU Immortal world. The Righteous Path forces were furious. Gong Wanting also changed her attitude after hearing this. She questioned Chu Du and blamed the domination Immortal. Over at Chu sect, they were also surprised and shocked. They held great anticipation towards Fang Yuan, but he ignored the blood battle martial competition and went to loot Lu tribe alone. So daring, so unrestricted in his actions. Lu tribe was Chu Du's enemy. Back then, it was because of Chu Du and Lu tribe's conflict that he gained great reputation and became known as the domination Immortal. But now, even though Lu tribe suffered a loss, Chu Du was unhappy. This brother Lu is too uncontrollable. Chu Du's good feelings towards Fang Yuan vanished without a trace. He did not want any GU Immortal under him to do this. Fang Yuan did this and broke all of the rules. He destroyed the tacit understanding between both sides. Chu Du was quite angry. Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu also felt the same. Even Yi Lui Qun Xing's death could not cause any sorrow or concern in these 2 rank 8 GU Immortals. But after hearing news of Fang Yuan attacking Lu tribe, they frowned in unison. A piece of rat poop spoils an entire pot of soup. Lu Guanyi is not a member of the Righteous Path. The 2 rank 8 GU Immortals gave their verdict on Fang Yuan immediately. Both sides had agreed to hold their bottom line during this conflict. It was like 2 kids fighting. They would agree beforehand that they could attack anywhere, except the face. Fang Yuan did this. He not only slapped their face, the vile consequences were something that the Righteous Path GU Immortals did not want to see. Immediately, Chu Du declared, Lu Guanyi's actions were purely his own. He was not asked to conduct them. To express his innocence, as well as Chu sect's standpoint, Chu Du announced on the scene that Lu Guanyi would be expelled from the sect. He would no longer be Chu sect's second supreme elder. So resolute, Fang Yuan noted as he held Chu Du's letter GU. In the letter, Chu Du was very polite. He expressed his helplessness. The situation was very urgent at that time. He had to expel Lu Guanyi immediately. He expressed that on the inside, he had wanted Fang Yuan to stay, and hoped that in the future, they could still cooperate. Be it Fang Yuan's immortal tribulation tempering aperture or the crazed demon agreement, Chu Du had reason to continue cooperating with Fang Yuan secretly. But publicly, the 2 were enemies. At the same time, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang sent orders denouncing Fang Yuan's demonic acts. They were putting up an arrest warrant for Fang Yuan, so that he would receive judgment. This was how the Righteous Path worked. They did not want demons to wreak havoc. The 3 sides immediately kicked Fang Yuan out. Even though Fang Yuan's battle strength was something Chu Du needed, Fang Yuan's plan of disrupting northern plains failed. Not just that, Lu Guanyi was now wanted by everyone. Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, they are truly not easy to scheme against. Fang Yuan smiled. He was unfazed. Not to mention Lu Guanyi was just a randomly created false identity for himself. Even if it was real, so what? His main connections in Northern Plains GU Immortal world were the variant humans. At the same time, he was planning to go to southern border now. Although Fang Yuan would still pay attention to the developments of northern plains, his focus was now shifting towards the giant dream realm. Southern border, oh southern border, I am coming back. As a ranked 7 GU immortal, is this considered to be returning with glory? Fang Yuan had a complex smile on his face. Chapter 12:11. Stepping into southern border. Wind was blowing around him. The grassland below was rapidly moving in Fang Yuan's vision as he flew past it. After more than 10 days of traveling, the huge green regional wall appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He sensed that Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power was rapidly weakening. Someone is deducing about me again. Fang Yuan realized. He quickly used Dark Limit Immortal GU, resisting the deduction's power. Fang Yuan had already encountered this problem many times. Recently, Fang Yuan killed Yi Lui Qunxing and plundered 2 resource points of Lu tribe. Not only did he empty them out, he even killed a ranked 6 enslavement path GU immortal, Lu Yong. Thus, while Fang Yuan was leaving northern plains, he encountered many deductions about himself. The frequency was much higher than before. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level, and also Dark Limit Immortal GU to defend himself. But Dark Limit Immortal GU had a flaw. Every time it was activated, it would need to rest for a long time before it could be used again. Fang Yuan needed to consider this point, and avoid a situation where he had to use Dark Limit Immortal GU but it was not ready for use. Nurture, use, refinement, the mastery of GU was deep and profound. There were many things to take note of depending on different GU worms. Lu tribe. 3 Lu tribe GU immortals were in the GU formation, consuming their immortal essence as they maintained the operations of the GU formation. A moment later, the GU formation stopped. The 3 GU immortals took their rest. Failed again. Outside the GU formation, rank 7 light path expert Lu Chang shifted his feet as he spoke in a disappointed tone. We have failed Lord Lu Chang's request. We are extremely ashamed. The 3 Lu tribe GU immortals sighed as they lowered their heads, having ugly expressions. Lu Chang snorted coldly, looking at the 3 immortals unhappily, but his tone had calmed down. Forget it, our Lu tribe do not have any Wisdom Path GU immortals. This GU formation can only achieve the effects of a Wisdom Path deduction. I will go and find Tian Sha Xin for help now. Pardon me for saying this, Lord Lu Chang, but we failed to deduce it not because our formation is weak, but because the enemy has very strong defensive methods that prevent others from making deductions about him. The leader of the 3 GU immortals said. That is the case. Lu Chang's expression became darker. He muttered to himself. The other party is a transformation path GU immortal specialized in ancient sword dragon transformation. How can he have such methods? But who knows, transformation path is said to project all paths. But the higher possibility is that this demon Lu Guanyi has helpers. Domination immortal Chu Du, even though he expelled Lu Guanyi, I do not believe that he would do nothing. These demonic path or lone immortals are nothing good. Saying this, Lu Chang gritted his teeth, his expression became ruthless. Lu Guanyi plundered 2 of Lu tribe's important resource points, and even killed a GU immortal from Lu tribe. How could they take this lying down? Lu Chang was ordered to kill Lu Guanyi, but after so many days, he had not made any progress. Earlier, for his sister's safety, he did not chase after Fang Yuan. This matter caused a bad reaction in the tribe. Right now Lu Chang was enduring huge pressure. He wanted to find Fang Yuan at this very moment. Lu Guanyi, you coward, where are you? Lu Chang felt extremely stifled. He had no idea that he was going to be even more stifled from now on. Because Fang Yuan had already left northern plains, going to other regions. Yi Lui tribe was similarly as troubled as Lu Chang. Yi Lui Qunxing died at Fang Yuan's hands. Yi Lui tribe was definitely going to seek revenge. And now, Fang Yuan was expelled from Chu sect. Yi Lui tribe immediately took action to investigate and pursue Fang Yuan. The GU immortals that they sent were not weaker than Lu Chang. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had already left northern plains. Fang Yuan successfully passed the Licorice regional wall. This mystical regional wall that surrounded northern plains was filled with green fog. Grass was growing wildly in the fog and was constantly twining and twisting, like a sea of snakes or hair. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture could pass through without any obstruction. After passing the Licorice regional wall, Fang Yuan got into the Blue Water regional wall of Eastern Sea. When he passed the Blue Water regional wall and reached Eastern Sea, his aura had completely changed, it was that of an Eastern CGU Immortal. This was one of the special attributes of the sovereign immortal body. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, he would perfectly integrate into the environment, like he was born and bred there. It was unlike other GU Immortals, their external region aura was very obvious. Undergoing tribulation was also very troublesome, they had to return to their region to do it, otherwise, taking in another region's heaven and earth chi would cause a lot of problems. After entering Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan did not travel in a rush, he went to Qingyu Blessed Land and rested for a while. This blessed land was left by GU Immortal Lu Qingyu. After Fang Yuan killed him, the Duck Land Spirit was successfully controlled by Fang Yuan. Meeting Fang Yuan again, the Duck Land Spirit was excited, it quacked and jumped up and down. Fang Yuan said comforting words to it as the Duck Land Spirit shed tears of joy, quack quack. I knew that Master did not abandon me. Sadly, Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low, he could not annex this ranked 7 blessed land. Fang Yuan rested for a while, waiting for Dark Limit Immortal GU to recover. Because this blessed land was a small world, during this period, anyone who deduced things about Fang Yuan would fail, it would not expend Dark Limit Immortal GU's power. By the time Dark Limit Immortal GU could be used again, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to use it on himself. After this replenishment, Fang Yuan left Qingyu Blessed Land, going to the turbulent flow sea area. The troublesome path in the chaotic currents wasted multiple days, but he eventually got into City Well. There were many immortal apertures inside City Well. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, entering and annexing a portion of the Blessed Lands. Fang Yuan progressed by 2 calamities and tribulations again, the effect was not good. The remaining immortal apertures were mostly water path, but Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was just ordinary. After leaving, Fang Yuan did not rush ahead once again. He went to Qingyu Blessed Land and waited for Dark Limit Immortal GU to recover before leaving for his destination. After leaving Northern Plains and going to Eastern Sea, the deductions from Northern Plains became extremely weak. Each deduction expended less of Dark Limit's concealment power. Fang Yuan was much different from before now. Not only was he aware about Heaven's will, he knew how to guard against it, he even had Dark Limit Immortal GU and many Wisdom Path methods to protect himself. Of course, most importantly, his cultivation level and battle strength had risen greatly as well. Compared to the time after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when Fang Yuan went from southern border to northern plains, there was an evident contrast. Right now, if Fang Yuan met a group of ancient cloud beasts, he would not be chased around, the ones in danger would not be Fang Yuan but the ancient cloud beasts instead. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt deeply. After gaining the sovereign immortal body, his cultivation level was rising at a shocking speed. It was worthy of the ultimate product created by Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Zombie Alliance, after spending 100,000 years of time and effort. Of course, the stronger the sovereign immortal body, the greater the enmity between Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect was. This irreconcilable feud made Fang Yuan deeply concerned about Ying Wuxia and the rest. Unfortunately, Ying Wuxia and the others were crafty, Fang Yuan could not find their locations. Otherwise, he would rather give up on the annexing of blessed lands and get rid of these threats first. Tens of days later, Fang Yuan finally got through Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall, and Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall, officially stepping into Southern Border. Interestingly, be it Fang Yuan or Ying Wuxia, they did not know that the other party was in the same region. I have heard long ago that the location of Yitian Mountain has been sealed with a huge defensive GU formation made by the Righteous Path GU Immortals together. I should go and check out the situation first. Fang Yuan had no idea how to enter the giant dream realm now. He decided to gather intelligence first. He flew southwest. The flying journey was filled with lots of detours, of course. Considering Heaven's will, if Fang Yuan flew straight, that would be giving Heaven's will a chance to set up trouble. Someone is deducing about me. While flying, Fang Yuan felt Dark Limit Immortal GU's power weakening and found it laughable. Southern Border, Northern Plains, they were separated by 2 regional walls. Fang Yuan's danger of being deduced was extremely low. As expected, in Northern Plains Myriad Bean Garden, GU Immortal Tian Sha-Shin returned half of the payment to Lu Chong. Lu Chong had an ugly expression, and disbelief in his eyes. What? Even you could not deduce it? Wisdom Path GU Immortal Tian Sha-Shin smiled bitterly. Wisdom Path deductions are not all powerful. I have tried my best, I am deeply sorry. Lu Chong flew away from Myriad Bean Garden at a slow speed. He was very troubled, and very lost. If the current number 1 wisdom path GU Immortal in Northern Plains, Tian Sha Xin, could not deduce Lu Guanyi's location, who could? Lu Guanyi, you had better pray that you never bump into me ever. Lu Chong swore. He had deep killing intent in his icy cold eyes. No matter how deep his killing intent was, Fang Yuan was living a good life. Oh, they stopped deducing. He, when these people pay an even bigger price and obtain no results, they should stop. Fang Yuan laughed. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain. Ma Hongyun looked at Lady Wan Shou who was approaching as he stared angrily. Go ahead, you vicious woman. Lady Wan Shou snickered. She pressed the lightning ball into Ma Hongyun's chest. Ma Hongyun's body trembled intensely. He was emitting smoke due to the lightning. Lady Wan Shou spit out a mouthful of blood. She had a pale expression. Why did I fail again? Her eyes were blood red. After failing so many times, her elegant demeanor was gone. Ma Hongyun forced himself to stay conscious. He said weakly, how would I know? I don't want it to fail. Just succeed. If you succeed once, I'll die. Death will end it. I will not undergo such torture again. Saying so, Ma Hongyun could not stay awake anymore. His eyes revolved backwards as he fainted. Chapter 12:12. Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Chirp chirp. A yellow-haired female monkey pranced around, running towards Fang Yuan with nimble steps. The yellow-haired monkey stood in front of Fang Yuan, offering its peach to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it wordlessly, before tossing it below the tree. The female monkey was shocked. It waved its arms as it jumped around Fang Yuan. It yelled and caused the branch that Fang Yuan was standing on to shake. The leaves were rustling as some fell to the ground. Fang Yuan covered his face with his hands, sighing as he lowered his head. The female monkey approached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan kicked, sending the monkey down the tree. The female monkey fell off the tree. It gritted its teeth in pain, looking at Fang Yuan on the tree. The attraction in its eyes turned into fear. It quickly escaped while limping. Fang Yuan's appearance now had changed. His entire figure had turned from a human to a male monkey. Precisely so, he attracted the affection of that female monkey. This was the peak of a nameless mountain. Fang Yuan came here, disguised as a monkey. He had been here for half a month already. He concealed his identity. His focus was on observing the Super GU formation. That's right, in front of him was the Super Dream Realm. Unfortunately, the giant Dream Realm was completely concealed by the Righteous Path's GU formation. With the naked eye, one could only see the scene of a verdant green mountain. Even if Fang Yuan used his methods, he could only see past the surface. The inside of the GU formation was still very blurry. Unfortunately, my strongest investigative method is 3 breaths future vision. It cannot deal with this Super GU formation. There must be many immortal GU inside this Super GU formation. The one who arranged this GU formation is Kai Clan's first Supreme Elder, Kai Kuyu. This person is a formation path Great Grand Master. The strongest immortal GU formation he has ever made is called 3-9 Pool Formation. His Kai Clan descendant GU Immortals had used this formation during the 5 Regions Chaotic War and killed many Central Continent GU Immortals. This formation was made during Kai Kuyu's later years. He is still far from dying now. But maybe I can deduce it from this Super GU formation in front of me. It has the style of 3-9 Pool Formation, formations inside formations, overlapping in layers. Right now this GU formation has only used a portion of its power. It has not even activated Immortal GU. After all, that would consume Immortal Essence. Even so, with my observations these last days, just I alone cannot destroy a GU formation of this level. Not to mention that inside, there are at least 13 Righteous Path GU Immortals. There were 13 super forces in Southern Border's Righteous Path. The Super GU formation here was made through everyone's efforts. To defend their own interests, each clan had sent at least 1 GU Immortal to defend it. These GU Immortals were elites of their own clans, otherwise, they would not be able to control the situation. The defense is too tight. If I want to get in, and use Unravel Dream, forcing my way through is impossible. I need to plan wisely. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. But what plan should he use? Fang Yuan did not know. There were no clear options. Because this problem involved the entire Southern Border Righteous Path. These Righteous Path forces had worked together. They were united. their distribution of benefits was also very reasonable. Fang Yuan was all alone, even though he had ranked 7 cultivation level, against such a huge force, there was nothing he could do. These righteous path forces could stay in power until today and dominate most of southern borders' cultivation resources, there was a good reason for it. Like before, Fang Yuan attempted to disrupt northern plains, in the end, the righteous path forces and Chu Du resisted him. Fang Yuan had been reborn, but because of heaven's will, the advantage of his rebirth was quite small. Most crucially, this giant dream realm also had GU formations that were not used in his previous life. Thus, Fang Yuan's understanding of it was minimal. What should I do? Fang Yuan was troubled. Bai Ningbing, who was inside Bai Shang Grotto Heaven, stared at the land spirit with an equally troubled feeling. I broke through the 30 halls and cut down all my obstacles. I finally met you, but you refused to acknowledge me as your master. Bai Ningbing stared at Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit. He had an icy expression. Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit was an old man. He smoked his cigar as he sat on the steps. He looked at Bai Ningbing and breathed in deeply, before puffing out deeply. Oh, young people these days, they are so hasty. When you came here, I said that if you get through the 30 halls, I will meet you. I did not say that I will acknowledge you as master. Getting here just means that you have the initial qualifications to accept the following test. What is the following test? Bai Ningbing asked coldly. Bring back an immortal material. Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit looked at Bai Ningbing, chuckling with a creepy look. What immortal material? Where? Bai Ningbing asked. Do you see that hole at the top of the hall? Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit pointed up and said. I saw it the moment I came here, it is too eye-catching. Bai Ningbing said plainly. Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit sighed again. The greatest use of this immortal GU house, 30 heavenly halls, is to store large amounts of immortal materials. But a few thousand years ago, one immortal material at the highest layer broke through the ceiling and flew away. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Don't look so shocked, young man, this world is huge beyond your imagination. The profundities of all life forms, you will encounter it in the future, and feel for yourself the grandness of heaven and earth. Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit sighed. Stop prattling, get to the point. Bai Ningbing interrupted mercilessly. Oh, youngster, you have no patience, listening to an old man's words is good for you. Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit sighed. Bai Ningbing was silent, only staring at Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit with his blue eyes. Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit smoked another puff as he said, all right, I'll tell you. I want you to subdue that flame. It is hidden deep in the sea to the west. Normally, you cannot find it because it can fuse with seawater completely, but once in a while, it will float to the surface and frolic around. That is your best chance to catch it. Bai Ningbing followed Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit's guidance, arriving at the western coastline. The sea was wide and vast, there were many waves on the surface, it was a magnificent sight. Bai Ningbing had hidden here for more than 10 days, he finally found the chance that Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit had mentioned. Countless waves appeared on the surface of the sea, causing tides that were more than 100 feet tall to form. The calm and silent sea had at this moment turned into a roaring brute. The sea was fierce and magnificent. Bai Ningbing, who was witnessing this for the first time, had deep emotion seeing it. Next, he flew to the sky, seeing that immortal material which Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit was talking about. It was a small lump of flames. The flames were orange-yellow, round and the size of an adult's fist. It burned and emitted light. It formed into the shape of a flying dragon as the orange flames continued to fly around randomly. Bai Ningbing, who was usually expressionless, showed shock on his face. Light of Tao marks, and so lively, this is a rank 9 immortal material. Rank 9 immortal materials were extremely rare. They were special materials in the world that could refine rank 9 immortal GU. Bai Ningbing did not expect that Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit was asking him to retrieve a rank 9 immortal material. This was out of his capabilities. Bai Ningbing had to take a risk and use the immortal GU inside him to activate a special method, communicating with Ying Wuxia outside. Didn't I tell you not to contact me? If Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit finds out, it will be troublesome. Ying Wuxia said, I encountered trouble, I need to retrieve a rank 9 immortal material, it is a lump of orange-yellow flames. Hearing Bai Ningbing's thorough description, Ying Wuxia's expression changed. You say that the light from its Tao marks resemble flying dragons. The surrounding seawater is rushing outwards, as if it is afraid of this fire. That is indeed so. Around the fire, there is a huge empty space without any water in it. I can see the water level at the bottom of this, the empty space is still continuing to expand. Bai Ningbing added. Ying Wuxia's expression changed again, his answer this time was a little shaky. You must have read the legends of Ren Zhu, recorded inside were the three unique flames of heaven, earth, and human respectively. This is the human flame, raging wave rising dragon fire. Raging wave rising dragon fire. Bai Ningbing heard this answer and became tongue-tied. After a short pause, Bai Ningbing asked, then what should I do? Ying Wuxia sighed, it is very hard. With your cultivation level, there is almost no hope in subduing wild flames. However, this flame is not wild, it was once subdued by Bai Shang, there is some chance. I have 3 methods for you, you can try them all. How big are my chances? Bai Ningbing asked. Ying Wuxia smiled bitterly. I am not sure, they all have a possibility of success, but the chances are slim, it will depend on your luck. Both of them conversed in a short time. In order to avoid getting caught, Ying Wuxia was the first to cut the connection. Ying Wuxia was not optimistic, his thoughts were shrouded in darkness. The human flame among the 3 flames of heaven, earth and human, I am afraid only my main body after revival can have high hopes in succeeding. It seems that I need to help Bai Ningbing, if he fails, it will be troublesome for my future plans. Ying Wuxia decided to do something. Even though he was far away from Bai Ningbing, the latter was in Bai Shang Grotto Heaven and was under the surveillance of Bai Shang Heavenly Spirit. Ying Wuxia had many methods to help Bai Ningbing. First, there was luck. Ying Wuxia's immortal killer move, burning soul bursting luck. He used this killer move again. The last time he used it was in the Super GU formation inside Central Continent's Earth Abyss. Back then, Ying Wuxia planned to refine fixed immortal travel, he burned his own soul to raise his luck sharply. Eventually, his GU refinement still failed. But this was because Heavenly Court had already refined fixed immortal travel before him. Immortal GU were unique, even if his luck was overwhelming, Ying Wuxia could not refine a second fixed immortal travel in this world. Before Bai Ningbing set off, Ying Wuxia had already used Connect Luck Immortal GU to tie their luck together. Right now, Bai Ningbing was trying to subdue the rank 9 immortal material raging wave rising dragon fire. He could not avoid this, Ying Wuxia could only use luck to help Bai Ningbing. On the other hand, near the giant dream realm. Oh, something's happening. Fang Yuan, who had turned into a monkey, quickly hid behind the branches. 2 GU immortals appeared, standing below the tree Fang Yuan was in. The peach that Fang Yuan had thrown out earlier was by the feet of a GU immortal. Brother Luo, thank you for this. A GU immortal said, I can bring you in, but if anything happens and you get discovered, it has nothing to do with me. The other GU immortal replied. Chapter 12-13. Immortal Opportunity Business. What? Hearing the conversation of the 2 GU immortals, Fang Yuan's ears stood up. He jumped out of the tree, landing above the 2 GU immortals as he hung himself on the branch. It was a normal reaction for the type of monkey that Fang Yuan had transformed into to behave curiously like this. The 2 GU immortals did not even raise their heads. But Fang Yuan was well aware that these 2 GU immortals had already activated their investigative methods. They also found Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's familiar face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was beyond their methods. The 2 immortals had no suspicions, they continued talking. One of them said, Brother Luo, don't worry, I also gained interest after hearing Lady White Rabbit's words. I want to interact with the rumored dream realm, and test the opportunity for myself. Even though I, Zhao Lei, am a mere lone cultivator, I hold my promises. Since I promised you and made an information path agreement, I would not do something out of line. Precisely because of your reputation, Zhao Lei, as brothers agreed to meet you. Otherwise, you would not even see our shadows. Follow me, when you enter the formation, say that you are a member of Luo clan, and are here to bring in Immortal GU to my brother. The Luo clan GU Immortal walked as he explained. At the side, lone cultivator Zhao Lei was following after him, listening attentively. Fang Yuan sat on the branch as he watched them leave, he even followed them, brazenly jumping from tree to tree. Only after the 2 GU immortals vanished did he stop moving, he looked around, screeching in confusion. His disguise was extremely convincing, displaying the might of a transformation path grandmaster. From start to finish, these 2 GU immortals had no suspicions. Interesting. Fang Yuan went back to the trees, his eyes bright as excitement rose in him. He had accidentally encountered two GU Immortals' secret deal. These two had coincidentally chosen this mountain peak to meet, and right in front of Fang Yuan as well. This luck was amazing. Hearing their conversation, evidently, a righteous path GU Immortal who was part of the defensive GU formation had gone ahead and done a secret deal with the lone cultivator GU Immortal, Zhao Lezi. The righteous path GU Immortal led the way for Zhao Lezi, letting him enter the defensive GU formation and find his own opportunity. Fang Yuan scoffed at Zhao Lezi's idea. You really think the dream realm is this easy to interact with? Opportunity? Without specialized dream path methods, what opportunities can there be? And that righteous path GU Immortal called himself Luo, he must be from the super force Luo clan. Southern Border's righteous path had 13 super forces, they had their respective territories in the entire region, Luo clan was one of them. Can I use this chance to get into the defensive GU formation and interact with the dream realm? Unavoidably, Fang Yuan had such a thought. He took a final glance at the formation before leaving. The monkey that Fang Yuan had turned into jumped from tree to tree, climbing mountain cliffs, and continuing to travel. After half a day, he finally left the original mountain. Continuing on and getting past some mountain peaks, Fang Yuan got rid of his transformation and returned to normal. He had a vigilant nature. If he used an immortal killer move close to the super GU formation, he might draw the attention and wariness of the righteous path GU Immortals. This distance should be safe. Fang Yuan estimated internally. He was not certain, because he had no understanding of this super GU formation. However, even if the righteous path GU Immortals found his traces, there were no issues. I do not believe that after the righteous path super forces made this super GU formation, the demonic path and lone immortals did not come to probe it. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was like a ball of lightning. From the calm lake that was Southern Border's GU Immortal world, it caused a massive tide that has risen with ferocity. The Battle of Yitian Mountain, it involved the Immortal GU House graceful chaotic duel stage. All the major forces in Southern Border and countless GU Immortals paid attention to it. Later on, the righteous demonic battle also affected the whole of Southern Border's GU Immortal world. But eventually, that huge battle at Yitian Mountain destroyed everything. All of the GU Immortals that were involved died. And in place of them at Yitian Mountain, there was a gigantic dream realm that manifested out of nowhere. This made the Southern Border GU Immortals unable to even investigate Yitian Mountain. The parties involved, Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, and Fang Yuan, were keeping very quiet about it. These Southern Border GU Immortals were all kept in the dark. Ever since the righteous path went ahead to encircle the giant dream realm, and created this super GU formation, the demonic path and lone immortals were very unwilling to give in. Many of them wanted to investigate this GU formation. The righteous path GU Immortals often found traces of these people, but as long as they did not charge into the GU formation, they turned a blind eye. Fang Yuan chose an ordinary mountain cave and stayed for a few days. He waited for Zhao Lezi to leave the defensive GU formation. Zhao Lezi's movement was not concealed, he left on the same way as he went in. Since Zhao Lezi disguised as a Luo clan GU Immortal, when he left, he had to be open and nonchalant, otherwise, it would be suspicious. Fang Yuan stared fixedly at Zhao Lezi. Seeing him fly away, Fang Yuan followed after him closely. The two flew for a while. Zhao Lezi's speed suddenly slowed down. He stopped at the peak of a nameless mountain. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan. Friend, you have been following me for so long, is anything the matter? Zhao Lezi did not have a confrontational attitude. Because Fang Yuan had purposely revealed his traces to Zhao Lezi when following him. He also used attitude GU to express his goodwill. Zhao Lezi could sense it. Zhao Lezi thus did not speak to Fang Yuan in a bad tone, but he was still very guarded. I am truly sorry for troubling you. Fang Yuan greeted as he expressed his intention politely. Zhao Lezi heard Fang Yuan's following words and his expression soothed. The reason was, Fang Yuan called himself a wandering lone cultivator. He was curious about the dream realm. But he had heard that Zhao Lezi had a way to bribe the righteous path GU Immortals and get inside the defensive GU formation. To personally interact with the dream realm, he wanted to see if he could find any opportunities. Fang Yuan thus waited outside for a long time, only following Zhao Lezi after he came out. So news have already spread, even an outsider like you has obtained information about it. Zhao Lezi was not suspicious, he smiled helplessly. Come with me, it is normal that you want to enter the dream realm to find your immortal opportunity. However, I am not a key middleman, I will bring you to Lady White Rabbit. Zhao Lezi was very enthusiastic. He might not know Fang Yuan, but his southern border GU immortal aura could not be false. Furthermore, southern border was the region with the most secluded cultivators in the 5 regions. This was southern border's trait. Many GU immortals would not be known by people from the time of their ascension until their death. With less than a day's journey, Fang Yuan met with Lady White Rabbit thanks to Zhao Lezi. This female GU immortal had the appearance of a woman in her 20s, her eyes were red like rubies, she had a cute round face and shiny big eyes. Her lips were lush, she spoke very quickly, words came out of her mouth like firing a Gatling gun. The scene of meeting with Lady White Rabbit made Fang Yuan quite surprised. Because this Lady White Rabbit directly placed a mortal GU house at a mountain peak, many demonic path and lone immortals were entering and exiting this house. We only do dream realm business here, you came to the right place. If you want to enter the dream realm, I have many reliable ways, it will depend on what price you can pay. The bigger the price you pay, the faster you can enter the dream realm, perhaps you might be able to find your own immortal opportunity. Lady White Rabbit said this as she pointed her thumb at the wall behind her while facing Fang Yuan. There were all sorts of small boards there, people's names were written there. There are 5 more people in queue. Zhao Lezi saw this and sighed. You must know the importance of the immortal opportunity. Lady White Rabbit stared at Fang Yuan as she spoke, listing many examples in history. Before she added, the prophecy of 3 venerables, you must know about it. Dream realm, this is the immortal opportunity that concerns great dream immortal venerable. Think about it, if you can become great dream immortal venerable in the future, what would happen? Even if you only get one small opportunity, your situation will change. If you do not try this, how would you know if you are able to succeed? That's right, even if you know you cannot succeed, you can ensure that you have no regrets in the future. Zhao Lezi added at the side, a precious dream realm that even the righteous path GU immortals are coveting, it is so rare that we can have this chance. That's right, now is just the start. Thus, the righteous path is not very strict yet. Lady White Rabbit continued, purposely telling Fang Yuan, after a while, it will be different. This business will not last long, the opportunity will depend on whether you can grab hold of it. What price do I have to pay? Fang Yuan pretended to hesitate. Lady White Rabbit said a sum. Fang Yuan showed a look of hesitation. I will consider it first. Of course, consider it well. Lady White Rabbit smiled, her attitude was still very polite. At this time, a female GU immortal came to the counter. Lady White Rabbit's smile became more sincere. She disregarded Fang Yuan as she went over. Sister Miao Yin, you are here to try to find an opportunity again. That female GU immortal nodded, saying, I feel that if I change to another location and enter the dream realm, I will have different gains. There were many GU immortals inside the mortal GU house. Lady White Rabbit was not the only intermediary. From time to time, new boards were hung on the wall. Fang Yuan walked out of the mortal GU house, saying goodbye to Zhao Lezi. You can consider this again, but in my opinion, you should decide it as soon as possible. It cannot be dragged out. You can see the situation for yourself. The longer you think, the longer the queue of GU immortals become, there is no time to waste. Zhao Lezi said before leaving. Fang Yuan expressed his gratitude as he left. Well, has he not made up his mind yet? Lady White Rabbit finished attending to her sister Miao Yin as she asked Zhao Lezi. He said he needs to think about it. Sigh, I thought that I could earn a sum of recommendation fees to replenish my losses. Zhao Lezi smiled bitterly. Zhao Lezi, you are so affluent, why are you acting poor to me? Lady White Rabbit laughed. However, this person that you brought is likely a wandering secluded cultivator. He is poor and does not have resources, otherwise, why would he leave? Those with some funds would at least stay and interact for a while before leaving. Zhao Lezi laughed bitterly. How am I affluent? I thank Lady White Rabbit for the praise. To speak the truth, this price is really expensive, even I feel great loss. Lady White Rabbit smiled, showing her pearly white teeth. This business relies on both parties' wishes. It is pricey because it is worth the cost. This is an opportunity involving great dream immortal venerable after all, right? Zhao Lezi nodded, making up his mind, saying, I will pay a sum of resources, I want to try again. Chapter 12:14, Situation of Southern Border. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He thought about the scene earlier. Out of his expectations, that immortal opportunity business, as it was known, of the dream realm was extremely popular. The involvement was far bigger than he had predicted earlier. Looking at the situation inside the mortal GU house in Lady White Rabbit's tone, evidently, whether they were demonic path or lone cultivators, as long as they could pay the price, anyone could enter the righteous path's defensive GU formation and interact with the dream realm. This is slightly above my expectations, but thinking about it, I understand why. Dream path. At this time period, it was very empty. Even though many super forces were researching on it, their gains were little. Fang Yuan had the killer move Unravel Dream. He was a leading figure in the current 5 regions. Of course, Ying Wuxia's lead soul into Dream was also very unique. It was an ability that surpassed the current era. Lead soul into Dream had displayed incredible might during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals had suffered due to it. And Fang Yuan's killer move, Unravel Dream, also gave him great gains and immense profits. The Righteous Path GU Immortals might have encircled this dream realm, but they have no way of excavating the treasures inside. In fact, a while later, they lost many members, among which were ranked 7 GU Immortal experts holding great authority. Luo clan even lost their 3rd Supreme Elder. Such information could not be hidden, it was widely spread in the southern border GU Immortal world. Fang Yuan could easily obtain this information. The Righteous Path suffered a lot. They know the power of the dream realm. It is not possible to explore it randomly, so they used this method to scam the demonic path and lone cultivators' resources. And if any accidents happen, they would not need to waste any of their members to deal a huge blow to these non-righteous members. It is truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to make this immortal opportunity business so popular and at such a huge scale but still have the ability to remain intact, evidently, the Righteous Path have come to a consensus. Lady White Rabbit's mortal GU house is backed by Southern Border's Righteous Path GU Immortals. 1 clan is not enough, there are at least 6 or 7 clans working together to result in this fearless stance. Fang Yuan was an old schemer. Because of the experiences in the 500 years of his previous life, he could clearly deduce all of the details regarding this immortal opportunity business. This way, even though he could use this method to enter the Righteous Path defensive GU formation, and interact with the dream realm, he could not satisfy his own needs. What were Fang Yuan's needs? Firstly, he needed time and opportunity to interact with the giant dream realm for an extended period of time. Secondly, he needed an identity to protect himself. Even if anything happened to the dream realm, he could continue staying there. Just 1 or 2 trips into the dream realm, what could Fang Yuan get? Just the cost involved was extremely high. But the prophecy of 3 venerables had deeply affected everyone. Countless GU Immortals were still going ahead with it. The Righteous Path GU Immortals had already tasted suffering. By the time these demonic path and lone Immortals realized the futility, their enthusiasm would fade. Furthermore, even if Fang Yuan did this and unraveled the dream realm, gaining an increase in his attainment level, it would trigger a change in the dream realm. At least, the dream realm would shrink by an amount. If other Righteous Path GU Immortals realized this situation, what would they do? By then, Fang Yuan would be inside the GU formation, like fish on the chopping block. Even with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan had no heavenly crystals to feed it. If I cannot do this, what should I try? Kill a Righteous Path GU Immortal and use familiar face to disguise myself before going inside. Fang Yuan thought about this. He shook his head, discarding this unrealistic idea. Firstly, GU Immortals from Righteous Path forces would use methods like Life Tablet GU, Soul Lantern GU or Blood Rope GU. These methods allowed their clans to easily inspect if the GU Immortal was dead or alive. Furthermore, they could use these Life Tablet GU, Soul Lantern GU, or Blood Rope GU to deduce the exact location of these GU Immortals with great ease. Once Fang Yuan kills these GU Immortals, the clan would react immediately. Unless Fang Yuan had information path methods that could deceive these GU worms. Fang Yuan had always been weak in terms of information path. Furthermore, familiar face might be a rank 8 killer move, but it was not flawless. For example, back in Eastern Sea, Ying Wuxia could use Luck Inspection Immortal GU to find out Fang Yuan's identity. Finally, once a long time passes, even if Fang Yuan used familiar face, lots of minute details or habits of the GU Immortal would slowly become flaws that allow others to realize a problem. Thus, killing someone and replacing them was not feasible. Fang Yuan thought from all angles, he could not think of any good ideas. Even if Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and attacked the GU formation forcefully, he might not be able to succeed. Even if he broke the GU formation, there were still many rank 8 GU immortals in southern border. By that time, when rank 8 enemies encircle him, Fang Yuan would be able to explore any dream realms. He could not find a solution. Fang Yuan was quite helpless. He thought about it and returned to the mortal GU house. Lady White Rabbit's eyes shone. She greeted Fang Yuan. Have you considered it? You want to find your own immortal opportunity. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Fairy White Rabbit, I am but a secluded wanderer. I have not interacted much with the outside world. This price will cost me almost all my assets. I need to consider it. I am here this time to get some information from you, and understand matters in southern borders GU immortal world. Fang Yuan said this as he handed Fairy White Rabbit a rank 6 immortal material. Fairy White Rabbit was slightly surprised. Even though this immortal material was very common, Fang Yuan's request was not hard. These days, she had been managing this business. She interacted with all sorts of GU immortals. She had a good understanding of the GU immortal world's current situation. Let's talk using this. Fairy White Rabbit gave Fang Yuan an information path mortal GU. Super Dream Realm, Righteous Path GU formation. We meet again, Fairy Miao Yin, do you remember me? A Chao clan GU immortal led a female GU immortal as they entered the GU formation. Even though he was a Righteous Path GU immortal, he had a fawning tone. Because this Fairy Miao Yin, although from the demonic path, was extremely beautiful, she inherited a predecessor's blessed land and was extremely affluent. She was publicly known as one of the 3 great fairies in southern borders GU immortal world. The two entered the GU formation. This was seen by the 2 Righteous Path GU immortals at the center of the GU formation. These people are becoming more daring. They used to come once every 7 days, but now, they come every 1 or 2 days, bringing all sorts of people in here. The 2 GU immortals from Luo clan are still fine. They bring in people with good reputations and clean records. But Chao clan's GU immortals have no restraints, they are very greedy. This Miao Yin is a demonic path member. In the past, she had destroyed 2 important resource points of my Ba clan, and even injured 4 Ba clan GU immortals who chased her. GU immortal Ba Quan Feng said angrily. Beside him was another Ba clan GU immortal. This person was very tall, nearly 3 meters, he had an old-fashioned appearance, his beard and hair were connected, his dark green beard hung down to his waist, while his jade green hair extended to the back of his waist. He had a large mouth and broad nose, his eyes were covered by a black cloth, covering them completely. He had a strong body with broad shoulders and chest, his skin that was not covered looked like 1,000-year-old tree bark, there was even green moss growing on it. He was thousands of years old, his cultivation level was stuck at the final step before reaching rank 8. He had rank 7 peak battle strength, publicly recognized in southern borders GU immortal world as the number 1 person under rank 8, Old Treeman Bada. Bada spoke slowly. Little Feng, don't be anxious. Even though Chao clan is weak, at the bottom of the Righteous Path forces, they are backed by Wu clan. Chao clan and Wu clan have been linked by alliance marriages for tens of thousands of years. Ba Quan Feng heard about Wu clan and the anger on his face faded, but he still continued. Chao clan is a Righteous Path force, but for the last few thousand years, they have been at Wu clan's beck and call, they are just a dog raised by Wu clan. This Wu clan is too overbearing. With 2 rank 8 GU immortals in the clan, they act fearlessly. This time, they actually cooperated with 6 other clans, using this dream realm to make their immortal opportunity business. What do they think of the remaining 6 clans not involved, us included? This super GU formation was made by all of us, we created it with all of our immortal GU. He. Bada laughed. Little Feng, you are thinking that everyone should have a part of the profits. Ba Quan Feng's thoughts were exposed, his face turned red. I could not hide it from you, Lord. Bada shook his head. Wu clan's actions will attract even more clans to join in. After all, we have already realized that now is not the time to explore the dream realm. This method can give us greater profits, it is good for us. But our Ba clan cannot join in. Why is that? Ba Quan Feng asked quickly. There are advantages and disadvantages in this. Even though they gain many cultivation resources, we gain a hold on them in return. With enough evidence, in the future when we argue over it, my Ba clan will have the advantage. When we split the dream realm, we will get a bigger portion. Little Feng, look forward, the dream realm cannot be explored now, but what about the future? The dream realm is the true treasure. Ba aside, but, Wu clan is so domineering, they have 2 rank 8 GU immortals while we only have 1, by then, if they keep a strong stance, we cannot stop them. Ba Quan Feng said angrily. We cannot stop Wu clan, but what about the other clans? Furthermore, Wu clan's first supreme elder is close to dying, Wu clan will soon be in unrest for a long time. With just 1 rank 8 GU immortal left, can Wu clan still be the #1 righteous path force? Ba smiled with deep meaning. Ba Quan Feng stared with wide eyes, so the rumors that Wu clan first supreme elder's lifespan is depleted are not false. Impossible, they are a huge force, how can they not have lifespan GU stocked up? Wu clan's first supreme elder had used other lifespan extension methods when she was young, there were problems left behind. Right now, lifespan GU has no use to her. Ba aside, with her death, the entire situation in southern border will change, by then, we'll see if Wu clan can control the situation, our clans will have a chance to strike. After all these years, Wu clan has occupied too many resources. Chapter 12:15, Wu clan's conflict. Wu Dushu slowly opened her eyes. A brand new day, she thought to herself. A rank 8 immortal GU was flying around in this average-sized house. Food path immortal GU, medicine fragrance. This was a healing immortal GU, it filled the entire house with a thick fragrance of medicine. But Wu Dushu's own rotting smell was intense, the medicine fragrance could not conceal it. The two smells mixed together, even GU immortals could not stand it. Another passing day meant 1 less day left. Wu Dushu knew that she was very close to dying. At this moment, she was lying in her bed, looking at the scene outside her room, her heart was filled with tranquility. Long ago, when she was still a rank 6 GU immortal, she fell in love with a demonic path GU cultivator, and was punished by the clan. She was locked in this house for 15 years. To think that this was her fortuitous encounter. It turned out, inside this house, there was an inheritance of a Wu clan ancestor. Wu Dushu obtained it and cultivated in secret, her strength rose rapidly and drastically. She even used the great expert's blessed land to meet with her lover in secret. Wu clan's GU immortals did not expect that Wu Dushu was openly breaking the clan rules under their watch. Those were Wu Dushu's happiest years, she was immersed in unparalleled bliss. Back then, she was just a young, beautiful and silly girl, she did not know the vicious nature of people, she could not tell that her lover had ulterior motives. Thousands of years later, Wu Dushu returned to this house. She was close to dying, her lifespan was running out, she had days left. This old woman was filled with experience and fatigue, her murky gaze seemed to have crossed thousands of years, back to the past when she spent her happiest times laughing in this house, all of her memories were surfacing in her mind. These memories were forever painted in a rosy light. The windows of the house were opened, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass entered her room. A young lady with a beautiful appearance, youthful with eyes clear as water, greatly moving. She was singing in the house, cleaning up the place and doing a lot of mortal chores, yet she was extremely happy and lively. At that time, happiness was so easily obtained. But as she grew older, this simple bliss left her. As for that lover, Wu Dushu's first love, she had already forgotten him. His image was blurry, the pain that he had caused Wu Dushu caused her to grieve terribly, the hatred that tortured her tired soul had faded with the wind. With a soft sound, the door of the house was opened by someone. Wu Dushu turned her head with difficulty, through the curtains, she saw a familiar figure. She was not surprised, she had allowed this. She was Wu clan's first supreme elder, a person who was in power for thousands of years, without her permission, who could enter this house. You are here, Wu Dushu spoke faintly with much difficulty. But the person who came was very well-mannered, he knelt on the ground and bowed deeply, I am here to meet you, mother. This person was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, he had a strong body and sharp eyebrows, giving him a dark and hazy aura. Wu Dushu spoke, I called you here to tell you something. You have a younger half-brother, he was born in Eastern Sea. I will pass everything in Wu clan to you, and my own inheritance will be left to him, do you understand? The middle-aged man lowered his head until it touched the ground, this child understands. You may leave. Wu Dushu paused for a moment before saying, "I will take my leave." The middle-aged Gu Immortal said carefully. He slowly got up and moved back a few steps before turning around and leaving the house, softly shutting the doors. He did not dare to even breath loudly. He had an expression of reverence that never changed. Only after he left and passed several large mountains, reaching his own immortal Gu house, did his expression change. Mother is muddle-headed. Before dying, she actually wants to bring back that illegitimate son. That bastard, can't he stay in Eastern Sea for good? Why must he return and fight with me over the inheritance? The middle-aged Gu Immortal flew into a rage. Master, don't be angry, mind your health. A rank 7 Gu Immortal with a hunched back quickly urged. The middle-aged Gu Immortal kicked him away, roaring, Mother's abilities come from her wind path immortal Gu. She wants to hand these immortal Gu to that bastard. Without these immortal Gu, with just my rank 8 cultivation level, what can I do? We would still be bullied by Ba clan, Tai clan, and Shang clan. Saying that she will leave everything in Wu clan to me, HMPH. Why do I want these resources for? I want her rank 8 immortal Gu, I want battle strength. With strength, what can I not get? The middle-aged Gu Immortal got angrier as he spoke. He paced around in the immortal Gu house. Master, we could also just finish him off. The rank 7 hunchback Gu Immortal walked forward and chopped downwards with his hand. The middle-aged Gu Immortal stopped walking. He frowned deeply, turning to ask the rank 7 Gu Immortal, you mean to say? That's right, First Supreme Elder only has 2 sons, other than you, there is only the Eastern Sea illegitimate son. If we kill him, then all of First Supreme Elder's inheritance will be yours, right? The rank 7 hunchback Gu Immortal smiled sinisterly. The middle-aged Gu Immortal blinked rapidly as sweat appeared on his forehead. If Mother finds out, I will be finished. Thinking about his mother's methods, even though the middle-aged Gu Immortal had rank 8 cultivation level, he could not help but tremble. Forget it, he is only rank 7, what can he do even if he returns? The middle-aged Gu Immortal sighed deeply. But the hunchback Gu Immortal did not give up. He continued to speak. Oh master, you cannot think like that. He already has rank 7 cultivation level. What will happen when he gets First Supreme Elder's immortal Gu? The middle-aged Gu Immortal snorted, regaining some of his defiance. Even if he has rank 8 immortal Gu, his Dao mark accumulation cannot compare to mine. He is not my match. It is a pity regarding those 2 rank 8 immortal Gu, however. Sigh. The hunchback Gu Immortal smiled sinisterly. Master, you are just hesitant because you are afraid of failure and causing First Supreme Elder to punish you. Actually, we do not need to act ourselves. Other than us, there is Ba clan, Tai clan, Kai clan, and others. They are all after our clan's status. They want to displace us. As long as we release information about his traveling route, we can lure them to attack. By then, we will benefit from it greatly. The middle-aged Gu Immortal heard and his eyes shone. He praised. Good plan, Shu Tuo, you are indeed my greatest aid. When I become First Supreme Elder, I will not mistreat you. Master, it is my job to solve problems for you, it is my honor. The hunchback Gu Immortal's eyes were turning red as he choked, holding back a sob. The middle-aged Gu Immortal patted Shu Tuo's shoulder. He did not speak, he only showed happiness on his face. Inside the immortal Gu house, both master and servant had a lightened atmosphere. Master, there is no time, should I go prepare now? Yes, go ahead, I am assured if you are handling it. After leaving the immortal Gu house, Shu Tuo's eyes flashed with a sharp and dark light. HMPH, after spending so much effort, I finally managed to convince this Wu Yong. This way, even if I expose information about this illegitimate son, and get hunted down by others, I will be safe under Wu Yong's protection. My true identity will not be exposed. Shu Tuo's true identity was not just simply Wu Yong's servant, the truth was, he was a Ba clan Gu Immortal. He was a spy planted into Wu clan, he had the highest authority among the spies. The situation in southern border was very different from northern plains and central continent. Among the righteous path forces in southern border, Wu clan was the domineering one. In history, at their peak, they had 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals. And across history, Wu clan always had at least 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal to hold the fort in their clan. Wu clan had always been strong. Wu Dushu's life was ending, while Wu Yong was not talented enough, even though he was rank 8, compared to the other righteous path rank 8s, he was not impressive. Wu Dushu's illegitimate son, Wu Yihai, had incredible talent according to some information. Even though he was a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea, he had formidable battle strength. He was quite famous even in Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. Killing Wu Yihai could not only weaken Wu clan, it can also attack Wu Yong's reputation, and send Wu clan into chaos and suspicion internally. Shu Tuo went with much hope. 3 GU Immortals were passing through the Miasma regional wall. Young master, we are almost through the Miasma regional wall. This is the final hurdle. Once we are out of the regional wall, they will have fewer chances to attack us. An elderly GU Immortal said solemnly. Wu Yihai suddenly said, Uncle Zhang, you mean that the following part of the journey is the most dangerous? That's right, the elderly GU Immortal nodded seriously. Another young-looking GU Immortal said, but as long as we get through this, we will be completely free. As long as you can meet your mother, all of the hardship and suffering on this trip would be repaid by hundreds or thousands of times. Hearing about his mother, Wu Yihai had complex emotions. He sighed. Oh, what rewards, I am not thinking about them. I just want to see my birth mother. She was the one who abandoned me, but she also got Uncle Zhang to lead me on the road of cultivation. I want to meet her personally, and for the first and final time, before leaving. I am an Eastern Sea GU Immortal. I became immortal in Eastern Sea. Uncle Zhang smiled. Young master, don't worry, First Supreme Elder had long since thought of this, she prepared everything for you. Even though you became immortal in Eastern Sea, we have an immortal killer move to cleanse your heaven and earth chi, to turn you from an Eastern Sea GU Immortal to a Southern Border GU Immortal. From now on, you can undergo tribulations in Southern Border, taking in heaven and earth chi without any problems. Oh, there is such a way. Wu Yihai heard this and became overjoyed. Even though he had some fame in Eastern Sea, he was just a lone cultivator. He knew the pain and weakness of cultivating alone. If he had a super force to rely on, Wu Yihai would be glad about it. He was just thinking about this, when suddenly, dragon breath resembling sword light assaulted his face. Chapter 12:16, Regional Wall Ambush. This dragon breath was extremely sharp. Before it even hit, Wu Yihai already felt like there were needles poking into his face. He was extremely shocked. He had no time to dodge. With a sharp metallic sound, a small, round and golden shield appeared in front of Wu Yihai at the moment of life and death. The dragon breath made of sword light landed on the golden shield. In the blink of an eye, this shield broke as the remaining power shot towards Wu Yihai's face. But with this golden shield, Wu Yihai gained a precious amount of time to save his own life. He was a renowned rank 7 GU Immortal in Eastern Sea indeed. He called out as he activated his transformation path killer move. Light shone, Wu Yihai vanished on the spot. A huge tortoise appeared in his place. The huge tortoise's 4 limbs, head, and tail were kept inside a shell. The dragon breath landed on the huge tortoise's shell, causing a deep mark to form. What amazing dragon breath! The horned divine tortoise that I transformed into is an ancient desolate beast. It has a tough shell. It is top 10 even among Eastern Sea's ancient desolate beasts. Wu Yihai was very shocked. It seems that the enemy is stronger than all the earlier ambushes. Now, it will depend on Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng. Wu Yihai was a transformation path GU Immortal, but the horned divine tortoise he turned into was huge and had good speed when traveling underwater. On land, it was far slower. Its battle strength also fell by a lot. Wu Yihai was merely using the horned divine tortoise's strong defense. High defense and low offense. Even though Wu Yihai protected his life, he lost all initiative in this battle. He had other methods to turn into other lifeforms as well, but do not forget about the major weakness of transformation path GU Immortals. That was, they could not transform casually. When changing to different forms, time needed to be spent. GU Immortals had to remove the temporary Dao marks on them first before transforming again. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. That was a special case. Qizai had once mistaken that he had obtained reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance, which allowed him to casually change forms. Thus, after Wu Yihai became a horned divine tortoise, even though he saved his life, for the short term, he could not counterattack. But Wu Yihai did not panic. He knew that there were 2 rank 7 GU Immortal experts with him. One was Uncle Zhang, the other was Brother Leng. Wu Yihai did not know their full names, but he knew that these 2 were sent by his mother, bodyguards to escort him to Southern Border. On the previous parts of this journey, these two GU Immortals displayed incredible strength. They were reliable and had helped Wu Yihai to get through many hurdles. Wu Yihai placed his hopes in Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng, but Uncle Zhang was spitting out blood. He had to, because his golden shield was broken by that sword light dragon breath. This was Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move. After it was broken, Uncle Zhang suffered a backlash. He immediately spat out blood. Similar to Wu Yihai, Uncle Zhang was very shocked. Inside this miasma regional wall, all immortal killer moves are weakened by the miasma. This dragon breath penetrated the miasma and broke my defenses. It even left a mark on the horned divine tortoise shell. How strong is that dragon breath? Uncle Zhang was spitting blood, Brother Leng was flying forward. The two worked with coordination. This young GU Immortal knew that Uncle Zhang needed to rest after his defensive killer move was broken. He charged fiercely and imposingly. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a human into a lightning flash giant wolf. The lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. It was covered in blue fur. The tips of the fur was all covered in mysterious blue crystals. They gave off weak sparks. Once the lightning flash giant wolf appeared, it brightened up the dark purple miasma in the area. It followed the path formed by the dragon breath, and charging forward. Its forelimbs moved, its muscles pushed with strength, giving this GU Immortal incredible speed. At the same time, countless strands of lightning resembling snakes appeared on this lightning flash giant wolf's body. The lightning snakes gathered into a stream that shot forward from the lightning flash giant wolf's head. This was the GU Immortal's immortal killer move. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang relaxed his mind. In a few breaths of time, he suppressed his injuries as his body shone in a bright light. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden sword-teeth tiger. His size was twice as large as the lightning flash giant wolf. As it turned out, he was also a transformation path GU Immortal. This was Wu Dushu's purposeful arrangement. Because the regional walls of the 5 regions were very special, between different cultivation paths, there was no difference in terms of passing through them, but if they fought inside, transformation path GU Immortals had an advantage. Inside the regional wall, when GU Immortals used their immortal killer moves, their immortal apertures would shake and they would get injured before even harming the enemy. But if they turned into a fierce beast, fighting with just their physical body, this weakness would be avoided, and they would have a sustainable source of battle strength. Uncle Zhang took a look behind. He knew of the horned divine tortoise's defense. He instructed Wu Yihai before following after the lightning flash giant wolf, charging forward. Soon, Uncle Zhang saw the lightning flash giant wolf running back. Behind the lightning flash giant wolf, there were streams of dragon breath made of sword light shooting towards him. Inside the thick dark purple miasma, dragon roars could be heard. What is going on? Uncle Zhang was shocked. He knew that the Brother Leng was very courageous in battle. He would not retreat without a reason. There has to be a reason why he was running. Don't fight, retreat. Brother Leng saw the golden tiger and spoke human words. Uncle Zhang was even more shocked now. Why did Brother Leng want to avoid battle? He was about to ask, when he finally saw the culprit that attacked them. A sword dragon penetrated the dark purple miasma, appearing before them. Many layers of silvery white dragon scales, pale white dragon eyes, a dragon horn that pierced towards the sky, and 4 sharp and dangerous dragon claws, dragon teeth that were shining with sharp light, as well as the aura of many immortal GU in its body. Is this a wild ancient sword dragon? Uncle Zhang opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. But the truth was right in front of him. He had to accept it. At this moment, he understood why the GU Immortal who usually felt no fear in any situation would retreat so suddenly. Because he encountered a wild ancient sword dragon. This sword dragon did not come from the 5 regions, it lived in either White Heaven or Black Heaven. Why was Uncle Zhang so sure? Because this ancient sword dragon could move freely in the regional wall, its movements were so fluid, as if it did not feel any resistance or pressure. For GU Immortals, they were differentiated by regions. When they enter regional walls, they would be greatly affected. Only life forms that lived in the ancient White Heaven or Black Heaven would be able to move freely in the 5 regional walls. Uncle Zhang did not hesitate, he turned around and fled. Being unaffected by the regional wall, this advantage was huge. GU Immortals in the regional walls could display only about 50 to 60% of their strength. Even in the outside world, against an ancient sword dragon with multiple wild immortal GU, Uncle Zhang did not have confidence. Not to mention right now, when they were inside a special environment like the regional wall. Why are we so unlucky? So coincidentally, we encountered a wild ancient sword dragon, roaming in the regional wall. I am guessing that this ancient sword dragon is likely to have been lured here by certain GU immortals, to obstruct us. While escaping, Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng conversed. Soon, they met with the horned divine tortoise that Wu Yihai had turned into. Wu Yihai was informed of the situation as well. He quickly transmitted, "Try not to fight with this ancient sword dragon, it might have been lured here, with the purpose of draining our immortal essence and battle strength as we fight it. Then what do we do? Retreat, leave the ancient sword dragon alone and try not to aggravate it, but we also have to display great strength. Wild beasts have little intelligence, but if it knows that the prey is powerful, it will give up." The three GU immortals quickly decided on a plan. Less offense and more defense, they allowed the ancient sword dragon to trail behind them, using its sword-like dragon breath. The three GU immortals retreated. They were on the back foot against the dragon breath, unable to raise their heads. "What do we do? This ancient sword dragon seems to be locked onto us. Maybe I aggravated it earlier when I used a lightning path killer move. I have an immortal killer move that can reduce the anger of this fierce beast, but I need to change my killer move." The three immortals quickly discussed. They soon decided that Brother Leng and Uncle Zhang would defend while Wu Yihai would change his transformation to appease the ancient sword dragon. Wu Yihai carefully changed back to human form. He hid behind the two immortals, using his methods to get rid of the Dao marks on him, before using another transformation. As a wild beast, the ancient sword dragon would have little intelligence. It constantly attacked the huge wolf and golden tiger instead. Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng thus endured the attacks of the ancient sword dragon, defending with much difficulty. They were both injured, but to chase this ancient sword dragon away, they did not use their offensive techniques, to prevent the situation from worsening and falling into their enemy's trap. "It is almost ready, my immortal killer move is, Wu Yihai's joyous tone turned into a shocked gasp. Because he saw that the golden tiger that Uncle Zhang had turned into had its head pierced by an immortal killer move, dying on the spot. Sword path killer move, dark assassination. It was so sudden, without any warning. Next, that ancient sword dragon burst out with unparalleled speed in an instant, flying forward like a silver bolt of lightning, leaving behind vague silhouettes in the immortal's eyes as it vanished on the spot. Brother Leng was shocked. "We fell for their trap. Oh no." He turned around, only to see that Wu Yihai's head was shattered into pieces, his white brain matter was flowing out. His headless corpse was grabbed by the ancient sword dragon, stuffed into its immortal aperture. Chapter 12:17. Cultivation level rises again. Seeing this, the poor Brother Leng's eyes were almost popping out. How can this be? This ancient sword dragon has an immortal aperture. It is not wild, it is a GU immortal's transformation. This should not be. If it is a transformation path GU immortal, why is it not affected by the regional wall? Brother Leng screamed crazily in his mind. This went against the common sense of the cultivation world. How could this happen? The ancient sword dragon roared as it charged at him. Blood flowed out of the eyes of the lightning flash giant wolf. Wu Yihai was dead. Everything that he did earlier was for nothing. Brother Leng tried to defend himself, in order to save his own life. The ancient sword dragon craftily dodged all of his immortal killer moves, spitting out streams of dragon breath at the lightning flash giant wolf as it flew around it. The lightning flash giant wolf could barely move in the regional wall, like an old man. But the ancient sword dragon was unaffected. It moved smoothly and could retreat and advance with ease. It held the initiative. The lightning flash giant wolf could only take a beating. Even if it used immortal killer moves to retaliate, the ancient sword dragon easily dodged them. A moment later, the ancient sword dragon found a flaw and sent dragon breath at the lightning flash giant wolf's stomach. The lightning flash giant wolf's defenses crumbled. Its stomach was penetrated, its intestines and blood flowed out of the huge wound that was created. The ancient sword dragon attacked using this chance. Even though the lightning flash giant wolf dodged left and right, it could not resist the attacks of the ancient sword dragon. It fell on the ground with many holes in its body. It turned back to human form and died in a pool of blood at the hands of the ancient sword dragon. The ancient sword dragon quickly cleaned up the battlefield, moving with great familiarity, as if it had gone through this countless times. Soon, Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng's corpses were stuffed into the immortal aperture, before it destroyed the battlefield entirely and flew away. The ancient sword dragon did not turn around and return to southern border. Instead, it flew towards the east, going through the Miasma regional wall and Blue Water regional wall to reach Eastern Sea. It searched for a nameless sea area before placing Wu Yihai in it. After the blessed land was formed, the entrance was opened, and the ancient sword dragon flew in using the opportunity. Wu Yihai's blessed land was an ocean. The types of lifeforms inside mainly were sea turtles and tortoises, corals, and seagulls. Inside, there were desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. Like 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a field of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls. Not long after, the land spirit appeared before the ancient sword dragon. This was a land spirit in the shape of a sea turtle. It gave a rather difficult acknowledgement requirement. The ancient sword dragon could only leave this blessed land temporarily. After returning to the outside world and confirming its safety, the ancient sword dragon turned back to human. Who else could it be but Fang Yuan? As it turned out, he had learned a lot of intelligence about southern border from Lady White Rabbit. He knew about Wu Yihai's matter. This was Wu clan's internal conflict, but it involved Wu Dushu. Naturally it escalated into a huge matter. Wu Yihai's route was widely spread. Fang Yuan sensed acutely that this was a major chance. Evidently, Wu Yihai was very suitable for Fang Yuan to disguise as and replace. Firstly, he was Wu Dushu's illegitimate son. He did not have any life tablet GU or soul lantern GU, otherwise, he would not be an illegitimate son but the second young master instead. Thus, when Fang Yuan killed him, there was little chance that Wu clan found out. Secondly, Wu Yihai had always been staying in Eastern Sea, cultivating as a lone cultivator. He had basically zero interaction with Wu clan's GU immortals. Most of Wu clan's GU immortals did not even know what his appearance was, especially the details regarding his habits and the way he spoke. Nobody knew about those. Thus, once Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai, for a long period of time, there was little chance of him getting exposed. Wu Yihai's blessed land was not obtained, but Fang Yuan did not panic. He found a deserted island and rested in it. On one hand, he was waiting for Blood Acid Immortal GU to recover. On the other hand, he was trying to modify an immortal killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Ever since Blood Acid Immortal GU was injured, Fang Yuan had been healing it, paying great attention to it. It had almost recovered fully already. Thus, in a few days, Fang Yuan got back his Blood Acid Immortal GU in perfect condition. But Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, deducing Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Finally, he got what he wanted, a simplified version of Blood Light Spirit Suppression using Blood Acid Immortal GU as the core. Matters became simpler now. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to enter Wu Yihai's blessed land. After getting close to the land spirit, he suppressed it with Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Next, because the land spirit had no resistance anymore, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to successfully annex this blessed land, making it a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. This allowed his calamities and tribulations to move ahead by a large number. After all, Wu Yihai was a rank 7 GU immortal. He was different from those at rank 6. As for Wu Yihai's sea turtle land spirit, under Fang Yuan's careful preservation, it did not vanish. It entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture along with the blessed land. But it did not listen to Fang Yuan. It cried all the time. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of it, but after realizing that it did not have the intention to harm the blessed land, he gave up that idea. Maybe when I fulfill the ownership requirement, I would be able to truly subdue this land spirit. After this matter was settled, Fang Yuan immediately traveled across the regional walls, going back to southern border. Once he entered southern border, he flew straight towards the central region of southern border, placing the immortal apertures of Brother Leng and Uncle Zhang and annexing them after they formed blessed lands. This way, I have already passed one grand tribulation. Fang Yuan inspected. He found that after annexing 3 rank 7 GU immortals blessed lands, his cultivation level rose sharply. He was a rank 7 GU immortal who had passed one grand tribulation already. Rank 7 GU immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after passing 3 grand tribulations, they would become rank 8. But the might of the grand tribulation gets stronger each time, by tens or hundreds of times. Southern border's top rank 7 GU immortal, Old Treeman Bada, is stuck at the final grand tribulation. He does not dare to undergo tribulation. His gains this time were out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Not only did he annex 3 rank 7 blessed lands, it even caused his cultivation level to rise sharply, such cultivation speed was scary even for him. Fang Yuan could not help but gasp at his good luck. Dog shit luck Immortal GU, worthy of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's vital GU. I wonder what will happen when I elevate it to rank 8, how would it compare to fortune rivaling heaven Immortal GU? Fang Yuan subconsciously looked above his head, even though he had no luck inspection Immortal GU. He did not know that the entire matter went so smoothly largely because of Ying Wuxia. He had used the Immortal Killer move Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Especially when he fought against the 3 GU Immortals including Wu Yihai, they actually misunderstood Fang Yuan as a wild ancient sword dragon. One hand, ancient sword dragons truly could be unrestricted by regional walls, they could not help but think of it like that. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had used Attitude GU and disguised himself, the 3 GU Immortals were just rank 7, they fell for it without realizing. Thus, when fighting, Fang Yuan had an easy time, the 3 GU Immortals defended more than they attacked, they chose to take a beating. Later on, Wu Yihai thought the ancient sword dragon had low intelligence and actually spoke, saying that he was going to attempt to change into another form. Hearing this, the 2 immortals naturally relaxed their minds. Fang Yuan saw this massive opportunity and activated the killer move that he had prepared long ago, Dark Assassination, killing Uncle Zhang. Next, he attacked at lightning speed, eliminating Wu Yihai. In the blink of an eye, only Brother Leng was left. At that point, Fang Yuan's victory was assured. In this battle, Fang Yuan gained immensely. The only drawback was, these 3 transformation path GU Immortals' immortal apertures had shaken intensely, a lot of resources were lost. There was no helping it, they were attacked many times in the regional walls, it was impressive to have lasted until then. Next, Fang Yuan did not go to Wu Clan immediately. He soul-searched Wu Yihai as he tried to understand his entire life. During this period, Fang Yuan was not cultivating in seclusion, he went to Lady White Rabbit for more intelligence. Wu Yihai's disappearance was known to the whole of southern border. It was unknown if he was alive or dead, Wu Clan chose to remain silent. The forces had their guesses, although they were inclined to believe Wu Yihai was dead, but it was unknown who did it. There were many forces who acted in the dark, most of them were righteous path forces, this matter was known to everyone. These forces were not going to foolishly admit they were the ones who killed Wu Yihai, of course. Regarding this problem, there was a rumor that was entering everyone's ears. That was, the true culprit who murdered Wu Yihai was none other than Wu Clan rank 8 GU Immortal Wu Yong. There were many versions of this rumor, but the central claim was, Wu Yong wanted to take Wu Dushu's inheritance for himself, thus, he went ahead to murder his half-brother. Undeniably, this was a severe blow to Wu Yong. Demonic Path GU Immortals did not care, while it varied from person to person for lone immortals, but Righteous Path GU Immortals placed a lot of emphasis on and treasured their reputations. Wu Yong also chose to remain silent, he did not clarify anything. Interesting. Fang Yuan could feel many hidden undercurrents in this matter, countless forces in GU Immortals were secretly exerting force, creating this contest that was carefully hidden from view. Wu Dushu was about to die. Wu Yong, who had always lived in his mother's shadow, had rank 8 cultivation level, but his abilities were widely questioned. If I appear at this time, what would happen? Fang Yuan had just thought of this when he felt a cold chill running down his spine. Chapter 12:18. Dushu, Yong. Fang Yuan looked over the situation, he knew that now was not the time for Wu Yihai to show up. Firstly, he had not completely searched Wu Yihai's soul yet, his preparations were not complete. Secondly, Wu Dushu was not dead yet. If Wu Dushu did not die, Fang Yuan could not safely appear as Wu Yihai. Rank 8 GU Immortal. Who knew what methods Wu Dushu had to ascertain if Wu Yihai was her own son? Even though Wu Yihai would lose a lot in this case, Fang Yuan only really wanted the identity of Wu Yihai. That was his original motive. If his disguise failed because of some greed, he would lose this rare opportunity, that was the biggest loss to him, he would slap himself endlessly. Finally, there was danger lurking in all Righteous Path forces, the same went for even Wu Clan. There was no smoke without fire. Wu Yong indeed had the motive and was likely to deal with Wu Yihai. If Fang Yuan appeared too early, he might get killed by Wu Clan secretly. Speaking of which, Wu Yihai's identity is quite troublesome. But thankfully, I have future memories, I know what happened in the 500 years of my previous life, this can help me analyze the situation. Just like this, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. He continued to soul-search Wu Yihai while collecting information about the outside world. Wu Dushu's condition was getting worse every day. The entirety of southern border was in a commotion. Over in northern plains, the blood battle martial competition was still ongoing. Without Lu Guanyi, Chu Du's side was completely suppressed. But soon, the situation changed. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu personally invited 3 rank 7 lone immortals and they won consecutively, helping Chu Du's side reach a deadlock with the Righteous Path Alliance. Lu Tribe Gu Immortal Lu Chong had been announcing that he wanted Lu Guanyi to fight him, otherwise, he was a coward, a chicken and more. Not only was Lu Chong seeking to trouble Fang Yuan, the same went for other forces like Yi Lui tribe. But Lu Guanyi had vanished without a trace, as if this person had never existed in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. These pursuing forces were bound to fail, but over in Central Continent, many Gu Immortals had worse fates. Defy. This underground organization created by Shadow Sects Gu Immortals had been eradicated completely by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals as well as the 10 great ancient sects. Other than that, many of the people on the Demon Judgment Board had been captured, Blood Path demonic immortals were killed, while some other demonic path or lone immortals had less severe crimes, they were taken away by the 10 great ancient sects and turned into slave Gu Immortals. On a certain day, half a month later, Wu Dushu summoned Wu Yong and several other Wu clan supreme elders to her house. At her dying moments, Wu Dushu spoke with unprecedented clarity. She said, "I have 3 regrets in life. The first regret is that I failed to exterminate the 7 fierce gorge ghosts, I only destroyed their den. The second regret is that I did not manage to find enough dry clear qi to refine 8-faced prestige Win Ji. The third regret," saying this, Wu Dushu paused, "is that I did not get to see my son Yi Hai. Back then, I hated his father, I killed him, but I should not have placed that hatred and anger on a pure and innocent child, he is blameless. I want to make it up to him, but it is too late." In the house, nobody made a sound, it was silent. Wu Dushu sighed, sitting up on her own. She got into a half-sitting position with much difficulty, leaning on the head of her bed, she waved to Wu Yong weakly. Wu Yong understood her intention, he quickly pulled the curtains apart and stepped forward, getting to Wu Dushu and kneeling down reverently. Wu Dushu looked at her eldest son and smiled after a long time. "Yong you are good, I am not disappointed." Wu Yong's body shuddered, he raised his head, his eyes were red, tears were sprinkling down. At this moment, he was expressing his true emotions, this old woman in front of him was his mother after all. "I am handing Wu clan to you, I can rest assured." Wu Dushu continued to say, "Mother." Wu Yong opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse, tears were streaming down his face. Wu Dushu continued, "My child Yi Hai was unable to come here, that is fate. Forget it, I will hand these immortal Gu to you. You cultivate Wind Path as well, I hope you can cherish them and put them to good use." "Mother, I don't want your immortal Gu, I just want you to live." Wu Yong sobbed, "Silly child, who can avoid dying? Even immortal venerables and demon venerables with immense strength die in the end. Eternal life is but a fantasy of fools." Saying this, Wu Dushu's immortal Gu flew out of her immortal aperture, going towards Wu Yong. The Wu clan supreme elders on the other side of the curtain watched this quietly. The transfer was smooth, aura of immortal Gu faded into Wu Yong's body one by one. Wu Dushu looked outside the window. The sunlight was bright, through the small window, it entered the room. In a daze, Wu Dushu could almost see a figure in the sunlight. That figure was neither her father or mother, it was also not the man who she had once loved in her life, it was herself. That young version of herself, the lady whose smile was as bright as the sun. Wu Dushu, hee. Wu Dushu muttered her own name twice, before laughing lightly. Her body began to shine with white light, countless white specks were flying out of her shriveled old body. The specks of light were the dissipation of her soul and body. A moment later, there was nobody left on the bed, the reputable and powerful rank 8 Gu Immortal, Wu Dushu, a legendary person who had exerted her influence on southern border for thousands of years, had at this moment vanished from this world. She did not leave behind her body or her soul. First Supreme Elder. Outside the curtain, Wu clan's Supreme Elders cried out with sorrow. Cries filled this small house without any owner. Incredible anguish was vented through crying. Wu Yong cried quietly, he knelt on the ground, lowering his head and not moving, like a statue. Long after, he slowly raised his head, he no longer cried, his expression was as firm as steel. He stood up. Next, he looked at the Wu clan's supreme elders through the curtain. They were sprawling on the ground, crying painfully without any of their usual demeanor. Everyone, hold in your sadness. Mother is gone, but we have to continue enveloping southern border with Wu clan's glory. Wu Yong's plain tone carried extraordinary authority. The supreme elders gradually stopped crying. Wu Yong pulled the curtain aside, walking out. The supreme elders had already stood up. They realized something. The atmosphere had become heavy. These Gu immortal elders paid their respects towards Wu Yong. They said together, "We pay respects to First Supreme Elder." The legend of a generation, Wu Dushu had died. As her son, Wu Yong with rank 8 cultivation level became the next First Supreme Elder of Wu clan. After news got out from Wu clan, it spread through the entire southern border Gu immortal world at lightning speed. Southern border was in a commotion. Wu Dushu had finally died. Many Gu immortals and forces let out sighs of relief. Wu clan originally had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, but now only one was left. Could it still remain as the number 1 righteous path force? Wu clan seemed to have too many resource points under its control. Wu Dushu was gone, only Wu Yong, who had insufficient talent and abilities, was left. Could he truly lead Wu clan on a path of glory? Not only were the Gu immortals outside of Wu clan thinking about this, even within Wu clan, many members were doubtful towards the abilities of this new First Supreme Elder. And also the rumors of Wu Yong killing his half-brother Wu Yihai. At this moment, they were spread around fiercely, like the surface of boiling water. Bubbles were emerging fiercely. Qingyang Mountain. Chao clan's headquarters were here. 2 Gu immortals of Chao clan were standing at the peak, looking in Wu clan's direction. The 2 immortals could see many layers of clouds. Mountains winds were blowing and causing their sleeves to flutter. Chao clan's First Supreme Elder sighed. Wu Dushu is dead. Wu Yong has just taken over her position, but he is already plagued by the rumors of killing his brother. Hehe, this is a good opportunity for our Chao clan. Everyone thinks that we are Wu clan's lackey, but the truth is, we were just trying to survive. With Wu clan's commotion, we can finally have a chance to take action. Compared to other clans, we have better reasons to do this because of our long-term marriage alliances with Wu clan. Wu Yong seems ordinary, but I feel like he is not so simple. Even if he is not talented, he is still a rank 8 Gu immortal. The other Gu immortal spoke. She looked like a woman in her 20s, she wore a green dress that could not conceal her alluring body shape. Her skin was white as snow, her eyes were concealed by her long eyelashes, they seemed clear as water. She was Chao clan's pride, a genius that was the hope for the future, as well as one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, Chao Si Lu. Chao clan's First Supreme Elder laughed. Olu this is the reason why I asked you to talk to me. We are going to continue our marriage alliance with Wu clan. Chao Si Lu's body shook. I understand, I am willing to contribute to the clan. Very good, the clan did not raise you in vain. Chao clan's First Supreme Elder was very glad. But if I marry Wu Yong, I might not be able to control him. He is a rank 8 Gu immortal, he even has authority over the entirety of Wu clan. Chao Si Lu hesitated. Not with him. Chao clan's First Supreme Elder smiled. Then who else? Chao Si Lu was visibly confused. Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai. That's right, he approached us a few days ago. Wu clan held a grand funeral on Divine Wind Mountain. All the righteous path forces, as well as many lone immortal experts, even certain special demonic path Gu immortals were invited for the funeral. In front of everyone's eyes, Wu Yong suddenly erupted. Men, take down this traitor of the clan. What? Shu Tuo was shocked, he wanted to resist but it was too late. Master, what are you doing? I am your most loyal and dedicated servant. Shu Tuo screamed loudly. Hehe. Wu Yong chuckled, he pointed at Shu Tuo as he shouted. You are a loyal and dedicated servant indeed, Shu Tuo. To think I trusted you so deeply, yet you harmed me, leaking the travel route of my brother, and causing countless fiends to attack him. My poor brother, I have not even met him, but he was already killed by you bunch of evil fiends. Saying this, Wu Yong sighed at the sky, tears flowing down his face. Shu Tuo looked on, dumbfounded. The shock inside him could not be expressed with words. He wanted to deny it, but Wu Yong tossed out a bunch of evidence. The evidence could not be overturned. Shu Tuo had no way of rebutting. He realized now that Wu Yong had found out his identity long ago. He endured all this while, until today. Wu Yong made use of him to exterminate his brother Wu Yihai, and also fully obtaining the inheritance. He became Wu clan's first supreme elder, and shattered all of the rumors regarding him on this very day. Shu Tuo was the sacrificial pawn that he discarded. Today, I will win everything. Wu Yong laughed in his mind, but he pointed at Shu Tuo, ordering, drag him away. The righteous path representatives were uneasy, even those demonic path and lone immortals showed shock on their faces. Wu Yong looked around, feeling extremely satisfied, but just as he was about to speak, Chao clan's first supreme elder stood up. I have good news for Lord Wu Yong. Your brother Wu Yihai did not die, not only did he survive, he has arrived here with the help of my Chao clan. Chapter 12:19, Fang Yuan vs. Wu Yong. Fang Yuan took large strides, walking out of the group of Chao clan GU immortals. At once, everyone's focus was gathered on him. Fang Yuan instantly became the center of attention. Seeing his face, multiple supreme elders of Wu clan gasped, they are really alike. Fang Yuan's appearance, no, Wu Yihai's appearance, was very similar to his birth mother Wu Dushu. This was an undeniable point, it was Fang Yuan's advantage. Wu Yong was different, he resembled his father, he had complementing eyes and brows, he looked very ordinary, he had a natural unremarkable aura. But Wu Yihai was different. He was handsome and muscular, he stood out from the crowd like a spear stabbing at the sky. Even though he lived in Eastern Sea, his traits were very similar to Wu clan GU immortals, especially his nose, it was wide and tall. At a glance, people could tell that this person was very extraordinary, he had a firm personality and could not be looked down upon. Of course, the reason why Fang Yuan could give off such an impression was highly attributed to his appearance. The real Wu Yihai did not have the traits of a Wu clansman. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Familiar Face. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature method, it was displaying its worth right now. All of these GU immortals were deceived, none of them could tell that Fang Yuan was an imposter. The truth was, even Wu clan's GU immortals were seeing Wu Yihai for the first time. Undoubtedly, Fang Yuan's prior preparation and hard work was rewarded now. When Wu clan's GU immortals looked at him, they held some good feelings towards him. Because Wu Yihai looked like Wu Dushu. Wu Dushu was not beautiful, she had features that suited a man, if she were a male, she would be a grand hero that could rival heaven. Wu Yihai bore 70% resemblance to her. Wu Dushu died, Wu clan was in a commotion, the clan's GU immortals were all in remembrance of Wu Dushu's achievements and glory. After all, humans were like this, they did not feel much attachment towards people when they were still alive, but the moment they were gone, they would want to cherish and appreciate them. Fang Yuan appeared at this juncture, it made good use of the immortal's mental state. Of course, this was part of Fang Yuan's calculations. Alike, they really look alike. Even other clans, GU immortals were sighing. Fang Yuan sensed sharply that the gazes on him were changing slowly. In the 500 years of his previous life, he did not have the achievement of high cultivation level, but he had gone through 500 years of life. He had nurtured an unfathomably deep ability to observe situations, and an acute perception towards the changes of emotions in the GU immortals near him. He sensed that the gazes of Wu clan's GU immortals were welcoming, while Wu Yong's gaze carried animosity in it. Wu Yong was indeed shocked. Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai, and appeared, this greatly affected his plans and arrangements. What made Wu Yong alarmed was that Fang Yuan and Chao clan's GU immortals were together, he felt a sense of wariness. The truth was, Wu Yong hated this younger brother of his in the deepest part of his heart. Even though both sides were meeting for the first time, Wu Yong did not like Fang Yuan at first sight, because Wu Yihai looked too much like his mother Wu Dushu. So many years, Wu Yong had followed by Wu Dushu's side, growing under her protection. Wu Dushu was a giant tree, the leaves of the tree protected the entirety of Wu clan, including Wu Yong himself. Wu Yong felt like he was constantly lowering his head, the shade of the tree was a type of shadow that loomed over his life. He was Wu Dushu's son, but do not forget, he was a man. Men naturally sought strength, having an intense desire towards authority, but all along, Wu Yong was under Wu Dushu's shadow, her strength, her abilities, as well as her identity. Wu Yong could not resist her, he had to lower his head. Wu Dushu passed away, Wu Yong was naturally very upset and grieved, but at the same time, unavoidably, he felt freedom, he felt joy. This joy was something that Wu Yong did not dare to admit he felt. But now, When Wu Yong saw this Wu Yihai who resembled Wu Dushu, he unavoidably felt some feelings of dislike. Fang Yuan sensed Wu Yong's ill intent and animosity, even though he disguised himself well. Fang Yuan knew on the inside, the first step of showing myself succeeded, but the second step of interacting with Wu clan and getting them to acknowledge me is the crucial one. Being accepted by Wu clan means getting Wu Yong, this rank 8 GU Immortal, the first supreme elder of Wu clan's acknowledgement. Thus, when Fang Yuan stepped into the limelight, he bowed deeply towards Wu Yong. Wu Yihai pays respects to elder brother. Wu Yong had an agitated but hesitant expression. Are you really my brother Yihai? Alike, you really look like mother, except that your eyes are blue. We don't usually have that eye color in southern border. That sentence had deep meaning. Wu Yong did not directly acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. Instead, he pointed out the Eastern CGU immortal identity of Wu Yihai, seemingly unintentionally. Fang Yuan answered solemnly, reporting to brother, I had black eyes before, but some accidents occurred when I cultivated transformation path. Right now, I returned due to mother's arrangement. Unfortunately, I met with many attacks along the way. Uncle Zhang and brother Leng, who traveled with me, died on the battlefield while protecting me as I escaped. Both Zhang and Leng were simply attendants of my mother, but they made great contributions to Wu clan. Pass my orders, we will give them a grand burial, according to the rules of how we treat external supreme elders. Their descendants will also be taken care of, and be treated as equals in our Wu clan. Wu Yong instructed. The supreme elders quickly responded. Fang Yuan heard this and snickered internally. This Wu Yong refused to give up any chance to show off his wise image, but hearing his words, he did not accept Fang Yuan's identity. He avoided the important topic, taking about Zhang and Leng and ignoring the important point, his brother Wu Yihai. Wu Yong ignored this part, but Fang Yuan was not helpless. This could not stop him. Fang Yuan bowed as he said, I hope brother can allow me to pay respects to our mother. Wu Yong's brows tightened. Fang Yuan's words were very logical. As a son, his mother had passed away, how could he not pay respects to her? This was an extremely reasonable request, especially in a clan system where bloodline was crucial in maintaining relationships. Even Wu Yong could not stop him. If he said no, outsiders would react badly to it. His new image that had been painstakingly created would be completely ruined. But if he did not refuse Fang Yuan's request, then that would mean that Wu clan was acknowledging Fang Yuan's identity, that he was a member of Wu clan. As a matter of fact, Wu Yong did not want that. Wu Yong disliked Wu Yihai's appearance. Wu Yihai's identity was a headache to Wu Yong. Wu Yihai came here with Chao clan. It was a huge warning to Wu Yong. This Wu Yihai should go back to where he came from. Isn't he an Eastern CGU immortal? Then let him develop in Eastern Sea, even if I have to spend some resources to get him to leave. This was the best result for Wu Yong. In fact, Fang Yuan's performance and the Chao clan GU immortal's testament made Wu Yong not suspicious towards Fang Yuan's true identity. Wait, what if I get rid of this Wu Yihai? I could not do it earlier because mother was around. But now, I am first supreme elder, this is my territory. In time, I will gain control of the clan. I can make arrangements in secret and execute him. Wouldn't that end my troubles? Even if he is in Eastern Sea, it is a problem. If he is not in Eastern Sea and stays in southern border, the problem is even bigger. I might as well agree to his current request. Eventually, I can go through some arrangements and demonstrate him to be a fake. I will be able to openly get rid of him. Thinking of this, Wu Yong felt intense killing intent surging in him. He was about to speak, and directly agree to Fang Yuan's request, when suddenly, a supreme elder of Wu clan said, Pardon me, but is everyone forgetting to confirm second young master Wu Yihai's identity? I am not suspecting him, or suspecting anyone from Chao clan, but for him to come back to the clan, that is a necessary procedure. Wu Yong heard this and his brows tightened again. He looked at the Wu clan GU immortal who spoke deeply. It was Wu clan's third supreme elder, Wu Chao 1. The gazes of Fang Yuan and Chao clan's first supreme elder met secretly. He thought, it was right to contact Chao clan, but I did not think that Chao clan had infiltrated Wu clan so deeply, reaching up to the third supreme elder, Wu Chao. Chao clan's first supreme elder looked at Fang Yuan, thinking about the scene in which they schemed and collaborated. As long as I appeared during the funeral, Wu Yong would be in a passive position. Even as a rank 8 GU immortal who can easily kill me with his strength, he cannot do anything to me there. He. Fang Yuan laughed as he continued. he will not attack or kill me. Because he is Wu clan's first supreme elder, he is not a lone cultivator or a demonic cultivator. By then, if I request to pay respects to our mother, what can Wu Yong do to stop me? Ha ha ha, brilliant, truly brilliant. Chao clan's first supreme elder gave a thumbs up, privately acknowledging your heritage is too dangerous. If we do this, it is brilliant. Even if Wu Yong disagrees, what can he do? Fang Yuan said seriously. Thus, we must undergo the acknowledgement during the funeral. If we miss this chance, it will be difficult. Not only would the risks be higher, Wu Yong would not even give us any opportunity. Don't worry, by then, I will speak up and suggest this. Chao clan's first supreme elder smiled. No, no, no. Fang Yuan shook his head. It is unsuitable for you to suggest it. You are an outsider, how can you interfere in Wu clan's business? Chao clan's first supreme elder fell into silence. Fang Yuan's words directly addressed his biggest concern. This was a huge problem he was facing. If this was not solved, he could not cooperate with Wu Yihai. Fang Yuan's arms were behind his back, he raised his head and looked outside the window. Therefore, I need a supreme elder from Wu clan, he can openly suggest this, and steer the situation towards the heritage acknowledgement. Chao clan's first supreme elder was a bit troubled. This. Chapter 12:20. Presence in southern border. Fang Yuan continued to say, this supreme elder should have some status, and he needs to have a firm attitude. Because during this period, Wu Yong is likely to side with me, acting as if I am already confirmed to be his brother to deny this suggestion. Thus, the person we choose needs to be able to stand the pressure of a rank 8 GU immortal. Chao clan's first supreme elder shrugged. This is too difficult. After all, Wu Yong is not only a rank 8 GU immortal, he is also Wu clan's first supreme elder, he inherited Wu Dushu's immortal GU. Fang Yuan did not even turn around, he still looked outside. His words turned cold and firm. Don't tell me Chao clan does not have such a person. If you don't, why do you have ambitions towards Wu clan? Just give up and sleep, you might have more success in your dreams. Wu Yihai, will not cooperate with such a clan. Chao clan's first supreme elder was slightly stunned, he assessed Fang Yuan again. From his angle, he could only see Fang Yuan's side view. Outside the window, the rays of the setting sun shone on Fang Yuan's face, like a layer of blood. Fang Yuan's expression was firm like steel, his blue eyes were brimming with life. This man, interesting. As expected of Wu Dushu's son. Chao clan's first supreme elder sighed to himself internally, before agreeing, we will go with your idea. Even though Wu Dushu was dead, at her funeral, there was a peculiar and interesting scene. Wu Dushu's illegitimate son from Eastern Sea, Wu Yihai, had appeared, wanting to pay respects to his mother. All of the GU immortals from different forces watched quietly without interfering. After all, these were Wu clan's internal affairs. Among them, many GU immortals could see some things beyond the surface. But when Wu clan's third supreme elder, Wu Chao, spoke, multiple gazes landed on him. Wu Chao seemed unfazed, showing an attitude of being impartial and upright. He was Wu clan's third supreme elder. Chao clan could infiltrate Wu clan to this extent, Fang Yuan was shocked. Of course, he was one of the parties involved, he knew more and had clearer judgment. People not in the know, without knowing the reasons behind this, would not be able to tell what Wu Chao's stance was. Was he siding with Wu clan or Chao clan? Even though Wu Yong noticed this possibility, he could not ascertain the facts. Wu Yong spoke, all right, we will hold the acknowledgement of my brother's heritage here at my mother's funeral. I am sure that my mother would be very glad to see this happen. He did not rebuke them, he directly agreed to it. Fang Yuan looked at Wu Yong deeply, this person was not simple. Chao clan's first supreme elder was also slightly surprised by Wu Yong's reaction, his evaluation of Wu Yong rose by a level. Evidently, Wu Yong had noticed that he could not stop Fang Yuan from the acknowledgement of his heritage. If he continued to reject it, he would lose his reputation and image, he might as well agree and allow this matter. All of the immortals here can bear witness to it, bring the immortal GU. Third Supreme Elder Wu Chao stood up, he needed to be the host of this event, to prevent Wu Yong and the rest from tampering with it. Soon, Wu clan brought the immortal GU. Wu Chao stood before Fang Yuan, holding an immortal GU in his hand, saying, "This is a rank 7 blood path immortal GU, bloodline, my Wu clan obtained it from killing a blood path demonic immortal, it is our trophy of victory, it can be used to certify second young master's identity. As he said this, the GU immortals present internally rolled their eyes. Blood path was not tolerated, it was too dangerous. But the truth was, every righteous path force was secretly researching it. Because blood path could increase one's battle strength the quickest. Evidently, this bloodline immortal GU was the product of Wu Clan's research, but they called it their loot from battle. Second young master, please provide a drop of blood, Wu Chao said. Fang Yuan was tense. It was a rank 7 blood path immortal GU. This was out of his expectations. A drop of blood was different from examining his body, it was hard to tamper with. Under everyone's supervision, Fang Yuan followed what he said and squeezed out a drop of blood to Wu Chao. Wu Chao used the immortal GU and aimed towards the blood in his hand, as a dark red light shone. There were no issues. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, blood acid immortal GU recovered, and I added it into familiar face to disguise my bloodline. Last time, I deceived measures in He Fan's true inheritance, while this time, I got past the rank 7 blood path immortal GU bloodline. Thankfully, it was only rank 7, if it were rank 8, he might not be able to deceive it. Fang Yuan was quite lucky in this aspect. Of course, Wu Clan was not going to be so wasteful as to raise a blood path immortal GU to rank 8. Refining a rank 8 immortal GU had too high of a cost, it could dry up a super force's assets without assurance of success. But this was not all. Next, Wu Chao asked Fang Yuan many crucial questions. Some of these questions, Fang Yuan knew the answers, while some he did not, he answered honestly. Among the questions, some were traps, events that had never happened were used to trick him. But Fang Yuan had searched Wu Yihai's soul, he could deal with these questions. The true danger was the rank 7 immortal GU bloodline, he had already passed that, there was little difficulty left. Hundreds of questions were asked, Wu Chao was still expressionless. But the other Wu Clan supreme elders nodded, some of them were smiling, looking at Fang Yuan, showing that he had already passed the test. Actually, we also had to inspect your soul and bones, but Lady Wu Dushu has passed away, we will skip that. Wu Chao said, making Fang Yuan feel extremely glad. Thankfully, he was not greedy regarding those rank 8 immortal GU. If he was questioned by her in person, his soul path and bone path methods were not impressive, there was a high chance of him showing a flaw. I heard that when Wu Dushu died, her body turned into specks of light, none of her body remained. Even her hair and other things left behind had dissipated as well. She really died completely without leaving a trace, it is a good death. Fang Yuan was overjoyed at his luck. Next, Wu Chao reported his findings to Wu Yong. Needless to say, everyone had already seen the result. Wu Yong nodded, while the other Wu Clan supreme elders also agreed. Thus, Wu Chao took out Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU, asking Fang Yuan to refine them. These GU worms would be left in Wu Clan's ancestral hall, they were the symbol of Fang Yuan's acknowledgement into the clan. After all this, Fang Yuan had finally used Wu Yihai's identity to step into Southern Border's GU immortal world. After paying respects to Wu Dushu, Fang Yuan cried profusely, showing off a fantastic performance with incredible acting. As it was now Wu Dushu's funeral, Wu Clan could not hold a banquet. But after the ceremony ended, Fang Yuan interacted with many Wu Clan GU immortals, even though they only drank tea and talked for a while, Fang Yuan benefited greatly. Of course, GU immortals asked to spar with Fang Yuan, but he rejected them all. His status was very high now. He had rank 7 cultivation level, he was the brother of Wu Clan's first supreme elder, the rank 8 GU immortal Wu Yong. Even though these brothers were of separate minds, on the surface, it seemed that their bloodline bonded them together. 7 days later, the funeral ended, Fang Yuan stood beside the Wu Clan GU immortals, sending off the guests who came, like he was an important part of the clan. These southern border GU immortals remembered Fang Yuan well. Many of them listed him as someone they could not trifle with, not because of Fang Yuan's cultivation level, but because he was blood related to Wu Yong. Wu Yihai's name spread in southern border, even though it could not be said that everyone knew about it. He was not far off. Dawn, the sun rose slowly in the sky. Fang Yuan was standing on the peak of Bear Mountain, quietly looking at the beautiful sunrise. After the acknowledgement of his heritage, he was assigned by Wu Clan to live on this Bear Mountain. This was not within the blessed land serving as Wu Clan's base, Fang Yuan claimed that he wanted to live outside as well. Bear Mountain was a well-known place. There were large numbers of wild beasts on this mountain, all sorts of bears were living here. Wu clan directly gave this mountain to Fang Yuan. From now on, this was Wu Yihai's territory. But Wu clan did not assign Fang Yuan any relevant roles. Wu clan's GU immortals were all supreme elders. Wu Yong was the first supreme elder, followed by the second supreme elder, third supreme elder, and so on. They had different positions, and differing authority and power. In this aspect, Chao clan's first supreme elder was very anxious and concerned about it. Because Chao clan helped Fang Yuan in order to get him to become an authoritative figure among the higher-ups of Wu clan, so that he could contest for Chao clan's benefits. For this purpose, Chao clan needed Fang Yuan to gain more power in Wu clan. That way, he could speak up for Chao clan and make firm decisions. Chao clan's help was not for free. Fang Yuan had already made alliance agreements with Chao clan's first supreme elder secretly. But Fang Yuan was not in a rush. He pretended to look at the sunrise, but he was actually thinking about the giant dream realm. He had already obtained his righteous path identity. How could he enter the Super GU formation openly now, and use the giant dream realm to raise his attainment level? Fang Yuan was thinking of this problem, when an information path Immortal GU flew towards him, bringing Wu Yong's summons. Right now, Fang Yuan had perfectly assimilated into the clan. The process was seen by countless GU immortals in southern border. Wu Yong could not harm his life anymore. The ship had set sail. It was far too late now. Especially when he was inside Wu clan's territory, Wu Yong needed to protect this younger brother of his. Fang Yuan followed the instructions of the information path Immortal GU and met with Wu Yong in a hall. Wu Yong said, "You are my younger brother, you have just returned to the clan. According to our clan rules, every newly advanced ranked 6 GU immortal may pick a ranked 6 immortal GU. After becoming rank 7, they may pick a rank 7 immortal GU. Bring along this information path Immortal GU with you and go to the clan's treasury to choose your 2 Immortal GU." Chapter 12:21, Love Comes. Hearing that his brother was arranging for him to claim Immortal GU from the treasury, Fang Yuan smiled. In his case, he did not lack Immortal GU. Forget about ranked 6 Immortal GU, Fang Yuan even had many ranked 7 Immortal GU. As for rank 8, Fang Yuan had Attitude GU, Years Flow Like Water Immortal GU, and Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. Right now, the most important one was Attitude GU. Wisdom Sword Immortal GU needed rank 8 Immortal Essence, while Years Flow Like Water had a huge drawback of attracting immemorial year beasts. But in terms of numbers, Fang Yuan had more rank 8 Immortal GU than Wu Yong. He even had rank 9 Wisdom GU. Although, strictly speaking, Wisdom GU did not belong to Fang Yuan. Inside Wu clan's treasury, there were indeed many useful or powerful Immortal GU, and there was a high chance that many Immortal GU suited Fang Yuan's needs. But deep down, Fang Yuan clearly understood, at this juncture, there was one thing that he needed the most. Dream Realm. As long as he could enter the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan could use Unravel Dream to rapidly raise his attainment levels. When his attainment levels rise, he would be able to annex more immortal apertures. Unlike now, he was restricted by his attainment levels. He could not annex many blessed lands. There were relatively few GU immortals. In a single region, there were merely several hundred GU immortals. Most of them were rank 6, few were rank 7, and rank 8 GU immortals were usually the ones at the peak. Among these GU immortals, Fang Yuan could only annex some of the ranked 6 and 7 immortal apertures. And among these, only those which he had suitable attainment levels could be annexed. He could not go to Central Continent. As for the other 4 regions, there were many GU immortals that Fang Yuan could not touch. Like those with close relationships to rank 8 GU immortals, or those who were hard to find, or people like Feng Zhuzhe and Shi Lei. Therefore, at the end of the day, Fang Yuan did not have many immortal apertures to annex. Earlier, he could annex a lot and raise his cultivation level. On one hand, it was Fang Yuan's accumulation. He had killed many GU immortals and obtained a lot of information, but on the other hand, Fang Yuan had sufficient luck. Raising his attainment levels in all the different paths had great benefits for Fang Yuan. It increased the range of his choices drastically. He would be able to annex even more immortal apertures. Earlier, I annexed immortal apertures and raised my cultivation level from rank 6 to 7. But after reaching rank 7, annexing rank 6 immortal apertures to skip calamities and tribulations has a far smaller effect. My cultivation level is rising at an unavoidably slower speed. But after raising my attainment levels in different paths, my rank 7 cultivation level would start to climb up rapidly again. The speed would not be as fast as before. After all, rank 7 immortal apertures are very rare, but compared to normal cultivation, it is still extremely shocking. Of course, Fang Yuan could not estimate the actual speed, because it depended on the situation. If he was lucky enough, he would be able to annex many rank 7 blessed lands at once. With enough of them, he would rise to rank 8, it was not impossible. This was the power of the sovereign immortal aperture. Spectral Soul had spent 100,000 years, sacrificing Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance to create this immortal GU, there was good reason for it. For ordinary GU immortals, this cultivation method was impossible. However, there are not many rank 7 blessed lands. Even if I add up all 5 regions, I can forget about advancing to rank 8 for now. Fang Yuan thought about it, the chances of becoming rank 8 immediately were too slim. He had a clear mind. Fang Yuan was not overly greedy, he knew what was important, and what was less of a concern. Thus, facing Wu Yong, he said, I do not need to go to the treasury, I know what I want. Oh, Wu Yong was surprised. Next, Fang Yuan said the names of 2 immortal GU, one was rank 6, the other was rank 7. Wu Yong was even more surprised now, he looked at Fang Yuan deeply, having understood what he wanted. But he still pretended to be unaware. These 2 immortal GU are part of the Super GU formation, they have been used already to encircle that giant dream realm. Are you sure you want them? Fang Yuan nodded without any hesitation, showing that he had made his decision. In order to create the Super GU formation and protect the dream realm, the Righteous Path forces in southern border had contributed both manpower and resources. Wu Clan put in 6 immortal GU, there was no need to conceal this information. Fang Yuan had learned about it from Chao Clan's GU immortals. As for why he chose these 2 immortal GU, it was because they were extremely crucial to the operations of the Super GU formation. One could say, if Fang Yuan became the owner of these immortal GU, he would have the biggest say in the Super GU formation. Fang Yuan continued to speak earnestly, brother, you have been in the clan since you were born, you have the support of southern border's strongest super force. But I am different, I grew up in Eastern Sea without anyone's help. I am a lone cultivator, you have never been a lone cultivator, you will not know our pain. Therefore, this time, I thought of coming to southern border, to join Wu Clan, I do not want to go back to Eastern Sea anymore. I admit that I have my ambitions, but which GU immortal has no ambition? Brother, I will speak the truth. You are a rank 8 GU immortal, you have rank 8 immortal GU, you are the first supreme elder of Wu Clan, you live freely in Wu Clan. As for me, I came from Eastern Sea, I only have rank 7 cultivation level, I have some transformation path methods, but how can I compete against you? I have never thought of fighting with you. I merely want my cultivation journey to continue. Chao Clan has an alliance agreement with me, therefore they supported me to come here. I was forced to, without Chao Clan's help, I could not even attend mother's funeral. But I am still a Wu Clansman, Wu Clan's bloodline flows within me. My mother might have left me when I was a baby, but she had asked me to return in her final days. No matter what she thinks, she is still my birth mother all along. These last few days, I have been thinking, the Dream Realm's location is where I want to go. I am willing to leave Wu Clan and cultivate there forever. All I want is some support from the clan, so that I would not be without cultivation resources. That way, I will be satisfied. Fang Yuan spoke with sincerely, it was a moving speech. Towards the end, his eyes even turned red, he bowed deeply to Wu Yong. Wu Yong was moved, he left his seat, going towards Fang Yuan and grabbing his shoulders. My brother, he spoke, his voice was trembling, his expression was agitated. You are my younger brother, we have the same mother. I understand your intentions, I understand your hardships, and I am glad that you understand my difficulties. Since that is so, I will agree to your request. Do not forget what you said today. Elder brother, Fang Yuan choked, tears falling down from the corners of his eyes, I will not forget today's words. Brother is granting my wish, I will support you fully. In the future, unless brother agrees, I will not act on my own and step into Wu Clan's headquarters at all. I will also not interact with Wu Clan's GU immortals excessively. Wu Yong grabbed Fang Yuan's hands, patting the back of his hands. You will not let me down, and I will not let you down. A moment later, Fang Yuan left the hall. Finally, I can go to the Super GU formation and openly explore the dream realm. The excitement in his heart could not be described to others. Meanwhile, Wu Yong sat down on his seat, having a deep gaze in his eyes. My younger brother knows what's best for him, he is clear of the current situation. Not bad indeed. He did not mention the Immortal GU inheritance at all, and even volunteered to leave Wu clan's headquarters. With his absence, I will be able to control the clan as rapidly as possible. The dream realm is also very useless. Current methods cannot excavate this mountain of treasures. As long as he guards the Super GU formation quietly, and cultivate in peace, without trying to gain authority in Wu clan, so what if I have to give him many more times the cultivation resources he is asking for? The dream realm is like this now, but the future is not certain. After all, this is a prophecy regarding great dream immortal venerable. Speaking of which, my younger brother's ambitions are not small. However, just as he said, who has no ambitions? It is not scary to have ambitions, it is scary if your ambitions are so big you cannot recognize your own limits, and do something stupid beyond your abilities. For example, Chao Clan, HMPH. Zhao Lianyun knelt on the ground like a statue. The house in front of her was shut tight, there was no disturbance. Feng Jinhuang no longer lived here. Zhao Lianyun knew this, but she still continued to kneel here. Because she knew that this was her only hope. She had to grab onto it, because other than this, there were no other options. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's legs were numb, she was so tired she felt dizzy. In her daze, memories of the past surfaced in her mind. There was a grassland with budding wild flowers. This flower is for you, Lady Xiaoyun, they say that women love flowers. Ma Hongyun brought a bunch of flowers with him as he stood in front of Zhao Lianyun, smiling sheepishly. It stinks. Zhao Lianyun covered her nose, saying in disgust, what flowers did you pick? These smelly fly flowers only grow on top of animal feces. Take them away from me. Ma Hongyun was stunned, he answered, precisely because they grow on feces, they are big and strong. Zhao Lianyun was rolling her eyes, she stepped on Ma Hongyun's leg angrily, get lost. Fool, why are you finding me flowers, you should think of how to please your young master. You idiot, Ma Hongyun was jumping from the pain, he said meekly, I wanted to thank you, thanks for lying for me, otherwise, I would have been executed for stealing shoes. Scenes of the past faded gradually, Zhao Lianyun returned to the cold hard reality. Big fool, but, what am I doing now, I seem like a fool too To think that I, Zhao Lianyun, would act so foolishly as well. You always do foolish things, but the results always end up good. I am not you, but, this is the only thing that I can do, I am just a normal person. Thinking of this, tears rolled down Zhao Lianyun's eyes, the grief and agony in her heart could not be described with words. At this time, in her blurry vision, she saw a GU. Rank 9, Love GU, it was flying in front of Zhao Lianyun. Chapter 1222, Current Generation Fairy, Zhao Lianyun. Rank 9 Love GU. Zhao Lianyun did not recognize this GU worm, but that did not stop her from noticing this GU worm's uniqueness. Because in her vision, this GU worm had become the center of the world, its body was glowing with multicolored lights, the entire GU worm seemed to be the hottest flame burning in the universe. All of reality would be overturned, everything in this world would revolve around it. Is this a miracle? Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears, a final thought was produced in her mind. Next, she fell onto the ground, falling unconscious. Spirit Affinity House was in a commotion. Love GU, it was the signature Immortal GU of Spirit Affinity House. It flew out of its resting place to Zhao Lianyun's side. Most importantly, when Zhao Lianyun was unconscious, it did not fly away, it remained on her shoulder. That night, Spirit Affinity House recalled all of the GU immortals in the sect, holding an emergency meeting to discuss this matter. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder, Feng Zhuzhe, Fairy Bai Qing, Shu Hao, Li Junying, and the others had gathered, the auras of immortals mixed together, the highest number of GU immortals from Spirit Affinity House had gathered together for the first time in hundreds of years. Everyone, we know about the rules of the sect. Now that Love GU has acknowledged Zhao Lianyun, she is the sect's current generation fairy. Shu Hao spoke expressionlessly, but intense joy could be felt from his tone. Back then, He had advised Zhao Lianyun, he was just trying to target Feng Jinhuang and damage her reputation, to elevate Zhao Lianyun's own prestige. He did not think that Zhao Lianyun would be so stubborn, continuing to kneel there without giving up. Xu Hao was helpless about this. He nurtured Zhao Lianyun and used her as a chess piece to deal with Feng Jinhuang. His real goal was to attack Feng Jinhuang's father, Feng Zhuzhe. A place with people interacting would have internal and external conflicts. When an organization is big, there would be many factions in it. Right now, the Feng faction with Feng Zhuzhe at the lead had the greatest authority in Spirit Affinity House. Xu Hao, Li Junying, and the others were suppressed by the Feng faction, unable to lift their heads. Thankfully, Spirit Affinity House's two rank 8 GU Immortals, First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, were impartial. They did not side with anyone, only looking at the benefits of Spirit Affinity House. This allowed Xu Hao and Li Junying to remain as part of the sect's core authority, despite the Feng faction's power. Zhao Lianyun knelt and begged Feng Jinhuang. Most people could only see the surface of the matter, only a few understood that this was a political conflict in Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun was a mere mortal, but after inheriting the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, she was qualified to compete with Feng Jinhuang for the position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy. Xu Hao made Zhao Lianyun his political tool. Originally, Xu Hao was thinking that he could not let Zhao Lianyun kneel anymore. In his opinion, as a political performance, it was already enough. If Zhao Lianyun continued kneeling, she would be like an idiot. There were no gains for her. But several hours ago, when Xu Hao heard that Love Gu had stayed by Zhao Lianyun's side of its own accord, he was stunned. After his heavy shock, he felt intense joy. He acutely sensed that this was a God-sent opportunity. This gift was too precious, he almost fainted from happiness. This was an unbelievably rare chance. He needed to use this opportunity to make Zhao Lianyun Spirit Affinity House's fairy. Then on this basis, he would retaliate against the Feng faction. This was an unprecedented opportunity for Xu Hao in the sect. As long as he made use of this chance, his future in the sect would change drastically for the better. Xu Hao did not doubt this. Thus, he was the first to stand up and support Zhao Lianyun for the position, to become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. He spoke, "Our sect rules are clear. In choosing the fairies, first, we listen to the masses, then we look at aptitude, finally, we look at the preference of higher-ups." The meaning was, they would first see what the people in the sect thinks, before looking at the aptitude and talent of the participant, and finally, it would depend on who suited the preferences of the higher-up GU Immortals more. Xu Hao continued to speak. Right now, in terms of the masses, Zhao Lianyun might be an otherworldly demon, but she has love and loyalty. In order to save her lover, she knelt down to her opponent. The entire sect knows about her character, and in terms of aptitude, it is not important. As long as we are willing, we can raise a mortal's aptitude easily. I believe that everyone has heard of her experiences in Northern Plains. She is an elite in terms of talent. And finally, everyone's preferences. I greatly acknowledge Zhao Lianyun. I express my support towards her in becoming our fairy. I concur. Xu Hao had just said that when Li Junying added this. She was Xu Hao's wife, they had the same opinion in this. But the following scene was shocking to others. I agree with Xu Hao. I approve of Xu Hao's perspective. Even Love Gu acknowledged Zhao Lianyun. What else do I have to say? At once, 5 to 6 GU Immortals agreed with Xu Hao's words. Fairy Bai Qing could not stand it anymore. She felt. It seemed that everyone here agreed with Xu Hao. They felt that the position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy should go to Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Bai Qing was a GU Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, but more than that, she was Feng Jinhuang's mother. The position of fairy in Spirit Affinity House was very special. She was the cultivation seed that was chosen by the entire Spirit Affinity House. Even the mortals were part of the selection process. Next, they would invest heavily in her and nurture her to become immortal. Every generation's fairy would be Spirit Affinity House's representative when they fully matured. Spirit Affinity House was an organization, and organizations not only needed old experts, but also new GU Immortals, to inject fresh blood and keep the system going smoothly. Fairy Bai Qing herself was a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had felt for herself the experience of having an entire sect support her cultivation. Even though Feng Zhuzhe and Bai Qing were both GU Immortals and could totally fund their daughter, Feng Jinhuang, for her immortal ascension easily, this type of support paled in comparison to the funding of the entire sect. Fairy Bai Qing did not want to see her daughter lose. But she understood deeply. Right now, the situation was very disadvantageous for her. Because the sect rules were, in choosing a fairy, other than listening to the masses, looking at aptitude, and the higher-ups' preference, there was also an important part, that was. Once Love Gu acknowledged someone, no matter how disliked they were, or how bad their aptitude was, or even how badly received they were by the Gu Immortal higher-ups, they would become the current generation fairy, regardless of the situation, or whether they were male or female. Because of this rule, after Xu Hao finished speaking, he gained the approval of many Gu Immortals. They expressed their support. In fact, Xu Hao's own political force was not strong. Normally, he would not garner such support. Even though the sect rules are as such, it is not a hopeless situation. Because in our sect's history, there was a fairy that was promoted because of this rule, and in the end Fairy Bai Qing thought of this and was about to speak. But at this time, Feng Zhuzhe pressed down on her hand softly. Don't be anxious. I know, you want to mention Mo Yao, right? Back then, she was just an Inkman slave, but she gained the acknowledgement of Love Gu and was funded by the entire sect to become a Gu Immortal, and even managed to reform Bo Qing. But in the end, she betrayed the sect, she defied Heavenly Court. Feng Zhuzhe transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing nodded, replying to him secretly, that's right, this is Huang Er's only hope. As long as we use this point and continue arguing, using the strength of Feng faction, we might be able to get the sect to change this rule. After all, rules are made by people, isn't that right? This sect rule does not make sense. But Feng Zhuzhe shook his head. He rejected Fairy Bai Qing's idea. Xu Hao is a wisdom path Gu Immortal, why did he not mention the sect rules in his earlier speech? He only talked about the first three conditions, and seemingly forgot about this sect rule that was most advantageous for him. Fairy Bai Qing was slightly stunned. Feng Zhuzhe continued. This is his scheme, his trap. If you talk about it, you will fall into his plot. Even though Bo Qing and Mo Yao had caused such a situation, the sect rules did not change. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, our sect suffered a lot of pressure, but our rules had not changed either. This is a very deep issue. There is more than meets the eye. If you want to use Feng faction's power to challenge it foolishly, wanting to change this rule, we will lose miserably. We would suffer heavy losses while Xu Hao would be completely intact, that is what he wants to see. Fairy Bai Qing's body was covered in cold sweat. I was rash. She quickly calmed down. After a while, she thought about why she made such a mistake. Because it involved Huang Er, I became confused due to love. No, there is another reason. I became a rank 7 Gu Immortal and gained rank 7 Immortal Gu. Compared to before, I was overconfident. Because I am in the righteous path, battle strength is not everything. If hubby did not remind me today, I would have committed a huge mistake. Thinking of this, Fairy Bai Qing unconsciously looked at Feng Zhuzhe. She felt a strong feeling of protection from him. Even though Feng Zhuzhe was from the demonic path, after all these years he had demonstrated his skills. Being in the sect did not require just battle strength, his political abilities were also far superior to her, otherwise, how could his Feng faction have such brilliance today? Since you can expose Xu Hao's trap, I will entrust this matter to you. Fairy Bai Qing transmitted secretly, there was sweet affection in her tone. Feng Zhuzhe smiled bitterly. This matter, I am not going to interfere. Because interfering is of no use. What do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. Feng Zhuzhe did not speak, he looked at the sky. He did not fall for it. Xu Hao was originally waiting for someone to jump out, but nobody objected to his words, even Feng Zhuzhe was keeping silent, he felt that it was a pity. But he quickly collected his thoughts, feeling confident inside, forget it. Since nobody objected, this matter is decided. But First Supreme Elder suddenly said, I have understood everyone's stances. But Zhao Lian Yun has a special background, she is an otherworldly demon. I will report the result of our discussion to the higher-ups, they will decide themselves. What? Xu Hao was completely stunned. Chapter 1223. Entering the Gu formation openly. The remains of Yitian Mountain. Lord Wu Yihai, this way please. Wu En bowed as he led the way. Fang Yuan nodded. In front of him, an entrance opened in the Super Gu formation. Please, Lord, enter first. Wu En gave way as he smiled affectionately. Wu Yihai's identity was now known to almost everyone in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan arrived directly and became Wu Clan's person in charge for the Super Dream Realm. Wuan with only rank 6 cultivation level was his direct subordinate, he had to curry favor. Fang Yuan had yet to take over the role, but Wuan had already flown out of the Super GU formation, staying at a mountain for 2 days and 2 nights 100 li away, just to receive Fang Yuan when he arrived. When he saw Fang Yuan, he immediately lowered himself and stuck to Fang Yuan like a fly. Whatever he was asked, he answered to the best of his abilities. If Fang Yuan wanted to kick his butt, he would definitely move his butt over to Fang Yuan's leg so that he could kick it more conveniently. But this was exactly why he gave Fang Yuan a good understanding of all the GU immortals who were here from different clans defending the Super GU formation, as well as this current situation. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Wuan, he entered first as Wu. And followed after him, smiling and lowering his head. Many GU immortals were looking at this scene secretly. Wu Yihai is here. Not long ago, he used Wu Clan's immortal killer move and got rid of his status as an Eastern CGU immortal. He is now a true member of Southern Border. Ba Quanfeng said as he observed the expression of the GU immortal beside him carefully. It was none other than the publicly recognized strongest rank 7 expert in Southern Border's GU immortal world, Old Treeman Bada. Bada retracted his gaze, saying plainly, "Let's observe for now." Saying this, he turned around and left. It seemed like Wu Yihai's appearance was just an insignificant matter to him. Ba Quanfeng was disappointed. He wanted to see Bada's reaction. Wu Yihai was here but he was a newbie, be it in the Super GU formation, or in Southern Border's GU immortal world, he was a newcomer. Wu Dushu died. Wu Clan only had one rank 8 GU immortal left, Wu Yong. Their strength had fallen drastically, many clans were waiting to strike. Especially the strong Ba clan. In the past, when Wu Clan was strong, Ba Quanfeng had many opinions about it. Now that one of Wu Clan's rank 8 GU immortals was dead, and a newcomer, Wu Yihai, was here, he unavoidably had some notions of suppressing him to vent his frustration. Unfortunately, Bada said that they would observe for now. After all, nobody knew about Wu Yihai's strength and methods. Bada was a dependable and experienced old schemer. If Wu Yihai was naive or had low strength, he would not mind making Ba clan the main controller of this Super GU formation. Inside the Super GU formation, there was space inside, that surrounded the entire Super Dream Realm, forming something like a giant city. Each segment was guarded by one clan. The 13 Righteous Path forces split the space in this Super GU formation into 13 portions. The space that Wu Clan occupied was huge, it was one of the largest among the 13. The only clan that was comparable to them was Ba clan. Even Tai clan and Shang clan were inferior. Fang Yuan entered it, and because he had information provided by Wu Clan, and he had his lackey, Wuan, he did not lose his way. Soon, he found his way to the core, and met with another GU immortal from Wu Clan, Wu Liao. This person had broad shoulders and a thin waist, he looked very brave and heroic, there was a needle-like beard under his chin. He greeted Fang Yuan without any tone of submission. "Greetings to Lord Wu Yihai. Please pardon me for not receiving you, I was tasked to stay here." His tone was calm, pride was rooted in him. Fang Yuan felt very amused. Wuan and Wu Liao, they both had ranked 6 cultivation level, but their attitudes were a stark contrast. Now that Wu Yihai was here, all of Wu Clan's stationed GU immortals were here in the Super GU formation. Originally, there was a ranked 7 GU immortal, but since Fang Yuan came, he was sent off elsewhere. Wu Clan was huge, it was the #1 force in Southern Border's Righteous Path, but it did not have many GU immortals that could be used. Every GU immortal was a portion of strength that needed to be used wisely and carefully, in the right areas. Let's solve the main issues first. I am sure you know about our clan's orders. Bring me to refine my 2 immortal GU. Fang Yuan said. This was the first important mission. Wu Liao saw that Wu Yihai worked at a rapid speed, he felt a sense of acknowledgement towards him. Wuan quickly ran to Fang Yuan's side, smiling in a fawning manner. "Lord, this way please, I will bring you there now." A moment later, Fang Yuan successfully refined the 2 immortal GU. Refining other people's immortal GU was not easy. But with Wu Clan's cooperation, it was a different story. Fang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew, Wu Clan's treasury definitely had immortal GU that were better or more suited for himself. But he still chose these 2 immortal GU regardless. He did this because he had his own considerations. With these 2 immortal GU, Fang Yuan could plant his roots into this Super GU formation. From now on, even if Wu clan wanted to move Fang Yuan away, they had to consider this point. This Super GU formation was already established, every Immortal GU was tightly linked, changing a single one would adversely affect it. Every Immortal GU that each clan controlled was also the investment that the clan was putting into the giant dream realm. It affected the distribution of power and authority that the respective clans had in this place. Lord, I have prepared some supper for you to eat. After Fang Yuan refined the Immortal GU, Wu quickly came over and said this to him in a subservient manner. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he responded with a grunt. Wu suddenly seemed like he had heard some heavenly music, he quickly led the way joyfully. Lord, this way please. Wu Liao snorted coldly, showing disdain in his eyes, he did not like Wu An's fawning. But Fang Yuan said, Wu Liao, follow us, I have some things to ask you too. Yes, Lord, Wu Liao replied respectfully. The banquet was indeed not bad, the dishes and wines were very delicious. Fang Yuan sat at the main seat while Wu and Wu Liao sat on his left and right. Fang Yuan knew that there was a possibility of bias and misinformation, he could not listen to Wu An's words alone. Thus, during the banquet, he asked the two of them many questions. Wu and Wu Liao answered respectfully. After the banquet ended, Fang Yuan gained an even clearer understanding of the situation at the Super GU formation. There was a vivid picture in his mind. In Fang Yuan's plan, for a long time in the future, he was going to cultivate here secretly. He had to be clear of the environment here. The righteous path and demonic path was different, the demonic path acted freely while the righteous path talked about rules. What were the rules of the righteous path? It was nothing more than just customs created over a long period of time, rules of a game that involved the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan understood that since he came here using Wu Yihai's identity, he had to settle matters using righteous path methods. If he used demonic path methods here, his enemies would laugh happily, and his clan would distance themselves from him. Even if Wu Yong sides with his brother, he would not be able to endure the pressure. For the sake of the clan, he would need to move Fang Yuan elsewhere. After all, Wu clan was led by Wu Yong. Wu clan was once the dominant clan, but Ba clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan were not willing to be under Wu clan. Chao clan was Wu clan's most loyal ally. But after Wu Dushu's death, the situation had changed greatly. Ba clan was stirring and ready to strike, especially when old Treeman Ba was the one sent here to guard the dream realm. With just this, Fang Yuan could acutely sense that from now on, Ba clan was going to be his main competitor. As for Chao clan, Fang Yuan felt somewhat of a headache. He came here, he had gone against the agreement with Chao clan. As for what Chao clan's attitude would be and how much support they would give him, Fang Yuan was uncertain. After the banquet, Fang Yuan sent Wu and Wu Liao away, resting alone. Before leaving, Wu wanted to say some things, but he was very hesitant about it. Wu Liao left quietly, he had an improving opinion of Fang Yuan after this. During the banquet, he asked very precise questions, even though Wu Liao had difficulties answering them, he felt confident in Fang Yuan's abilities as a result. For Righteous Path GU Immortals, their own strength was the foundation, but it was not enough, they needed to be skilled in political methods as well. However, after the banquet, for the next few days, Fang Yuan did not show up in public, he was hiding in his own room, cultivating. Is this Wu Yihai really just a lone cultivator? Fang Yuan's actions were very much resembling lone cultivators, this made many GU Immortals who were observing him secretly make such a guess. Wu Liao was a bit disappointed, he wanted a superior that could suppress the situation, not someone who was purely cultivating. Wu felt very uneasy. These last days, he had invited Fang Yuan with all sorts of reasons. But Fang Yuan rejected them all, he even said that he should not be disturbed if there were no important matters. Wu could not tell what Fang Yuan's thoughts were. As time passed, his anxiety turned into fear. And behind Wu, there were also GU Immortals from other clans, they were also very anxious. The Immortal Opportunity Business. Back then, they could do the Immortal Opportunity Business because Wu clan had led them, colluding with several clans' GU Immortals to undergo this trade secretly. The original Wu clan ranked 7 GU Immortal left, Wu Yihai was moved here. The Immortal Opportunity Business thus had to stop, because the person in charge of Wu clan over here was Wu Yihai. Most importantly, he controlled 2 Immortal GU. Wu was fawning over Fang Yuan so desperately, other than wanting to gain his protection, he also wanted to salvage the immortal opportunity business. Wu An obtained a lot of benefits from this. Without these benefits urging him, he would not have been so enthusiastic towards Fang Yuan. Initially, interactions between Fang Yuan and Wu An were developing well. But soon, Fang Yuan acted abnormally. Wu An was at a loss. The immortal opportunity business could not be exposed. If it was known publicly, they would be held responsible. This was an act of corruption. It was information that could be used against them. Without dragging Fang Yuan into this, Wu An felt uneasy. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take a risk. Chapter 1224. White Rabbit's Seduction, 1/2. This servant greets Lord Wu Yi Hai. The female Gu Immortal knelt down before Fang Yuan's feet. She wore a white fur coat. It only wrapped around her chest and lower body. A large portion of her snow-white skin was exposed. Her ears were like rabbit ears, her eyes were red like rubies, her nose was small and delicate. She had an extremely cute appearance. In terms of beauty, she was only inferior to Shang Xinxi and Feng Jinhuang. At this moment, this female immortal was kneeling on the ground, her forehead was touching the floor. Her huge chest was squeezed by the floor, experiencing a change in form. And her butt was high in the sky, attracting people's gazes. She was none other than Lady White Rabbit. Right now, she was pure yet wild, she was cute and embarrassed. Especially with her subservient attitude, when men see her, they would feel something emerging in their crotches, they would want to hug her tightly and give her some well-deserved love. Fang Yuan was feeling strange. Not long ago, he had offered this woman some cultivation resources in exchange for information on the Gu Immortal world. To think that now, this woman would be kneeling before his feet, subjecting herself to whatever he wanted to do. This is an attempt to seduce me. This Wu An took a risk and lied to me, saying that some important person wanted to report matters to me, therefore enabling Lady White Rabbit to meet me. It seems that these last few days, I had been secluded for too long. They are anxious now. They even used this method. The method is old and cliched, but it is very effective. Fang Yuan smiled, standing up from his seat, slowly walking towards Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit's forehead did not leave the concrete floor. With Fang Yuan's sharp eyes, he could see that Lady White Rabbit was trembling. She was nervous. Fang Yuan thought. He had interacted with Lady White Rabbit before, and with his 500 years of cultivation, he could tell that this woman was a pure lone cultivator. To think that she would offer her own body, this must be her first time doing this. Of course, Fang Yuan's judgment could be wrong, but there were likely to be few people in the 5 regions who could deceive him this thoroughly. Lady White Rabbit was indeed very nervous. She was nervous, her body was trembling, her heart was pounding. Even though she knew that she had to be calm and follow Wu An's words, she could not do it. Knowing was easy, doing was hard. Turns out seductions are not so easy after all. Lady White Rabbit sighed internally. Other than this, she felt some shame and anger, as well as disbelief. I am actually doing something like this. Why am I doing this? I am trying to seduce a man I have never even met before. Lady White Rabbit felt very strange. This was not something she would normally do. Before this, she was a pure lone cultivator, having no conflicts in the world, she cultivated in peace and quiet. If anyone told her that she would be on her knees doing this in the future, she would definitely fight that person without doubt. Why did it come to this? Lady White Rabbit thought about it. She had good connections with people, so one day, Wu An came to her and said that he had a huge fortune to share with her. Back then, Lady White Rabbit was very wary and suspicious. Why would something so good come to her? She felt that maybe Wu An was trying to cheat her money and body. Lady White Rabbit managed the immortal opportunity business. She became the middleman. Both demonic path and lone immortals had basis to trust her. Of course, the initial business was not good. But afterwards, when word got out, the Gu Immortals gradually understood this business, and people started to flood towards her endlessly. After every business transaction, Lady White Rabbit would take a cut of the profits. Very soon, her total wealth had reached the level of her accumulation in the last tens of years. Lady White Rabbit was shocked and joyful. The business was getting better, she felt that each new day would be brighter. But an unexpected mishap came both suddenly, and not suddenly. Not suddenly because Lady White Rabbit knew about the matter entirely. Rank 8 great expert, Wu Dushu, of Wu clan, passed away. Her illegitimate son from Eastern Sea, Wu Yi Hai was returning to southern border, and was attacked by many forces. In the end, Wu Yihai survived the attacks and successfully returned to the clan, becoming a southern border GU Immortal. But it was sudden because Lady White Rabbit did not expect that this matter, which involved the entire southern border GU Immortal world, would implicate her. Wu Yihai, who was far apart, having a high status, had actually come over here and became the person in charge of the Super GU formation on Wu Clan's side. The Immortal Opportunity business had to stop, because this business could not be exposed. Originally, Wu Clan's ranked 7 GU Immortal was the person manipulating it in the background. Now that he was gone, Wu Yihai came. Wuan and the rest were beneficiaries of this, but they had no ability to continue this business. Because they were not qualified to. They could not bypass Fang Yuan and continue the business either. Because this business only involved 7 clans, Ba Clan, Tai Clan, and Shang Clan were not participants. They needed a strong background to support them. Stop it here. No, of course not. All of the GU Immortals involved in the Immortal Opportunity business had experienced great gains and benefits, they still wanted to continue. Thus, roping Fang Yuan in was the most important matter. Wuan was tasked with this important mission. Wu Liao could not be relied on. This GU Immortal seemed young, but he was very conservative and strict with rules. He had always objected intensely to Wu Clan doing the Immortal Opportunity business. Wuan was very enthusiastic and attended to Fang Yuan meticulously, but he suddenly went into seclusion. This made Wuan and the GU Immortals with him extremely anxious. The situation with the demonic path and lone cultivators was terrible now. Suddenly, they could not enter and interact with the dream realm. This made the GU Immortals feel that something was wrong. Were these righteous path members trying to take their cultivation resources and not holding their side of the deal? Large numbers of GU Immortals surrounded the mortal GU house on the mountain peak. They could not find the righteous path GU Immortals. They could only surround Lady White Rabbit and shout loudly, sending threats as they demanded answers. At this moment, Lady White Rabbit realized that she was in extreme danger. If the Immortal Opportunity business could not continue, not only would she not have a bright future, she would be torn to shreds by these wolves. Her end would definitely be miserable. In this situation, Wuan came and spoke with a glib tongue, finally convincing Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was forced by the situation. She had no choice but to dress up like this and meet Fang Yuan, using her beauty to seduce this GU Immortal from Wu Clan, so that he could come out and manage the Immortal Opportunity business. Raise your head. At this time, Lady White Rabbit heard Fang Yuan's order. Lady White Rabbit's body shook, her heart almost skipped a beat. She breathed in deeply, she raised her head, looking up at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked down imposingly at this beautiful girl. She was sprawling on the ground, raising her head to look at him. Her eyes were large and round, her skin was white like a boiled egg, and her lips were pink and delicate, soft as flowers. It made people unable to resist the urge of exploring how they tasted, especially the exquisite pink tongue that was inside. What flavor would it have? Stand up. At this moment, Fang Yuan spoke. Lady White Rabbit was like a wooden puppet, obediently standing up. She had an exquisite and busty figure, her chest could barely be contained, but her height was only at Fang Yuan's chest level. She was like a neighbor's cute daughter. The two were less than 5 meters apart. Lady White Rabbit's heart was pounding fiercely, her breathing was rough, she was almost gasping. Next, she remembered Wu An's instructions. She stepped forward and hugged Fang Yuan. She used her jade-like arms to wrap around Fang Yuan's waist, using a seductive tone as she said, Master, please forcefully ravage this servant. She stammered as she said that. She wanted to die from shame and embarrassment. Even though she had cultivated for many years, Lady White Rabbit was still very ignorant about male and female relationships. Her only guidelines were Wu An's suggestions. White Rabbit, oh White Rabbit, how can you say such shameful words? You really said it. Her face was bright red, she was asking herself this on the inside. She found it hard to believe that this was actually her. Elsewhere, outside the place that Fang Yuan lived in, Wuan was pacing around uncertainly. He was anxious, he walked around as he rubbed his hands, they formed into fists at times. From time to time, he stopped walking, turning around to look at the tightly shut door, thinking about what could happen inside. If the Immortal Opportunity business stopped, and Fang Yuan refused to take over, that would mean that he did not like this idea, he would expose it. This was very possible. Wu Yihai was very young and had just joined Wu Clan, he needed to prove himself to the clan. His brother was Wu Yong, he definitely had no lack of cultivation resources. For the moment, benefits were less important to him than reputation. This way, Lady White Rabbit would be done for. Even if she did not die, she would be wanted by the righteous path. She would turn from a lone immortal to a demonic path Gu immortal. Even though Wuan would not die, because Wu clan had limited Gu immortals, he would definitely need to give up the benefits that he had obtained. He would also be punished by the clan, he would be sent away and his bright future would be completely ruined due to this business. Wuan turned and looked, only to see that this person was standing straight like a spear. His footsteps were like the wind as he emitted an imposing aura all over his body. Wuan had a bad feeling. "Wu Liao, why are you here?" Wu Liao snorted coldly at him. "Why else? Someone was shameless and wanted to seduce Lord Wu Yihai into committing a grave mistake. I am here to tell Lord everything that you have done. I want him to know your schemes and ill intentions." Wuan was so angry he was about to explode. He pointed at Wu Liao as he gritted his teeth. "Wu Liao, you dare to do so?" He had tried to bribe Wu Liao, but Wu Liao refused to accept it. He did not find it little, it was just his personality. Among Wu clan's Gu immortals, who would not know about Wu Liao's personality? Chapter 1225, White Rabbit's Seduction, 2 halves. Wu Liao ignored Wuan. He bowed towards the door deeply as he shouted, "Wuan has ill intentions. Wu Liao seeks an audience with Lord, I want to report him." Wu An's heart was frozen at this point. He was scared, he was fearful. He was afraid that at the next moment, this door would abruptly open and Lady White Rabbit would be thrown out with tears in her eyes. Then he, Wuan, would be done for. The door remained shut, as if Fang Yuan heard nothing. This was not an ordinary location, it was the internal space of the Super Gu formation. A huge group of palaces had formed that could accommodate people. Fang Yuan controlled 2 crucial immortal Gu. He was fully aware of everything going on in Wu clan's territory inside the formation. Wuan and Wu Liao's actions were extremely clear to Fang Yuan. How could he not hear what Wu Liao had shouted earlier? Seeing that Fang Yuan was ignoring him, Wu Liao, who was extremely confident, was stunned. He knew that Wuan had been trying all kinds of ways to meet Fang Yuan. Wu Liao knew the purpose of his request. Wu Liao did not obstruct him, because he knew that humans were greedy and selfish. Many people were different from him, for example, the previous ranked 7 Gu immortal from Wu clan. But afterwards, Fang Yuan did not meet Wuan once. Realizing this, Wu Liao was extremely happy. He thought of it in his own perspective. Since Fang Yuan rejected Wuan, he was definitely unhappy with the immortal opportunity business. Indeed, how can someone of Lord Wu Yihai's status be after such small gains? He has just entered the clan, he must be concerned about his reputation, and how he would develop as a Wu clan higher up in the future. Wu Liao guessed. Having such thoughts, he came to meet Fang Yuan, hopeful that Fang Yuan would receive him. But now, the hall's door was shut, like a wall or a tall mountain that was blocking Wu Liao's heart. Wuan laughed heartily. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, his mind returned to a calm state. Wu Liao's request to meet was the best probe. Wuan instantly thought that he had understood Fang Yuan's intention. Wu Liao did not believe it, he shouted again, but the doors remained shut, there was no response. Wuan laughed even louder now, feeling very confident. He spoke, "Wu Liao, stop screaming. Lord has important matters to attend to, is it nice to disturb him like this?" Wu Liao's expression was dark and ugly. Wuan sneered, shaking his head. Wu Liao looked down on Wuan, while Wuan felt that Wu Liao was too obstinate, he was not reasonable in how to deal with people and relationships. Now it seems, even though I took a risk, it paid off well. It is understandable, after all, Lady White Rabbit has a great appearance. When I first saw her in that attire, my heart almost jumped out of my mouth. I wanted so badly to cuddle her and rub all over her body. Seeing a beauty like Lady White Rabbit, as long as one is a man, they would be tempted. Lord Wu Yihai is a young and vigorous guy, he has just gotten some authority, and a beauty comes to him immediately, it can satisfy his ego. Furthermore, he was an Eastern Sea lone cultivator, while Lady White Rabbit is also a Southern border lone cultivator. Between lone cultivators, they can understand each other and feel for each other. And the rarer thing is that Lady White Rabbit is a real virgin. When a man and woman meet, they would be like the fusion of fire and ice, he. While he was thinking that, at the next moment, something happened that caught Wuan off guard. Only to see that the doors opened, Lady White Rabbit stood at the door, appearing before the 2 Wu clan Gu immortals. What happened? She came out already. Why has it been so little time? Wu En was extremely surprised. Lord must have heard my words and sent this female immortal out. Wu Liao was overjoyed, but when he saw Lady White Rabbit, his gaze froze. Even though he felt a little disgusted earlier, seeing Lady White Rabbit's divine beauty made his heart shook, he could not help but admit that Lady White Rabbit was beautiful. Such a short time has passed, did she not succeed? Wu An's heart sank to rock bottom, he was in a daze, his throat went dry. But soon, he saw that Lady White Rabbit had changed her clothes, it was no longer the white fur coat from before. Also, what attracted Wu An's attention more was that Lady White Rabbit was wearing a pair of jade earrings, they were ball-shaped and extremely thick. This was southern borders custom. When a woman marries and loses her virginity, she would wear such earrings, to show that she had successfully become one with her man. Wu En was overjoyed, he was extremely happy. Wu Lao's expression was pale, his eyes were sharp, he had already seen Lady White Rabbit's jade ball earrings. Did you succeed? Wu En came forward and asked carefully. Lady White Rabbit had an odd expression, but she nodded and did not speak. Wu En let out a breath of turbid air, he shut his eyes as pressure left him, he could not adapt to this feeling and nearly fell down. But, why was it so fast? Wu En had a thought. This shouldn't be, don't tell me that Lord Wu Yihai is a two-pump chump in that aspect. Such a situation is not rare in southern border, there are many guys who had cultivate until this happened to them. Hehe, if that is the case, I can offer many useful GU worms to Lord in the future. But Lord Wu Yihai is already a rank 7 GU immortal, with so many Dao marks in him, these GU worms might not be effective. These jade pearls were given to me by Lord Wu Yihai. He has instructed me to tell you, from now on, he will mainly focus on cultivating, you can carry on with your duties, do not disturb his cultivation. Lady White Rabbit said. After she said that, Wu En looked at Wu Liao smugly with the expression of a victor. Wu Lao's body shook, he took a step back, looking at Wu En angrily as he turned and left. Lord Wu En, let's leave too. Lady White Rabbit said. Don't call me Lord, how can I, Wu En, be any lord? Just call me by my name. Wu En showed a sincere expression, as well as a courteous smile. Right now, Lady White Rabbit's status had changed. Not only did Wu Yihai take Lady White Rabbit's virginity, he had given her jade pearl earrings, he acknowledged her status as his concubine. Lady White Rabbit felt Wu An's change in attitude, she had a complex feeling inside her. She spoke. Actually, Wu En, Lord Wu Yihai has some words especially for you. Lady, please tell me. Wu En quickly turned solemn. Lady White Rabbit said some shocking things. Actually, Lord Wu Yihai did not copulate with me. What? Wu An's expression turned into shock. The earlier scene appeared in Lady White Rabbit's mind again. When she went ahead to hug him with an extremely flustered feeling, a pair of strong hands grabbed her shoulders. Next, strong force was emitted in these warm hands, without allowing for any resistance, Lady White Rabbit was pushed away from Fang Yuan's body. Lady White Rabbit's expression turned pale, instantly, she felt that she failed. But at the next moment, she heard Fang Yuan's voice. When I was in Eastern Sea, I was a lone cultivator. I know the pain of a lone cultivator clearly. Some things are sweet, but you will have to pay a price if you swallow them. I am sure that now, you understand why. However, I do not want to take advantage of someone in dire straits. Saying this, Lady White Rabbit saw that a hand had stretched out towards her chest, it was holding a GU worm. This is a clothing GU, wearing it before talking to me. Fang Yuan's voice could be heard again. Lady White Rabbit obeyed him, the clothing GU turned into clothes that covered her body. When she raised her head again, she saw Fang Yuan smiling lightly at her. Even though I joined Wu clan, I am still a lone cultivator at heart, it will never change. You can consider this GU worm a gift from a fellow lone cultivator, I suppose. Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped, she felt an indescribable sensation, she was extremely touched in both body and soul. At once, she started sobbing, tears formed in her eyes as her vision turned blurry. But in her blurry vision, Lady White Rabbit could feel that Fang Yuan's smile was so warm and gentle, it was like the rays of the morning sun, shining into her heart, providing warmth and protection to her. However, if you leave like this, you might not be able to answer for the consequences. I am clear about you and Wu An's intentions in coming here. Thus, bring this with you. Fang Yuan said, taking out a pair of earrings. With his abilities, Creating such mortal objects would only take a thought. Lady White Rabbit received this pair of jade earrings with tears in her eyes. From today onwards, you are my attendant and mistress. Fang Yuan smiled and said. Lady White Rabbit acknowledged his words, slightly nodding. Go ahead with the immortal opportunity business. But I will not take over. If anything happens, I can help out secretly, but I will not step up officially. This is a matter that violates the interests of the other Righteous Path clans. After all, the entire Super GU formation was created with everyone's effort. I have just arrived in southern border, I have yet to establish myself, I do not need these meager gains. You are so intelligent, you understand what I mean, right? Yes, I understand, Lady White Rabbit quickly answered with a shaky voice. Go back, and convey my message to Wuan and the people around him. My portion of the profits will go to you. Fang Yuan sent her off. Lady White Rabbit mustered up her courage, wanting to take another look at Fang Yuan. But she did not manage to do so. She lowered her head as she walked out. The moment her back faced Fang Yuan, tears fell down her cheeks. The situation was much better than she had thought. The name of Wu Yihai was engraved into the deepest part of her soul. I understand now, I understand now. After hearing Lady White Rabbit's recollection, Wu An's forehead was full of sweat, his smugness was completely gone by now. He subconsciously looked towards Fang Yuan's residence, wariness and even more so, admiration and respect was hidden in his gaze. Chapter 12:26 Rules of the Righteous Path. On his bed, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air, realizing that he was still in his bed, the surrounding arrangements were all intact. This was the defensive GU formation that Southern Border's Righteous Path forces had created together, it was very safe. But Fang Yuan was vigilant to the core, he always considered the many possible outcomes before he did anything. Ever since rebirth, he had been cultivating endlessly, he exerted all of his effort without wasting a moment of his time on useless aspects. This sleep was the same. Fang Yuan entered his own dream realm, getting materials from his dream realm, he obtained the GU materials for many Dream Path Mortal GU. If I refine them, I can get 5 to 6 Dream Path Mortal GU. Fang Yuan assessed. His improvement in Dream Path was evident. In the past, after one dream, he would only obtain a few GU materials, to refine 1 or 2 Dream Path Mortal GU. But now was different, his gains had risen sharply, his efficiency in getting Dream Path Mortal GU also rose by many times. Of course, there was an important element, his soul. When exploring dream realms, the soul would weaken. Thus, the stronger the soul, the longer one could explore the dream realm, and the greater the backlash that they could endure from the dream realm. What was worth mentioning was, no matter how strong the soul was, it was just a basic condition for exploration. A strong soul could not allow one to freely move in the dream realm. There was a somewhat unfitting analogy for souls and dreams. The dream realm was like a desert, when souls explore it, they are like lost travelers inside the desert. The stronger the soul, the stronger the traveler's constitution, they could endure hunger and stay inside the desert for a longer time. But that did not mean that he could walk out of the desert. He did not know what direction it was, he could not create food and water inside the desert, he could not shrink the desert or leave it freely. But clear directions, creation of water and food, and modifying the desert, all of these could only be achieved by Dream Path at this period of time. Why? This period of time. Because when all the paths reach a certain attainment level, they can mimic other paths and attain their effects. In the future, Fire Path, Earth Path, and others can also create their own immortal killer moves that mimic Dream Path effects. There was a huge condition. That was, Dream Path had to be developed further as a path, and the GU Immortal trying to mimic its effect needed to be familiar with Dream Path and have high Dream Path attainment. Right now, Dream Path had just started being researched, all the forces and GU Immortals were suffering from exploring it, they did not have many useful gains. Even though there were quite a few Dream Path GU worms and even wild Dream Path Immortal GU, Dream Path as a path itself was still very far from actually being created. It was not even properly created yet, not to mention completed. Creating a whole new path was not so easy. There were many Water Path GU worms, during the immemorial Antiquity era, Remote Antiquity era, and Olden Antiquity era, there were countless wild Water Path GU worms, there were even people who created new Water Path GU worms. But only until the medieval Antiquity era did Spirit Affinity House's founder, Shui Ni, finalize the path after considering all aspects, formally creating water path. Thus, GU immortals in the 5 regions could do nothing about dream path. They knew that it was extremely valuable, but they had no way to gain from it. Many GU immortals died in dream realms. This situation was happening everywhere, and some time ago, Southern Borders GU immortals had suffered massive casualties from this. Precisely so, Southern Borders Righteous Path GU immortals noticed the fact and had to slow down their exploration of the dream realm, moving forward with steady steps, carefully progressing slowly. Many GU immortals were still very wary of the dream realm. They started to have different ideas. Thus, the Immortal Opportunity business was born as a result. If the Righteous Path GU immortals had ways to explore the dream realm, how could they give up this immense profit to the demonic and lone immortals? Thinking of the Immortal Opportunity business, Fang Yuan sat up on his bed. The Immortal Opportunity business had to exist, but at the same time, he could not be involved in it excessively. The Immortal Opportunity business had many uses. On one hand, it could give GU immortals immense benefits. On the other hand, it could greatly reduce the conflict of the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators. If the Righteous Path GU immortals defended the Super Dream Realm forcefully, what would these Demonic Path and Lone immortals in Southern Border think? The Righteous Path definitely obtained a lot of benefits, but they are keeping it for themselves. If time passes, the Righteous Path will get stronger, while we get weaker. How can we live? These are the cultivation resources of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who does not want to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Why is the Righteous Path allowed to hog it for themselves, without any for us? This would be their mentality. It was extremely dangerous. Southern Borders Righteous Path forces knew that if these people were forced, the demonic and lone immortals would join up and result in another battle of Yitian Mountain, or result in the blood battle martial competition of Northern Plains. With this Immortal Opportunity business, the lone and demonic immortals would realize, oh, the dream realm is so dangerous, there is nothing to gain from it. At this moment, the Righteous Path can do nothing to it, otherwise, why would there be this business? Are they letting us experience the dream realm on purpose? Creating this dream realm business was the idea of the rank 7 GU immortal from Wu clan. He was very astute. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was stronger and used his brother's influence to chase this rank 7 GU immortal away. Fang Yuan needed stability. The more stable the better. He needed a stable environment to explore the dream realms here. Thus, preventing the attacks of both lone and demonic path immortals here meant that it was necessary to continue the Immortal Opportunity business. But Fang Yuan could not participate. Because not all the Righteous Path clans were participating. This was a crucial point. Put simply, the loot was not distributed evenly. Wu clan and 6 other Righteous Path clans were getting the benefits, while the other half of the clans were not participating. This was very reasonable. GU immortals were moved by benefits. The fewer people who joined, the more they would gain, right? Thus, the result was, once the Immortal Opportunity business was exposed, all of the GU immortals involved would not be able to get away. They would definitely be punished severely, because this was the rule of the Righteous Path. Fang Yuan could not step into this trap. Wu and the rest wanted to rope him in, but Fang Yuan knew that once this was exposed, even if he was the owner of 2 immortal GU in here and was the brother of Wu Yong, it was impossible for him to stay here. Fang Yuan was not going to take the risk. He went through all kinds of methods to infiltrate here. What was it for? It was for the dream realm, especially when Wu Yong was not someone who favored his brother, Wu Yihai. His attitude would depend on the circumstances. But as long as Fang Yuan did not commit a mistake, and was the owner of the immortal GU here, Wu Yong would be less likely to send him elsewhere. Fang Yuan could see all these details clearly, thanks to the 500 years of his previous life. Even though his cultivation level was not high, he had been in the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even was a lone cultivator. He had incredibly rich life experiences. This allowed him to be in the Righteous Path while not being restrained by Wu Yihai's lone cultivator upbringing. He was clear about the political situation here. He knew what to do as a Righteous Path GU immortal, and how to play this game of life. Thus, he recruited Lady White Rabbit. At the crucial moment, he could use her as scapegoat, saying that he did not know the matter. The Immortal Opportunity business profits that were for him were all given to Lady White Rabbit as well. He could not take the profits. Unlike Demonic Path or lone cultivators who would crazy after seeing some resources, the Righteous Path could not do this. Some benefits could be gained, but certain benefits were untouchable. But what if he rejected her? What if he gave Lady White Rabbit and Wu the cold shoulder? That was worse. If Fang Yuan did that, even though there would not be a crisis after getting exposed, he would make enemies with 6 clans of GU Immortals. These people were beneficiaries. If Fang Yuan did not lead them, they would not dare to undergo this business. These people would definitely have poor feelings towards him. Fang Yuan would have just arrived at the Super GU formation, and he would have already offended all of the political allies of Wu clan. And all those who did not participate in the immortal opportunity business, like Ba clan, Tai clan, or Shang clan, would be greedily eyeing up Fang Yuan. If he did that, he would be crippling his own network. It was an extremely stupid idea. The arrangement now was good. The immortal opportunity business continued, his political allies were happy, Ba clan and the rest were watching but could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who had no exploitable weaknesses. In the future, if this matter was exposed, Fang Yuan would push Lady White Rabbit into the spotlight, sacrificing her and saying that he was doting on her, but to think that she would do something like this behind his back. He was completely kept in the dark and ignorant. All in all, Fang Yuan had leeway to retreat or advance. As for those profits, Fang Yuan could only give up on them. He did not lack resources now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's cultivation resources would put most ranked 7 GU Immortals to shame. Next, I can officially start exploring Dream Realms. Fang Yuan prepared to move. At the same time, in Northern Plains, the Blood Battle Martial competition was reaching its end. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang did not appear from start to finish, but their influence was heavily affecting the competition. Chu Du had an ugly expression. The situation was not in his favor. Hao Zhen had lost. He was holding his left shoulder with his right arm. His injuries were severe. His left arm was completely chopped off. The injury area was covered in Dao marks. It was hard to heal. Northern Plains' righteous path truly has a deep foundation. Chu Du sighed. He was in an extremely awkward position of having nobody to send out. Hao Zhen had an angry expression. He spoke with unwillingness to give up. Lord Chu Du, I have a friend who is stronger than me, but they are a secluded cultivator and have little fame. Chu Du was joyful and suspicious. Oh, why did you not recommend them earlier? Hao Zhen had a difficult expression. He transmitted carefully. There is one bad point, they cultivate blood path. Chu Du's expression turned solemn. He rejected it without hesitation. Absolutely not. Any blood path GU Immortal is a demonic path GU Immortal. This blood battle martial competition is a competition between righteous path forces. How can this blood path demonic immortal take part? Once they were involved, the other party could slander Chu Du's side for being demonic path members. Chu Du's hard work would completely go down the drain. This was the rule of the righteous path. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.